Those who dwell in heaven should not dwell on the underworld. The young man thought that would be the end of him. Probably anyone would have thought the same. But what if he ends up in hell? Will that be the end? A system window offered the young man a glimpse of the end of this world. A person living in hell would dream of heaven every second. The young man wondered what he would ultimately be able to see. The boy lay unconscious on a rock. The system window continued to be active. The young man noticed that Yoon Sol was already asleep in the back seat of the car. It seemed she was tired. The young man remembered that his name was Shin Hyun. It was yet another dream about his family. Suddenly, the car slammed on the brakes. The bright headlights of an oncoming truck illuminated the driver and passengers. The young man thought that it had been a very long time. He hadn't seen them in a very long time. When he woke up, he was already here. However, that was several years ago. Back then, in that cave, he had received the book Heavenly Harmony of Pure Art. The only clue for returning home was the message, "Behold the end of this world." Would he be able to return to his family if he completed the task? The young man felt he couldn't take it anymore. A message appeared in the system window congratulating him on completing his training. Shin Hyun decided that now everything would end since he had completed his training. He would soon see his parents and Yoon Sol. However, when the young man stepped outside, he realized he was somewhere else entirely, and this wasn't the end. Our hero found himself in a murum, and this was only the beginning of his journey. Shin Hyun dropped to his knees. He didn't understand why they had done this to him. Who on earth needed this? What did he have to do to see this end of the world? Someone called out to our hero. The man said that this guy had nice clothes. He had just been making so much noise that it was impossible not to hear him. The stranger said he hadn't done anything to this guy, but now his family was starving. The man held a blade in his hands and said that this young man could become their food. Shin Hyun looked at the stranger in fear. His instinct for self-preservation told him what he had to do. The bloodied blade fell to the ground. It all happened very quickly. Shin Hyun backed away in fear. The stranger's bloodied body lay before him. The young man said he wasn't to blame. Why had things turned out this way? For the first time he had taken a human life. But it was the only way out. Anyone would have done the same. Why couldn't he wake up right now? The system reported that the external level had increased. Shin Hyun laughed. Upon seeing this message, the protagonist intuitively understood what he needed to do. Heavenly harmony of pure art and levels. They would help him return to the original world. Shin Hyun decided that he must reach the maximum level at all costs. The time had come. This guy is now the leader of a demonic sect, the invincible sword emperor Shin Hyun. The young man with a sword in his hand asked his opponent, who was kneeling before him, what his rank was as the leader of this sect. The opponent replied that he was the sword emperor. The young man said that everything was clear to him, which meant he was the eighth. The young man decided to count how many leaders of the demonic sect had already perished at his hands. He counted 6. The young man said that these leaders were very strange. Every 10 years he met them, and in a way it had always been fun. The sect leader's assistant couldn't believe that his master had been destroyed. That scoundrel would pay for his crime. The young man was surprised. Were they really saying this to him? Was a member of the demonic cult standing right in front of him? Our hero grabbed his opponent by the face and said he liked this guy's fighting spirit. The young man was surprised by what was happening to him. Why wouldn't his body obey him? Our hero said that this was normal for someone his age. Shin Hyun added that the young man should learn something new and come back to him. In that case, the young man would cheer him up again. Shin Hyun left the young man alone and said that in the future he would become the next sect leader, and then they would meet again. Shin Hyun sat down under a tree, placed his blade nearby, and said that this time, the sect leader turned out to be a dud. The protagonist wondered how he could make his life more interesting now. The young man yawned and wondered if perhaps he should create a new sect, one much stronger than this one. Why had everything become so boring? Shin Hyun remembered that a full 140 years had passed since that very moment. 140 years since it all began. For the sake of his family, he was ready to witness the end of this world, but now he couldn't even remember their faces. Our hero thought that heaven didn't exist for him at all. To live a hellish life meant living day after day. Shin Hyun opened his eyes and tried not to think about it anymore. He had to stop there. The system window reported that the external level matched the maximum. The unlock conditions had been met. The final level, Heavenly Emergence, was unlocked. The hero would be returned to Earth. Shin Hyun thought, is it really happening now? He had given up during this time, How pitiful did he look now? Shin Hyun decided that this was an attempt to insult him. He had reached this level. Could he be considered a god? The question seemed strange. To become a god, one must cast aside all worldly desires. The protagonist's emotions were boiling. Had he ever felt this way before in his life? His family was probably already dead, since so many years had passed. For so long he had longed to return to this world, solely for the sake of his family. However, now he wanted only one thing: to take revenge on the being that had driven him to this. Shin Hyun became terribly enraged after these thoughts began to overwhelm him. Now the protagonist wanted only one thing. Whoever that creature was, wherever it lived, he would destroy it. Shin Hyun, the invincible sword emperor, will return to Earth after 140 years in the Murim, Earth, the year 2011, following Shin Hyun's car accident. The saint said that the day that would bring terror was just around the corner. The saint added that humanity must evolve. This must be done in order to withstand the approaching horror. People must not squander the blessing in vain. The man in chains said that it had finally begun. He had waited so long for Shin Hyun's arrival. The archer took aim, and an energy-charged arrow flew toward its target. The girl watched from the hilltop as the warrior fled from the monsters chasing him. The monsters were extremely aggressive, and nothing good could be expected from them. Their teeth were ready to bite through anything they touched. The girl took aim once more and activated the archer's skill, Power Arrow. The power arrows fired at the monsters began to hit their targets, giving the warrior a chance to escape. The archer's name was Cha Yun-sol, and she was the sex leader. The girl approached the warrior and said they needed to get out of there quickly before it was too late. The young man replied that the leader was incredible, just as expected. Suddenly, a monster appeared behind the boy, pounced on him, and bit through his shoulder. Yun-sol screamed that this shouldn't have happened. Mr. Pengu shouldn't have been hurt. Yun-sol looked around and saw that the treacherous monsters were attacking the other warriors. Yun-sol thought that things were turning out very badly. There were already so many monsters, and on top of that, they weren't going to leave. The leader felt her mana was almost depleted. If she kept going at this pace, she might die too. Yun-sol noticed one of the warriors fleeing as the monsters closed in on her. Yun-sol shouted at Seo-jun-young not to run away, because that wasn't manly. The leader cursed under her breath and realized she could no longer count on Seo-jun-young, only on her own strength. Yun-sol took out an arrow and thought it might be too slow. Seo-jun-young kept running and thought of nothing but saving his own life. He believed he had acted recklessly by ending up here. Jun-young, looking around, saw the monsters dispatching the warriors. The young man thought he shouldn't have joined this group of losers. If he lingered here, he might suffer the same fate. Suddenly, an arrow plunged into the ground right in front of Seo-jun-young. The young man stopped. Yun-young turned around and saw the leader, Yun-sol, standing near him. The girl was extremely angry and asked where this coward was going. Yun-hyun replied that he was very glad since Lady Cha Yun-sol had survived after all. He was happy for her. Although it might seem that way, she had misunderstood the situation. She just needed to calm down. The girl grabbed Jun-young by the chest and reminded him that she had warned him, "It's dangerous on the battlefield." Yun-sol remarked that standing before her now was a coward who had run away in the face of danger. The leader burst into tears and said that their entire team had died because of cowards like him. Jun-young asked what was wrong with that. He wasn't obligated to sacrifice his life. Yun-sol pulled herself together and said that Seo-jun-young was right. After all, she shouldn't have expected anything more from such trash. The guy could go back to his parents. His father would pat him on the head. Though, would his father be able to turn a blind eye to this? What would happen to Dawn's reputation in that case? Jun-young approached the girl from behind and activated the fighter skill Rock Breaker. Leader Cha Yun-sol was shot through the chest, screamed in surprise and pain, and began to bleed out. The girl's legs buckled, she sank to the ground and leaned her back against a tree. So Jun-young said that now he would see what would come of this. The young man grabbed the leader by the hair and said she didn't even have any relatives. No one would worry about her. Jun-young added that she was strong and renowned, but now she would become famous with his help, leader Cha Yun-sol, who had let everyone down and led the squad to their doom. As a result of the dungeon raid, her entire group had been wiped out. So-young said that it looked very convincing. Leader Cha Yun-sol had done a good job. Suddenly, a bright flash erupted behind the young man. Yun-jong was startled and let go of the leader. After the smoke cleared, the outline of a stranger became visible where the flash had been. The man who appeared looked slightly bewildered and surprised. The system reported that the hero had returned to Earth. Shin Hyun laughed. The reward for reaching the maximum level, returning to Earth. Was this really a joke to someone? Shin Hyun reiterated his intention. He would destroy the culprits. Someone behind our hero laughed and asked if this madman was talking to himself. This lunatic suddenly appeared out of thunder and lightning and was saying something about revenge. Seo Yoon-jong asked if this was teleportation and if the person in front of him was a mage. Seo Yoon-jong asked the stranger if he knew where they were. Shin Hyun ignored the man. Yoon-jong was outraged by the stranger's behavior and said that he shouldn't treat him that way. Shin Hyun looked at the girl lying there and asked, "Was there a duel here? She's dying." So Yoon-jong thought that this guy had shown up at the wrong time and could become an unwanted witness. Yoon-jong realized he had made a mistake. After all, this stranger had seen what happened to Cha Yoon-sol. He couldn't just let him go, he had to get rid of this guy. What is he doing there? Yoon-jong called out to the stranger. Shin Hyun was surprised when he saw the necklace on the girl. Yoon-jong said that he and the girl had simply been enjoying the duel. It would be nice if the gods would bring her back. Yoon-jong appeared behind Shin Hyun, raised his dagger, and said that this guy would have to follow her. However, he was unable to carry out his plan. His body went numb and stopped obeying him. After that, Yoon-jong dropped to his knees and looked up. He sensed a heavy aura emanating from the stranger. The stranger was tense to the limit. The ground cracked beneath his feet and excess energy burst outward. So Yoon-jong refused to believe his eyes. He said that this couldn't be. The stranger asked if the young man really didn't know who was standing before him. Shin Hyun told the young man to state his name immediately. Without waiting for an answer, the protagonist declared that he was the invincible sword emperor. His name was Cha Shin-hyung. Shin-hyung directed his energy toward Yoon-jong's head and said that even if he had named him, it wouldn't have helped anyway. The energy blast our hero directed at his opponent had the effect of a fired projectile. So Yoon-jong immediately lost his head, but remained kneeling for a while longer. The protagonist approached the girl and told her that her older brother had returned. Memories from childhood surfaced. Yoon-sol was told it was time to leave. They couldn't stay there any longer. Her mother told her daughter that it was getting dark and there was nothing left to do at the amusement park. Her older brother asked Yoon-sol if she really liked this amusement park that much. Shin Hyun said that if his sister stayed here, their parents would be in big trouble. Yoon-sol asked when she would see her brother again if she went home. Mom said he wouldn't be able to visit them often. After all, he had school. Shin Hyun told his sister that he loved her very much. Even after he finished his studies, he would come and visit her. Her brother said that next time they could go for a walk in this park again. Yoon-sol was delighted. The girl climbed onto her brother's back and said that in that case, she would go home. Her brother had to carry her to the car. Yoon-sol, remembering the wrecked car, felt that it was all her fault. If she hadn't been so stubborn about wanting to go to the park, her parents wouldn't have died. However, after the accident, even her brother had disappeared. Yoon-sol opened her eyes and began to breathe deeply, as if she had just had a nightmare. Yoon-sol propped herself up on her hands, still breathing heavily. Shin Hyun told the girl that he had healed her with spiritual power, but the wound was deep, so she wouldn't be able to move right away. Yoon-sol asked the young man who he was. Shin Hyun said he had assumed she knew him. The young man said he was very happy to see her again. She had grown up so much. Shin Hyun said that he had probably changed too. The girl still didn't understand anything. However, looking into this young man's eyes, Yoon-sol couldn't shake the feeling that he reminded her of her brother. Earlier, Shin Hyun had handed his little sister a necklace and said it was a gift for her. Shin Hyun said that even if he wasn't around, Yoon-sol shouldn't give up and should always be strong. Yoon-sol burst into tears and asked why her brother had disappeared so suddenly and now appeared just as suddenly. Shin Hyun hugged his sister and said he understood her, because it had been hard for her all this time. Yoon-sol pushed the young man away and screamed loudly. She was still afraid. The girl asked where So Yoon-jong was. Her brother said that if Yoon-sol was talking about the guy who had tried to kill her, she didn't need to worry. He was no longer a threat. Yoon-sol looked to the side and saw a decapitated body lying in the ravine. Yoon-sol asked why her brother had done that. Shin Hyun was surprised. Was something wrong? Yoon-sol grabbed her brother's arm and said they had to get out of there immediately. Shin Hyun looked around and said that even after all these years, the house remained the same. Yoon-sol said that this was a big problem. Director Seo Kang-jin would be arriving soon. This man is the director of the Dawn Guild. He is also So Yoon-jong's father. He is known for his cruelty and ferocity. He is also one of the country's 11 high-ranking hunters. Yoon-sol said that a lot of time had passed while she was unconscious. The guild leader must have been informed of his son's death. She was the only survivor of that raid, and so Kang Jin would surely suspect her. Her brother asked, "Is it really that much of a problem? Wouldn't it be easier to just get rid of this guild?" Shin Hyun told his sister that he was the invincible sword emperor. The girl realized that made sense. However, so Kang Jin is level 50 plus, he holds a fairly high-ranking position. Yoon-sol was indignant. What does the invincible sword emperor even mean? Who talks like that anyway? What is that supposed to be? Her brother had been gone for 14 whole years, and now he's saying things like this. Is he okay? Yoon-sol added that she didn't know what to do. Her parents and older brother weren't around. Does Shin Hyun even understand how hard it was for her? The girl added that Shin Hyun had just suddenly appeared. At that moment, her brother was looking at the family photo, still hanging on the wall. Shin Hyun asked his sister, "So, our parents are already dead?" The young man looked at his sister and asked if he had said anything strange or perhaps been rude. Shin Hyun explained that he had been in a place called Murim. It would take a long time to explain why. The young man asked his sister to tell him everything that had happened while he was away. Shin Hyun asked who the hunters were and what kind of guilds they were. Is there such a thing as leveling up in this world? Yoon-sol asked her brother to stop. It was all too complicated, and her mind couldn't process so much information right now. The girl suddenly said she would tell him everything, but only later. She had an urgent matter to attend to, so she needed to step away. Shin Hyun asked where his sister was going. Yoon-sol replied that she was heading to the Dawn Guild. The protagonist stayed home and decided to wait for his sister there. Shin Hyun looked around and thought that everything here remained untouched, as if he had been here just yesterday. Our hero reflected that he had traveled alone for a long time and reached great heights. Now he needed to be the older brother again. It had been a long time since he'd been in that role. Shin Hyun remembered a man named So Kang Jin, whom his sister had mentioned. He needed to find out everything about him. Suddenly, people appeared in the room, having come here uninvited, of their own accord. Shin Hyun was surprised. What kind of people behave this way? Standing before our hero was So Kang Jin, the leader of the Dawn Guild. The guild leader said he was interested in Cha Yoon-sol, the headquarters of the second largest guild in the country, the Dawn Guild. The girl realized she had simply walked out, but hoped that So Kang Jin hadn't had time to do anything yet, although perhaps he would grab her as soon as she walked in. Yoon-sol heard someone call out to her and turned around. Lee Ji-hae, the deputy head of the Dawn Guild, asked what Yoon-sol was doing there. Lee Ji-hae looked at the girl and asked if something had happened to her. Yoon-sol realized she was facing one of the 4 strongest hunters. Her power was known to everyone, yet it was difficult to comprehend. Yoon-sol decided that she was in a hopeless situation, so it was worth a try. Shin Hyun asked the men if he was the very same So Kang Jin. Didn't his parents teach him to knock on the door? One of the guests asked if perhaps they should go out and knock politely, and they would open the door. After all, they hadn't come here for a housewarming party. One of the guild leader's henchmen asked who this guy even was. So Kang Jin said they weren't interested in that man. He wanted to know where Cha Yoon-sol was right now. Shin Hyun replied by asking if he was looking for Yoon-sol or the one who had killed his son. Our hero added that it was indeed him. Kang Jin turned red with rage. The man raised his hands and shouted loudly. Shin Hyun noted that if his title from Murim sounded strange here, they could call him Mr. Cha Shin Hyun. Our hero added that if the guests understood everything, he was ready to begin. He was eager to see their skills. So Kang Jin drew his blade and lunged at our hero. The protagonist was unarmed, but he didn't back down and prepared to parry his opponent's attack. Lee Ji-hae told Yoon-sol to come with her. Shin Hyun looked at his opponent and thought that there were mysterious powers in the Tao. This same power was similar to the spirit of the sword or the energy of the sword. However, the source of the power here is completely different. Could this be the power of the hunters that Yoon-sol spoke of? Shin Hyun recalled that So Yoon-jong had also used this strange power. It was worth studying it more closely. Kang Jin used the warrior skill consecutive attack. The protagonist remained completely calm. Despite his attack, Kang Jin was unable to harm his opponent. The strike from the head of the Dawn Guild hit its mark, yet our hero remained unharmed. Shin Hyun said that was enough. Now he understood what his opponent was capable of. It really was an amazing power. The guild leader was furious, because this guy had blocked his attacks with his bare hands. Shin Hyun guessed that there were 10 more people like So Kang-jin in this country. The guildmaster's assistants tried to back up their boss, but our hero took them out with a single blow and told them they were getting in the way. So Kang-jin still had no way to cause his opponent even the slightest trouble. The next moment, So Kang-jin used the mage skill Fireball, and Shin Hyun was engulfed in flames. Shin Hyun emerged unscathed once again, stepped right up to the guildmaster, and said that this man had exceeded his expectations. As he spoke, Shin Hyun grabbed his opponent's sword with his bare hand and shattered the blade like fragile porcelain. One of the members of the Dawn Guild was surprised and frightened. What was this guy doing? How could he suppress fire like that? Shin Hyun, in his characteristic calm manner, showed complete indifference to what was happening. The young man recalled his sister's words, who had said he had been gone for a full 14 years. However, he had been absent for much longer. The protagonist decided that his opponent's level was quite high. Their abilities resembled innate talents that had been developed over thousands of years. Could humans really have surpassed Murim in just 14 years? Moreover, there were only a few people like them in every generation. It seemed completely absurd. Shin Hyun thought that he, too, had once been at a low level of cultivation, yet he was much stronger than many others. The protagonist said that their strength meant nothing to him, and that the hierarchy of power in this world had no effect on him. Shin Hyun said he had an interesting idea. Maybe he should reshape the hierarchy and rise to the very top himself. Yoon Sol was driving and couldn't believe her ears. Could it be that the deputy head of a major guild wanted to meet with her brother? Lee Jin-hae was sitting to the driver's right at that moment. Yoon Sol thought her brother was nothing special. Why would Lee Jin-hae need him? Besides, it wasn't clear whether she was a friend or a foe. Lee Jin-hae said that if Yoon Sol let her meet her brother, she would report the incident with So Yoon-jong as an accident. The deputy guild leader said she would talk to her boss. Yoon Sol decided she shouldn't turn down such an offer. The girl asked Lee Jin-hae if she was her brother's enemy. However, the deputy guild leader remained silent in response. Lee Jin-hae recalled that Yoon Sol had told her about her brother's disappearance several years ago. Yoon Sol repeated that it had been 14 years ago. Lee Jin-hae silently concluded, "That means he's 140 years old. It's hard to even imagine how strong he must be." The deputy guildmaster asked what Shin Hyun was like. Yoon Sol replied that he was kind and gentle, but above all, intelligent. Yoon Sol added that he had attended university and sometimes helped her with her homework. The opponent tried to attack Shin Hyun by sneaking up on him from behind. Our hero said he had never encountered such power in Murim. Could Kang-jin use that strange aura again? Shin Hyun abruptly raised his fist and the opponent charged at him, only to be instantly incapacitated. Our hero said he wasn't interested in this guy, so he shouldn't interfere. The guildmaster was at a loss. Shin Hyun told him not to be afraid and to continue. Our hero said he liked his opponent's coldness. You can only find something like that in the Ice Palace, located on the North Sea. Ice dragons were summoned to help. One of the guild members found himself trapped in a block of ice. Shin Hyun said that this guy couldn't handle it, but there was no need to dwell on it. One of the warriors, shield in hand, tried to leave the battle zone, taking advantage of the commotion. The young man told the guild leader that he had been trapped by an ice barrier. So Kang-jin told this warrior that he, with his shield, should be standing at the forefront and stopping the enemy's attacks. But instead, he had decided to cowardly flee, turning his back on them. Shin Hyun suddenly appeared behind the guild leader and said that now it was his turn. So Kang-jin couldn't understand where this guy got his ice magic and such powerful defense. Could that strange beam from his fingers be magic too? But how could this guy stop his attacks? If you looked around, absolutely nothing in the house had been damaged. And this, despite the scale of the battle, this couldn't be a coincidence. The head of the Dawn Guild asked what this guy had done. Could he have been preparing for their arrival? Shin Hyun replied that he had simply used the soul of the sword and covered the entire surrounding area with it. He hadn't been home for a long time. He couldn't very well let them destroy it. Shin Hyun told his opponent that it was very difficult to explain what it actually was. However, as soon as the uninvited guests entered the house, they found themselves in his world. So Kang-jin said that this guy was a real monster, but he wasn't going to die here. The head of the Dawn Guild activated the berserker skill, Rage. Shin Hyun said that to some, he might indeed be a monster. His opponent's aura surged sharply. What does he intend to do now? Shin Hyun noticed that this uninvited guest had lost his mind, and now it was clear that he had become even more insane. Shin Hyung picked up the broken sword and said he wouldn't stand on ceremony with this guy anymore. So Kang Jin was attacked, wounded, and began to bleed out. He collapsed unconscious onto the floor. Shin Hyun said that this guy needed to know his place. He was nothing compared to the invincible Sword Emperor. Yoon Sol told the deputy guildmaster to come in. This was their home, however. The girl was surprised. Why was the door open? Yoon Sol saw the bodies of strangers in the room. Her brother was nearby, trying to clean up the bloodstains on the floor. Her sister asked what had happened. Shin Hyun replied that she was late. Shin Hyun, wringing out a bloodstained rag, said that Yoon Sol shouldn't be surprised. These were guests who had come to their housewarming party. The girl was puzzled as to what housewarming party he was talking about and how it could have turned into a bloody massacre. Yoon Sol demanded an immediate explanation from her older brother about what had actually happened. Shin Hyun said he liked the look on his sister's face. She would be much stronger in the Murim. Lee Ji-hae suggested that things had been quite lively here just a short while ago. Shin Hyun asked who this girl was. Shin Hyun looked closely at Lee Ji-hae and felt his heavenly harmony of pure art begin to resonate. Lee Ji-hae realized that the person in front of her was Mr. Shin Hyun. But who was he really? What was that sound? Lee Ji-hae wondered if Shin Hyun really thought he was the only one who had been there. Early morning had arrived. Yoon Sol was still asleep in her bed. The girl woke up with a start and jumped out of bed. Something had frightened her. Yoon Sol left her room and looked around. There was no one there. Suddenly, a young man came out of the next room. Yoon Sol was surprised. Could it really be Shin Hyun? Her brother asked why she was up so early. Did she really think he might disappear again? Shin Hyun looked different now. Yoon Sol was actually glad because she realized it wasn't a dream. She asked why her brother was waking up so early. The phone rang. Shin Hyun said he had to answer it. A week had already passed since Shin Hyun returned home. Yoon Sol still couldn't get used to it. The situation seemed unreal. Lee Ji-hae met with Shin Hyun, but she never explained anything to his sister. The only thing she told Shin Hyun was that they would meet again. A short while later, people from the guild arrived. They took away the bodies of So Kang Jin and his subordinates. The next day, the TV news reported on the death of So Yoon Jin and the sudden resignation of Chief So Kang Jin. Lee Ji-hae kept the promise she had made to the girl. Yoon Sol was granted a well-deserved extended leave as the sole survivor of the Red Wolf dungeon. One day, Lee Ji-hae called Shin Hyun and invited him to meet. Yoon Sol wondered what the deputy guild leader wanted from her brother. Yoon Sol, seeing her brother off, told him he had to come back safe and sound. Shin Hyun got into the car that had been sent for him. When he met with Lee Ji-hae, the young man asked if she really had nothing better to do. Shin Hyun added that she had been following them around the clock. But what was so interesting about that? Lee Ji-hae was surprised. Had Shin Hyun really noticed she was following him? But she'd done it for his own protection. Over tea, Lee Ji-hae asked if the young man knew about the Kingshan silver needle. She often came here to taste this tea. The girl asked our hero to tell her about his arrival in Murim. Shin Hyun replied that he hadn't particularly enjoyed his encounter with that world, so he would refrain from telling the story. However, he was willing to listen to her. Lee Ji-hae replied that there were currently only 3 returnees from Murim: Mr. Shin Hyun, herself, and Park Tae-hoon, the head of the Twilight Guild. Twilight stands alongside Dawn. They also have a huge number of powerful hunters. However, there are currently disagreements between them, so they don't get along. But once they compared their stories of their time in that world and discovered something. After disappearing 14 years ago, they both found themselves in an unknown cave. On one side was a mysterious treasure called the Heavenly Harmony of Pure Art. On the other side was the exit from the cave. It led to a world called Murim. This was what they had gone through at the very beginning. The girl asked if Mr. Shin Hyun had experienced the same thing. Shin Hyun recalled a message in the system window. The young man had been offered a glimpse of the end of this world if he wanted to return to the original world. Shin Hyun replied to his companion that it had been exactly like that. Lee Ji-hae continued. A few years later, they returned to this world. When they arrived, the era of hunters and dungeons began. She hadn't found anything about that world, but the fact remained, the world's changes were connected to Murim. Lee Ji-hae asked our hero if he knew when hunters and dungeons had first appeared. Shin Hyun replied 14 years ago, after the goddess's revelation. Lee Ji-hae said that was correct. After that, dungeons, monsters, and hunters suddenly appeared, and along with them, classes and skills. All of this strongly resembles RPG games. Shin Hyun asked Lee Ji-hae how she and Park Tae-hoon had returned to Earth. Had they reached the end? The girl replied that they had died there and then returned. Lee Ji-hae asked if it hadn't been the same for Mr. Shin Hyung, and what had happened to him in that world. Shin Hyung thought that perhaps he had witnessed the end of the world and simply walked away. Could he really have returned so easily? Shin Hyung wondered. Could it be that the goddess had sent him there, to Murim? Why would she need all of this? The protagonist thought that for reaching the maximum level, the goddess had merely sent him to Earth. Didn't it seem like reaching the end deserved a reward far greater than this? Shin Hyun believed that the reward should have been at least an answer to his question. He had achieved everything through blood and sweat, yet he still hadn't received any answers. The protagonist asked Lee Ji-hae why she had actually invited him and what she wanted from him. The girl suggested that the young man take a walk in nature. Lee Ji-hae noted that for the Dawn Guild, Park Tae-hoon and his entire Twilight Guild were enemies, and the daily conflicts never ceased. Now director So Kang-jin had also died. Lee Ji-hae pointed out that since Shin Hyun was the one who had dealt with their leader, the young man must take responsibility. Lee Ji-hae suggested that the young man join the Dawn Guild. She promised him a high position and assured him of fame and fortune. How could he possibly refuse such an offer? Shin Hyun replied that it was difficult for him to ignore a request from his sister's boss, but he was forced to refuse. Lee Ji-hae was surprised by his response. Shin Hyun replied, because he is his own man. Shin Hyun added that, on top of everything else, he couldn't submit to someone weaker than him. Lee Ji-hae suggested they test right here and now to see which of them was weaker. The young man added that Lee Ji-hae knew very well. 1 year here was equal to 10 years in Murim. That explained a lot. Lee Ji-hae noted that age isn't always proportional to skill and strength. Shin Hyun agreed with this statement, but said that no one who had lived there for 300 years would be stronger than him. Lee Ji-hae said she had to disagree with that and activated the opening of the barrier, the origin skill Shadow Play. The young man noticed that some of his senses had faded and the space around him had grown darker. The radius of effect was 50 meters. In Murim, creating such a formation would have taken a great deal of time and effort. Lee Ji-hae said that this was her origin skill. The young man could consider it a new space that mimicked the real world. From the outside, it looks as if they have vanished. Lee Ji-hae added that it was called the blooming of the blood plum in Murim, and with this skill she had never failed an assassination mission. Shin Hyun said that now everything was clear to him. He was facing an assassin. It was like fighting against water with his hands tied. Lee Ji-hae remarked that getting out of here was quite simple. All he had to do was destroy her or die himself. Shin Hyun was surprised. Was the girl really trying to kill him? Should he be afraid? However, this skill, it seemed, wasn't just meant for locking him in. Lee Ji-hae, dagger in hand, found herself right next to her opponent. Shin Hyun used hand-to-hand combat techniques and threw the girl aside. The protagonist was surprised when he realized that his opponent was capable of changing the direction of the daggers with one hand. It was a unique form of weaponry. Shin Hyun said that standing before him was Murim's best assassin, the Dark King Moonlight of the Bloody Path. Lee Ji-hae asked, so, did the young man recognize her at first glance? Shin Hyung replied that he had met a guy who claimed to be her successor. However, that guy was still young back then, so he instantly destroyed him. Shin Hyun said he would give the girl 3 chances. She must use her Murim skills. If she could harm him, he would join Dawn. Lee Ji-hae jumped to her feet and said she didn't mind. They were in agreement on this matter. This struck our hero as surprising it was, as if all emotion had vanished from her world. It felt as though there was nothing here. He felt like a lost kitten in a vast world. Could this really be the power of her skill? Shin Hyun, using his unique abilities, parried his opponent's attack and sent the girl flying far backward. Our hero said she was doing quite well. Lee Ji-hae attacked again, and Shin Hyung once more diffused the attack. Lee Ji-hae knew that the strongest person in Murim was Shaolin Shinsong, who had lived for 150 years. Shin Hyun had lived there for about the same amount of time. They were likely comparable in strength. The girl surmised that her opponent was the strongest person in that world. Shin Hyun replied that this was not far from the truth. Lee Ji-hae wondered why he was so indifferent to this. Lee Ji-hae asked if by defeating him now she would become the strongest in Murim. Shin Hyun replied that she would, but could she actually do it? Lee Ji-hae activated her killer skill, Shadow Daggers. Shin Hyun looked up and saw a swarm of energy daggers hurtling toward him at high speed. In response, Shin Hyun activated the Soul of the Sword skill. The girl's attack was repelled. Lee Ji-hae thought it was simply unbelievable. At some point, Lee Ji-hae realized that her body was no longer obeying her. Something was holding her back. Lee Ji-hae knew she had 2 failed attempts left. Would she be able to do anything on the third? The third attempt also failed. Lee Ji-hae decided that was the end, but Shin Hyun suggested she continue. Lee Ji-hae admitted defeat. Lee Ji-hae noted that this wouldn't happen again. However, in light of this, she wanted to ask one question. She asked what Shin Hyun had actually done. For a moment, it seemed to her that she was fighting an invincible being from beyond this world. Shin Hyun had assumed that would be the case if they fought in that space. An ordinary person would have been destroyed there, even if their power was beyond the limit. Lee Ji-hae said she had survived. Just how strong was this guy? Shin Hyun told the girl that her combination of martial arts and skills was quite effective. The young man added that he wanted to accept Lee Ji-hae's offer. As agreed, the guild would support him financially and provide him with information, and he, in turn, would help them. The protagonist noted that he would not be a member of the guild and would remain an outsider. Shin Hyun noted that this could to some extent be considered an alliance. He wouldn't want to be bossed around, but he wouldn't refuse their help either. Lee Ji-hae agreed, but Shin Hyun had to promise her something. He would not support any guild other than Dawn. Shin Hyun declared that he was the invincible emperor of the sword and therefore would not break his word. The young people shook hands. The young man asked that the Dawn Guild remove all security and surveillance. He had tolerated it only because of his sister's work. Lee Ji-hae reiterated that she had no intention of harming the young man's family. Shin Hyun thanked her for her understanding. The protagonist apologized to the girl. Lee Ji-hae was surprised what had happened. The young man noted that he had provoked her with his 3 attempts. His true goal was to witness the skill of one of the strongest people in the world. Lee Ji-hae thanked the young man for his kind words, but said she saw nothing wrong with it. Thanks to that, she was able to gather the resolve to try to destroy him. Shin Hyun noted that Lee Ji-hae had been aiming for vital organs from the very beginning. Shin Hyun asked why Lee Ji-hae had chosen the path of a killer. The girl was surprised. Did Shin Hyun really think about such things? In that cave, she had nearly lost her mind, and in that state, she had been overcome by a mad desire to destroy someone. That was how it all happened. Shin Hyun said he had been thinking about that the whole time. The driver, glancing at his watch, waited for the deputy guild master to return. When the girl got into the car, the driver asked if everything was okay. Judging by her appearance, she had even used shadow play. The girl replied that even with that skill, she hadn't been able to touch her opponent with a dagger. Lee Ji-hae added that this guy had exceeded all her expectations. She had expended a lot of energy but hadn't achieved the result. Recalling that battle, Lee Ji-hae thought that Shin Hyun in fact hadn't even attacked her once. What's more, she had no idea how he had blocked her daggers. It was a complete defeat. The driver said he thought it would be better if Shin Hyun didn't join the Twilight Guild. Maybe they should send him to the Festival of the Sun. Lee Ji-hae realized that to stop Park Tae-hoon, an alliance with Shin Hyun was necessary. She was ready to do anything for it. The girl recalled the advice she had been given, that she must follow his will and submit to the heavenly warrior. Lee Ji-hae said they must do everything in their power to help Shin Hyun. Shin Hyun came home and said he was back. His sister threw herself into his arms. Shin Hyun asked why Yoon Sol was acting as if she were trying to tear him apart. The girl told him to shut up immediately. Yoon Sol told her brother not to go anywhere next time. There's no need to take risks, he could just stay home. And she increasingly feels that he might disappear, just like before. Shin Hyun said he understood how his sister felt, but he wanted to become a hunter. Yoon Sol was surprised. Does her brother really want to die that badly? Shin Hyun placed an object on the table and said he had received this mystical cube from Lee Ji-hae. She said that with its help, he would be able to access the hunter's status window. Yoon Sol said she was ready to take a look at it. Shin Hyun took the cube in his hands and said he was ready to begin. The mystical cube began to glow. However, the cube vanished as if it had melted away. Shin Hyun said that Lee Ji-hae had tricked him. Yoon Sol said that was exactly how it was supposed to be. Now her brother had to shout the phrase, status window. Shin Hyun repeated those words, and a status window did indeed appear before him. It was a status window from Murim. The young man had never seen anything like it before. This was the first time it had happened, which meant all of this proved his power from that world. Yoon Sol stepped closer and said that the status window in front of her was that of a hunter. She needed to check what class her brother was. Yoon Sol studied the information and said that her brother should forget about it. The path of a hunter wasn't for him. Shin Hyun was surprised. Why? Yoon Sol explained that hunters are divided into 6 classes: warrior, tank, mage, priest, archer, and assassin. If you include the higher classes, there are many more, but these 6 are the main ones. Yoon Sol noted that she is an archer, and her advanced class is sniper. Primary classes are innate, they cannot be changed. Yoon Sol said that her brother had no class, which meant he never had a chance from the start, and never would. The girl noted that one can become a hunter even without a class. The whole issue is just a matter of skills. Yoon Sol believed that her brother would give up soon. To level up, a hunter needs experience. Experience points can only be earned by fighting monsters, but this requires skills. Unlike hunters with one of the 6 main classes, classless hunters have no skills. Of course, they can be acquired using skill cubes. The cheapest cube with the hand-to-hand combat skill costs 20 million coins. The fencing cube is even more expensive. Hunters with classes automatically acquire skills as they level up, while those without a class have to constantly spend money. Yoon Sol wondered, could her brother really have that kind of money? Shin Hyun remembered, after all, he had Lee Ji-hae. That girl must have a lot of money since she's the deputy head of the Dawn Guild. Yoon Sol was upset. Her plan hadn't worked. Shin Hyun thought he might have problems if it weren't for his alliance with Lee Ji-hae, but that wasn't the biggest issue. Shin Hyun was surprised. Why didn't he have a class? After all, he was a genius the likes of whom Murim would never see again. Yet he lacked the talent of a hunter. Kyeoksan Mountain, the Dawn Guild's training dungeon. A rabbit hops across the lawn. This dungeon is known to everyone as the Rabbit Dungeon, and the rabbits here are monsters. Yoon Sol took a successful shot with her bow, and her brother said they had caught a rabbit. The girl remarked that with that kind of attitude, all novice hunters end up failing. Shin Hyun said that definitely wouldn't happen to him and picked up the crystal that had fallen from the rabbit. The young man asked, "Is this what they call the monster stone? I heard you can trade it for money?" Yoon Sol explained that it was an eco-friendly natural resource that yielded a massive amount of energy when processed. Thanks to these crystals, nuclear power plants had disappeared everywhere, and now even mining had become more profitable. Yoon Sol noted that caution was necessary. No matter how strong her brother was, he didn't know what might happen in the dungeon. At that moment, Shin Hyun wasn't listening to his sister anymore. He was busy slaying monsters to boost his wealth. Yoon Sol thought that her brother wasn't even listening to her. Why was she even saying all this? As expected, defeating monsters with normal attacks didn't grant any experience. The protagonist thought he should have asked Lee Ji-hae about the skill. Yoon Sol said there was no need to worry. After all, they had an entire dungeon at their disposal, and her brother would easily be able to get the hang of this skill. The girl didn't know what kind of contract her brother had with the deputy guild master. But Lee Ji-hae was an unusual person. She was sure that Ji-hae would try to make the most of this situation. Shin Hyun took his sister by the hand and said he'd found a slightly better spot and wanted to show it to her. Yoon Sol saw the rabbits and asked how many there were. Shin Hyun replied that he had counted them, exactly 337. Yoon Sol reached for her bow and said there were too many of them here, and her brother was still just a beginner. Shin Hyun replied that there was nothing to worry about. Shin Hyun thought he had never felt such shame. How could he, the invincible sword emperor, who had trained with a sword for several hundred years, have a D rank in fencing? On top of that, he didn't even have a class, not a single one. Shin Hyun was furious and thought they were playing a joke on him again. The young man stomped his foot and the ground began to crack. The protagonist drew his blade and directed his aggression at the monster rabbits. His sister screamed that Shin Hyun was a real fool. She was scared and nearly fainted. Shin Hyun thought he was tired of listening to this constant nagging. The system started constantly popping up messages. Shin Hyun was surprised. Could the system actually be trying to help him? The young man slashed the status window with his blade and said that it was only getting in the way. Shin Hyun attacked the rabbits and declared that no one dared to teach him fencing. The protagonist recalled the days when he was still in Murim. There was no one there who could match him. Our hero believed that his skills had emerged 14 years ago. All the monsters were destroyed. Shin Hyun said the system still needed 100 years to teach him. The system windows appeared again. The guy declared that they were annoying him once more. The system reported that his fencing proficiency had reached Class A. Shin Hyun asked his sister if the window used to close like that before. How could he change the settings? Yoon Sol asked what her brother had just done. The young man replied that he didn't know, he didn't understand these things. All his fencing power should be displayed somewhere in the system. Could this be a glitch? Yoon Sol was surprised. What kind of speed did her brother have? he had instantly reached Class A. Shin Hyun recalled his sister mentioning that experience points could be earned even with a passive skill that didn't require active use. The young man said he simply wanted to make his life easier in the future. After all, now he could use his martial arts to gain experience. Shin Hyun noted that the country's strongest hunters, Lee Ji-hae and Park Tae-hoon, must have also obtained their origin skills. Yoon Sol told her brother that she wanted to know something. She had suspected as much ever since his victory over So Kang-jin, but today she saw his power with her own eyes and was amazed. What happened in the Red Wolf dungeon might not happen again anytime soon. However, there's no guarantee it won't happen in the future. She had been leading the team then, and if not for her weakness, they would have survived. Yoon Sol declared that she no longer wanted to regret such moments. The girl knew she could never become as strong as her older brother. But could he at least teach her something about martial arts? Shin Hyun told his sister not to get worked up and that he would of course tell her everything. The young man added that he had never had students before, but he would still be strict. Our hero thought that his sister would always be by his side now. She had to learn to stand up for herself. Shin Hyun thought aloud that this made sense and suggested moving on to the next spot. Yoon Sol was surprised. Had he already marked all the spots? The young people changed locations. The sister asked what would happen next since he had already mastered fencing. Would Shin Hyung continue to use his warrior skills? Shin Hyung replied that he could now level up by using his powers. The young man added that in his situation, the path ahead as a hunter was still unclear. Although he can now use his martial arts, he needs to learn certain class-specific skills. Shin Hyung thought that Lee Ji-hae, a former assassin, had managed to combine her skills in martial arts, which made her significantly stronger. The young man decided that he also needed to find skills compatible with his martial arts. Shin Hyun didn't wait for his sister and rushed into the thick of the monsters, where there were significantly more rabbits. Our hero decided he could combine any skills with his own power. However, he saw skills that were difficult to combine with his powers. One of the skills was called Mage Skill, Fireball. Yoon Sol was worried and said that her brother shouldn't keep going at this pace. Shin Hyung thought this was a new field that could be combined with martial arts and decided to become a mage. After some time, our hero familiarized himself with both systems and realized that there was a significant gap between the Merim system and the Hunter system. The Merim status window shows only physical stats. There is nothing else there besides external and internal levels. Yoon Sol, holding a bag of crystals from monster rabbits, said that now they didn't have to worry about expenses. Shin Hyun decided that any knowledge would be useful to him in Merim. The Hunter's status window displays everything, from strength to spirit. It is more flexible in its settings and has many functions. The nature of these systems varies, as if they were created by different people with similar abilities. This system grants experience and resources for defeated monsters. Rewards are received instantly, creating a solid foundation for growth. In Merimi, the path to mastery is much slower and more dangerous. To achieve a breakthrough there, you must spend a tremendous amount of time practicing and risk your life to hone your skills. The legendary hero of the past, the Heavenly Warrior, became a god in legend. It was he who wrote the Heavenly Harmony of Pure Art. This ancient treasure is what many in Merim fought over. There, our hero woke up in a cave, not realizing at first where he was. At the time, he thought this was natural, but he overlooked something. If the being who gave the human world the Hunter system is a goddess, then does that mean the being who sent him to Merim is the Heavenly Warrior? With Lee Ji-hae's support, a whole month has already passed since our hero began wandering the dungeons, leveling up. Our hero had a strange feeling, as if he were still not on Earth. A chicken monster appeared before the young man. Shin Hyun reached level 22. The protagonist thought he really wanted some freshly cooked chicken. On top of everything else, Shin Hyung was teaching his sister about the structure of blood vessels in the human body. The young man had also learned to speak the common tongue and believed it was too late for his sister to start learning martial arts at her age. However, there was one solution. One day, Yoon Sol asked what had happened to her brother. Shin Hyun warned the girl, even if she started bleeding, she must not cry or scream. Yoon Sol was surprised. Why did her brother say that so suddenly? Shin Hyung pierced her meridians and channeled his power directly into her. Thanks to this, Yoon Sol was able to make progress. After another archery practice, Yoon Sol noticed that everything was going well, and she was now truly seeing progress. When they met, Lee Ji-hae expressed hope that Shin Hyun was doing well and added that she wanted to get straight to the point. Shin Hyun noted that Ji-hae, as usual, didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. The girl agreed that this was a unique trait of her character. The young man remarked that the deputy guild leader hadn't called in a long time. Could she be up to something? The answer was yes. Lee Ji-hae asked if Mr. Shin Hyun would like to go on a date with her. Shin Hyun replied that such invitations were new to him and he would pass. Lee Ji-hae said he shouldn't turn her down so quickly. Ji-hae mentioned that a new dungeon had opened in Pushon. The dungeon had a danger level of 10. The recommended level was between 45 and 50. Only high-ranking hunters were allowed into such a dungeon. It wasn't the best place to go with someone at level 20. Lee Ji-hae added that if Mr. Shin Hyun were her companion, things would be different. Shin Hyun asked, is Ji-hae inviting him to go into the dungeon together? But why? The girl explained that high-level dungeons have a hunter-quality control system. Besides, she wants Shin Hyun to grow stronger as a hunter more quickly. Shin Hyun asked, does Ji-hae want to speed up his improvement? Lee Ji-hae was surprised. Who even uses words like that? Although for people who have lived for over a century, it's normal. Shin Hyun replied that whatever their alliance might be, he supports Lee Ji-hae. But why does she want to make him stronger? Lee Ji-hae asked if the young man had heard of the Festival of the Sun. It is an annual event held between dawn and dusk. It helps showcase the full power of the country's strongest guilds. Although on the surface it looks like a way to strengthen relations between guilds, in reality it's a competition that determines the balance of power. It can be compared to small-scale wars. Right now there is a struggle between dawn and dusk for control of the dungeons. The main battles take place inside the dungeons. All of this resembles the beginning of a major war. Shin Hyun asked what these guilds were fighting for. If it's over interests, then that's foolish. Lee Ji-hae explained that it's all because of Park Tae-hoon. Things used to be stable, but at some point, he went after power like a madman. Lee Ji-hae added that at some point, Park Tae-hoon began to obey the Heavenly Warrior. Shin Hyun asked what the relationship was between the Heavenly Warrior and Park Tae-hoon. Lee Ji-hae replied that she didn't know anything about the Heavenly Warrior either. She had only heard that Tae-hoon received a message in the Murim status window. She added that she couldn't confirm if this was true, since status windows aren't visible to anyone else. However, even if he did receive an order from the Heavenly Warrior, she still doesn't understand why he's acting this way, since they used to be friends. They were close as the only people who had survived the horror of Murim. Lee Ji-hae once again asked the young man to participate in the Festival of the Sun as an ally of the Dawn Guild. As they approached the car, the conversation continued. The girl stated that the balance of power had recently shifted in favor of Twilight. It's all because they're capturing all the dungeons and conducting frequent raids. Ji-hae added that if this fact were to be revealed at the Festival of the Sun, it would spell the end for Dawn. She noted that at such a critical moment, they had lost their guild leader, So Kang Jin, who had been their main strength. At that moment, the protagonist felt a pang of guilt. Shin Hyun said he understood the situation in general terms, but still hadn't heard the reason why his growth as a hunter would be beneficial. Ji-hae replied that the Festival of the Sun is broadcast worldwide, and there will be a lot of foreign press there. Ji-hae asked if Shin Hyun planned to showcase his martial arts to the whole world. It would be difficult to prove that the young man came from Murim, and the hunter's envy was guaranteed. The girl asked if Shin Hyun was ready to stand up to the World Hunters Association. The young man replied that he would rather not. Lee Ji-hae remarked, "That is precisely why Shin Hyun should use only hunter skills at the Festival of the Sun." Lee Ji-hae said approvingly that it was good the young man had agreed. Ji-hae opened the suitcase and showed 6 magic cubes containing skills. There was also one each of the highest level mage and sorcerer skills. Shin Hyun thought that he would still like to meet Park Tae-hoon. The girl placed a stack of papers with printed text in front of the young man. She said that, unlike in Murim, there were legal procedures here. These were official documents confirming the alliance with Dawn. Ji-hae added that this would confirm the young man's assistance and their support. There was also an official registration document for the hunter and the guild. Shin Hyun was surprised. Why would he need to register the guild? Ji-hae explained that for mercenary hunters, the registration process for the Festival of the Sun is very complicated. Problems could also arise when processing the documents confirming their alliance. Lee Ji-hae asked the young man how much all these cubes cost. "It's worth signing this contract just for them." Shin Hyun was surprised. Why didn't they tell him about this right away? Shin Hyun began signing the documents and grumbled that there were so many of them. The protagonist had to come up with a name for the guild. The girl said it was just a formality. He could write down any phrase. The young man settled on the martial arts guild. Our hero felt as if he were shuttling back and forth between home and the dungeon every day, as if he were going to school. He was currently in the Viverne dungeon in Pushon. Lee Ji-hae warned him to be careful. Maybe they weren't that strong individually, but there were a terrifying number of them here. Shin Hyun stated that he sensed more than 3,000 monsters here. The young man was determined and said that for him, the more targets the better. After a while, Lee Ji-hae asked how Shin Hyung had mastered the skills, since only a few hours had passed. Shin Hyung explained that magical power and controlling the body's energy are very similar. Lee Ji-hae admitted that she wouldn't have been able to do it. The girl said he shouldn't overdo it, or he'd end up exhausted. Shin Hyun replied that she shouldn't worry, since he was a martial arts mage. Ji-hae said that it seemed unfair. Shin Hyung was surprised. Aren't the monsters in dungeons always the same type? A man on the riverbank was taking fish food out of a bucket. This was the villa of Park Tae-hoon, leader of the Twilight Guild. An assistant approached and addressed the leader. The leader's assistant, Soo Ha-cheol, reported that they had received information about Lee Ji-hae's suspicious whereabouts. The assistant added that they had a new recruit whom they were doing their utmost to support. Word was that they had gone together to clear out a dungeon. Park Tae-hoon tossed some fish food into the water and pondered the information he had received. Soo Ha-cheol added that this hunter is Yoon Sol's brother. The girl is one of the leaders of the Dawn group. The guy's name is Shin Hyun. However, there is one oddity. He disappeared for 14 years but recently reappeared. Park Tae-hoon asked where this guy had been all those 14 years. The aide replied that intelligence had still not been able to determine this. Soo Ha-cheol said that intelligence had discovered something else. So Kang Jin hadn't resigned. He had simply disappeared. The last thing he did was go to Yoon Sol to teach her a lesson for his son's death. Kang Tae-hoon said that in that case, Shin Hyun was to blame. Park Tae-hoon suggested that this guy was most likely from the Murim. Shin Hyun gathered a large number of monsters again and said that was great. He called it good entertainment. The protagonist knew that trying out new skills was a lot of fun. Lee Ji-hae said that an entire hour had already passed. However, the young man showed no signs of fatigue. Shin Hyun noted that he was almost finished. Shin Hyun remembered that among the skill cubes was a life exchange cube. It's an emergency skill capable of exchanging health points for mana points. Shin Hyun noted that in Murim, after reaching the external and internal levels, an ethereal body is formed. As the energy in the body increases, it tends toward infinity. After reaching a certain level, one can become eternal. This state is sustained by the body's energy. If energy is infinite, life is eternal. Therefore, with the life exchange skill, he can draw upon it without limit. Shin Hyun said that, in other words, he has an inexhaustible source of energy, even if they are two different types of martial arts. Once the limit of one is reached, it will be easier to reach the limit of the other. Nothing is unattainable if you reach the limit at one level. Ji-hae was surprised, could this really be possible? Shin Hyun said that before the battle with the dungeon boss, he would wipe out all the small fry remaining in the area. Lee Ji-hae thought that strength wasn't this man's only achievement. His character was also strong. The girl thought she had done something foolish. Not only had she tried to use him, but she had also wanted to destroy him. With a man like that, there was no need to worry about the Festival of the Sun. Lee Ji-hae thought that under different circumstances, she too could have reached that level. The girl wasn't afraid of heights, and she climbed higher than the mountains to effectively attack the wyvern. The deputy guildmaster decided she should return and raise the dungeon's danger level. The level here is significantly higher than originally anticipated. Besides, there are flying monsters here, and they're very difficult to deal with. What kind of raid would work best? It's best to take 5 hunters, a tank, a mage, an archer, a priest, and a melee fighter. Lee Ji-hae looked up and saw a huge monster above her. Where was it headed? The girl couldn't understand how monsters of different levels could appear in the dungeon. Lee Ji-hae and the enormous monster found themselves in close proximity to one another. The beast opened its jaws and roared loudly. The girl sensed an unbearable stench emanating from the depths of the creature. Lee Ji-hae sensed a demonic power, but this was clearly not on the level of ordinary monsters. Something was wrong with the dungeon system. Shin Hyun was delighted and said, "Finally, the boss has appeared." Our hero picked up the girl and moved her to another spot. Ji-hae asked, "Did Shin Young really know about this monster?" Shin Young reminded her that this was the dungeon boss. When the entire dungeon is conquered, stronger monsters appear. The young man added that he had been waiting for this monster to appear on purpose, because bosses should be dealt with last. Shin Hyun set the girl down on the ground and said she'd gotten distracted, but there was no need to worry. The protagonist noted that it was time for dinner. What would Lee Ji-hae like to eat? Does the girl like grilled food? Ji-hae pointed out that now was not the right time for dinner. Shin Hyun activated his unique abilities and told Ji-hae to rely on him. They would definitely be having grilled chicken tonight. Shin Hyun prepared to battle the boss monster. Lee Ji-hae looked at the approaching danger and was surprised. She wondered if Mr. Shin Hyun could hear her. He had said he was going to use magic, but this looked more like ordinary attacks. However, upon closer inspection, Ji-hae noticed that every one of his strikes was imbued with pure magic. It seemed unbelievable. Ji-hae noticed that a portal had opened in the sky. She shouted for Shin Hyun to get away from there immediately. As always, the protagonist remained calm and level-headed. Lee Ji-hae decided to rush to his aid, for it was a monster from the portal. There were too many of them. Ji-hae shouted for Shin Hyun to get out of there immediately. Lee Ji-hae realized that the young man couldn't hear her, which meant she had to break through to him. The smaller monsters were protecting the boss, but they were moving involuntarily. It was clear that the large monsters were commanding the smaller ones. That's why they were shielding the smaller ones with their bodies. The girl understood that to win, she had to defeat the big ones first. But how could she get close to that monster? Ji-hae looked up and wondered if Shin Hyun was okay. It seemed as though the young man had stayed there on purpose. Lee Ji-hae didn't understand what this guy was thinking. After all, he could have communicated with her through a telepathic link. This was the first time the girl had encountered such anomalies. No matter how strong Mr. Shin Hyun was, this was extremely dangerous. Ji-hae mounted one of the monsters and flew upward. All the monsters were focused on their boss. Lee Ji-hae silently pleaded for Shin Hyun to hold on a little longer. It would be easier without these anomalous monsters. Lee Ji-hae flew quite close, jumped up, and plunged her dagger into the boss monster's body. Now she was hanging in the air, holding onto the dagger. Ji-hae knew she had been spotted, but she had to be bold. Lee Ji-hae plunged downward and flew into the monster's open maw. She said he was too late for a one-on-one fight. The girl held daggers in her hands. Lee Ji-hae declared that no monster was a worthy opponent for her. The shadow play skill was activated. Unexpectedly, a barrier opened. The girl hadn't expected this. On the other side of the portal, she saw a huge number of monsters. Now Lee Ji-hae could clearly see the young man. He radiated energy, and there were no monsters around him. Lee Ji-hae was surprised once again. However, he had summoned swords without a source of power. How could he control so many swords on his own? Just how much energy was in his body? She decided it was time to stop pretending to be a hunter. Lee Ji-hae said that thanks to Mr. Shin Hyun, they had managed to handle it. But what if this happened in the other dungeons? The girl wondered if they could handle such portals under the current dungeon danger level system. Moreover, the question of their destruction would arise. She realized she was spending too much time on the Festival of the Sun. An investigation needed to be conducted immediately. Shin Hyun was examining the latest crystal they had received. It was clear that Park Tae-hoon wouldn't let this slide. In any case, he would find out about the investigation. If an investigation began, the Twilight Guild would instantly destroy the Dawn Guild. Shin Hyun asked his companion what she was thinking about. The young man showed her the crystal and asked what it was and why this stone was different from other monster stones. Ji-hae explained that it was a monster skill stone. The young man was quite lucky. Stones of this size are rare. Lee Ji-hae noted that monsters like this also appear extremely rarely. The girl put on a serious expression and said once again that she wanted to talk to Mr. Shin Hyun about something. About a month had passed. The young men were discussing the list of participants for the Festival of the Sun and speculating about what would happen this time. The young people recalled Shin Hyun's name. There are a lot of rumors about this guy online. They say he became a hunter just a month ago. The young man sitting on the bench next to him had heard that Shin Hyun was supported by the Dawn Guild. At the meeting, the boss was furious. This guy had been chosen as a member of Dawn. However, his level and skills were unknown, and it was unclear where he had been for the past 14 years. The assistant bowed his head and apologized. It was an emergency meeting of the leaders at the Twilight Guild headquarters. Park Tae-hoon, the leader of the Twilight Guild, told Director Park not to worry. Park Tae-hoon asked the director to sit down and added that the Dawn Guild had acted very hastily. They had revealed their hand much earlier than expected. However, they would have to reveal theirs as well, because who knows, is it a bluff or the jackpot? Park Tae-hoon added that we must destroy the seeds of their power before they take root. The guild member glanced at his watch and noted that the time had come. Why is no one here? After a while, the young man spotted the person he was waiting for and waved to him. The Twilight Guild member thanked Mr. Shin Hyun for accepting the invitation. Shin Hyun remembered that his sister had asked him to adjust his tone slightly during the conversation. He extended his hand and greeted Su Chul-ho. Chul-ho said it was a great honor to meet Shin Hyun. Su Chul-ho's goal at this meeting was reconnaissance, to find out as much as possible about this man. Shin Hyun looked at the young man and wondered, if everyone in the Twilight Guild was this scatterbrained, was there any need to worry about them? Su Chul-ho took a magical device called a soundproof barrier out of his bag. It creates a barrier that blocks out external sounds. Chul-ho warned that their voices wouldn't leak through the barrier either. This device was perfect for private conversations. Suha Chul-ho asked if Mr. Shin Hyun had any idea what this conversation would be about. The young man noted that the Twilight Guild would like to form an alliance with the Dawn Guild. Shin Hyun wondered what this guild was thinking. He asked, didn't they see the participants of the Festival of the Sun? He already had a partner in the Dawn Guild. Suha Chul stated that he was aware of this. It was also known that Dawn was putting all its efforts into Mr. Shin Hyung's development. They were aware of the incident involving the disappearance of director So Kang-jin. They had even found out about a joint dungeon raid with Lee Ji-hae, the deputy leader of the Dawn Guild. Su Chul-ho noted that, despite everything, Shin Hyun still did not join the Dawn Guild. Suha Chul added that they had figured this out because of Shin Hyun's close relationship with the Dawn Guild. Asking him once again to join their guild, he promised terms far better than those offered by Dawn. Shin Hyun thought these guys were bolder than he had expected. It would be hard to ignore this. Su Chul-ho suggested discussing the specific terms of their support. Shin Hyun said there was no need to continue. The protagonist turned around and headed for the exit. He said he had come here only to find out why they had invited him. However, it had been a waste of time. Su Chul-ho was surprised, since Shin Hyun hadn't even listened to their proposal. The young man said they were prepared to offer twice the amount promised by their opponents. Shin Hyun replied that he had promised Lee Ji-hae not to accept their offer. The protagonist added that he was a man who wasn't particularly interested in money. Suha Chul-ho asked Shin Hyun not to leave. The guild employee didn't know what to do. The man in the cap asked Su Chul-ho how long he planned to stand there. Chul-ho was surprised when he realized it was the guild master who had called out to him. Park Tae-hoon approached the young man and reminded him that he had asked him to keep this conversation going as long as possible. An earpiece peeked out of Park Tae-hoon's ear, allowing him to eavesdrop on the conversation. The guild master added that otherwise, there would be no point in eavesdropping on them. Su Chul-ho said he deeply regretted his ignorance. Park Tae-hoon was puzzled. What did this guy really want? After listening to Shin Hyun's story, Lee Ji-hae surmised that Park Tae-hoon was very upset. Shin Hyun said that the head of the Twilight Guild most likely knew he was from Rome. However, Heavenly Harmony of Pure Art didn't ring a bell. Shin Hyun noted that when he entered the cafe, he sensed someone's energy. Lee Ji-hae's assumption was confirmed. Park Tae-hoon is very cautious. Shin Hyun said that because of his caution, Park Tae-hoon wouldn't touch Lee Ji-hae just yet. The young man asked how the investigation into the dungeons was going. She replied that they hadn't received any information about such anomalies yet, at least not since the last time. Lee Ji-hae added that if Shin Hyung hadn't taken on this investigation, she wouldn't have known what to do. Shin Hyung remarked that it wasn't difficult for him, and besides, it was helping him level up. Lee Ji-hae said she had no other requests. Shin Hyun noticed that her tone was very somber. What had actually happened? Yoon Sol was standing next to the young man. She asked if her brother had finished his conversation. Shin Hyung told his sister that he had already spoken with him so they could go about their business. The young people arrived at the cemetery where their parents were buried. Yoon Sol told their parents that her brother had returned. Shin Hyun stood silently, thinking about eternity. The young man looked at the family photos. He realized that he had changed a great deal since then. However, even seeing his parents' ashes, he felt nothing. Shin Hyun decided he shouldn't show his sister this other side of himself. Yoon Sol asked if her brother was okay. The girl noticed that Shin Hyun didn't look sad or upset at all. Yoon Sol asked why her brother was silent. Could it really be that he felt nothing? Shin Hyun said that he remained the same brother without a sister, but he couldn't show what he had lost. Yoon Sol asked if Shin Hyun knew that he looked the strangest right now. That was his apology, and it wasn't what she wanted to hear. The girl remembered how Shin Hyun used to carry her on his back when she was little, and she burst into tears. Yoon Sol asked why he had changed so much. Even now, he looked too normal. She wanted to see the brother she once knew. Shin Hyung replied that it had been a very long time ago, and he couldn't go back to being the same. The young man thought he shouldn't have come here. Why had he changed? He too wanted to know why this had happened to him. The Murim status window activated. The man in chains asked if Shin Hyung still considered himself human. Shin Hyung was surprised. What was going on this time? The protagonist noticed that this man was still only speaking one-sidedly. Who was he anyway? Shin Hyun asked, "Are you the heavenly warrior?" The man in chains said he would take everything away from the young man again. He just had to wait. Shin Hyun called him a madman. Our hero realized he didn't know who this guy was or why he wanted to do this. However, if he wanted to, he could give it a try. Otherwise, he would find him himself and tear him to pieces. Shin Hyun declared that he wouldn't give up what belonged to him to anyone in the world. Yoon Sol turned around and was surprised. Had her brother really not followed her? A few days passed. The girl hosting the show said that the day had finally arrived. Today, everyone will see the heroes exploring dungeons and hunting monsters. She knows that many have been waiting for this celebration. No need to worry, they've waited for this day. The biggest event in the country is about to begin. The festival is set to begin at the country's largest sports complex. At the same time, this festival is not just entertainment, but also a way to strengthen ties between guilds. Battles between hunters, you can only see that at the Festival of the Sun. Shin Hyun thought this festival was more like the Olympic Games. Lee Ji-hae pointed out that there is a big difference between them. It is the hunters who attract the most interest from the public. The hunter's strength is similar to what you see in movies. It looks much more exciting. It also helps improve the hunter's image. Lee Ji-hae looked at the young man's expression and realized that he was having a hard time right now. The girl asked if Shin Hyun had had a falling out with his sister. Ever since they arrived here, there had been a strange atmosphere between the brother and sister. Ji-hae asked what had happened between them. Had Shin Hyun done something wrong again? Shin Hyun was surprised that this girl could tell something was wrong. Shin Hyun asked Lee Ji-hae to find him a house. It had to be somewhere quiet and secluded. Ji-hae was surprised. What did that mean? The young man replied that he had received a message in the Murim status window. The protagonist added that he didn't know the sender's intentions. However, someone known as the God of the Heavens had set their sights on him. The young man added that he didn't even know what his opponent would turn out to be. Shin Hyun admitted that his only weakness was his sister, Yoon Sol. Lee Ji-hae said she didn't understand. Had Mr. Shin Hyun really received a message from a heavenly warrior, and so suddenly at that? Even if all of this were true, it would be better for the young man to stay with his sister. It would be unwise to live apart for her own good. Shin Hyun, looking at a family photo, said that Yoon Sol didn't need a brother like him. The young man noted that his sister had recently said those very words to him. The person she once knew no longer existed. Shin Hyun asked a rhetorical question. Wouldn't Yoon Sol be better off if he disappeared again? Lee Ji-hae stated that she didn't like to meddle in other people's affairs, but if her brother had said something like that, she would have been offended and would never have forgiven him. Lee Ji-hae noted that the young man knew much more about Yoon Sol than she did. A young man approached Lee Ji-hae and called out to her. The young man told the deputy guildmaster that the festival was already starting. Ji-hae asked if this guy had never been taught to knock on the door. The girl told our hero that they would continue this conversation later, until she arrived. He wasn't to go anywhere. Shin Hyun wondered, could Lee Ji-hae be angry with him? The audience was informed that an opening ceremony would take place before the matches began. The organizers, the Dawn and Twilight Guilds, would host it. The leader of the Dawn Guild was Chung-Ho's son, a Crusader class. The deputy head of the Twilight Guild, Chang Seong-hyuk, is a killer. The audience tried to guess, were Lee Ji-hae and Park Tae-hoon once in the same guild? They are friends who began their journey as hunters together. They met at the very top. I wonder how they feel. The young man reached out his hand and said he hadn't seen Lee Ji-hae in a long time. Ji-hae replied to Park Tae-hoon that this was indeed true and asked how he was doing. Lee Ji-hae remarked that the guy who used to be her deputy had done quite well for himself. Park Tae-hoon said she was right. However, he'd heard she was secretly mentoring a rookie. Had she always been so keen on helping the weak? Park Tae-hoon thought that this time he would get rid of him himself. She wouldn't be able to stop him. Lee Ji-hae replied that she would take that as a compliment from the head of the Twilight Guild. The young people shook hands. During the fight, the hunter activated the warrior skill Consecutive Attack. His opponent parried the attack. The girl misjudged her opponent's strength. and was sent flying backward by the shockwave. The blow was so strong that she hit the arena floor, and blood began to flow from her mouth. The hosts announced that duel number 5 was over. The winner was a participant named Songmo from the Twilight Guild. Park Tae-hoon said, just as expected from the Dawn Guild. They didn't last very long. Good job, Songmo. Park Tae-hoon remarked that with warriors like these, there was no need to worry about their opponents. Lee Ji-hae thought that was very arrogant. Park Tae-hoon said he would be away for a short while. He hoped the next battle would be entertaining as well. In a secluded spot, a young man approached the guild leader. He asked if he could take care of Lee Ji-hae. Park Tae-hoon told Seong-hyuk not to get ahead of himself. There was no need to rush. The guild leader added that everything has its time. But does the young man know the squad leader, Cha Yun-sol? Seong-hyuk replied that he understood everything and would send his regards to that girl. The show's host said that the action would now take place in the Battle of Archers arena. This was a rare chance to see all the guild's expert archers. The matches were about to begin. The young host of the show said that there were quite a few outstanding participants this time, but personally, he was rooting for Yoon-sol. At such a young age, she was already achieving impressive results. However, there are rumors that Cha Yun-sol recently had an accident. This incident has been dubbed the Red Wolf Dungeon Incident. The other hunters were surprised. Why did Lee Ji-hae put this girl in the tournament? After all, she ruined the whole group. Yun-sol overheard this conversation and told the guys to speak up about it. There was no need to whisper behind her back. The hunters were embarrassed and hurriedly left the room. Yun-sol realized that she hadn't spoken to her brother since that day. As soon as she thought about it, she immediately felt angry. She didn't understand why she felt this way, since her brother was entirely to blame. Cha Yun-sol was invited to step into the waiting room. Someone was waiting for her there. Yun-sol was surprised. She didn't have any appointments scheduled, but she went into the room anyway. Lee Ji-hae asked if Cha Yun-sol was feeling well. The girl replied that she was fine. Yun-sol asked why the deputy head had called her in before the presentation began. Lee Ji-hae replied that she had simply come to support a promising guild employee. She had also wanted to find Shin Hyun but couldn't find him anywhere. Lee Ji-hae added that, of course, she didn't know what had happened between the brother and sister. But wouldn't it be better to resolve the issue and clear things up? Cha Yun-sol asked, since when does the deputy guild master meddle in family affairs? Lee Ji-hae advised her not to get angry. She was just worried about both of them. Yun-sol said she didn't like the deputy guild master. She felt that she was exerting more and more influence over her brother. Yun-sol noted that she understood everything now. Her brother had decided to become a hunter after meeting with the deputy guild master. Very little time had passed and he was already drifting away from a normal life again. Yun-sol remarked that her brother shouldn't have become a hunter. What does he want to become even stronger? He's striving for something he won't talk about. Yun-sol said that her brother looked as if he were no longer the person she used to know. He seemed too unfamiliar and distant. The girl burst into tears and said she didn't want to show her face to the deputy guildmaster like this. Yun-sol apologized. Lee Ji-hae suggested that Mr. Shin Hyun didn't want to change so much. She had gone through the same suffering as he had. Lee Ji-hae added that Shin Hyun had returned from hell, where one could die at any moment. After that, it's hard to stay the same. The deputy guildmaster added that for his sister's sake, Shin Hyun was trying to be the same as before. He was hiding from Yun-sol the things he didn't want to show. Yun-sol said it felt very strange to hear about her brother from her boss. She added that in that case, her brother must consider her unreliable compared to Lee Ji-hae, who can stand on equal footing with him. Lee Ji-hae approached our hero and said she had been looking for him for a while. She asked if Shin Hyun was really that worried about his younger sister. Shin Hyun replied that he was just passing by. Lee Ji-hae said that Shin Hyun looks a lot like Park Tae-hoon. Our hero was surprised. Lee Ji-hae asked in surprise why Shin Hyun couldn't tell the truth. Yun-sol has changed too. She's not the same person she used to be. Shin Hyun was puzzled. What is Lee Ji-hae talking about now? Lee Ji-hae explained, does the young man really think it's better to hide his intentions from his sister? If he wants to say something, he should speak plainly. The deputy guildmaster told Shin Hyun to come with her. Lee Ji-hae wanted to show the young man a side of his sister that he had no idea existed. The archers' battle had begun. The Dawn and Twilight Guild teams were set to face off. Yun-sol was ready for battle. Park Tae-hoon watched with interest. What would happen? He hoped Ji-hae would like his gift. Park Tae-hoon added that this was only the beginning of all the multi-step operations he had conceived and developed. The team members communicated with each other using their internal link. Yoon Sol was devising battle tactics in real time. At that moment, Yoon Sol recalled the guild deputy head's words about her brother, who was trying his best for her sake. Yoon Sol said her brother was doing the wrong thing. Did he really think that if he didn't speak up, he could hide everything? After all, for some reason, he tells Lee Ji-hae everything. Yoon Sol noted that her brother still treats her like a child. He thinks he's the only one who's changed during this time. Yoon Sol received information that the enemy was 300 meters away. She was told no matter what class the sniper is, the unwarranted use of a bow and arrows in a competition is unwise. Yoon Sol replied that she had everything under control and would handle it. The girl prepared to shoot. The sniper skill precision shot was activated. The arrow flew out of the bow at tremendous speed. Yoon Sol used the full power guiding sword martial art. Her opponent didn't even suspect he was under attack. In the next instant, the hunter's chest was pierced through by the arrow. A report came in that Hwang Ji-woon, the ranger of the Six Guild's Twilight team, could no longer continue the fight. The shot was successful, and Yoon Sol told her brother not to look down on her. The girl recalled her childhood. The adults sympathized with her and said that this little girl had lost her entire family in a single day. There was no one left to look after her. Yoon Sol heard the adults say that her brother's body had never been found. The girl decided that her brother wasn't dead. He was definitely alive somewhere and would come to her soon. She believed this very strongly. An image of the saint appeared on TV screens. She said that the day that would bring terror was just around the corner. The saint added that humanity must evolve. Yoon Sol was surprised. What was going on? Was the TV broken by accident? The girl thought, the goddess's revelations, monsters, dungeons, and hunters, could all of this be why the world has become so absurd? Her belief that her brother would return one day was not in vain. On the contrary, it only grew stronger. Immediately after that, as a result of the hunter aptitude test, Yoon Sol was assigned the class of archer. Yoon Sol grew up on government assistance and continued her studies at the Hunter's Academy. At the academy, her peers teased the girl. It was bullying. Yoon Sol pulled herself together and set her spoon down on the table. The children continued to tease her. They couldn't stand the fact that their parents had to pay for their education, while she got everything for free. Yoon Sol grabbed the tray and smashed it into the face of the ringleader. The girl stood up from the table and said, "If they're jealous, then let them become orphans too." Yoon Sol added, "If that guy is so confident, then he should follow me right now." After graduating from the academy as the top student, she was accepted into the major guild Dawn. All the academy's graduates dreamed of joining this guild. Yoon Sol set out on the path of a hunter. The girl displayed miracles of courage and bravery, never once retreating or being frightened by monsters. Yoon Sol believed she had endured all those trials not to be defeated by some pathetic monster. Every battle for Yoon Sol ended the same way. She defeated the monster, no matter the cost. Lee Ji-hae once came to the girl's aid, but saw that it wasn't necessary. Yoon Sol told the deputy guildmaster that she was used to seeing things through to the end on her own. Lee Ji-hae asked, "So what's this newcomer's name?" Yoon Sol told her her name. The deputy guildmaster said that the girl's gaze seemed to be chasing after someone, and that was very impressive. She would become stronger. Lee Ji-hae promised to remember that name. Yoon Sol caught Ji-hae's attention and became the youngest leader of the Dawn group. So Young wasn't the only one who felt a pang of regret. Yoon Sol enjoyed being the leader of a guild like Dawn. To hold on until her brother returned, the girl didn't allow even the slightest weak thought to enter her mind. However, people like her always remained behind the scenes. From the perspective of her older brother who studied martial arts, it might have seemed like she was lacking in many ways. Yoon Sol couldn't forgive Shin Hyun for treating her like a child. She wasn't that weak. The tournament continued, and Yoon Sol told her teammates that she was going to move to a new location. The girl quickly changed locations, but arrows flew after her. She had been spotted, and the hunt began. Yoon Sol heard someone behind her say to stop shooting because the target had been spotted. The girl was wounded in the arm. Fortunately, the muscles weren't damaged, but the arrow pierced her skin. Competition arrows have blunt tips, so this shouldn't have happened. The wound began to bleed. The girl realized that the opposing team had combat arrows. The enemy told her not to expect any help, because no one was coming. They had made sure not only to jam the radio waves, but also to keep the broadcast cameras from showing this location. Yoon Sol said she couldn't recall a single time she had ever relied on anyone else for help. Yoon Sol pulled the arrow out of the wound, threw it on the ground, and asked in surprise why they were making such a fuss just to catch her. After that, Yoon Sol loaded 3 arrows into her bow at once. The girl declared that today would be the end for these enemies and invited them to attack. At that very moment, arrows flew toward Yoon Sol. The girl was ready. The commander of the Dawn Squad jumped high, and the enemy arrows flew past her. Yoon Sol activated the archer skill Precise Arrow again. She fired, and all the arrows flew toward their targets. Her opponents were stunned. Only one survived, and he decided to move to another location. Yoon Sol said that because of her injury, she had missed one. The opponent was surprised because this girl had hit 3 at once while in such an unstable position. Moreover, using competition arrows, she was able to unleash destructive power from a great distance. Snipers specialize in shooting at distant targets. Rangers strike in close combat thanks to their speed. There is a huge difference between these 3 classes of archers. Forming a team consisting only of rangers gave them the upper hand, but Yoon Sol with her sniper class managed to handle them. The pain wasn't severe, and the girl decided she could handle the rest. Her opponent prepared to shoot at her. At that very moment, Yoon Sol activated her sniper skill and fired. The opponent managed to dodge but realized that a circling arrow had been used against him. The opponent was outraged and shouted that it was unfair. How could she possess such a technique? The arrow hit its target. The opponent began coughing and spitting blood. Yoon Sol found herself on the roof of a neighboring building. She had a better vantage point, so she was at an advantage. The opponents aimed their arrows at each other. The tension mounted. Yoon Sol felt her brother's guidance, advising her to use her martial arts. Yoon Sol caught the arrow flying toward her with her hand. Her opponent was surprised. How was that possible? Yoon Sol clenched her fist and moved within arm's reach of her opponent. The young man wasn't expecting it and missed the right hook aimed at his jaw. The blow was so powerful that her opponent lost his balance, slammed into the wall, and collapsed to the floor. Yoon Sol asked the young man what he was going to do now that he was alone. The girl, flexing her fingers, said that if her opponent had any last words, he should say them quickly, because he was about to be destroyed. The young man got scared and said he was giving up. Yoon Sol heard her teammates say they would take care of him, and in that very moment, the opponent was struck in the back of the head by an arrow. The hunters said that Yoon Sol had done well. Yoon Sol confirmed that communication had been restored. She asked if the reinforcements had arrived too late. The Dawn Guild won the 6th archery survival competition. The spectators didn't understand what was going on. In the blind spot where there were broadcast issues, 4 hunters from the Twilight team lay in front of Hunter Yoon Sol. Cha Yoon Sol was the clear favorite in this battle. The spectators acknowledged that Yoon Sol had performed magnificently. Nothing less could have been expected of her. The girl thought she would like to manage without her brother's help, using only her sniper and keen eye skills. However, thanks to her brother's hint, she survived the battle. Cha Yoon Sol looked up and saw a helicopter flying by. Her brother, Shin Hyun, was on board the aircraft. Lee Ji-hae, who was standing nearby, asked if Shin Hyun had seen his sister in action. Shin Hyun said he saw how Yoon Sol managed to avoid defeat using the martial arts he had taught her. Shin Hyun added that, seriously, he really didn't know much about his sister. The young man wondered, when had Yoon Sol become so strong? He still remembered her as a little girl. Shin Hyun agreed. Yoon Sol was no longer the girl he remembered. The young man added that he shouldn't have expected anything else from his sister. Lee Ji-hae asked what to do now, since Shin Hyun had so clearly told her to use martial arts. Ji-hae added that, fortunately, it hadn't been broadcast. There were no witnesses to this exchange from a distance. Lee Ji-hae remarked that if Park Tae-hoon had seen it, there would have been even more trouble. Tae-hoon had in fact seen those moves and her martial arts. The celebration continued. The townspeople were in a festive mood. Yoon Sol asked Shin Hyun what he thought of his sister's strength. The girl added that, in the eyes of the strongest swordmaster, she surely lacked a lot. If it weren't for martial arts, she wouldn't have made it to the finals. Her inner energy was also running low, so she would most likely have lost. Shin Hyun replied to his sister that he didn't agree with her opinion. She was quite strong. She won thanks to her hard work. Martial arts and her hunting skills had also helped her. Shin Hyun apologized to his sister for hiding so much from her. He just wanted to be her brother, like he used to be. He added that he still saw his sister as the same little innocent girl she had been in the past. Yoon Sol, on the other hand, had grown up and become much more mature. The girl said that all this time she had wanted to find the person who had done this to their family. That was why she had become a hunter. Yoon Sol thought that if she reached the highest level, she might at least get some kind of clue. But before she even realized it, she had become completely immersed in it. She noted that it didn't seem particularly difficult to her, and that's how she reached this state of mind and physical condition. Yoon-sol added that it was all in the past now, but her brother had to promise her one thing: he must never leave her again. Shin-hyun replied that this was obvious to him. Cha Yoon-sol said that it wasn't obvious at all. All this time, she had felt that Shin-hyun was hiding something from her, which is why she felt lonely. Yoon-sol repeated that her brother must never hide anything from her again. The young people crossed their pinkies and promised they would never part. Shin-hyun said there was something else his sister needed to know. He reiterated that his nickname was the Invincible Sword Emperor, not some sword master. An announcement was made that the next match would begin shortly. Shin-hyun said it was time for him to leave. Yoon-sol was surprised. Was her brother really going to leave in those clothes? After all, this was a formal event. Shin-hyun remarked that these clothes were comfortable. The young man asked his sister if she thought their opponents seemed strange, as if they were deliberately targeting her. Yoon-sol noted that when Dawn and Twilight crossed paths in the dungeons, skirmishes sometimes broke out. However, this time they had openly attacked her, which was very strange. Yoon-sol added that she encounters this phenomenon quite often. Rivals always want to get rid of a professional as quickly as possible. The new leader said he had heard a lot about Shin-hyun from Deputy Lee Ji-hae. The leader asked if the young man would take command of the vanguard in the great battle, since that was what he really wanted. The man asked the deputy how things were going with the others. Shin-hyun asked Ji-hae, "Is this really the head she was talking about?" The girl advised him not to look down on him since he was a level 60 hunter. Shin-hyun thought that this guy was still weaker than him anyway. The guild leader said goodbye and wished him luck with his preparations for the competition. Shin-hyun promised the girl he wouldn't use martial arts during the battle. He noted that one shouldn't forget, highly developed martial arts are indistinguishable from magic. The young man added that he would like to thank Lee Ji-hae since he had made up with his sister. Ji-hae replied that she was glad and wished the young people good luck. Some young hunters approached our hero and said they had heard a lot about him from the deputy chief. She had said that Shin-hyun was incredibly talented. They hoped that Mr. Shin-hyun would take care of the advance party. Shin-hyun paid no attention to these hunters and thought about the men who had attacked his sister in the previous battle. They were definitely following someone's orders. He realized there was only one person who could give such orders: Park Tae-hoon, the head of the Twilight Guild. The doors swung open, and Mr. Park Tae-hoon appeared in the doorway. He apologized if he had disturbed their rest. Behind him stood his assistant, Soo Ha-chul. Shin-hyun thought that if the one who sent him the message was the Heavenly Warrior, it couldn't be ruled out that Park Tae-hoon, who was subordinate to the Heavenly Warrior, was also involved in this. The guildmaster asked, "Isn't this just a friendly sparring match? I just dropped by to say hello. Is something wrong?" The young hunters said they understood everything, but they weren't on such friendly terms with the guildmaster. Park Tae-hoon was surprised. Was he really that bad at pretending? In fact, upon hearing that a great man would be here, he had come to spy. Tae-hoon turned to our hero and said he'd heard a lot about him. The guildmaster extended his hand and added that he was pleased to meet Mr. Shin-hyun. Park Tae-hoon clarified, "This is our first time meeting, isn't it?" Shin-hyun confirmed that it was indeed their first meeting. The young man thought that heavenly harmony of pure art still wasn't resonating with anyone. Park Tae-hoon didn't understand a thing. If this wasn't Shin-hyun's doing, then where had Yoon-sol learned martial arts? Could someone who had never been to a Murim truly master martial arts? Shin-hyun mentioned that he knew one of the employees at the Twilight Guild. Seo Cha-ho said he hadn't seen Mr. Shin-hyun in a long time. He added that he had previously tried to get a little closer to Park Tae-hoon through the secretary, but the conversation hadn't gone well. Shin-hyun remarked that during the archers' battle, his sister had caused the Twilight Hunters quite a bit of trouble. Park Tae-hoon replied that he was just about to bring that up. The girl has excellent skills. Shin-hyun told Park Tae-hoon not to forget that. He'd have to pay for it. Park Tae-hoon replied that he'd look forward to it. Shin-hyun thought that this man had dared to lay a hand on his sister. Whether he was connected to the Heavenly Warrior was a secondary matter. The protagonist said he would put on an interesting show that wouldn't disappoint Park Tae-hoon. Our hero was about to wipe the Twilight Guild off the face of the earth. The show's host said that the main event of the Festival of the Sun needed no words. The leaders of both guilds appeared. The host added that this is the great battle between the Dawn and Twilight guilds. The show begins. The hunter representing the Dawn side is a super rookie who has attracted a lot of attention thanks to a personal invitation from Lee Ji-hai. The head of the martial arts guild is the hunter Shin Hyun. The host added that this is the first time a hunter from outside a guild has appeared in the great battle. Who is he, and why was he invited to Dawn? This hero's opponent will be the leader of the Twilight Vanguard. The rival said that the rumors turned out to be true. This guy really does have a cocky look on his face. The host announced that the brilliant mage of the Twilight Guild had entered the ring. Fiery charisma, the flame of the fire dragon, Ryu Song-gon. This hunter promised to reduce his opponent to a crisp. Shin Hyun was surprised. Could it be that his opponent calls himself the flame of the fire dragon? Isn't he ashamed of fiery charisma? The host announced that viewers would now witness the match between Shin Hyun and Ryu Seong-gon. This would be the first match of the great battle. Park Tae-hoon, giving his warrior a pep talk, told Ryu Seong-gon not to leave any opponents alive under any circumstances and to try to unleash all his abilities. Shin Hyun rose into the air. His opponent was surprised. What's going on here? Is this guy just here for show? The host noted that Shin Hyun immediately revealed his true class by soaring quite high. Levitation is a skill of the sorcerer class. He openly demonstrated his superior class. Moreover, the hunter Shin Hyun demonstrated a high level of control over his magic by maintaining that altitude. Could this be his strategy? The guild master asked Lee Ji-hai. Does this guy have some kind of plan? The girl replied that he had no plan at all. He just wanted to show it off. Shin Hyun thought about his opponent. Standing before him was a level 50 hunter, the mage Ryu Song-gon. His level was roughly the same as Seo Kang-jin's. Shin Hyun reasoned that if he used martial arts, the opponent wouldn't stand a chance. But if he fought using only his hunter skills, then perhaps he might come in handy. Our hero realized that he was currently at level 53. Although he had been rapidly increasing his strength, he still lacked experience as a hunter. The protagonist noticed that Guild Master Park Tae-hoon was watching him closely and wanted to find out as much as possible. Shin Hyun said that this guy could watch him as much as he wanted until his eyes dried up. He wouldn't show what Park Tae-hoon so desperately wanted to see. A massive number of energy spheres created by Shin Hyun literally pour down on the opponent like rain. Ryu Seong-gon tries to defend himself with a fire barrier. Ryu Sung-gon understood that mana spheres without attributes were a basic class mage's skill. The opponent was clearly testing the waters. He swings the hot flames like a whip, trying to control Shin Hyun. The hunter from the Twilight Guild realized that his opponent was a sorcerer. He was definitely up to something. There are only 3 classes of mages. Those engaged in non-combat activities, crafting skill cubes and items, are artisans. Those who specialize in combat and imbue special attributes with mana are wizards. The sorcerer is the embodiment of the phenomenon and concept of magic. They are closer to people with supernatural abilities than to ordinary mages, and they use teleportation or flight. In battle, they usually take up positions in the rear rather than on the front lines and are responsible for support roles. Sometimes they exhaust themselves using their amazing secret weapon. Ryu Seong-gon said that if an opponent has a trump card, they must use it, or else they'll feel the heat of it firsthand. The hunter from the Twilight Guild attacked his opponent again, directing a jet of fire at him. All the spectators saw Ryu Seong-gon's flames literally blow Shin Hyun to smithereens. No one expected any other outcome from the fire dragon's flames. A magnificent combination of fire magic and physical strength. The head of the Dawn Guild and his deputy watched the events in the arena with bated breath. However, once the smoke cleared, everyone realized that Shin Hyun was unharmed. Our hero had thought he was the only mage from Murim. The protagonist noted that his opponent's way of thinking was somewhat similar to his own, and this dampened his spirits a little. Ryu Sung-gon was annoyed when he realized his opponent was alive and hadn't even been hurt. The Twilight Hunter said he was warning his opponent once more. If Shin Hyun didn't want to end up crawling on the floor for nothing, he had to show everything he had. Ryu Sung-gon activated his special skill, March of the Fire Dragon. Shin Hyun said that his opponent had truly surprised him. However, if he wanted to play his trump card, he would have to show it. Shin Hyun lowered his finger and became out of reach of his opponent's fire attacks. Ryu Sung-gon couldn't understand. Who exactly was this crazy Shin Hyun? Everyone was surprised because Shin Hyun had evaded the fire dragon attack using quick movements. How did he manage to survive? The spectators said it looked as if Shin Hyun had burned to a crisp. But how was that possible? This guy had perfectly utilized magic with just a snap of his fingers. The guildmaster asked his deputy what had just happened here. Li Jihei laughed in response. She thought that none of those present could tell his power apart from magic. He had managed to fool a great many people, although Li Jihei herself didn't quite understand what had happened. The spectators realized that even the special technique, March of the Fire Dragon, was useless against Shin Hyun. Ryu Song-gon was furious and lunged at Shin Hyun with his fists. The protagonist was surprised. Why was this guy so worked up? Our hero said he would now show his opponent something by way of consolation. Ryu Song-gon wouldn't listen and demanded he shut up immediately. The Twilight Hunter continued to act aggressively. The audience watched as Ryu Seong-gon launched a series of furious attacks. Nevertheless, Shin Hyun held his ground well and easily kept his opponent at bay. The battle turned out to be extremely thrilling. Who would have thought that two mages would engage in hand-to-hand combat? Shin Hyun said that his opponent held his own well, but made one mistake. Ryu Song-gon ruined his mood. Shin Hyun added that his opponent was very incompetent to have left himself so exposed. His center of gravity should have been in his legs, but he foolishly lifted them off the ground. He also noted that his opponent should correct his habit of raising his shoulders too high when striking and focus more carefully on his opponent. Ryu Seong-gon was thrown far backward. The Twilight Hunter couldn't understand how his opponent had done it. Shin Hyun approached his fallen opponent and said that he had been studying martial arts for a long time. Our hero added that this guy had very little combat experience. The protagonist leaned down and said that talent alone wasn't enough. He realized he had hurt his opponent's pride by showing that a few pathetic moves wouldn't be enough. Ryu Sung-gon said he would incinerate his opponent, even if it meant exhausting all his mana. He would burn him to ashes. The Twilight Hunter once again unleashed his true power, the March of the Fiery Dragons. The protagonist, standing in close proximity to the Fire Dragon, said that in that case, he would have to put in a little of his own effort. The show's host noted that Ryu Seong-gon is about to burn the entire stadium to the ground. His fire dragons are flying everywhere. Shin Hyun will have to work hard to defend himself. Flames engulfed the stadium like an explosion. It became incredibly hot. The host added that Shin Hyun was backed into a corner. What could he possibly do to counter such a relentless attack? It seemed simply unbelievable. Even such a powerful attack couldn't break Shin Hyun's sturdy barrier. The protagonist said that it annoyed him, but fending off such attacks wasn't all that difficult. Our hero declared that as long as his body is invincible, he feels neither cold nor heat. He will be difficult to deal with. Shin Hyun gave his opponent the finger again and told him that his pathetic attack wasn't even capable of touching him. The show's host noted that Shin Hyun had easily dealt with such terrifying power in an instant. He simply defeated all the fire dragons with ease. What kind of power is this? Could the power lie in controlling gravity? Ryu Seong-gon thought it was all unreal. Could this magic have been this powerful before? It was a novelty to everyone present. Shin Hyun's power was beyond imagination. How could a human possibly control gravity so skillfully? Is Shin Hyun really a novice? The protagonist noted that the battle turned out to be more fun than he had expected. Shin Hyun declared that it was time to end this duel. Park Tae-hoon asked Seong Hyuk who was next. The assistant replied that Cho Ji-hyun would be next. The guild leader said that was perfect. Park Tae-hoon told the assistant to warn Ji-hyun he must use it. Choi Ji-young must use the Twilight Spear that protects them. His spear wipes out everyone from the Dawn Guild. The audience was thrilled. Finally, this hunter had stepped forward. Spear of Twilight and Mage Slayer. The show's host said that judging by his nickname, Cho Ji-hyun had never lost to mages. The warrior class has a higher win rate compared to mages. However, mages might have more unique techniques that no one else knows about. Shin Hyun, stretching his hands, said he was looking forward to the battle with the Mage Slayer. Park Tae-hoon thought Shin Hyun was too relaxed. This time, things would be different. As long as Shin Hyun remained a mage, he couldn't defeat Ji-hyun. The great battle of the Festival of the Sun begins its second match. The knight's skill strengthening was activated. First, Cho Ji-hyun activated all kinds of physical strength buffs. He immediately went on the offensive against Shin Hyun. Shin Hyun was surprised. Was his opponent really going to break through the front line suddenly? He was quite fast. At one point, the opponents closed in and looked each other in the eyes. The protagonist thought that his current opponent was not only fast but also strong. His will was also strong. Against such opponents, aerial combat was best. Ji-hyun activated his unique skill again and attacked his opponent once more. He executed a jumping attack. Shin Hyung was forced to fall back into a defensive stance. It was truly an incredible attack. Ji Young didn't let his opponent take off and, without hesitation, successfully attacked him. Shin Hyung found himself lying on the arena floor. His eyes were filled with bewilderment. Ji Hyung continued to hold his own in the arena. Shin Hyung couldn't tell how much time had passed since the last time he'd been slammed into the ground. The protagonist thought that if he could use martial arts, he would have finished off his opponent in a single second. Our hero thought Ji Hyung was quite stubborn. Shin Hyung gave a thumbs down and said he would show his opponent exactly what he wanted to see. Ji Hyung landed another blow, but Shin Hyung dodged it with ease. Everyone noticed that the hunter Shin Hyun was using that unknown skill again. Ji Hyun, who hadn't stopped since the start of the round, was now unable to move. However, in the next moment, the unbelievable happened. Hunter Cho Ji-young managed to stand up and do so under terrifying pressure. It was amazing. Ji-young asked, did his opponent really think he could stop him with his gravity? He added that now it was his turn. Shin Hyun replied that this wasn't true. Why on earth did his opponent decide that he was using gravity? Our hero closed in and landed a devastating blow on his opponent's helmet. The armor was partially destroyed. Ji-hyun hadn't expected such speed and force. He let out a loud scream. Everyone present, including the head of the Twilight Guild, was also surprised. The spectators assumed that the power of gravity had been used again. However, that was not the case. This time, an unknown force was used, one powerful enough to crush Ji-hyun. The spectators were intrigued. What skill had Shin Hyun used? Our hero said that Cho Ji-hyun was indeed strong. It was surprising that he had lasted this long. Shin Hyun told everyone that his power was not gravity. His power is attraction and repulsion. This is his primary skill, earned through blood, sweat, and tears. It is called yin and yang conductivity. The yin and yang conductivity skill is linked to magical properties. It adds an attribute of attraction or repulsion to magical power. Shin Hyun explained that if Ji-hyun knows the basics of physics, he should understand the force of attraction is a force that pulls an object towards something, and the force of repulsion is a pushing force. Our hero suggested that this might be difficult for his opponent to understand, but easy to remember. Shin Hyun noted that he had applied the force in the right direction, and the opponent was deactivated. Ji Hyun said that Shin Hyun had made a mistake. Shin Hyun shouldn't have explained his weakness. A hunter from the Twilight Guild activated his true skill. Park Tae-hoon mentally asked Lee Ji-hae if she knew why Ji-hyun was called the Mage Destroyer. Park Tae-hoon added that his protege had a special skill. If Shin Hyun had nothing but magic, then he was finished. Park Tae-hoon smirked and added that in that case Shin Hyun would die right here and now. Unexpectedly, a counterspell was activated. Now the use of magic was prohibited for 10 seconds. This came as a complete surprise to our hero. Ji-hyun prepared for a devastating attack once again. Before the battle, Cho Ji-young received an order from the guildmaster to use the counterspell. Ji-hyung replied that this wasn't a skill he'd want to use in public. Why go that far? The assistant reported that the guildmaster believed Shin Hyun was hiding something. In any case, a mage possessing the power of attraction was far too dangerous. There was no need to stand on ceremony. Shin Hyun must be eliminated during this battle. That was the guildmaster's order. Ji-hyung delivered a devastating blow. Shin Hyun managed to dodge it at the last moment. The Twilight Hunter assumed that Shin Hyun was greatly surprised, but this was his true skill. Counterspell, it temporarily disables the use of magic. Ji-hyun said that Shin Hyun was definitely finished now. Without magic, he had no chance. The audience was stunned. Was this really the end of the battle? Everything had been turned upside down. The mysterious skill Ji-hyun used was overwhelming Shin Hyun. The head of the Dawn Guild was surprised. What kind of skill was this? Park Tae-hoon stated that his hunter, Ji-young, was naturally a bit simple-minded and honest. He couldn't control his anger when someone attacked him with magic from behind. Park Tae-hoon added that Ji-hyung had never even dreamed of such a skill. Lee Ji-hae was extremely alarmed. The deputy guildmaster mentally screamed for Mr. Shin Hyung to run away immediately. The competition no longer mattered. He had to surrender. There was no point in using martial arts. Shin Hyung was surprised. Were they really suggesting he run away and give up? Ji-hyun declared that his opponent would be unable to either run away or surrender. The attack power boost had been activated. The Twilight Hunter said that a massive concentration of power was focused on the tip of his spear. That power could destroy an entire multi-story building. Would Shin Hyung be able to hold out without magical protection? Ji-hyun swung his spear and charged at his seemingly defenseless opponent. Shin-hyun remained completely calm, yet his eyes betrayed his determination. The young man was surprised. Why did his opponent think he could defeat him? The head of the Dawn Guild was alarmed. Is Lee Ji-hae okay? Why is she clutching her head? Park Tae-hoon also suddenly clutched his head. The head of the Twilight Guild felt the heavenly harmony of pure art begin to resonate. What kind of energy was this? Park Tae-hoon realized he had never felt such power before. These were truly massive and terrifying streams of energy directed at the approaching Ji-hyun. Ji-hyun stopped, hesitant. Could this really be magic? But it couldn't be. The counterspell was still active. The Twilight Hunter was bound by chains. He didn't understand what skill his opponent was using. Shin-hyun explained that it wasn't a skill, but martial arts. If his opponent was curious about what it was, he could ask his leader, Park Tae-hoon, later. Shin-hyun noted that a few minutes ago, he had almost reverted to his old self because he had been offered a chance to run away. However, he hates that. Shin-hyun assumed that Ji-hyun was greatly surprised. However, only he would see and feel this power. The energy restraining his body is a type of sword technique called the spiritual sword. This power becomes available after reaching the 40th internal level. It is called the manifestation of the spiritual sword. Although it is a type of sword technique, the word sword here symbolizes human will. Shin-hyun noted that if Ji-hyun reaches this level, he will simply be able to deal with his opponents or split heaven from earth. However, such an ending is too boring. Shin-hyun swung to strike and said he had to teach the younger ones a lesson. The blow was so powerful that Ji-hyun screamed and began coughing up blood. Shin-hyun asked, "Is Park Tae-hoon watching closely?" Our hero added that the head of Twilight could watch as much as he wanted. This was the true martial arts he wanted to show. The whirlwind strike skill was activated. Ji-hyun's body took massive blows, his bones cracking in many places. The pain was unbearable. The show's host screamed, "What's going on here?" After all, she thought Shin-hyun had stopped this strange skill. However, the situation changed again. Now Ji-hyun could not resist. Did this have anything to do with the energy emanating from Shin-hyun? It was clear that this was the end of the match. Medical staff needed to rush to the battlefield. Shin-hyun noticed that it was refreshing. He hadn't used martial arts in a long time. It had been quite fun. It was announced that Ji-hyun was out of the tournament. In the second match of the Great Battle of the Festival of the Sun, the hunter Shin-hyun emerged victorious. Park Tae-hoon was extremely angry. After this match, Shin-hyun withdrew from further participation, stating that his mother was exhausted. This time, neither the Dawn nor the Twilight Guilds managed to capture the Festival of the Sun. However, the Martial Arts Guild unexpectedly took first place. Shin-hyun quickly became a star among the hunters. Twilight's prestige at this festival had fallen significantly. Suka Choho stood in front of the guild leader's office, hesitating to enter. Park Tae-hoon was alone in his office. Anxious thoughts were overwhelming him. The guildmaster thought it was ridiculous. He had already been scared enough, and now he was being mocked as well. It was a fleeting moment, but the power Shin-hyun had displayed was unmatched. Shin-hyun must have wanted to say, "No one here is my equal." Park Tae-hoon was forced to admit it. Park Tae-hoon said that if that was indeed the case, there was no need for him to hide his resources and methods. Park Tae-hoon left the office and told Su Choho to follow him. The assistant asked where they were going. Park Tae-hoon replied that he wanted to meet with the Heavenly Warrior. A week after the Festival of the Sun, the atmosphere at the Dawn Guild headquarters was bustling with activity. Many people were calling the guild to inquire about the hunter Shin-hyun. The staff were tired of explaining that this hunter was not a member of their guild. They assured callers that Deputy Guild Head Lee Ji-hae and Shin-hyun were not dating. At that time, our hero was in Lee Ji-hae's office with the girl. The assistant reported that they had received a total of over 300 calls and 3 times as many emails. All of these were addressed to the Martial Arts Guild and its head, Shin-hyun. The assistant added that most of them were from reporters and people wishing to join the guild. There were also 8 requests for collaboration, advertising offers, and filming proposals. The assistant said this as if he were a hunter and asked that all proposals be rejected, except for one. Someone knocked on the door from outside. The person apologized and said that the chief secretary needed to come out and take a look at it immediately. Lee Ji-hae said that was exactly the situation. It wasn't just about becoming a superstar. Shin-hyun stated that he wasn't opposed to fame, but he didn't like all the fuss. Lee Ji-hae said she was a little late, but apologized to Mr. Shin-hyun. The protagonist was surprised. What was she talking about? Lee Ji-hae explained that she didn't want to reveal his identity. which is why she asked him to give himself up. She hadn't taken his opinion into account and was now apologizing. She added that it was a situation where Shin Hyung could have been in danger if he had done something wrong. Shin Hyung remarked that Lee Ji-hae was worrying needlessly. Did she really think he would get hurt over such a trifle? The young man added that it was frustrating, but he himself didn't want to use martial arts. In any case, what could Park Tae-hoon do with this information? His limit was realizing his superiority over him. In the near future, he would most likely remain inactive. Shin Hyun added that as soon as he thought about Park Tae-hoon targeting his sister, he'd be ready to crush him on the spot. Lee Ji-hae agreed that Twilight's external activity had decreased after the holiday. She had assumed he would easily put pressure on Dawn, but it seemed he was deeply shocked. Park Tae-hoon has locked himself in his house and isn't going anywhere. The veteran hunters, who had remained neutral, are now knocking on Dawn's door. The girl added that this situation had given Dawn the upper hand. All of this was thanks to Shin Hyun. Lee Ji-hae officially thanked Mr. Shin Hyun on behalf of the Dawn Guild. The young people shook hands. Shin Hyun remarked that Lee Ji-hae had finally become normal. He added that he would continue to rely on her in the future. He suddenly realized it was getting late and that Yoon Sol had been waiting for him for a long time. Lee Ji-hae pointed out that Shin Hyun had only accepted the invitation to form an alliance with the Cheonju Island Guild. Why did he need that? Why were the other proposals rejected? Shin Hyun stated that he was tired of the capital's dungeons. His level wasn't really going up anyway. The protagonist added that, besides, Cheonju was the perfect place for family trips. Shin Hyun told the girl he would be back in about a month. That's when they would see each other again. Our hero believed in Lee Ji-hae. He also believed in himself. However, he couldn't have known in advance what would happen. If he had, he wouldn't have gone to Jeju Island. At Jeju International Airport, Yoon Sol couldn't believe they had actually come here. Yoon Sol said it was her first time here. The girl asked her brother if they would eat black pork and era perch here. Shin Hyun pointed out that they weren't there for entertainment. At that moment, our hero was called by name. Shin Hyun was met by a representative of the Jeonju Island Guild Union. Yoon Sol was disappointed. It was clear from the look on her face. The young people were greeted. Shin Hyun admitted that relaxing on the island wouldn't be a bad idea either. The representative introduced himself as Kim Ki-yul, the leader of the Tamra Guild. He thanked our hero for accepting the offer. Yoon Sol thought that this leader looked younger than she did. Kim Ki-yul said he really enjoyed the battle at the Festival of the Sun. From that moment on, he became a fan of Shin Hyun. Kim Ki-yul asked Yoon Sol, "Is she the leader of the group from Dawn? Is she here as an escort?" An assistant approached Kim Ki-yul and said they were running out of time. The guild leader replied that he had indeed completely forgotten. Kim Ki-yul apologized and said they needed to go somewhere first. He would explain the details on the way. The leader of the Tamra Guild added that they would have a busy schedule. Kim Ki-yul promised the guests that he would later give them a tour of all the sites. A young man with a walkie-talkie in his hand reported in Chinese that Shin Hyun had already arrived. The boss told the employee that if he had come to Korea, he should speak Korean. Did he really want to give himself away? The young man got up from the lounge chair and said that the sweet vacation was over. He told his staff that it was time to work. The young man added that he was inviting Shin Hyun into the trap he had set. Cheonju Island. Wolyong-ri. The guests were warmly welcomed. Kim Ha-gyun, leader of the Tamra Guild, came out personally to shake Shin Hyun's hand. Kim Hagen added that he was pleased to see his dear guests on Cheonju Island. Kim Hagen noted that Shin Hyun and his sister had traveled a long way. He hoped they wouldn't turn down his special treat. Kim Ki-yul told his uncle that he would bring everything right away. When the young man returned with the treat, Yoon Sol was delighted by this delicacy. Could it be black pork or perch? Kim Ki-yul remarked that once the young people tasted this delicacy, they would remember it for the rest of their lives. Kim Hae-gun said he was proud to present a first-class, fresh, and carefully selected mandarin. Yoon Sol was disappointed and reached for the onions. Shin Hyun told his sister not to do that. She just needed to wait a little while. The guild leader apologized for having to discuss work immediately upon their arrival. However, given the current situation, there was no way around it. Kim Hagen noted that on Cheonju Island, they were the sole rulers. However, there were two other major hunter organizations, Dawn and Twilight. They had decided to establish their own independent organization. Soon they might be able to take over Jeju Island. After all, they've had their eyes on this island for a long time. Until now, the Tamra Guild had played a key role in governing Jeju Island. However, that was before high-risk dungeons began appearing too frequently and in large numbers. Dungeons with a danger level higher than 11 have now appeared simultaneously in 5 different locations this year. Only guilds with veteran hunters above level 40 can clear dungeons of this high level. The Tamra Guild is currently unable to participate in clearing these dungeons, as they lack such hunters. That is precisely why they desperately need a high-level hunter. Shin Hyun said he couldn't understand what the problem was. Couldn't Tamra just ignore the dungeons as they appeared? It was unlikely the monsters would be able to escape the dungeons and cause harm. Kim Hagyun replied that if they couldn't clear these dungeons as they had before, they would lose the right to manage dungeons altogether in the future. Then that right would pass entirely into the hands of Dawn and Twilight. The guild leader added that they had gone through a lot to prevent those 2 guilds from gaining a foothold here. If they continue to do nothing, Dawn and Twilight might seize Cheonju Island. Kim Hagyun said they thought there was no way to escape, and then they fell into a deep despair. However, Shin Hyun appeared like a ray of light. He became their last hope. The head of the Tamra Guild said they were lucky, since Shin Hyun isn't affiliated with either of the 2 guilds and is a high-level hunter who officially maintains a neutral stance. Kim Ki-yul added that Shin Hyun was their saving grace, because with his help, they would be able to save their guild and maintain their sphere of influence on Cheonju Island. Shin Hyun, continuing to listen to the 2 of them, thought they were definitely crazy. Kim Hagyun once again thanked Shin Hyun for accepting their invitation and coming to the island. They would never forget this kindness for the rest of their lives. Our hero said there was no need to thank him. He hadn't come with the best of intentions, but simply to level up and make some money. Shin Hyun suggested they stop this conversation and head into the dungeon as soon as possible. Yoon Sol told her brother that they needed to resolve one issue. Shin Hyun was surprised. What problem was she talking about? Yoon Sol stated that she was counting on black pork and perch. Jeonju, the Sonsan Yup dungeon. Members of the Tamra Guild are under pressure from the incessant explosions all around them. The hunter was furious, as the attacks had been going on for quite some time. However, this didn't faze the monsters. They were too fast. The monsters in this location were Ilmyeong fire poison monkeys. Using their unique abilities, the fire poison monkeys attacked the hunters with fire. One of the hunters said they needed to retreat to regain their strength and regroup. After another attack by the fire poison monkeys, poison appeared around the hunters. The hunter, of course, had heard that these monsters were poisonous, but he hadn't expected them to be this strong as well. The situation was getting worse and worse. It was unclear how long the shield would hold out. The flames were too powerful, and the poison was extremely toxic. The hunters realized that at this rate, they would surely be destroyed by the poison or the flames. These monsters weren't called bulldogs for nothing, even though they didn't look like dogs. They were fiery, venomous beasts. Shin Hyun said that, in the end, these monsters turned out to be completely ordinary to him. Kim Ki-yul said he hadn't expected anything less from guild leader Shin Hyun. The hunter managed to handle the monsters single-handedly. Thanks to Shin Hyun, their people were saved. Yoon Sol asked her brother why she had to put up with these people at all. Kim Ki-yul added that thanks to the rescuers, he was able to preserve his magical power. The deputy head of the Tamra Guild noted that thanks to the guests, he hadn't used a single drop of his magical power. Therefore, he would easily be able to finish his work without any trouble. The Tamra Guild hunters, seizing the opportunity, attacked the Ilmyeong monster. Kim Ki-yul asked, "Was that really a lightning attack just now? Did Shin Hyun study magic?" One wouldn't expect anything less from such an amazing guild leader. Shin Hyun asked the young man what his magic power level was. Kim Ki-yul replied that he was just a little short of level 40. Yoon Sol was surprised. Could it be higher than hers? Shin Hyun said that the other hunters seemed to be close to level 40 as well. He had watched their battles for a bit, and they were quite skilled. Kim Ki-yul replied that it was only natural for them to be at that level, since they were responsible for the dungeons. Shin Hyun remarked that the teleportation magic the young man had used was quite interesting. Kim Ki-yul replied that he had to spend a lot of time training, since it was a rather complex and difficult power to use. The deputy head of the Tamra Guild suggested that it wasn't worth Shin Hyun's attention. Kim Ki-yul was surprised. Could Shin Hyun really have figured out how to use this magic after just one glance? Shin Hyun thought he had finally gotten an answer to his question. Now he had to dive into the situation. Intuition is the ability to see things as they truly are. Thanks to his martial arts skills, our hero doesn't need to invest effort in any stats other than intuition. No matter how talented he is in martial arts, he couldn't do without intuition. It's very important to see the essence of things. After our hero was able to understand all the intricacies of using this magic just by looking at it, he can confidently say that he could master it. Shin Hyun decided to impress these people even more and told them not to be too surprised. Now they would be shown the magic of teleportation. Kim Ki-yul, holding his breath, watched his idol. Yoon Sol was also intrigued by her brother's actions. Shin Hyun asked, "Did Kim Ki-yul activate the teleportation spell?" A group of fiery, poisonous monkeys was spotted in a nearby clearing. Kim Ki-yul appeared nearby and asked what these monsters were doing there. His appearance came as a surprise to the monkeys. Kim Ki-yul smiled and waved his hand. The monkeys responded with aggression. Kim Ki-yul then activated the magical space in which he was standing. The monsters found themselves inside the same magical object, which began to rise above the ground. The next moment, Kim Ki-yul was already next to our hero and explained that this was exactly how he used magic. Shin Hyun was surprised by this combination. Kim Ki-yul explained that he simply directs a stream of mana at the monsters one by one, then forces them to fly up. This way, they can be dropped from a height. The deputy head of the Tamra Guild noted that he had limitations on his power. He could lift objects to a height of no more than 150 meters. However, monsters without wings would certainly die if they fell from such a height. Yoon Sol thought he was a creepy guy. Kim Ki-yul noted that the range of teleportation could be adjusted in open space within sight. Within this range, the desired object could be moved in any direction. The young man asked, why did Shin Hyun ask him to demonstrate and explain the skill? Could this possibly be useful to Shin Hyun? Kim Ki-yul was surprised. Could Shin Hyun really use teleportation? The protagonist said that after carefully observing the use of the magic twice and then listening to the explanation, he understood how to activate it. Our hero was stuck between the tree branches and therefore assumed it would take some time to learn how to use this magic properly. Kim Ki-yul thanked him once again for his help and noted that now they could take a break and eat. Yoon Sol was surprised. There were dangerous monkeys everywhere. Why did they decide to eat so carelessly, knowing full well about the potential danger? Kim Ki-yul replied that there was nothing to be done about it. But thanks to his guests, he had managed to set aside a little time for a meal, especially since eating is very important. Without food, it's impossible to replenish energy. Kim Ki-yul noted that Shin Hyun's teleportation skills were getting better and better with every attempt. The master was clearly different from other people. Shin Hyun pointed out that once you've mastered at least one skill to its fullest, learning others becomes much easier. Our hero said that if Kim Ki-yul continues to train diligently, he will eventually be able to reach his level. Yoon Sol thought her older brother was behaving disgustingly, and she really wanted to smack him. Yoon Sol said that if Kim Ki-yul had decided to blindly follow her brother in the hope of achieving something, he should give up on that idea. Shin Hyun had mastered his skills in a unique way, accessible only to him. Kim Ki-yul replied that as a leader, it would be wrong to rest on his laurels rather than continue developing his skills. Moreover, he had recently felt that he had reached his limit. Kim Ki-yul added that he understood everything perfectly, but he sincerely wanted to learn something new from the leader, Shin Hyun. The young man added that the team members believe in him and follow him, but he understands that he must become even stronger and not let his followers down because they have placed their trust in him. The deputy guildmaster said that if he could become stronger, he would be able to protect his comrades himself. Kim Ki-yul apologized for bringing up such a sad topic. Yoon Sol tried the food and remarked that the kimbap from Jeju Island was surprisingly delicious. Kim Ki-yul was very happy that the girls liked the kimbap. He said he could have brought a whole truckload of it. Yoon Sol replied that that would be too much. Shin Hyun asked, "How much time do we have to catch these monsters?" The deputy head of the Tamra Guild replied that the monsters were quite fast and numerous, so it was difficult to give a definitive answer. Besides, there was a limit to how many times they could use teleportation. Yoon Sol asked, if Kim Ki-yul were to crush the monsters while they're distracted, who would take responsibility? Shin Hyun was studying the status window. Yoon Sol asked what her brother was doing. The protagonist replied that he was trying to find a way out of this situation. Our hero would never have thought that this skill would actually come in handy. Sovereignty, every time the hunter uses this skill, other monsters naturally sense the aura of a high-level being. They show respect and trust. This skill was obtained from a monster skill stone found in the Pushan dungeon. The protagonist decided to use it, thinking he could learn the monster's skills, but it turned out to work quite differently and is actually a rather powerful skill. What turned out to be interesting was that, using the user's will, One can control the target's mind. After that, our hero decided to modify this skill by merging it with a sword of control, which subsequently allowed him to force the target to perform certain actions. The protagonist used it a few times for fun, but didn't yet know if the skill would be effective against monsters. After all, controlling their minds is more difficult. Our hero hoped that this skill would still work. Telepathic subjugation. The skill's effect began to spread in all directions. Shin Hyun realized what it felt like to use the skill over a long distance. Our hero chose a target. Now using mind control, he decided to issue an order. Shin Hyun ordered all the monsters to appear before him immediately. Shin Hyun clutched his head. Kim Ki-yul and Yoon Sol asked, could the young man really have a headache? Shin Hyun asked if Kim Ki-yul still had enough mana left for teleportation. The deputy chief replied that he had enough for about 5 minutes. Shin Hyun announced that hordes of monsters were rushing toward them at tremendous speed. Everything around them began to shake. The hunters were frightened. Could this be an earthquake? They had never encountered natural disasters in the dungeons before. They realized that these were indeed monsters, and a great many of them were approaching. However, only a single monster appeared near the hunters. Could it be that this one had caused the earthquake? Yoon Sol agreed that the earthquake had been quite strong. It was a good thing they hadn't arrived in a whole horde. However, the hunters noticed that countless red, glowing eyes were staring at them from the trees all around. The hunters were bewildered. Where had they come from? Yoon Sol didn't understand why this had happened so unexpectedly. Shin Hyun told Kim Ki-yul to leave the rest to him. He had to take his companions and leave immediately. Kim Ki-yul realized that his idol wanted to use that ability. The deputy guild master told the hunters to leave the area immediately. Yoon Sol was frightened. What was her brother planning to do? Did he really intend to fight all the monsters by himself? The girl declared that she wouldn't leave her brother alone. Kim Ki-yul reported that they were all leaving. Shin Hyun activated a magical teleportation trap in the center of the clearing. The protagonist declared that now he could fight in peace. Kim Ki-yul, watching from the sidelines, saw the powerful explosions and was amazed. He thought it was incredible. The members of the Tamra Guild were amazed. Could Shin Hyun really be human? Even for a high-level adventurer, this was too much. Kim Ki-yul surmised that Shin Hyun was the one who had summoned the monsters. Kim Ki-yul looked at Yoon Sol and thought, no matter how strong Shin Hyun is, he has a family too. He was left alone to fight such a large number of monsters. Of course, the girl is worried about her brother. The young man said he understood why she was nervous. However, Shin Hyun was a very strong person, and there was no need to worry so much. Kim Ki-yul added that Yoon Sol knows her brother better than anyone else, and she should trust his strength a little more. Yoon Sol realized that right now, her brother was gaining a tremendous amount of experience all on his own. She wished she could stay there too. The girl said she wasn't worried. Her brother is the only person she doesn't need to worry about. Shin Hyun realized that the skill had proven to be quite effective. All he had to do was give the order, and the effect worked on all the monsters in this dungeon. Combined with his strength and the sovereignty skill, he could easily gather all the monsters in one place. Shin Hyun thought that his dungeon runs would become much faster and more productive. The sovereignty skill was activated. Our hero prepared himself and ordered all monsters to appear before him immediately. The assistant asked Lee Ji-hae if she was okay and if she felt uncomfortable here. The girl replied that everything was fine. She just thought she heard someone's strange laughter. The assistant said that in that case, he would continue with the report. The young man reminded them that Park Tae-hoon was still inactive. The activity of the Twilight Guild members had also noticeably decreased. As a result, the Dawn Guild easily secured the rights to the disputed dungeon. The assistant added that for the time being, the Twilight Guild could be disregarded. Lee Ji-hae thought this was too much even for Park Tae-hoon. She hadn't expected such a reaction after what had happened. The girl was troubled by the Twilight Guild leader's covert activities. The assistant placed the papers on the table and said that this was now the most urgent task. A dangerous dungeon had been discovered in the Taebuksan Mountains. The dungeon's climate was desert. The risk level was 13. The recommended level was 60. Lee Ji-hae noted that a truly challenging dungeon had indeed appeared. In the desert climate of Taebuksan, the sun is incredibly exhausting, and the shifting sands hinder movement. The monsters are as big as a 10-story building. These giant insects are hiding somewhere underground. The assistant added that, despite their small numbers, they are powerful enough to fight high-level adventurers. Chief Chung Ho Jeon conducted an investigation, so the information is reliable. Lee Ji-hae stated that this wasn't enough and that they would have to organize another raid to get a more accurate picture. The girl thought that at times like this, it would be nice if Shin Hyun were here. The assistant asked if the deputy chief was thinking about something. She's not in the mood today. If Lee Ji-hae isn't feeling well, she should rest. The girl replied that she was fine. Lee Ji-hae accidentally knocked over a cup of tea with her elbow. The cup fell to the floor and shattered. The assistant said not to worry. He would clean it up. Lee Ji-hae felt like she was about to lose her mind. When would Shin Hyun finally come back? A month had already passed since they began exploring the dungeons of Cheonju. Our heroes sometimes watch the hunters' battles. A massive horse monster attacked the hunters using its hooves as weapons. By combining the sovereignty and spirit of the sword skills, our hero was able to master the telepathic subjugation skill. Yoon Sol and Kim Ki-yul noted that the monster had been destroyed with a single shot. Now our hero could calmly summon monsters from the Cheongju dungeon. Yoon Sol asked Kim Ki-yul why he was talking to her like she was a child. She was older than him. The young man was surprised by what the girl was saying. Shin Hyun realized that his sister was upset. It all depends on the damage dealt to the enemies. The system distributes experience points to everyone who attacked. Shin Hyun understood that he could stay out of the fight, even though the hunters sometimes made mistakes. At that moment, our hero decided that he would have to intervene after all. The hunter was trying with all his might to escape the monster chasing him. Fear was visible in his eyes. Shin Hyun grabbed the hunter and pulled him onto a tree branch, thus putting him in safety. The young man thanked Shin Hyun. Our hero told the guy to calm down and think about whether it was possible to increase his intelligence level through stats. Kim Ki-yul remarked once again that Shin Hyun was very strong. Yoon Sol continued to be angry. Why was Kim Ki-yul ignoring her? During these expeditions, our hero had fully mastered Kim Ki-yul's teleportation magic. At the same time, Shin Hyun surpassed the guy in skill mastery, but he would still need more time to fully master it. He had not yet reached the pinnacle of teleportation he desired. Yoon Sol told her brother that she had finally tried Jeonju Island's signature dish, black pork and perch. The restaurant where the girl was dining was quite good. However, she needed to level up. Yoon Sol managed to level up 3 times and became a level 38 hunter. Kim Ki-yul acknowledged that Shin Hyun's level had increased significantly after the dungeon raids. They too had managed to learn a thing or two. Shin Hyun understood that the reason for this trip was family-related. He was worried that Yoon Sol might overwork herself, but it actually helped her. Kim Ki-yul said he had the schedule for the next raids. A new request had come in from the Samdado Guild. Shin Hyun asked if it was a dungeon with bats, and what the location would be. Kim Ki-yul replied that the next dungeon was a cave. The young man added that they could send reinforcements if necessary. They're also ready to send the leader of one of the groups. But why do they need that? Based on the terrain, one could conclude that the caves would be dark and narrow. Therefore, arrows and teleportation would be of little use. Yoon Sol asked if that meant they wouldn't be able to do anything. It seemed as though they were being mocked. Shin Hyun declared that he was determined to win. However, everyone needed to get some good rest. The protagonist told his sister not to worry. He would handle it and try to finish as soon as possible. Bad memories flooded our hero's mind. The man greeted Shin Hyun and said he was glad to see him. He was in charge of this raid. His name was Lim Jong-wook. He was the commander of the Samdado Guild. Lim Jong-wook assumed that Shin Hyun was already familiar with the dungeon. Therefore, they could begin the raid. A huge portal appeared before our hero. The young man cursed. Shin Hyun suspected that the dungeon wouldn't be just a simple cave after all. Perhaps he was wrong, but he felt a strange sense of unease, although maybe it was just his imagination playing tricks on him. Shin Hyun decided that whatever it was, they needed to deal with it quickly and get back out. After entering the dungeon, monsters appeared. Shin Hyun fought them effectively. The hunter asked the guildmaster what they should do next. The progress was going faster than planned. Shin Hyun said he was done and asked what to do next. Lim Jong-wook was surprised by the speed of their progress. The guildmaster noted that they were almost at the unexplored territory. The protagonist said they should hurry. Lim Jong-wook asked if everything was okay. For some reason, Mr. Shin Hyun's face had gone pale. Our hero replied that he was fine. The young man thought that even after many years, those memories still troubled him. Shin Hyun stopped in the face of the unknown. It was pitch black deep inside the cave. The head of the Samdado Guild assumed that Shin Hyun was probably tired and suggested they take a short break. Shin Hyun repeated that he was fine. Hadn't he made himself clear? Lim Jong-wook apologized for being so persistent. He was simply worried about his guest. The guildmaster also offered our hero a recovery potion. Shin Hyun decided he needed to get out of there quickly, or else he would destroy everyone. The head of Samdodo showed a map and said that the road here was a bit confusing, so they would have to work up a sweat. However, they were already finishing their reconnaissance, so there was no need to worry. Lim Jong-wook announced that they would now clear the path. Shin Hyung thought these people were acting very suspiciously. The guild leader asked if Shin Hyung had ever been to Sakuraram Grotto. It's much better than this gloomy cave. Lim Jong-wook suggested visiting all the local sites. Shin Hyun agreed. The guild leader noted that the young man's expression was a little unsettling. Shin Hyun asked how much further they had to go. Our hero couldn't shake a strange feeling of unease. Strange symbols appeared above Shin Hyun's head, at the top of the cave. It looked like a seal. The young man thought it was a formation. It is capable of confusing a person. Although it does not cause damage, it can throw a person's senses into disarray. The pattern forces a person to walk in circles. People will see that the path repeats itself and doubts will arise. Are they going the right way? Shin Hyun thought that, judging by the flow of energy, the pattern was leading to a specific place. The protagonist was surprised. Why would a pattern from Murim appear in an ordinary dungeon? Could this be another path to that world? Or had this pattern been here from the beginning? Whatever it was definitely connected to the Murim. Our hero didn't want to see that world anymore. The young man tried to calm himself, for those days were already in the past. Shin Hyun decided he wouldn't let himself be led astray. He accepts this invitation. He is ready to see who or what wants to see him. Meanwhile, at Taebeksan, the Dungeon of Sands, huge monsters burst out of the ground, rising to a tremendous height. The leader of the hunting party said they needed to prepare. They just had to hold out a little longer. The leader activated the Crusader skill, Divine Blessing. The party's defense was boosted. The hunter said the situation was heating up, and he had already used up almost all his strength. Suddenly, everyone noticed a strange phenomenon appearing in the sky. The leader told everyone to calm down. This was his most powerful skill. In any case, they had to win. The squad leader added that without a victory, they wouldn't be going anywhere. Now was the time to take decisive action. Lee Ji-hae attacked one of the monsters using only her daggers. The girl acted bravely and decisively. After the attack, she said it was pretty hot in there. It was good that they were done. The guild master praised his assistant and said she was worthy of being his deputy. Lee Ji-hae said that it wouldn't be difficult for the guild leader to do the same. They'd only taken down 3, but the team was already in rough shape. Lee Ji-hae told the hunters to find shelter in the shade and rest for half an hour. The guild leader asked if Lee Ji-hae wasn't embarrassed to go on a raid with him. The girl was surprised. The leader asked, "Aren't you and Shin Hyun close?" For them, it would be like a date. The girl said the leader was very funny. The commander was glad he'd managed to cheer up his assistant. Lee Ji-hae asked the leader to keep his mouth shut next time. She wondered why the other guild leaders weren't there. The raid would be much easier with them. The leader replied that Kwon Jong and Yoon Seong-min had urgent matters to attend to. Taebeksan, outside the Dungeon of Sands. The hunters had to do what they thought was necessary. Then the leader would accept them. The young man said it would be easier to train with the martial arts guild. After all, Shin Hyun is incredibly strong. The assistant asked why the two had come here. The hunter saw the chief secretary and greeted him. The young man asked if anything could happen at the gates. The chief secretary could join them. He had nothing else to do anyway. The assistant told the hunters not to let their guard down. Even though the Twilight Guild isn't very active right now, they shouldn't be forgotten. Suddenly, glowing orbs appeared in the sky, rapidly descending toward the ground. Many were injured by these orbs. The wounded chief secretary said that the archer's skill Meteor Shower had been used, but no one knows about this raid except the leadership. A knight emerged from the forest, and the chief secretary realized that this was the work of Twilight. Director Yoon Seong-min asked if the chief secretary was all right. The chief secretary asked what was going on. Yoon Seong-min confirmed that this was the work of Twilight, who had stepped up their activities. The Secretary General said they were notorious scoundrels. How could they have pulled this off? The young man realized that the chief and his deputy would need a few more hours to get through. He had to decide whether to stay or bring in reinforcements. The Secretary General asked how Director Yoon Seong-min had found out about this place. He had heard that they hadn't been informed about it due to certain matters. Director Yoon Seong-min suddenly snapped at his interlocutor and said that if he was talking about business, it was already coming to an end. What did Secretary Dong Hwan-oh have to say about that? Yoon Seong-min made a call and reported that he had already finished cleaning up. Kwon Oh-jong should be arriving soon. The head of the Twilight Guild said they were on their way too. It's good that everything is going smoothly. The guild leader arrived at the scene and said that the squad commanders of the Dawn Guild had done a good job. He added that he liked what he saw and that he wished the squad leaders further advancement in their careers. Park Tae-hoon said that Lee Ji-hae, as always, was too naive and soft-hearted. She hadn't even considered the possibility of traitors among her subordinates. These guys had been under his command ever since the Festival of the Sun. Park Tae-hoon recalled that 7 years ago, he had already cleared out this dungeon together with Ji-hae. That was after his return from Murim. Back then, he had only just become a hunter. The young people saw the dungeon and gathered together. The hunter said it was a new dungeon that no one had entered yet. Park Tae-hoon then asked Lee Ji-hae how long they would be traveling with these hunters. Because of them, they had to stop training, and he didn't want to babysit them either. Park Tae-hoon asked the girl why she needed them. Had she forgotten about the Murim? They needed to become stronger as soon as possible. Park Tae-hoon asked if Ji-hae had thought about what he'd said last time. The young man suggested she take a look at the jade he'd received from the Heavenly Warrior. Tae-hoon added that with this jade, their martial arts strength would increase several times over. Park Tae-hoon suggested they follow the Heavenly Warrior. Together with him, they would become much stronger. Lee Ji-hae told Tae-hoon to stop. The girl understood his fears and anxiety. However, they weren't in Murim right now. No one would take their lives. Why become even stronger? Lee Ji-hae looked at the hunters and said she enjoyed looking after these kids. It was worth forgetting the hardships of Murim, at least for a little while. The hunters called out to Ji-hae, and she said she was coming. Park Tae-hoon thought that back then, he believed the only person who understood him was Lee Ji-hae. After all, they had been through the same thing. However, Park Tae-hoon lagged behind her. He believed it was all because of those pathetic, worthless hunters. It infuriated him. Park Tae-hoon decided he had to choose a different path. He had no reason to deal with these weaklings. Lee Ji-hae was in despair when she saw that the hunters were wounded. Only Park Tae-hoon was unharmed. The girl wondered how the hunters could have been hurt by such weak monsters. Park Tae-hoon suggested finishing them off since they were of no use. The hunter asked to get Ju-yeon out of there. Park Tae-hoon said they couldn't stay here any longer. The monsters were still nearby. The young man repeated his request. He asked Tae-hoon to help him. There was no time to waste. Park Tae-hoon heard a voice saying that everything was as usual now. He always helps Lee Ji-hae and follows her. She rejected him because she was weak. Lee Ji-hae had simply forgotten the despair she had experienced in Murim. The Heavenly Warrior said that this trash must be eliminated immediately. Everything that makes Lee Ji-hae weaker must be destroyed. Nothing can be left behind. The Heavenly Warrior added that only then would Lee Ji-hae be able to understand him. Park Tae-hoon dealt with all the hunters who were in the dungeon. He said he would free Lee Ji-hae from all the weakness surrounding her. Park Tae-hoon turned his back on the commanders of the Dawn Guild squads. The traitors asked him what they should do now. Park Tae-hoon's assistant replied that they must guard this place. If anyone from Dawn tried to escape, they were to be eliminated. The assistant asked Park Tae-hoon what they would do with Shin Hyo-yeon. The leader of Twilight said that everything was going smoothly in Jeonju, so there was no need to worry. Park Tae-hoon added that Galen had already begun his operation. No one could escape his trap. The assistant said they were moving faster than expected. However, everything was going according to plan. Park Tae-hoon cut him off mid-sentence and said he trusted him. The head of Twilight added that these two hunters would accompany him into the dungeon. The head's assistant said he would deal with Lee Ji-hae on his own, just as he had promised. Park Tae-hoon replied that if he had promised, he could do whatever he wanted with them. The head of the Twilight Guild said it was time to get down to business. Hunters hunt their prey. Today's hunt would be against the Dawn Guild. Shin Hyo-yeon couldn't understand why nothing had happened after he accepted their invitation. The hunter told the guildmaster that something wasn't right here. Lim Jong-wook replied that everything was fine. However, he thought something must be waiting for them. Shin Hyo-yeon was surprised. Could it be that these people didn't even know who was supposed to be here? The protagonist approached the head of the Samdato Guild and told him to tell the truth. What were they really up to? Shin Hyo-yeon grabbed the commander by the head and remarked that he had been turning a blind eye to this all along, but he wasn't going to stay silent for the rest of the time. If the head of Samdato wants to leave here alive, he must tell everything. The guild leader's assistant was hesitant. He was almost ready to reveal the truth. Galen said that Shin Hyo-yeon had turned out to be quite quick. It was even for the best. They wouldn't have to wait long for him. The operator reported that the target had arrived at the location. Shin Hyun saw flickering lights deep inside the cave and realized they had decided to show themselves after all. Our hero didn't think he'd see such a welcome gift here. A spy device had been installed for surveillance and eavesdropping. Shin Hyun said they were complete madmen. Lee Ji-hae felt a strange sensation. It was unpleasant. The girl decided she was just overheated and needed to relax a little. There were 2 more monsters ahead, located to the east of her. Lee Ji-hae figured they could finish everything in a single day. An explosion rang out not far beyond the mountain ridge. The girl grew anxious since they had set up camp in that direction. What was happening there? The group of hunters had been ambushed. It was unexpected, so they were caught off guard. The assistant to the head of the Twilight Guild was directly involved in this. The head of the Dawn Guild was also injured. The head thought it would be difficult enough to deal with even Chang Seong-hyuk, let alone Ryu Seong-gon and Shoji Hyun. The head of Dawn looked at Park Tae-hoon and thought that this man wasn't even worth mentioning. His strength was immense. Park Tae-hoon applauded and said that his opponent deserved to be the head of the Dawn Guild. He was a true hunter. He apologized for not having taken him seriously before. He had underestimated Chun Ho-jeon. Chun Ho-jeon couldn't even have imagined such a meeting with Park Tae-hoon himself. The head of Dawn asked how Tae-hoon had ended up here and what had happened to the hunters at the entrance to the dungeon. Park Tae-hoon asked in response what Chung Ho-yeon himself thought about it. Chung Ho-jeon asked how Park Tae-hoon had discovered this place. After all, no one knew about this raid. The leader of Dawn suggested that there were traitors among them. Chung Ho-jeong swung his sword and said he would wipe out all the traitors from Twilight. Ryu Song-gon said that Chun Ho-jeong had become even stronger, and that was a good thing. However, they needed to hurry. The hunters of the Dawn Guild were attacked by their rivals and began to bleed to death. Choi Ji-hyung told the leader of Dawn to ease the suffering of the wounded. Park Tae-hoon remarked that it was a sad sight. He couldn't look at it without tears. In any case, it's clear how much of a burden the weak are at a time like this. Lee Ji-hae suddenly appeared. Park Tae-hoon said it seemed someone had made a mistake. The girl said she was glad to see him. She had finally met this young man after all. Park Tae-hoon asked if Ji-hae had forgotten to say hello to him as well. The head of Twilight said he missed his old acquaintance. Lee Ji-hae told Park Tae-hoon to stop talking nonsense. After all, they had been enemies for a long time. Park Tae-hoon told Jang Seong-hyuk to deal with this girl. The confrontation began. Lee Ji-hae was the first to attack her opponent. The girl moved in close and said that Seong-hyuk had indeed become a little stronger by following Park Tae-hoon. After all, there was a time when he couldn't even hold a dagger in his hands. Sung-hyuk struck with his dagger, but Ji-hae dodged it with ease. The girl said her opponent was rushing too much. Jang Seong-hyuk already realized that the fight would be tougher than he had previously anticipated. Lee Ji-hae had no doubt that she could handle this guy, but what should she do next? Lee Ji-hae looked to the side and saw the Dawn hunters who were being held captive by their opponents. The leader of Dawn was holding a wounded comrade with one hand. In his other hand, he held a sword, and he shouted that he wouldn't let those scoundrels from Twilight get near him. Lee Ji-hae thought the guild leader could hold out for a while longer at this rate. However, the biggest problem was Park Tae-hoon. Lee Ji-hae knew that this madman wouldn't just sit idly by. What did Park Tae-hoon really want? Park Tae-hoon stated that Ji-hae had also become much stronger. The operation on Cheonju Island must be nearing its end. If everything is going smoothly, Shin Hyun must have already been eliminated. Suddenly, there was an explosion. Shin Hyun laughed and said that this was the second time. Were they really that eager to die? Lim Jeong-wook clutched his head, not understanding what had happened. The head of Samdaedo looked at Shin Hyun, who had his back to him. Shin Hyun surmised that his haste had caused his rivals to show up earlier than planned. It seemed they had decided to destroy him with explosives. Lim Jeong-wook asked if Shin Hyun was injured. The man was surprised. Who would have thought to plant explosives in a place like this? Suddenly, Lim Jeong-wook raised his head and screamed. Foam appeared at the corner of his mouth. The head of the Samdaedo Guild felt weak and sank to his knees. The hunters asked what had happened. Shin Hyun told the leader to confess. What was really going on here? Lim Jeong-wook replied that he knew nothing. Shin Hyun said he didn't believe him. Shin Hyun pointed out that control over the entrance to the dungeon belonged to its owners. This dungeon belonged to the Samdaedo Guild. Moreover, it would have taken quite a few days to plant explosives in such a deep location. Could Lim Jeong-wook really continue to claim he didn't know about this? Shin Hyun declared that he would never believe the guild leader. Everything he's claiming right now is a lie. Lim Jong-wook continued to insist that he knew nothing. If it weren't for Shin Hyun, this explosion would have killed everyone. Lim Jong-wook added that it was Shin Hyun's intervention that nearly ruined them. Shin Hyun declared that his opponent hadn't said a word, even though there had been plenty of time. The young man added that this would be the first time he used this skill on people. The absolute submission skill was activated. Shin Hyun said that even if Lim Jong-wook's consciousness were completely destroyed, he shouldn't be blamed for it. Lim Jong-wook admitted that his guild, Samdado, had been supported by Twilight from the very beginning. Their main task was to maintain Twilight's authority on Jeju Island. However, recently, one person appeared, Gaelin. Gaelin looked around and said it was a rather cozy but shabby office. Could this really be the Samdado Guild? Gaelin asked if anyone had contacted them. He referred to himself as Park Tae-hoon's sentence. Lim Jong-wook stated that he had no idea how this man was connected to Twilight. He added that he could clearly sense an incredible aura emanating from Gaelin. The guest said he needed the help of the Samdado Guild. The guild leader added that after that, they received an order from Twilight to follow Gaelin's instructions without question. Their task was to bring Shin Hyun to the dungeon by the specified deadline. It was assumed that they would carry out the entire job on their own. Shin Hyun understood that no waves should be able to penetrate inside the dungeon. That meant the enemies must be somewhere inside if they were able to detonate the explosives. Our hero closed his eyes and decided to concentrate. They couldn't have escaped yet. Shin Hyun directed his energy toward Lim Jong-wook. One of the hunters said his name was Vicky and that he would defend his leader to the end. Vicky stood between Shin Hyun and Lim Jong-wook. A powerful energy beam flew past and struck the opposite wall. The hunters looked back and saw a hole in the wall. Had Shin Hyun really created a passage? Shin Hyun headed toward the passage. The hunters were puzzled by this ability. Was it really magic? Vicky rejoiced and said that now they would survive. They would be able to return. Shin Hyun declared that the Samdado Guild would remain here. Sins must be paid for. No one was going to forgive them. The hunters were frightened. What was Shin Hyun going to do? There was another loud crash and the exit was blocked. Vicky shouted for the guild leader to snap out of it immediately. Everyone here could die. The hunters didn't want to stay and begged to be saved. After all, they hadn't done anything wrong. Shin Hyun said he had lived in a cave for 10 whole years. Now these people could try it too. They would enjoy their new home. Shin Hyun thanked them for giving him the chance to destroy them. It seemed like a good reason, but first he should say hello to a guy named Gaelin. Lee Ji-hae said she hadn't expected that from Seong-hyuk. The killer skill cloning was activated. The training had benefited Jang Seong-hyuk, and he had become quite good. Sang-hyuk noticed that Lee Ji-hae still underestimated him. His opponent declared that it was time to use shadow play. Ji-hae was surprised. How could that be used now? This skill is too valuable. It shouldn't be wasted on an enemy's minion. Lee Ji-hae declared that even without that skill, Sang-hyuk wouldn't be able to defeat her. He was too young and inexperienced. The girl told Chang Sang-hyuk to watch closely as a real killer fights. The skill Dark King's Poisonous Kiss was activated. Lee Ji-hae promised her opponent she would show him the moonlight of the bloody path. Lee Ji-hae was elusive. Sang-hyuk couldn't even get close to her. During the fight, the girl noted that her opponent was indeed a fanatic of Park Tae-hoon. Jang Sang-hyuk proved to be just as persistent as his boss. Lee Ji-hae swung her daggers, giving her opponent no chance to catch his breath. Sang-hyuk was forced to keep moving to avoid falling into the girl's trap. At one point, Jang Sang-hyuk found himself behind Ji-hae. Jang Sang-hyuk's origin skill was activated. Chang Seong-hyuk delivered a powerful blow. Lee Ji-hae managed to block it. The poison spear skill was activated. Lee Ji-hae was forced to jump back. However, the girl was surprised. What was happening? Her opponent's poison was corroding her dagger. Lee Ji-hae realized if she made even a single mistake, she would die. The girl said she was having fun. Her opponent's style had changed drastically. Lee Ji-hae declared that in that case, she would have to change weapons. Jang Seong-hyuk reminded her that Lee Ji-hae had once shown him how to become stronger. The girl replied that she didn't even remember that. Ji-hae knew she had to be careful with this poison. She couldn't hesitate. But where was his real body now among all these clones? Sung-hak added that if Ji-hae couldn't remember, he would refresh her memory. This is the last chance. She must use the game of shadows, Ji-hae asked. Aren't you tired of it? She has no intention of using that skill. Lee Ji-hae repeated that this skill wasn't for Jang Seong-hyuk. She knew she absolutely couldn't use shadow play. she still needed her strength for the battle with Park Tae-hoon. Sung Hyuk said that in that case she would be destroyed and delivered a devastating blow to the girl's back. Ji-hae screamed loudly and began to bleed. Lee Ji-hae suddenly laughed and told Chang Seong-hyuk to look at her. Was he really trying to copy her technique with the two daggers? And is this guy the one Park Tae-hoon wants to replace her with? Lee Ji-hae asked Seong-hyuk, was Park Tae-hoon still somewhere nearby? Lee Ji-hae said that even though Seong-hyuk was pathetic, her very existence was a hindrance to him. His whole appearance annoyed her. The young man shouted for Ji-hae not to come near him. Ji-hae pressed a dagger against her opponent's face and said that to become stronger, a killer must sincerely try to destroy someone. If Seong-hyuk truly wants to become stronger, he must hate someone so much that he desires their destruction, just as she does. Hunters appeared behind the girl. They shouted that they could see Lee Ji-hae. The girl realized that Park Tae-hoon had spotted her. Lee Ji-hae assumed that Jang Seong-hyuk understood her very well. What she wants most is to destroy the man who came here, so she will postpone her revenge on Seong-hyuk for later. Finally, Lee Ji-hae said that Jang Seong-hyuk had absolutely no talent. He'd be better off giving up this line of work and starting over with a clean slate, perhaps as a craftsman. The girl added that Song-hyuk simply wasn't cut out for this kind of work. Jang Seong-hyuk said that at that moment she had trampled on his pride, as if completely denying his very existence. After that insult, he started training from scratch and completely changed his fighting style just to get back at her. Although Ji-hae was from a rival guild, he respected her. Could she imagine being humiliated by the very person she admired? Sun-hyuk realized that his desire to destroy her had made him much stronger. Lee Ji-hae said she remembered that Song-hyuk wanted to surpass her so badly, which meant he had learned her lesson. The girl pointed out that Song-hyuk had missed one thing. She had told him to give up on this. It's pretty dark in here. It's hard to disagree with that. Jang Seong-hyuk was frightened. Could these be shadow clones? But why at this very moment? Lee Ji-hae said she would offer one more piece of advice. A killer reveals his true face only once, when he finishes off his opponent. Song-hyuk was destroyed. After that, the girl said that the rival was enjoying his victory. However, it was just an illusion. Park Tae-hoon replied that it wasn't bad. Jang Seong-hyuk had become quite strong. Lee Ji-hae said, Tae-hoon has finally shown up. The girl added that he was the scoundrel she so desperately wanted to destroy. Park Tae-hoon asked Ji-hae if she had enjoyed the little show he'd put on for her. Lee Ji-hae replied that she had mixed feelings. However, Tae-hoon shouldn't expect an easy death. She would torture him long and painstakingly. Tae-hoon laughed and said that was exactly what he had been so eager to hear. Park Tae-hoon and Lee Ji-hae, weapons at the ready, prepared for the confrontation. Lee Ji-hae knew that the game of shadows skill would be used now. The battle begins. Shin Hyun tried to call Lee Ji-hae, but she was unavailable. Shin Hyun assumed she might be busy. However, he urgently needed to tell her about the Samdaedo Guild. Gaolin asked, does Shin Hyun want to contact Lee Ji-hae? Unfortunately, she's unlikely to answer. Her dungeon must be under attack right now. Shin Hyun should know that cell phone signals don't reach there. Gaolin said that Shin Hyun must be wondering how he knew all this. However, for those who came from Murim, this was business as usual. Gaolin expressed hope that he had satisfied his opponent's curiosity. Shin Hyun replied that Gaolin didn't seem much like an expert. Besides, he still had a few more questions. Was his interlocutor really from Murim? Although something else was more important right now. How did he know about the attack on the dungeon? Gaolin stated that he could answer that question, but Shin Hyun was being quite rude to him. Shin Hyun realized that Gaolin wasn't eager to share information. However, that wasn't very important. Our hero said he would force Gaolin to reveal everything he knew. Gaolin replied that he knew it all along. His opponent was simply amazing. The rumors were true. He really is capable of controlling magic at such a high level. Most likely, he can combine martial arts with magic. Our hero realized he was trapped in a gravity trap. On top of that, he was surrounded by enemies. Gaolin said that as the gravity trap took effect, Shin Hyun would realize that it was completely different from any he had seen before. It was his greatest creation. He had fused the Murim gravity trap with his own magic into a single entity. Gaolin clenched his fist tightly and activated the heavenly golden seal. Shin Hyun was caught in the gravitational trap and struggled with all his might to resist. The protagonist said that, overall, these were cheap tricks. However, at some point, his body became much heavier. The opponents closed in on each other, their blades clashing. There was a screech of metal, and sparks flew in all directions. Shin Hyun felt that he couldn't use his internal energy. He simply didn't have the strength. Our hero looked at the opponents attacking him and was surprised. Could they really all be from Murim? At that moment, his opponents seemed invincible to him. What should he do now? Galen said he was very pleased to see the desperate look on his opponent's face. How did he feel without his inner energy? Galen explained that his heavenly golden seal was absorbing all of Shin Hyun's energy. All that energy is transferred to his subordinates. That is why this result is achieved. No matter how strong Shin Hyun is, he won't be able to defeat them. Galen added that the stronger Shin Hyun becomes, the stronger they will become as well. That is why Shin Hyun has absolutely no chance of winning. All the accumulated power will destroy him. Shin Hyun said that this guy talks a lot. He's already tired of listening to this nonsense. The young man noted that he wasn't called the Invincible Sword Emperor for nothing. Now he'll show just how pathetic Galen is in the face of true power. The true law is created by natural objects or talismans arranged in the correct order. It is something like a new space. Zhuge Liang was a legendary strategist and master of formations. He could summon wind and lightning with his octagonal methods, which could wipe out an entire army, leaving no one behind. He was a powerful man, comparable to a god. The young man added that he admired him. Even after returning from Murim, he continued to hone this art. The young man added that, if the truth were to be told, he too could be compared to a deity. Shin Hyun said that now he understood everything. Golden was energy. It was a play on words that his opponent had called the heavenly golden seal. The enemies behind him attacked Shin Hyun with the aim of inflicting irreparable injuries on him. However, the protagonist told them to wait a moment, and the hunters were surprised. What had happened to their bodies? Why had they gone numb? Shin Hyun declared that he was almost done, but they would have to wait a little while here. Galen thought that this guy had created a new law. He had never heard of anything like this before. Where had Shin Hyun found the weakness in his formation? Galen added that it was impossible. How had his opponent even changed the formation? His adjustments weren't even noticeable. Shin Hyun said Galen was doing well, but it was time to answer some questions. Our hero asked his opponent, was he by any chance from the magic cult? Shin Hyun noted that he didn't know much about them either, but this energy was very similar to that of that cult. Besides, even though they possess martial arts skills, they're definitely not the ones who returned from Murim. Their skills were also mediocre, too rough for someone who had been to Murim. Most importantly, the harmony of pure art doesn't resonate with them. That's the main confirmation. Galen was forced to admit that Shin Hyun was right. He is very observant. Galen pointed to his assistants and said that, unlike him, they were artificial people. Shin Hyun was surprised when he taught martial arts. He pierced another's flesh and transferred his energy, but at Galen's level, that would be unwise. Our hero surmised that his opponent had done something else. Otherwise, this couldn't be possible. Shin Hyun noted that if these hunters had been created in the usual way, he wouldn't have felt the difference. It was either the magic of a demonic cult or the magic of earthly mages. Galen was forced to admit that Shin Hyun had figured it out. Galen admitted that they were idlers whom he had transformed into useful beings. It was worth the lives of those good-for-nothings. The pace of the research was rapid, several thousand test subjects. As a result, he gained subordinates comparable to high-level adventurers. Shin Hyun realized that his opponent had used people as sacrificial offerings. Our hero said he'd had enough. He liked Galen's tricks. Galen suddenly clutched his chest. He felt a resonance and didn't understand what was happening. During the battle with the demon's followers, even when breaking or tearing them apart, our hero felt no pity. On the contrary, it invigorated him. Shin Hyun declared that he was beginning the hunt for the demon. Galen was genuinely outraged. How dare Shin Hyun say such a thing? The hunters felt their bodies begin to move again. They were filling with energy once more. Shin Hyun declared that these people were already in his trap. A clash of two opposing energies was taking place. Shin Hyun, despite the unequal battle, remained unshaken. The rivals felt as if their bodies were completely engulfed in flames. They screamed that they were burning up and begged for mercy. The hunters shouted for Galen to save them immediately. Otherwise, why had all this been started? Shin Hyun said that this was fiery gold. Fire melts metal. Our hero added that understanding the 5 elements is the foundation of all foundations. He removed his energy essence and replaced it with gold, refining it. Galen asked how Shin Hyun was able to do that. The protagonist replied that he had also studied formations in Murim. His opponent's skills were insignificant to him. Shin Hyun added that he actually had quite a bit of fun. Galen said that he had previously spent his entire life on experiments and research. Shin Hyun had trampled all over his pride. How on earth did he achieve this? Our hero said that Galen shouldn't be upset. If he knew his true level, who would consider this a part of themselves? So there's no need to worry needlessly. Shin Hyun added that talent is definitely needed in this field. Without talent, you won't achieve much, no matter how hard you try. Shin Hyun warned that he would now deal with his rival. His formation would absorb all the energy. Since Galen himself had drawn out the energy of many people, he shouldn't object if the same were done to him now. Shin Hyun activated the absolute command skill and told Galen to tell him what was happening to Lee Ji-hae right now. Galen replied that Lee Ji-hae had already died. Lee Ji-hae had been alone her whole life, both in the original world and in Murim. She met him. The young man didn't know that there were others who had returned besides him. He gave his name and added that he was pleased to meet her. During their joint raids, Park Tae-hoon had protected Ji-hae and made sure she didn't take any risks. To this day, this cave reminds him of the time he spent in Murim. Ji-hae begged him never to leave her. It was hard for Tae-hoon to rely on Ji-hae, but at the same time he was grateful to her. It was the first time someone had really needed her. Now she thinks they shouldn't have gotten together. Park Tae-hoon said it was time for Lee Ji-hae to get back on her feet. Tae-hoon asked if she was satisfied with such a miserable end. The wounded Lee Ji-hae gathered her strength, jumped up, and tried to attack Park Tae-hoon. The shield skill and reflecting shield were activated. The girl's attack missed its target. The next moment, Ji-hae jumped high into the air. She was ready to continue the fight. Park Tae-hoon looked at the girl and said she was definitely tired. Ji-hae was indeed exhausted. The head of the Twilight Guild reminded her that she had already used shadow play. Therefore, it would be better to give up. The girl was surprised when had Tae-hoon managed to become so strong. However, she too hadn't wasted a single minute all this time. Lee Ji-hae said she wanted to know something one last time. Tae-hoon asked what exactly she wanted to know. Lee Ji-hae asked why those guys had died. Park Tae-hoon said he was already fed up with all this. Wasn't there a more interesting question? Lee Ji-hae was surprised. Fed up? Why were the words she should be saying coming out of his mouth? Lee Ji-hae said that Park Tae-hoon had always avoided answering questions about that matter. This time, she absolutely had to hear the answer. Tae-hoon said it happened because they were weak. Isn't it human nature to want to trample on someone weaker? Ji-hae said she must have lost her mind for a moment. She thought talking to him would provide at least some answers. The girl added that she was very tired. It really was time to end this. Lee Ji-hae lunged at her opponent again, thinking that this time she would definitely destroy him. Park Tae-hoon thrust his blade forward. Their weapons clashed again, producing a loud screech. Shin Hyun examined the phone of the opponent he had destroyed. Shin Hyun remembered what Galen had said. Their guild served the heavenly warrior. It seemed like this place was full of scum, just like Park Tae-hoon. Shin Hyun wanted to find out more, but his opponent was dead. What a weakling. Our hero learned this man's location. However, it was 450 kilometers as the crow flies. Shin Hyun remembered Kim Ki-yul and his ability to teleport. The young man decided he had only one option. The protagonist realized that at his level, he could get there in 20 minutes. Was it worth worrying about? Shin Hyun thought that he and Lee Ji-hae were merely business partners. Even if she was in danger, he wasn't obligated to come to her aid. In Murim, it's the way of things to destroy and to perish. Did he have any reason to save her? The young man couldn't find any particular reason. Shin Hyun remembered how the girl had asked him out on a date. He remembered their conversation about the Kinjong silver game. She often went there to have tea. Once, Lee Ji-hae had been indignant, asking why he couldn't just tell the truth. Lee Ji-hae extended her hand and formally thanked the young man as the deputy head of the Dawn Guild. After these memories, our hero clutched his head and thought he was truly going mad. Shin Hyun thought that the only people who mattered to him were himself and his sister. Unnoticed, another person had been added to that list. The protagonist made a decision and, picking up speed, began moving in the designated direction. He silently told Lee Ji-hae to be sure to wait for him. Taebek-san. Before entering the dungeon, the traders were resting and saying that things were good for them now. However, there was nothing difficult about it. It had been the right decision to switch sides to the Twilight Guild. Here, the pay was 3 times higher than before, and the work wasn't as hard. There was also dental insurance. The trader said he was still wondering, what is that madman thinking? A colleague asked, Is he talking about Shin Hyun? It was lucky that the boss knew such a monster would join Dawn. The traitor said that Shin Hyun was most likely already dead. The colleague added that it was possible. But even if he survived, how could he get here from Cheonju Island? There was a noise in the forest and the birds flew up in fear. The young people grew anxious. What could it have been? There was a very eerie feeling in the air. Shin Hyun approached the entrance to the dungeon. The traitors were terrified. They realized that Shin Hyun had appeared here for some reason. He was the one they should fear the most. During the battle, Park Tae-hoon asked what Lee Ji-hae was up to. Wasn't she going to destroy him? He wants to see her true power. Where has her fighting spirit gone? Lee Ji-hae attacked with all her might, but she couldn't achieve a positive result. All her attacks were neutralized. At one point, the girl's dagger shattered from the intense strain. It was a disaster. Park Tae-hoon grabbed his opponent by the head and told her to focus on the battle and not get distracted by trivialities. The girl found herself on the ground. Tae-hoon thought it was incredibly boring. Did she really think she could defeat him with such feeble powers? The head of the Twilight Guild assumed that was all she had. Park Tae-hoon asked, "Does Lee Ji-hae understand now who was right?" The head of the Twilight Guild said that following the Heavenly Warrior was ultimately beneficial. Park Tae-hoon suggested that the girl go with him. In that case, they would become so strong that no one would dare threaten them. Lee Ji-hae thanked him for the offer and said she'd rather die than follow him. He had to leave her life. Ji-hae added that Park Tae-hoon was acting like a child, talking about the Heavenly Warrior and the law of the strong. Lee Ji-hae added that Park Tae-hoon should know he will die because he blindly follows the Heavenly Warrior. The girl reported that Shin Hyun is seeking a meeting with the Heavenly Warrior. His mind is consumed by revenge. He wants to take revenge on the one who ruined his life. Park Tae-hoon laughed in response. Ji-hae asked, "Does Tae-hoon really think he'll let the Heavenly Warrior's servant live?" Park Tae-hoon said that according to his information, Shin Hyun should already have been eliminated by now. The leader of Twilight added that he had entrusted Shin Hyung's elimination to the Tenjo Guild. They are very strong and follow the Heavenly Warrior. Their group, led by the one who had returned from Murim, set off for Cheonju Island. Each of them is far stronger than high-level adventurers. No matter how long Shin Hyun stayed in Murim, he wouldn't survive against the Tenjo. Shin Hyun suddenly appeared and told Park Tae-hoon to continue his fantastic story. Park Tae-hoon heard this and was surprised. How did Shin Hyun manage to get here? After all, he was supposed to have been destroyed. Shin Hyun replied that he was still alive, and he wanted to return the traitors to the leader of Twilight. The protagonist said that those two were from the Dawn Guild. He had seen them once at the Festival of the Sun. However, now they were getting in his way, so they were eliminated. Shin Hyun noted that Lee Ji-hae was still alive. The girl couldn't understand how he had appeared here. Park Tae-hoon realized that Galen had lost to him. But how did this guy end up here, since he was supposed to be on Cheonju Island? Shin Hyun said that enough time had passed. The last time they saw each other was at the Festival of the Sun. The leader of Twilight activated his reflecting shield skill. The protagonist attacked his opponent and told him to respond immediately. Our hero's strike was blocked. Shin Hyung asked his opponent if he had a religion. If not, he advised him to adopt one right away and pray to his god. He must pray for his life. Shin Hyung added that he wasn't sure Park Tae-hoon would survive. Park Tae-hoon swung his sword and lunged at our hero. The rivals clashed in a fierce battle. The mutual release of excess energy led to a localized explosion. Shin Hyung said that from the very beginning, his arrival in Murim had nearly ruined him. Out of courtesy, he would use martial arts. The skill 100 Descending Dragons was activated. A sphere appeared in our hero's hands. Park Tae-hoon was surprised and asked what it was. Shin Hyun threw the sphere at his opponent and said it was the soaring dragons of the sky. Park Tae-hoon was surprised. Isn't this an unusual martial art that uses bodily energy? But how did his opponent do that? Tae-hoon wondered where his opponent had learned such techniques, but in any case, he wouldn't be able to land a hit. A powerful explosion rang out. After the shockwave and a bright flash, everything was covered in thick smoke. Lee Ji-hae came to her senses and asked what had happened. The girl couldn't see any of the combatants. Could they have survived the attack? Lee Ji-hae heard a familiar voice. The voice asked if Ji-hae's deputy was okay. The girl looked back. Standing nearby, leaning on his sword, was Guild Master Chung Ho Jeon. He said he was glad to see the girl unharmed. Lee Ji-hae ran up to the guildmaster and asked how he had gotten there and what had happened to the rest of the team. Chun Ho-jeong replied that all their comrades had perished. He was the only survivor of the battle. Chung Ho-jeong, bleeding profusely, said he had barely managed to survive. That destructive power had exceeded all his expectations. Park Tae-hoon's followers ran up to him and asked if he was okay, leader. Ryu Seung-gon asked what was going on and why such a vast area of land had been destroyed. Ji-young asked, could Ji-hae have done this? Ryu Seung-gon remarked that the situation looked much worse than he had anticipated. Shin-hyun heard a familiar voice. It turned out that those two henchmen were here as well. Ryu Seung-gon was of course surprised and asked how Shin-hyun had managed to get here and why he didn't even seem tired. Shin-hyun looked at the number of opponents and thought that he hadn't fully recovered yet. He would need more time. Park Tae-hoon shouted for his henchmen to immediately destroy Shin-hyun by any means necessary. The leader of Twilight surmised that Shin-hyun was most likely weakened by that ability. Now was the perfect opportunity. Shin-hyun said that he now had 2 more bodies at his disposal. Park Tae-hoon repeated that if Ryu Seung-gon and Ji-hyun wanted to stay alive, they had to attack him. The aides prepared for the attack and declared that they would obey the order. They promised to avenge Shin-hyun for the Festival of the Sun. Ryu Seung-gon told Shin-hyun to prepare for battle with him. The fire dragon was activated. Park Tae-hoon exhaled and thought he still had a little time left. He needed to recover quickly. Chun Ho-jeon was surprised. Could Shin-hyun be here too? Wasn't he on Jeju Island? Ji-hae said they would talk about that later. An explosion occurred somewhere nearby. Shin-hyun felt a slight sense of relief. First, he was stuck in a cave. Then he teleported in a hurry over the sea and mountains. The protagonist said he knew Park Tae-hoon now wanted to rest and recover. Chun Ho-jeon and Lee Ji-hae were amazed. How had Shin-hyun managed to defeat 2 people in such a short amount of time? Shin-hyun remarked that the appetizer wasn't bad. Our hero approached Park Tae-hoon and said it was time for dessert. Tae-hoon remained baffled. Why hadn't he recovered yet? The leader of Twilight thought, even if he recovers, will he be able to defeat this monster? Park Tae-hoon heard a voice telling the boy not to worry. It was time for him to wake up. Tae-hoon had suffered enough. Tae-hoon thought, could he really become stronger? The voice said that he was the only one who could make him stronger. Park Tae-hoon now had to give it his all and fight for his life. The leader of Twilight said it was amazing. Now his whole body is overflowing with energy. Shin-hyun was surprised. Could his opponent still have some tricks up his sleeve? Was Park Tae-hoon going to cling to life even now? He had no doubt he would definitely die today. The voice said that Park Tae-hoon was his loyal instrument. They were almost there. Shin-hyun said that wasn't bad. Why had Park Tae-hoon hidden this from him? The protagonist spotted a necklace hanging around his opponent's neck. Our hero declared that now he was even a little excited. If this wasn't his power, he had to seize the opportunity. Shin-hyun raised his blade and said it was an honor for Park Tae-hoon. This swordsman would draw his sword from its sheath. Park Tae-hoon activated the origin skill. Shin-hyun agreed that this sword was just right for him. His opponent had better be ready. After these words, Shin-hyun approached his opponent and attacked. Our hero noticed that someone didn't value their sword. The protagonist added that losing a weapon in battle meant certain death. Shin-hyun looked at his opponent's necklace and said that the trinket seemed to be running out of power as well. Could Tae-hoon show him anything else? Our hero struck his opponent's blade once more, and blood began to flow from Park Tae-hoon. Shin-hyun said he had a lot of questions for his opponent. The protagonist grabbed Park Tae-hoon by the throat and asked who was hiding behind the identity of the Heavenly Warrior. Shin-hyun explained that it was only because of this question that Park Tae-hoon was still alive. Otherwise, he would have died long ago, back when he first touched Yoon's soul. Our hero activated the absolute control skill and told Park Tae-hoon to tell him everything. Who is the Heavenly Warrior he follows? Park Tae-hoon confessed that there is someone who sent them to Murim. Tae-hoon added that there is also someone living inside his body. At some point, our hero woke up and realized he was bound in chains. The young man didn't understand what had just happened. Shin-hyun looked around and realized with horror that he was in a cave made of Murim. The protagonist shouted that it was a lie. He didn't believe it. He couldn't be here again. Park Tae-hoon asked if Shin-hyun recognized the place. His opponent added that this was his world, created with the help of the Soul Sword. Tae-hoon himself, however, was not in chains and was sitting across from him on a large rock. The leader of Twilight asked, could it be that Shin-hyun was suddenly flooded with memories? Tae-hoon noted that Shin Hyung was the first to come here. He was pleased to meet Shin Hyung. Park Tae-hoon stated that this was their first face-to-face meeting. Shin Hyun grew angry. Was this guy really going to keep him here? Tae-hoon replied that the entire space was made of the soul of the sword, so these chains would not be easy to break. He added that Shin Hyun should stop fussing and calm down. Shin Hyun said that the person standing before him was not Park Tae-hoon. Judging by his swordsmanship, he could assume that the heavenly warrior was indeed standing before him. Tae-hoon said that this was a rather rare encounter, so Shin Hyun could ask whatever he wanted. He would answer all questions honestly. Shin Hyun asked his companion, "Did you really enjoy it?" He had ended up in a terrible world where he was always alone, and death lurked around every corner. Not knowing if his family was alive, he had lived like that for 140 years. Shin Hyung said that the heavenly warrior had seen it all. Shin Hyun added that all of his 140 years had been a joyful pastime for the heavenly warrior. He's a real scoundrel. Park Tae-hoon said he was very bored and tired. The villain added that he had been waiting patiently all this time just to see Shin Hyun's level rise. Tae-hoon asked why Shin Hyun remained human. After all, he had suffered greatly in this world, endured every hardship, yet still remained true to himself. Shin Hyun was surprised. What is this guy saying now? The protagonist laughed and said that he really wanted to learn something from the heavenly warrior. However, right now he didn't even want to think about his words. It was fine if he was bored. Our hero said he had one regret, for which he wanted revenge. He wanted only one thing. Shin Hyun shouted that he would destroy the heavenly warrior, that scoundrel who had ruined his life. The protagonist managed to break the chains binding him and struck the heavenly warrior, piercing his body right through. Park Tae-hoon's body began to sink to the ground, and the bleeding intensified. Our hero thought that this guy had to heed his words, open the door to ascension, and step beyond the limits of humanity. Otherwise, he would lose everything. Park Tae-hoon's bloodied body lay motionless on the ground. Lee Ji-hae and Chung Ho-jeon appeared behind our hero. The young man noticed that he was no longer in the cave. Lee Ji-hae asked what had happened to Park Tae-hoon. The next day arrived. Upon hearing from Dawn about Park Tae-hoon's death, Twilight declared complete surrender. The guild was disbanded. Suka Cheol-ho stood all alone in the guild leadership's office. Most of Twilight's high-level hunters, including Park Tae-hoon, had perished. The remaining survivors had tucked their tails between their legs. This accelerated the process of Twilight joining Dawn. Chief Secretary Dong Won-oh said he had no intention of resigning. In any case, their guild would struggle without him. Dong Won-oh pretended to have died during the attack. The integration of the two major guilds went smoothly. An assistant shouted that the press conference was starting in 10 minutes and they needed to hurry. A speech by the head of the Dawn Guild was scheduled. Shin Hyun and Lee Ji-hae, just as before, sat silently for a while in the executive office, sipping delicious tea. Shin Hyun thought it felt like déjà vu. They were drinking the exact same tea again. Lee Ji-hae said that the situation was shaping up such that, thanks to the peace agreement, Twilight would merge with Dawn. However, there were still some parties with whom it was difficult to reach an agreement. Shin Hyun pointed out that the whole world already knew about this, so there was nowhere for them to hide. Lee Ji-hae agreed that there was nothing to worry about. Lee Ji-hae remarked that she was a little disappointed. Park Tae-hoon had had a hard life. She hadn't thought he would leave like this. Shin Hyun recalled the words of the heavenly warrior and thought that his current state was somewhere between ascension. Shin Hyun realized that if he didn't cast aside his humanity, he might lose everything. Shin Hyun was angry. The heavenly warrior, like a rat, lived in the darkness and still dared to threaten him. The protagonist decided he wouldn't let him get away next time. Ji-hae asked what had happened to Mr. Shin Hyun. Shin Hyun apologized and said he was lost in thought. Ji-hae noticed that he was giving off a frightening aura. Lee Ji-hae placed the secret safe from the Twilight leader's room on the table in front of the young man. The safe won't open or break. It's protected by some kind of magic. Shin Hyun looked at the safe and said it was quite interesting. The protagonist stated that he wasn't in the habit of touching other people's things, but it would be a shame, since there might be valuable items belonging to the guild leader inside. Shin Hyun waved his hand, and the safe opened. The girl was surprised. How was the young man able to do that? The protagonist replied that it wasn't such a difficult spell. Shin Hyun took a document out of the safe and read through it. This supporting document had been carefully preserved. Lee Ji-hae noticed that she had seen it somewhere before. Shin Hyun asked why she had snatched the document from his hands, since he hadn't finished reading it yet. Lee Ji-hae explained that it was a secret agreement between the Cheonjo Guild and Park Tae-hoon. The agreement stipulated the transfer of all dungeons to the guild in the event of their cooperation with Twilight. The phone rang. It was Kim Ki-yul. The deputy guild leader reported that they were currently standing in front of the dungeon entrance. All members of the Semdado Guild who had attacked Shin Hyun had been captured and would be arrested. Chaos reigned inside the dungeon. Had explosives really been used? Shin Hyun asked if they had looked around. Kim Ki-yul replied that it was impossible not to notice, but something beyond imagination was definitely happening there. Kim Ki-yul expressed his hope that Shin Hyun would return to them soon. Otherwise, Yoon Sol would get even angrier. He thought his sister was very annoying. Lee Ji-hae handed over the documents and said that there was something written here about the Tenjo Guild. It seemed there were 4 others who had returned from Murim besides Gaolin. Shin Hyun realized he was holding their personal information. It was known that they were masters who had reached the 50th level. Now it was clear why their guild was called Tenjo. The protagonists surmised that these guys were fanatics. Lee Ji-hae said she shared his opinion. Our hero declared that in that case, he had his next objective. He had to track down all the members of the Heavenly Warrior Guild and use poison against them. In the world of Murim, it was commonplace to be devoured by someone stronger. Our hero believed that he would, of course, win. The assistant approached his boss to provide information. The boss said that the merger of Twilight and Dawn was underway, and it wasn't Dawn joining Twilight. The assistant confirmed this. The boss asked if they had managed to contact Gaolin. The assistant replied that it had been 36 hours since he last responded. The young man surmised that they had both failed. Park Tae-hoon was too confident. It was surprising that Gaolin had lost. All 10 commandments, having approached the cultivation masters, had also lost contact. It seemed Park Tae-hoon was right. This man should not be underestimated. As for Shin Hyun's martial arts level, he must have spent at least 75 years there. That means he's stronger than someone at the 68th level. The boss told the assistant to find out more about Shin Hyun. We must avoid direct contact, do everything covertly, and take our time. His external and internal levels don't matter. After all, victory can be achieved through more than just strength. On Jeju Island, at the headquarters of the Tamra Guild, Yoon Sol warned her brother if he runs away from her from this moment on, she won't let him live. Shin Hyun said he was very sorry. Kim Ki-yul asked Yoon Sol to calm down. The girl asked where her brother had gone. Chunho Jaeon, the guild leader, was constantly appearing on TV. The topic of the Twilight integration was very popular. Lee Ji-hae decided to gather as much information as possible about the Chungho Guild. There was a risk that they would cover all their tracks, so she decided to take on the case herself. Lee Ji-hae asked if there was any point in looking for anything at all. Shin Hyun replied that in that case, it would be much easier for him. After all, he had to take revenge no matter what. The head of the Tamra Guild said he was to blame for the entire situation. He hadn't expected there to be traitors within the Jeju guilds. The head offered his sincere apologies and asked if there was any way he could make amends. Shin Hyun replied that he still had doubts about the Jeju guilds. There might still be traitors among them. The protagonist added that he had tried to trust them, but now all his trust was gone. It was all because of what had happened. Our hero added that as long as the Tamra Guild isn't against him, he isn't their enemy. The protagonist looked at his companions' reactions and suggested they move past this moment. The guild leader said they hadn't turned their backs on him. Justice had prevailed. Shin Hyun asked the leader of Tamra if they planned to join Dawn. The Jeju Guild could join Dawn. The Tamra Guild promised not to take either side due to their internal strife. However, their battle is over. The protagonist once again suggested that they join the Dawn Guild. Jeju's forces alone would not be enough to hold the local dungeons. The guild leader, Mr. Kim, said that this was a decision for the entire alliance to make. He himself could not say anything at the moment. Although, frankly speaking, this would be the best deal for them. Head Kim thanked and bowed to Mr. Shin Hyun. The protagonist said that it's easier to trust one another when you're in the same boat. The young man thought that if he extended his influence to this island, it would be easier to track down all the traitors from Cheonjo. Shin Hyun asked Kim Ki-yul if the underground tunnels they had agreed upon were still there. Kim Ki-yul replied that there was one left near Mount Hallison. Shin Hyun said that in that case they would head there and needed to hurry. When everyone was assembled, our hero noted that this group consisted only of warriors, tanks, and priests. An unusual combination. Shin Hyun wondered why they had excluded a mage and an archer. Was it really because of the cave terrain? Kim Ki-yul said that he and Yoon Sol would stay behind again. Chief Kim said that in this dungeon, all long-range attacks based on sight are useless. Chief Kim added that the Hallison dungeon is one of the worst on Jeju Island. All of this is made more difficult by the fog. A thick fog hangs over the entire dungeon. It's hard to tell who's where, even if they're right next to each other. The most dangerous thing is the fog monsters. The monsters' bodies blend into the fog. It is difficult to counter them with ordinary physical attacks. Damage can only be dealt with wide-area attacks, such as holy magic that uses Om. Fog monsters possess extremely high strength. These monsters attack unexpectedly, like professional assassins. Shin Hyun said he now understood the general idea. He just needed to hit these monsters hard with some skill. Shin Hyun asked for the explanations to stop and said he would put in a little more effort. The narrator was disappointed, as he wanted them to hear him out. Chief Kim stated that this was the charm of Shin Hyun. Our hero looked at the entrance to the dungeon and said he had a familiar feeling. There was a light breeze, however, nothing could be seen through the fog. Chief Kim was glad he had found Mr. Shin Hyun so quickly. The man said it would be best for them to stick together at first. Otherwise, taking just one step away could mean getting lost immediately. The guild leader waved his hand and asked for a light. Mr. Kim explained that it was safer to move forward with a light. Shin Hyun asked guild leader Kim Ha-gyun if there was an absolutely safe zone near the dungeon entrance. Kim Ha-gyun replied that there had never been any instances of monsters appearing at the dungeon entrance. Suddenly, the hunter sensed the presence of dark energy nearby. He was surprised when he looked around and realized there was no one nearby. Where had everyone gone? The young man told them not to joke with him like that, since he couldn't see a thing because of the thick fog. However, the fog monsters always attack suddenly. It was impossible to prepare for that. Shin Hyun was the only one who managed to spot the monster and rush toward it. The hunters turned around, looked into the void, and asked in surprise what that rumbling sound had been. The protagonist explained that these monsters materialized during an attack. It seemed strange, but this time the fog monsters were right at the entrance to the dungeon. The squad leader told everyone to form a line and stay alert. Shin Hyun tried to pinpoint the monster's new location using his unique abilities. Our hero asked the hunters if they were all right. The protagonist scanned the area using search magic. There shouldn't be any more enemies now. They could take a breather. Kim Ha-gyun couldn't believe how the monsters in the fog had been neutralized in such a short time. Shin Hyun said that one of the monsters might have escaped. He could sense its energy. If necessary, he would be able to help in the future. Shin Hyun thought that he had only just managed to assess the situation and formulate a plan. Kim Ha-gyun realized that his group wouldn't have been able to withstand such an onslaught at the very beginning. Shin Hyun suggested to the guildmaster that they take a short walk and talk. Our hero asked again if there had been any attacks at the entrance to the dungeon before. The answer was no. Head Kim added that they hadn't cleared this dungeon in a long time. That was probably the reason. There were simply too many people, so they had reached the very entrance. Shin Hyun decided he should find out more about this during the clear. The female hunter asked if Shin Hyun was okay. He'd been standing at the vanguard for 3 hours already. Maybe he had endless stamina. Shin Hyun asked if there had been any changes since the last time, attack frequency, monster levels, or anything like that. The female hunter said there had been such changes. The monsters were definitely bigger compared to previous raids. Nothing else had changed. The guildmaster said it might be due to the number of people, though it was still too early to draw conclusions. Shin Hyun stated that he had scanned the entire area. There was something suspicious 4 kilometers away. The guild leader was surprised. Could the young man's search magic really have such a wide range? Our hero added that, in any case, he would soon see everything for himself. After all, this is a dungeon, so an increased level of risk should be the norm. An hour later, the fog grew even thicker, causing further anxiety. Head Kim Ha-gyun remarked that it looked more like a white wall. Shin Hyun noted that there was something intriguing about it. Shin Hyun asked Kim Ha-gyun to throw his dagger into the fog. He pointed in a direction and said there was a cluster of energy there and to try to hit it. Chief Kim took aim and threw the dagger in the indicated direction. The dagger sank into some kind of flesh. A distinctive sound could be heard. Shin Hyun praised him and said that Kim Ha-gyun had hit the bullseye. Now everyone needs to be on guard. The protagonist warned that it was approaching. A giant monster emerged from the fog. It looked enraged, its eyes flashing like flames. The monster lunged at the hunter, but the young man managed to raise his shield at the last moment. He asked in surprise why the attack was directed specifically at him. The guild master appeared just in time and attacked the monster, landing a blow that inflicted a fatal wound. Kim Hagyun told the hunter not to be afraid, because size doesn't matter here. The leader added that they needed to work as a team. In that case, they would be able to handle anything. The protagonist looked at the team's organization and structure and thought the group leader was pretty good. Our hero saw no point in interfering. They were handling it just fine. He decided to take a walk. Shin Hyun was waiting for another large prey to appear. This would be the second time counting the monster in Pushon. The young man wondered if a large monster would appear from some kind of gate. He was suddenly attacked from behind. However, he didn't lose his composure and knocked the monster out with a punch to the nose. Shin Hyun thought there shouldn't be more than 2 types of monsters in the dungeon. If Lee Ji-hae finds out about this, her hair will stand on end. The young man saw something resembling a gate, but it was something else entirely. It was like a status window, only you couldn't touch it. Shin Hyun could only look. There was nothing to grab onto here, so it was impossible to interact with it. Information appeared in the status window stating that this was an unknown phenomenon that penetrated matter. Kim Ha-gyun appeared behind the protagonist. The man was surprised to see Shin Hyun there. Our hero asked, "Does the guild master see anything resembling a crack?" Kim Ha-gyun replied that he saw nothing. Could something have happened to Shin Hyun? Shin Hyun realized that he was the only one who could see it. Could this be the Heavenly Warriors doing again? The deputy head of the Dawn Guild stayed late in her office. There was a knock at the door, and the girl told whoever it was not to come in. However, the door swung open, and her assistant appeared in the doorway. Lee Ji-hae said they must not have heard her. After all, she had warned them not to come in. The assistant said he had heard her perfectly well, but the deputy head had been waiting for these documents more than anyone else. The girl thought this guy was a real cheeky one. Lee Ji-hae admitted that she didn't want to say this, but lately whenever she saw Dong Hwan, something inside her started to boil. Dong Hwan said it was probably because he always brought in new work. The clock showed it was past midnight. Dong Hwan added that this time it was about the crime scene. During the exploration of a new dungeon, casualties had occurred. Although they had organized an exploration team consisting only of mid-level hunters, it was confirmed that they had died without even being able to use their skills. Dong Hwan concluded that in any case, the deputy guild master's intervention would be required. The dungeon that had appeared this time seemed unfathomable. Shin Hyun thought he had finally completed his contract obligations. Now the brother and sister were leaving Jeju Island. Shin Hyun was examining the crystal. His sister asked why he was daydreaming. Was it the skill stone he had picked up in the dungeon? Shin Hyun confirmed this and added that the crystal had dropped from a large-sized mist monster as a reward, and he had obtained it. Yoon Sol recalled the gifts from the Tamra Guild and thought that if they sold it, they'd get over 1 billion coins. Now they'd be able to eat meat. Yoon Sol asked her brother what he thought about the appearance of a large-sized monster. He said that something similar had happened in the Pushon dungeon. Yoon Sol added that at least 2 monsters had already appeared twice. Were they really going to destroy the world? Shin Hyun thought that the real problem wasn't the large monsters, but the crack he had seen. What was it really? Shin Hyun recalled asking the hunters, "Can't they see anything here?" It was impossible to detect that crack even by sensing energy. Shin Hyun realized he was the only one who could see the crack. The hunters didn't understand what Shin Hyun wanted from them. According to Guildmaster Kim Ha-gyun, it was all due to an unusually high level of perception. However, the young man couldn't draw any definite conclusions. Was this related to the Heavenly Warrior? Yoon Sol asked her brother if it was true that he was seeing the guild's deputy head. Shin Hyun replied that it wasn't true and asked who had told his sister that. Yoon Sol replied that everyone was already talking about it. If they weren't already, then it was high time they started dating. Yoon Sol remarked that Lee Ji-hae would be perfect as a sister-in-law. She's beautiful and talented. Shin Hyun replied that he'd never thought of her that way. His sister suggested he think about it now. Shin Hyun told Yoon Sol to watch the road and not get distracted. Lee Ji-hae opened her eyes. A voice said that she had finally woken up. The girl had a vision of a man with impeccable manners watching her while sipping tea. Shin Hyun said that Lee Ji-hae had woken up just in time. He had been about to boil the tea again. Lee Ji-hae asked in alarm when Shin Hyun had arrived. The young man replied that it had been about an hour ago. The girl said he should have at least given some kind of signal. After all, he had sneaked in like a criminal. Lee Ji-hae said she'd been very tired lately. The mid-level Twilight hunters opposing the Union were giving her a splitting headache. Jihei added that she was also trying to gather intelligence on the Qianzhou Guild. There was no news yet, however. They had sent in a Chinese informant, so information would be coming soon. Shin Hyun grabbed the girl by the waist. Li Jihei let out a cry of surprise. The young people looked into each other's eyes. A slight blush appeared on both their faces. Shin Hyun let go of the girl and said that this was strange to him. After all, a warrior as well-trained as Jihei couldn't possibly feel tired just from some office work. Li Jihei asked the young man if he had heard of the unfathomable dungeon. After the dungeon's difficulty level had stabilized, she hadn't used that name anymore. Shin Hyun looked at the girl's hand and asked in surprise, "Where did that wound come from?" Jihei hid her hand behind her back and said that a dungeon had appeared in Chuncheon, the difficulty of which was impossible to measure. She had gone there alone, and this was the result. Li Jihei noted that she had even used the shadow play, but she had only managed to defeat a single monster. The girl added that she had never seen or heard of such a powerful dungeon. On top of that, the reappearance of large monsters had been detected. The rules of the dungeon were changing rapidly. Shin Hyun said he wanted to report something to Jihai separately. However, he would have to postpone the details for later. The protagonist asked the girl where this place was. He wanted to see it for himself. The mysterious dungeon in Chuncheon. Shin Hyun thought first the fog, now a volcano. It's hot here and the smell is unpleasant. The young man said that through his energy perception, he sensed there was something inside. Did they really have to go in there? A fiery monster emerged from the flames and roared loudly. Shin Hyun noticed that this monster had come out on its own to greet him, thereby saving him the trouble. So was it this monster that left the burn on Jihei's body? Shin Hyun apologized for disturbing it while it was enjoying a warm bath. The protagonist noted that the monster was to blame. It dared to look down on him, but that was incredibly annoying. Shin Hyun said he could feel some pretty hot magma, so much so that Ryu Seunggon's flames didn't even compare. Shin Hyun thought this monster must be a troublesome opponent. It's hard for ordinary hunters to fight in such an environment. Melee fighters won't be able to attack because of the heat, and ranged attacks simply won't work due to its physique. Indeed, for the people of this world, this dungeon is impassable. In any case, our hero prepared for the confrontation. He said that the most dangerous thing was this monster's regenerative power. Shin Hyun thought 5 minutes had already passed. He slashed, struck, tore, and froze the monster. Nothing had changed, and it was frustrating. How on earth had Li Jihei managed to destroy one of these? Shin Hyun surmised that the giant's body was holding something back. Our hero directed a powerful burst of energy into the epicenter of the magma. After that, looking closely, Shin Hyun found the monster's core. The young man had to work a bit to destroy it. Shin Hyun checked the information in the status window. His hunter level had increased to 56. Shin Hyun called Li Jihei. Meanwhile, someone was secretly watching the young man. Jihei asked if Shin Hyun had left the dungeon and if he was okay. Shin Hyun replied that everything was fine and that he'd even had fun. The young man asked to borrow the dungeon for a while. He'd had a good idea. A man hiding behind a tree listened intently to the conversation. Li Jihei said she understood what Shin Hyun meant. The girl promised to do whatever Mr. Shin Hyun said. Yoon Sol asked her brother what it was. Shin Hyun told Yoon Sol to try breaking the thing in front of her. Yoon Sol got angry. Why did he force her to come here? To fight lava monsters? But it's so hot here. The young man told his sister to calm down and break it. Shin Hyun reminded her that he wouldn't do anything bad to her. She knows him, after all. Yoon Sol replied that she wanted to know all the details. Shin Hyun asked Yoon Sol to try to do it with a single shot. The girl took aim with her bow and said she would do as her brother asked. The shot hit the target perfectly. A powerful explosion followed. Yoon Sol asked her brother if that was enough. As a result of the shot, the girl immediately leveled up 5 times. It was phenomenal. Yoon Sol boasted to her brother that she was now at level 43. Shin Hyun replied that it was even more than expected. The protagonist said that it was truly amazing, and now they could start leveling up. The young people worked as a team. Shin Hyun extracted the cores, and Yoon Sol destroyed them. They did this all day long, defeating all 13 lava monsters in the dungeon. In the end, Yoon Sol checked her status window again and was surprised. Was she really awake? The girl's level had risen to 50. Yoon Sol thanked her brother and noted that she was now a high-level hunter. She would get a raise and buy herself a separate apartment. Yoon Sol declared that from now on, She would always consider Shin Hyung her brother and stay with him for the rest of her life. The young man reminded her that he was already her brother. Yoon Sol shouted that her brother was the best in the world. Shin Hyung asked his sister to stop making a scene. The young man thought that Yoon Sol had started idolizing him. He expressed hope that it would always be that way. Now his sister would have a decent salary, one that only 10 people in the country earn. Yoon Sol asked if her brother had lost any experience points because of her, since he had done all the hard work. Shin Hyun replied that everything was fine. He had enjoyed it too. He had leveled up alongside his sister and was now at level 60. Shin Hyun reminded his sister that she deserved a reward for her hard work. He handed her a cube and said it was his gift to celebrate her becoming a high-level hunter. Yoon Sol asked what it was. Shin Hyun explained that the cube was a skill stone he had obtained on Jeju Island just recently. She remarked that the cube could buy one of the most expensive houses in the capital. Why hadn't her brother sold it? Shin Hyun told his sister not to talk so much and to do her best in the future as well. She had to be strong enough to hold on to her title as a high-level hunter. The protagonist said he needed to step out for a bit. Yoon Sol asked where exactly. Shin Hyun replied that there was a rat on the loose that needed to be caught. The spy, looking around, tried to figure out where Shin Hyung had gone. The spy noted that there were no monsters left in the area. Could Shin Hyung have subdued the entire dungeon single-handedly? Could this guy really be that strong? If so, they were in great danger. The protagonist suddenly appeared behind the spy and greeted the young man. The spy was startled and fled. Shin Hyung just smiled. Our hero remarked that the young man was quite fast. Shin Hyung, of course, caught the fugitive, grabbed him by the chest and lifted him off the ground. The young man noticed that heavenly harmony of pure art wasn't resonating. The protagonist noted that this guy had Murim techniques, but they were executed crudely. Where did he learn this? There was no answer. Shin Hyung told the phony scoundrel to answer immediately, or the consequences for him would be catastrophic. Shin Hyun said he had been watching this guy since the day before and was certain he would continue to follow them. It was quite easy to sense this guy. Shin Hyun expressed hope that this spy had come here prepared to die, since he knew what he was getting himself into. The protagonist clenched his fist tighter and told the scoundrel to confess and tell everything he knew. After hearing the story, Lee Ji-hae said that everything turned out to be more serious than previously thought. The collapse of the dungeon's safe zones and the appearance of large monster species, this is no longer a joke. On top of that, only Shin Hyun can see the cracks. However, it's practically impossible to make contact with them. The Twilight Guild joining them, the dungeon anomalies, it feels like something else besides this might happen. Yoon Sol assured the deputy guildmaster not to worry. They would clear out this unfathomable dungeon. Lee Ji-hae thanked the girl for her hard work. Shin Hyun said they would leave the misty dungeon under the supervision of the Tamra Guild. If there was any news, he would report it. The young man noted that all these events had occurred simultaneously. This was a clear sign of the collapse of the old order. Moreover, China was on the opposite side. No one knew what dangers lay ahead. Shin Hyun told his sister that this was precisely why he had raised her level. It was decided that Yoon Sol's training would continue so that she could overcome any danger on her own. Also, from now on, Yoon Sol must be able to defend herself against those who will come looking for them in the future. Lee Ji-hae was surprised. Did Mr. Shin Hyung say that? Could something have happened recently? The young man replied that he had been followed in the dungeon. As expected, the spy turned out to be from their own gang. He didn't have any particularly valuable information, but they managed to pry some things out of him. A member of the Cheonjo Guild, the dark team, Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng glanced at his phone and wondered, why hasn't Lu Wei gotten in touch for so long? Could something have happened? There was a knock at the door. A voice on the other side asked to be let in and added that it was room service. The knocking continued, and the request was repeated several more times. Zhou Feng cursed and told them to leave. The next moment, the door burst open with a crash. It had been kicked in from the outside. A man said that room service required entry. Zhou Feng jumped to his feet, grabbed a knife, and asked who was tired of living. A young man entered the room. He asked, "Why are you swearing and getting so worked up?" The visitor was Shin Hyun. He apologized for breaking the door. Shin Hyun asked, "Is that really Zhou Feng standing in front of me?" Zhou Feng was surprised to see Shin Hyun standing before him. He asked how the guy had gotten in. Shin Hyun replied that he had just walked in through the door and asked where his boss was, maybe out for a walk. Zhou Feng said that wasn't a bad idea either and pressed the emergency call button on his smartphone. Zhou Feng drew his sword and said that Shin Hyun would now regret this visit. There was no way he could leave now. Shin Hyun looked back and saw a support group behind him that had responded instantly to the emergency call. Shin Hyun looked at these people and asked, "Are they warriors who've mastered martial arts through magic? Why are there so many of them here?" Shin Hyun suddenly attacked Zhou Feng, landing an endless barrage of rapid strikes. Zhou Feng shouted that he couldn't see a thing. What was happening to him? Shin Hyun declared that he was too lazy to interrogate these people. But if they had studied martial arts, they should be able to see his Murim status window. Shin Hyun added that lately he'd only been using his hunter skills, and at this rate his body would get rusty, so it was worth loosening it up a bit. As he spoke, the young man flexed his fists, signaling to his opponents that a battle was coming. Shin Hyun told the men to open their eyes wide and look for the status window. This would show them the experience of the end of the world and manually setting the sun. The attackers who were closest to the protagonist were the first to be taken out and began scattering in all directions. Shin Hyun asked the surviving thugs, "Did you see it too?" Our hero said that in that case he would show it again. The fight continued and the number of casualties increased. Shin Hyun then asked if everyone had now seen his status window. He personally knew it by heart because he checked it every day. By this point, the protagonist was well warmed up and asked where their boss, Wei Hai, was. Wei Hai, the representative of the third-place Dark Team, stepped out into the hallway. Wei Hai scanned the hallway and saw no one. It was empty. He wondered why no one was there. Wei Hai also heard nothing and was surprised. What on earth was going on here? Wei Hai decided to contact Zhou Fen and get information from him. To do this, the young man took out his smartphone. Shin Hyun appeared behind him and said, "Hello." The protagonist lunged at Wei Hai with his fists. The thug hadn't expected this. Shin Hyun said he'd been waiting a long time for this meeting. Zhou Feng was deactivated and fell to the floor. He hadn't had time to warn the boss. The smartphone lay nearby. Zhou Feng and the entire group of thugs were deactivated and showed no signs of life. Shin Hyun said that all his subordinates were asleep and that the boss was to blame for all of this. Wei Hai asked how this scoundrel had gotten here. Shin Hyun asked why the boss was so surprised. Wei Hai drew his sword. Shin Hyun said that was very rude. Why are gangsters always so surly? Wei Hai asked what this guy had done to his men. Shin Hyun smiled in response. The battlefield was covered in blood. None of the gangsters even moved. Shin Hyun suggested that the boss go through this himself and added that he was ready for a fight. The protagonist promised his opponent he would share the fate of his subordinates. The next moment, Wei Hai found himself in the water. Wei Hai couldn't take it anymore, surfaced, and began breathing deeply. Shin Hyun, standing at the edge of the pool, asked, "Is it customary in your country to swim in suits?" He asked, "Doesn't my opponent know the saying about excessive politeness?" Wei Hai responded with a string of profanities. The thug believed he shouldn't give in to this guy's provocations. Teleporting with a group was cutting-edge technology. Even in China, few possessed such skills. If that was really the case, then Zhou Feng and the others were already dead. Wei Hai tried to figure out how strong this guy was and what he was up to. Judging by his aura, he was comparable to Yang Chong or even stronger. With his teleportation skills, it would be hard to escape. Wei Hai laughed. Shin Hyun was surprised. Had this guy really swallowed a lot of water? Wei Hai replied that thanks to this guy, his mind had cleared. He shouldn't be underestimated. At the same time, he gripped his sword tightly with both hands. Wei Hai warned that he was a member of the third Dark Team for the Heavenly Sword. At that moment, the water in the pool began to swirl, forming a vortex where Wei Hai stood. The thug said he would drown this guy in his own blood. Passers-by on the street heard a loud explosion on the roof of a high-rise building. What had exploded there? Wei Hai, sword in hand, leaped out of the pool and rushed after the protagonist. Shin Hyun asked, "Is Wei Hai really that good at running?" The guy chasing him wasn't bad either. Wei Hai told Shin Hyun to shut up. He knew that this scoundrel was from Murim. He had to stop and fight, not run away. Wei Hai demanded satisfaction and insisted that they fight to the last drop of blood. Shin Hyun suddenly stopped and laughed loudly. Wei Hai stopped too and asked what was so funny. Shin Hyun apologized and remarked that he couldn't laugh anymore. His stomach even started to ache. The protagonist began to reflect and noted that he actually liked this guy. Wei Hai, of course, was surprised. Shin Hyun continued, an ant, which he could crush with a single finger, dared to threaten him. Wasn't that funny? He wondered if Cheongjo was a zoo full of nothing but bugs. Their leader must be a monkey. Shin Hyun activated his unique abilities and told the thug not to be stupid and to stand still. Wei Hai realized he was facing a cocky scoundrel. However, he was strong, but that arrogance worked in his favor. There was a chance to defeat him. Wei Hai activated the skill Heavenly Sorrow and attacked his opponent. Shin Hyun leapt upward and found himself out of reach. Wei Hai grew even angrier and lunged upward, trying to catch up to his opponent. Passers-by saw the hunters fighting and not in the dungeon. Wei Hai decided that his opponent wouldn't be able to pull off the same trick again. It wouldn't work this time. That meant he would be destroyed. The bandit lunged forward with his sword, and the blade's tip ended up in front of the protagonist's chest. Wei Hai was puzzled. Why had his sword stopped? Shin Hyun suggested that his opponent continue the attack. Wei Hai shouted that this couldn't be, for this was the sword of the soul. Shin Hyun agreed, indeed, this couldn't be. Shin Hyun moved in close to his opponent, grabbed him by the face and said that now he must admit what this heavenly sword was. Bystanders filming the duel on a video camera saw an explosion occur and one of the opponents plummet to the ground. The protagonist appeared behind the man with the video camera and asked, "The young man from Dawn? Was he filming the whole thing from the start?" The passerby said he had tried to film the fight as accurately as possible. Shin Hyun told the guy to edit out the part at the end where the opponent was suffering and send it to the deputy guildmaster. It had to be done in such a way that it wasn't clear who had lost and who had won. Shin Hyun asked the man where he planned to use the video. The passerby replied that the video could be thought of as a movie teaser, in other words, a declaration of war. The latest news on TV reported an attack on an unknown hunter in broad daylight. Shin Hyun, known as the leader of the martial arts guild, was attacked by an unknown assailant in the city center. It is believed that the scale of the battle was significant. This information has reached virtually all city residents. The announcer reported that the condition of the hunter Shin Hyun is currently unknown. Citizens discussed the news, speculating about who had actually won. Rumors circulated that Shin Hyun was undergoing intensive treatment at the hospital. The battle site was cordoned off and guarded by security personnel. Who could have attacked the famous Shin Hyun? The victim's body was covered with a white cloth. It was impossible to identify him at first glance. Lee Ji-hae approached our hero and said that the days were getting cooler. She then offered him a bottle of refreshing drink. Lee Ji-hae asked if Shin Hyun had found out anything. The young man replied that even when he interrogated him with an absolute command, his opponent died immediately. Lee Ji-hae suggested that this was some kind of magic tied to specific words. Upon uttering them, the opponent would die instantly. Shin Hyun handed her the voice recorder and said that now they had proof of the attack. Lee Ji-hae thanked him for the evidence. The girl noted that they were rather annoying opponents. The deputy guildmaster asked, "Surely Shin Hyun has no way to turn the entire continent upside down and track them down?" The young man replied that in that case, Lee Ji-hae would try to stop him. The girl agreed. There was no need to escalate this issue to the international level. Shin Hyun stated that he didn't want to do that either. The situation looked ridiculous. They'd pop out, hide, and hide again. Shin Hyun, like an avid card player, said that if they bet blindly counting on a strong hand, it would be easy to fold against them while pretending to play on equal terms. Shin Hyun said they could play a little and see how he reacts. Lee Ji-hae asked, "Is the young man leaving already?" Shin Hyun replied that he was tired and needed to rest a bit at home. Lee Ji-hae should prepare for the press conference and be careful. The girl replied that there was no need to worry. Press conferences were her specialty. A week later, those present noted that Lee Ji-hae was also at the press conference. It seems the alliance between Dawn and martial arts is strong. Previously, the deputy head had never appeared in public like this, which caused some concern. Rumors were circulating that they already had a child. The door swung open and Shin Hyun appeared in the doorway. His face was injured. The question arose, was it true that Mr. Shin Hyun had been seriously wounded in that brutal battle? Who on earth could have done this to Shin Hyun? Lee Ji-hae thought that since he had dressed up like that, he had at least taken his injured hand out of his pants pocket. Shin Hyun walked up to the podium, picked up the microphone, and greeted everyone present. The young man thanked all the journalists who had taken the time to attend the press conference, as well as the Dawn Guild for providing the venue. The attendees likely had many questions regarding the incident that had occurred a week ago. The protagonist decided to state his position right away. He would need some time to recover from his injuries and emotional trauma. Since he couldn't come out earlier due to his injuries, he apologized for the delay. Shin Hyun said he was now ready to take questions and would try to answer them all. A reporter asked if the rumors were true that the attacker had not acted alone. Is that true? Shin Hyun replied that about 20 assassins had attempted to take his life. The man caught on camera at the scene of the incident was their leader. He was a high-level hunter whose skill level was almost incomprehensible. The reporter asked what the fight was like, what the attacker's name was, and what had become of him. Shin Hyun replied that it was a fierce battle. It is difficult for him to speak about the attacker's identity. One thing is clear, they were all of Chinese origin. Therefore, he plans to formally request China's cooperation in the near future to thoroughly investigate the incident. Those present were outraged. How could hunters from another country have attacked them? After all, this is a national issue. Shin Hyun stated that he doesn't know who is trying to catch him. However, if that bad guy is listening right now, he wants to say one thing. Sending your dogs is a bit rude. If he has the guts, this man should come himself and attack head-on. This was followed by a string of profanities and threats directed at him. The boss asked his assistant, "What's the latest on Weihai?" The assistant replied that they hadn't been able to contact him either. He's running late, or everyone's dead. It's one of those two, or something else happened. The boss didn't like that answer, and the assistant was killed. The boss asked in surprise, could it be that the third member of the Chonjo Dark Team died along with the rest? Not only had the mission failed, but now his identity had been exposed as well. The boss said he had planned to proceed in stages, but now he would have to adjust the plan. The head of the Chonjo Guild said, if that guy wants to, he'll come and tear him to pieces. There was a knock at the apartment door. Yoon Sol headed for the door and asked who was there. The girl opened the door and was very surprised. Yoon Sol shouted for her brother to come up. Someone had come to see him. The men in black asked Shin Hyun, is his name Shin Hyun? The strangers added that the young man would have to come with them. The VIP wanted to speak with him immediately. Shin Hyun was surprised. These people had just barged into his house so openly. Who was this bold VIP? Shin Hyun walked into the restaurant and thought it was quite bold to get so close so quickly. He was curious to see what this person looked like. Chunho Jian waved his hand and said they were there. The young men greeted each other. The protagonist thought, could it be that the former guild leader is now in cahoots with Chunho? The man extended his hand and said he was pleased to meet the hunter Shin Hyun. In person, the young man looked much better. Shin Hyun was surprised when he realized that President Park Jong-soo was standing before him. But why was he here? Park Jong-soo assumed that Shin Hyun was surprised by his sudden invitation. However, this was an urgent matter, and he hoped for his understanding. Shin Hyun asked Chunho Jeon how they knew each other. Jeon replied that the country's top guilds always had ties to the government, but that this friendship should be considered a state secret. Shin Hyun thought that he must be close to the Twilight. If that's the case, the president must have ties to Cheonjo. The protagonist asked why they needed a hunter like him. Chunho Jeong asked the hero to be more polite. The president said that a few days ago, he had heard rumors about an attack by Chinese hunters. Shin Hyun was surprised. What did heard a rumor mean when all the media had been reporting on it? The president said that contrary to the rumors, it was indeed the Chinese who had attacked. Shin Hyun must be aware of this. Ironically, after the dungeons appeared, all international relations took a new turn, all because of a common enemy, the dungeon monsters. The president noted that not everything was going smoothly. Relations between local and foreign hunters were currently strained. This incident could be the spark that ignites a fire spreading across the world. The president wants to avoid that. Shin Hyun said that was wrong. The president is looking in the wrong direction. The Cheonjo Guild, which recently interfered with him, was linked to China just as Dawn is linked to the current government. Shin Hyun suggested that the president knows about the war between Dawn and Twilight. It is now clear that the Cheonjo Guild was backing Park Tae-hoon. There is irrefutable evidence of an open attack on their part. The president must have been briefed on the documents in Park Tae-hoon's safe. Shin Hyun asked the president what would have happened if Dawn had been crushed by Twilight. The protagonist added that in that case, resources and territory would already be in Chinese hands. Shin Hyun noted that he didn't care about that country. He helped only for personal reasons and nothing more. If we're talking about an international conflict, it broke out a long time ago. The president must know this, though. He may pretend not to have heard. Our hero added that he would take care of himself, so there was no need to bother him anymore. Park Jong-soo said he had heard the hunter Shin Hyun. He was curious to see if he would reveal his true colors. He added that from now on, the government would do everything in its power to support the martial arts guild. Park Jong-soo also expressed hope that Shin Hyun would deal with the Chinese. Shin Hyun thought that this wasn't what he had expected, but it would do. Shin Hyun said whether it's a clay pot or a porcelain one, all it takes is a little effort and it will shatter. The young man realized that this was a metaphor. After the conversation, our hero decided that the president had enough determination, even though his way of getting in touch was rather strange. The protagonist received a message on his phone and contacted the sender. Our hero introduced himself as the head of the martial arts guild and noted that they had wanted to contact him about some matter. The caller said he was the hunter Kang Chang-sik and was glad that the guild leader had answered. Kang Chang-sik explained that he had found these contact details online and was glad he had dialed the right number. He said he would like to talk in person because it was difficult to discuss such information over the phone. This seemed suspicious to our hero since the caller hadn't specified which guild he was from. Shin Hyun agreed to meet and added that he was free in 2 hours. After arranging the meeting, our hero decided that now was the perfect time to call Lee Ji-hae. Lee Ji-hae was in her office at that moment doing paperwork. The phone rang, the girl answered, and a voice asked if she was busy. Lee Ji-hae smiled and said she wasn't busy and was ready to hear the proposal. Shin Hyun asked if Lee Ji-hae could look up information on hunters in the association's database. He was interested in a hunter named Kang Chang-sik. After a while, Lee Ji-hae reported that she had found 4 people with that name. All of them were neutral hunters above level 20. Lee Ji-hae suggested that this was probably not the person Shin Hyun was interested in. The young man suggested that it might just be a pseudonym. Lee Ji-hae's expression changed, and she asked if something was wrong. Shin Hyun replied that it wasn't. 2 hours later, our hero arrived at the meeting place. He felt tired. It was the first time today he'd met so many people. Shin Hyun thought maybe he could be tortured or simply taken out of commission with an absolute order. He decided to toy with him and then let him go. That way, he could release the stress that had built up over the week. Shin Hyun sensed the man approaching and noted his boldness. Although he was weak, his demeanor was open. Perhaps for him, the deal meant certain death. The hunter approached our hero and greeted him. Shin Hyun told him to tell him everything and not to leave out even the smallest detail, or else he would be in trouble. The man extended his hand in greeting and said this was their first meeting. He introduced himself, Kang Chang-sik, who had come from the northern region of the country. Our hero hadn't expected such a revelation, so he was extremely surprised. Shin Hyun said that this was very bad and added that he was now considering reporting it to the appropriate authorities. Kang Chang-sik asked him to be patient for a moment. Kang Chang-sik explained that there was no organized system of hunters in their region. Shin Hyun asked if there really wasn't a single hunter in the northern region. Chang-sik replied that they simply didn't exist. The Supreme People's Assembly had banned hunter training, fearing a popular uprising. Shin Hyun was surprised. Did Kang Chang-sik not call himself a hunter? His interlocutor explained that he had a Chinese license. Technically speaking, he was a Chinese hunter. Currently, the northern region leases all its underground mines to its ally China. In effect, this is a sale of resources. At first, leasing the mines seemed like a good idea. In the end, the region effectively became a colony. The leadership couldn't get out, and the people grew poorer and died of starvation. Having lost his family and friends due to the authorities' fault, Kang Chang-sik made a decision. He moved to China, expanded his influence, and gathered information to try to change the situation in some way. Kang Chang-sik, filled with determination, entered the local government office. The hunter cursed the Supreme Council. They didn't listen to reasonable people and wouldn't stop, no matter what. Kang Chang-sik wiped them all out and said that now they would get a taste of a new revolution. Shin Hyun was surprised. Had Chang-sik really stormed in there alone? The hunter replied that with his abilities, it was enough to simply take out ordinary people. Nevertheless, the situation gave him every right to overthrow the government, after which he attempted to implement the hunter system. However, it was already too late. China had become too deeply entrenched in the region. Shin Hyun summed it up. Kang Chang-sik had become the antagonist of the southern region. Kang Chang-sik replied that this was true. They planned to open some of the southern region's dungeons and territories for free access, as well as resuming the exchange of industrial information in the Kaesong areas. By strengthening the southern region's influence and pushing China out, he believes this will reshape the foundations of the northern region and restore stability to the country. Kang Chang-sik added that all of this depended on the help of the hunter Shin Hyun. Our hero thought that might be interesting. The protagonist realized that the idea was dubious. Could Park Tae-hoon have foreseen such an outcome? After all, he didn't just hand over the dungeons to the northern region for no reason. Shin Hyun thought that China was absorbing the northern region, but was Cheonjo trying to absorb China? The protagonist said he understood everything, but he had one question. Was Kang Chang-sik connected in any way to the Cheonjo Guild? Kang Chang-sik was visibly flustered, and his expression changed when he heard this question. Shin Hyun couldn't help but notice these changes. Shin Hyun said he had seen everything. So does Kang Chang-sik want him to deal with them? Chang-sik confirmed this. Our hero said that if he was invited, it was worth going to the northern region of the country. Lee Ji-hae looked back and saw Shin Hyun approaching her. The girl was surprised. How did he know she was here? Shin Hyun replied that it was intuition. His phone had died and she wasn't in the office, so he decided to come here. Lee Ji-hae thought, after all those years of studying and they found her so easily, maybe she should go back to her old way of life. Shin Hyun asked the girl to go on a date with him today. Ji-hae's face flushed. It was unexpected. She noted that it had been several months since their last date and asked where they would go. Shin Hyun was surprised. Didn't she have any idea? The girl said that passive men usually aren't attractive, but if it's Mr. Shin Hyun, she could agree. The young couple found themselves on a date inside a new dungeon near Onsan. While Shin Hyun and Lee Ji-hae were talking, a huge mutant python appeared behind them. The monster lunged at them, but they jumped out of the way just in time, avoiding the attack. Lee Ji-hae remarked that Shin Hyun had brought her on a date to an unexplored dungeon, which was quite intriguing. The girl pulled out her daggers and noted that the danger level of the dungeon hadn't been determined yet. Lee Ji-hae was surprised. Had he really used magic to petrify the target? Shin Hyun thought that the path was indeed difficult. If they were hit, it would be a problem. Lee Ji-hae proposed a bet. Whoever destroys more monsters, but Shin Hyun must not use martial arts. The young man agreed. Lee Ji-hae activated her combat skills and prepared for the impromptu tournament. The girl noted that hunting monsters was fun and intense. Shin Hyun thought he just wanted to talk calmly about something else. New mutant pythons appeared behind him. The young man said they had asked for it. After a while, it was time to tally the trophies. Shin Hyun decided they were weak monsters, barely good enough for a warm-up. He looked at Ji-hae and thought that someone had clearly let off some steam. The girl was clearly the tournament favorite, having destroyed a huge number of mutants. The girl noted that even if the difficulty was high, compared to the unfathomable, these monsters were like babies. Lee Ji-hae stated that she was still concerned about the proliferation of dungeons across the country. Furthermore, there was still a shortage of high-level hunters. Shin Hyun said that their country isn't the only one where the number of dungeons is growing. One could look at the northern region. He mentioned that he had met with Hunter Kang Chang-sik from that region the day before. He had asked for help in exchanging experiences. Shin Hyun added that it is still unknown which side of Cheonjo he is on. Lee Ji-hae expressed hope that Shin Hyun hadn't accepted Chang-sik's offer. The protagonist suggested that it was most likely a trap. A monster appeared behind Shin Hyun. Lee Ji-hae was scared for him. The snake flashed its eyes and prepared to attack. It all happened in a flash. Lee Ji-hae drew her daggers and lunged at the monster. The mutant python was decapitated. Lee Ji-hae said the monster hadn't dared to attack them. Ji-hae looked at the motionless Shin Hyun and was surprised again. He was as still as a statue. Lee Ji-hae told Shin Hyun to stop joking around like that, or she might break him. The girl reached out and touched his shoulder. Shin Hyun came to his senses and said he wouldn't want to be saved that way. Ji-hae replied that she hadn't been hurt by the attack. But how had he learned to use teleportation so quickly? Shin Hyun explained that he doesn't focus on physical damage. He puts everything into his intuition. Lee Ji-hae confirmed that she was impressed. Lee Ji-hae asked why Shin Hyun had accepted an offer that could potentially be a trap. Ji-hae added that this was the northern region, not some other country. There were bound to be hidden dangers there. The protagonist said he couldn't turn down a show like this. The young man was surprised. Could Ji-hae really be worried about him? The girl replied that she couldn't help but worry about a superhuman like Shin Hyun. Ji-hae expressed her hope that he would listen to her, otherwise she would feel guilty. Shin Hyun admitted that he always leaves the hard work to her. In the past, he only asked for her help in critical situations. The protagonist put his arms around her shoulders and said that he would go to the northern region, while she would stay here. She was the person closest to Yoon Sol, so she had to look after her sister while he was away. The young man promised that no matter how far Ji-hae was, she could call him anytime for any reason. Shin Hyun added that, just like on Jeju Island, he would be able to fly in from anywhere. The girl replied that she was glad to hear that. Enough time had passed since then. The date of departure for the northern region had been finalized. Such agreements between the northern and southern regions were rare, so neighboring countries were on high alert. The protagonist had no reason to object. Thanks to the hard work of Hunter Kang Chang-sik, everything was going smoothly. Meanwhile, the brother and sister trained in various dungeons. As a result, Shin Hyun reached level 67, and Yoon Sol reached level 54. One night, the protagonist was caught off guard. The door behind him burst open loudly. At that moment, he was reading a scientific encyclopedia. Yoon Sol appeared in the doorway and asked her brother, "What do you have to say now?" The girl's overall martial arts level was 30. She had reached the beginner stage of fencing. This was only the beginning of her martial arts journey. Shin Hyun thought that everything was fine now. That was enough for his sister to be able to stand up for herself. On the bus, while it was moving, Shin Hyun stood in front of the passengers and tested the microphone. The young man greeted everyone and said he was the general manager of this department. His name is Shin Hyun. Jae-won-woo, a level 47 warrior, thought, "Is this really Shin Hyun?" Our hero noted that there were promising high-level hunters present. Also, there was Ju Yun-suk, a level 46 tank. Shin Hyun expressed confidence that everyone understood the scale of this operation. The mage and healer was Han Song, level 45. Go Min-hyuk, a level 45, was the Reaper. Go Min-hyuk asked for the microphone to be lowered so he could be heard better. The Reaper added that they were young so they could hear Shin Hyun just fine anyway. Shin Hyun continued, "The Hunter Exchange Project between the northern and southern regions is an important diplomatic event." Yoon Sol listened intently to her brother. Shin Hyun added that this operation would not be bound by rules. Thanks to this, he would turn those present into high-level hunters. Everyone was surprised. "Is that really possible?" Shin Hyun responded with surprise. "Why such a reaction? Do they not believe him?" Hannah Song asked, "Will this really work?" After all, it took them a long time to level up. Yoon Sol greeted everyone and introduced herself as a sniper from the Dawn Guild. She also thanked those present. Shin Hyun said that Yoon Sol would be the leader for the Northern Raid schedule. Everyone would defend the dungeons under her command. Jae-won-woo noted that usually the most experienced player is the leader. He has no doubts about Yoon Sol's abilities. Shin Hyun interrupted him and said that he was the one who entrusted Yoon Sol with this mission. Shin Hyun added that Yoon Sol has extensive leadership experience. She had previously served as a group leader. Recently, she managed to clear numerous high-level dungeons and even ventured into an unfathomable dungeon. Shin Hyun noted that Yoon Sol's level is higher than anyone else present. Go Min-hyuk remarked that the press had reported, "This girl is merely a squad leader." Jae-won-woo added that this was not serious. Shin Hyun explained that Yoon Sol had risen 20 levels in just a few months, risking her life, and the risk had paid off. He warned that he would keep an eye on everyone while Yoon Sol served as leader. Upon their return, everyone would become high-level hunters, not just mercenaries. Everyone agreed and said they would follow Yoon Sol. In the Kimgasan dungeon, the head of the Cheongjong Guild followed his assistant along the designated route. He wanted to prove that Shin Hyun had made a mistake in choosing a leader. The Port Toad dungeon, southwest of the capital, caught Shin Hyun's attention. The young man pointed to a toad and said that such monsters lived in the surrounding area. They attack within a 2-meter radius and have poison on their claws. The toad pushed off and leaped high into the air. Shin Hyun noted that these monsters had impressive jumping power. The hunter was in for a rough time. An explosion rang out high in the air, and everything was bathed in green light. The shot was fired by Yoon Sol. She aimed the arrow precisely at the monster. Shin Hyun said it was an excellent shot. A monster like that isn't easily defeated. The protagonist noted that he was leaving the regrouping of the group up to the leader. Yoon Sol ordered Yeon Sok to come to her. The leader assigned roles. The priest in the center, the warriors in the front row, the tank protecting the team, the reaper exploiting gaps in the defense, and she as the sniper would control the perimeter. Shin Hyun recalled what he had said earlier. The schedule should be as tight as possible, at least once every 2 days. His companion noted that the dungeon was unexplored, with unknown risks. Was Shin Hyun sure? The young man said that if they wanted to clear the dungeon, they couldn't go easy on themselves and had to work hard. The port toads turned out to be treacherous and attacked from behind. Jae-won-woo spotted a monster and rushed at it with his weapon. The hunter warned the team that monsters were approaching. Go Min-hyuk fell into a trap. His hands and feet were bound, and he cried out loudly for help. The monster used its long tongue to pull the captive hunter toward it. Jae-won Woo freed his colleague, but Go Min-hyuk was wounded. Hana Song rushed to help. The girls said they needed to hold on a little longer. Go Min-hyuk shouted for Song not to come near. This probably wasn't over yet. Hana Song looked back and realized the monsters were chasing her. Could this be another trap? Yoon Sol used her sniper skills to take out the monsters and asked if Han Song was okay. The girl replied that she was fine, but Go Min-hyuk had been slightly injured. Shin Hyun said she could focus on treating him, while the Reaper and the tank would switch positions. The hunters watching Yoon Sol were amazed. Their leader had been running, scouting, intercepting, and defending all day. At the same time, almost all of her shots hit their mark, and no one had hit her. The hunters realized that the difference in their levels wasn't that great. But how could the leader be so strong? Yoon Sol said that everyone had rested enough, and it was time to get up and move on. Jae-won Woo protested, saying they needed to know their limits. He hadn't rested enough yet since they'd been on their feet all day. The number of monsters hadn't decreased, but Oz and Ohm were nearing their limits. Jae-won declared that the leader wanted them to die. There was a line that couldn't be crossed. Jae-won suggested stopping the raid right here and now, without any objections. Shin Hyun said he'd heard that word, the line, many times before. The protagonist noted that this hunter was weak. No matter what he was called, no matter what kind of candidate he considered himself to be, when he had no strength left, he had to ask himself, is this enough? Did Jae-won really think he was the only one who made mistakes so often? Shin Hyung remarked that this hunter and the leader aren't that different in skill level. However, Yoon Sol is significantly stronger than him. At the very least, she never gives up in the face of death, unlike weaklings. Shin Hyun said that Jae-won must become stronger himself. However, Jae-won quickly gave up. The hunter lowered his eyes and admitted that he understood everything. Shin Hyun noted that he himself hadn't been strong from the very beginning. However, patience alone isn't enough. That won't make them stronger. Shin Hyun declared that anyone who truly wants to become stronger is always looking for a way to do so. At that moment, in addition to the green port toads, another, more menacing monster appeared. The hunters were frightened. Shin Hyun continued his lecture and said that those among them who do not strive for perfection will always find an excuse. Shin Hyung asked Jae-won, "What exactly are you looking for?" Jae-won dropped to his knees and said he would find a way and follow the leader forever. After that, all the hunters placed their trust in Shin Hyung. The tour of the northern region was a success, and so a month flew by. Mount Kyunggang, before the incomprehensible dungeon. Looking at it, our hero couldn't shake the thought that the Cheonjo Guild was located here. The hunter asked leader Shin Hyung if they had enough strength to clear it out, since it was an incomprehensible dungeon. Shin Hyun replied that they could handle it, but in any case, he was ready to go there even alone. Shin Hyun thought that the Cheonjo Guild must be waiting for him, since he was already on his way to them. 3 days earlier, the young man had been standing on the balcony with a glass of wine, watching the city at night. Shin Hyun thought that all the hunters on his team had decent levels. Even his sister was at level 56. Each of the hunters had successfully cleared 3 levels during this raid. Although their strength was hard to explain, the group had no particular questions because of their high trust in him and Yoon Sol. Shin Hyun wondered if he could train them at the same pace. So far, he'd achieved all this in less than a month, but no one had interfered with him. Even if everything is going smoothly now, that doesn't mean it will continue that way. He deliberately clears high-risk dungeons to ensure there is both experience and reward. Even if China is inactive right now, Cheonjo won't lose sight of this. Kang Chang-sik apologized and said he wanted to discuss something with Shin Hyun. He really hadn't expected Shin Hyun to be able to defend the dungeons so well every 2 days. Now the number of active dungeons has dropped sharply. Shin Hyun thought that Kang Chang-sik had planned to clear out only the dungeons south of the northern capital. So, were the plans changing? Kang Chang-sik said that everything remained as it was. There were very few dungeons left, and it would all be over soon. Shin Hyun asked where they should go next. Inside the Kyunggasang dungeon, the sister told her brother that it was much colder here than she had been warned. It really is very cold here. Yoon Sol added that she thought everything would be fine, since their gear was designed to withstand the cold. Now it's clear they'll have to bring more clothes. Shin Hyun thought that even his sister was having trouble coping with the low temperatures. That meant it wouldn't be easy. Kang Chang-sik suggested that the protagonist turn back. It was too reckless to go any further. Shin Hyun didn't understand what was going on with his hunter. After all, yesterday he had been ready to accompany them as a guide. Chang-sik thought he had been too impulsive. Why had he agreed to this? Kang Chang-sik remembered that this was the dangerous dungeon he'd had to flee from. How could he have forgotten that? Shin Hyun thanked the hunter for his concern and told him to lead them on. This was the last dungeon, so they couldn't let their reward slip away. Yoon Sol felt it getting even colder. The team was freezing more and more. The leader thought they might not even make it to the battle with the monsters. Flying monsters appeared ahead. Yoon Sol thought, finally, they've shown up. Kang Chang-sik had hoped this monster wouldn't appear so soon, but now it was here, the main culprit complicating an already difficult dungeon. The monster flapping its wings was approaching the hunters. There was no doubt about it. A clash was inevitable. Shin Hyun raised his hand and, using his unique abilities, scanned the winged monster's stats. Yoon Sol told her brother that they needed to activate the shield, or they might get hurt. Kang Chang-sik understood that even a single ice shard was capable of destroying a mid-level hunter. When they shattered, an icy flame burst forth that was impossible to block. The monster itself flew high in the air and did not descend, making it difficult to attack. The icy rain was like a bombardment. Melee hunters like Kang Chang-sik are completely useless in this situation. Shin Hyun asked if his sister could attack this monster using her bow. Yoon Sol was surprised. Did her brother really want her to act in such a situation? She had no choice. The girl loaded an arrow into her bow, drew the string, and fired. The arrow didn't reach its target. It struck an ice block. An explosion occurred in the air, and the ice block shattered into tiny fragments. The impossible crossed our hero's mind. The young man had plenty of ways to get rid of this monster, but these irregularities were slightly hindering his actions. Kang Chang-sik said that Shin Hyun had done an amazing job by imbuing the barrier with the attribute of fire. The guide noted that as soon as they moved further on, they would reach an area where fighting these monsters would become much easier. The hunters peered into the distance through the snow, not knowing who had appeared there. The silhouette of a stranger was clearly visible at the top of the mountain. Hannah Song said she could see a person. Yun Seok objected, saying that was impossible. Where would people come from here? Kang Chang-sik noticed that a strange sound had been heard. The hunter shouted for everyone to run for their lives. An avalanche was coming their way. The head of the Cheonjo Guild said he had warned them it was either victory or defeat. There was no other way out. Yoon Sol shouted for her brother to run away immediately. However, the protagonist didn't even flinch. Shin Hyun thought he wouldn't let anyone laugh at him. Lin Mei was the fourth-ranked hunter among the Cheonjo hunters. Lin Mei regarded the guild leader as the king of the dynasty and the true ruler of China. How could anyone possibly provoke the wrath of such a great man? Lin Mei thought that they had lost several leaders and many people at the hands of that scoundrel. He must be caught, however. The master told her not to do that and to come with him. Jung Jianwen, the second in command of the Cheonjo Guild, told the boss that he would check to see if the enemy had been eliminated. Jianwen looked down at the plain. At the foot of the mountain, the guild's warriors stood in formation, ready to carry out any order. These were the Legion of Golden Lions and the Legion of Lightning Arrows. The Legion of Dragons was also present. A powerful explosion rang out. Lin Mei and Jianwen immediately rushed toward their master. A figure emerged from the flames, heading straight for the guild leader. It was Shin Hyun. Zhang Jianwen, of course, was baffled. How had he managed to survive? The guildmaster ordered his subordinates to destroy this enemy. The head of Cheonjo told Shin Hyun to show him his true power. Kang Chang-sik and Yoon Sol were pulling their comrades out from under the snowdrifts. They saw the enemy army and wondered, what on earth was this? The Cheonjo Guild's army marched in orderly ranks toward our hero's unit. Kang Chang-sik showed healthy curiosity and wondered who they were and what could have possibly happened in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, Shin Hyun ran at great speed to each member of his squad and carried them out of the avalanche's path. The hunters were amazed. How was Shin Hyun doing this? The force that stopped the avalanche was unstoppable. Kang Chang-sik had no idea such a force even existed. Shin Hyun himself was no less shocking. Kang Chang-sik asked the strangers who they were to make such threats. Could this avalanche really be their doing? The head of the Cheonjo Guild said there was too much fuss. There was nothing the master couldn't order. Turning to Kang Chang-sik, the guild leader said that this servant was far too insolent. Did he not remember? He had sworn to give his life for his master. Kang Chang-sik remembered that he had indeed been on his knees. Shin Hyun thought that, in the end, this hunter's mind had been manipulated. Even part of his memory had been altered. That was quite impressive. Shin Hyun asked where this guy had learned Korean. After all, it was quite surprising. The guildmaster said it was all for the sake of this meeting. The Chinese man stated that his name was Yang Chen. He was the head of Chonzhou and the heir to the heavenly warrior. Shin Hyun said it was quite interesting that some kid would call himself the heir to the heavenly warrior. The protagonist suggested that in that case, Yang Cheng must know where this heavenly warrior can be found now. Yang Cheng stated that he, too, wanted to hear something from his companion. He sincerely admired Shin Hyung's abilities. Shin Hyun said he disagreed. How dare this guy admire him, since he wasn't worthy of it? Yoon Sol thought these two were acting like little children. Their conversation didn't suit their age. Yang Chan was forced to admit that Shin Hyung had gone too far. The head of the Cheonjo Guild activated the snowstorm again and said that this young man's arrogance would be his downfall. Yang Chan asked if Shin Hyung knew why the Kyungasang dungeon was considered insurmountable. It is home to the strongest monster, whose very existence is considered a calamity. Yang Chung remarked that the Ice Phoenix would teach this young man a lesson. Shin Hyun was surprised. Had Yang Chung really lured him to the northern region just for this? Our hero activated an energy snowball in his hand and said that if Yang Chan had prepared this so earnestly, then he would have to respond in kind. Now he would have to taste his friendliness. Shin Hyun hurled the snowball at the icy phoenix and knocked half its head off. Yang Chan laughed. Did this guy really think a monster from the unfathomable dungeon could be destroyed so easily? As long as he had energy, there was no way he would die. Shin Hyun noticed that his opponent was too agitated. Could it be that he held the incomprehensible dungeon in such high regard? Shin Hyun drew his weapon and said that nothing was impossible for him. The protagonist expressed hope that his opponent wouldn't disappoint him. The warriors were surprised. Could this guy really be wielding a training sword? Shin Hyun replied that his stars were bright and that this was the polar sword, which was part of his very being. He looked up and said that his enemies would be punished. Shin Hyun told Yang Chen that this guy needed to know his place. He smiled and added that such was the moral of his words, the true sword emperor in the flesh. The protagonist drew his blade from its sheath and, swinging his weapon, demonstrated what he was capable of. Everyone present noted that Shin Hyun's sword was like drifting clouds, like a leaf rippling the surface of the water. Before Lin Mei could even react, the young man was already standing before them. Even alone, Shin Hyun struck terror into the hearts of the Chonjo Guild's warriors. The tip of his sword had barely been drawn, and already 2/3 of the troops had been wiped out. His opponents hadn't even had time to flinch before they realized their numbers had dwindled significantly. Yang Chan shouted at the remaining men to immediately fall into formation. Shin Hyung said he was impressed, for he saw the fusion of magic and combat skills. Would the opponent be able to show everything he was capable of? Yang Chung ordered the surviving archers to rain arrows down from the sky. The Legion of Golden Lions must prepare for fierce resistance. He ordered, in the name of Chongzhou, advance. Shin Hyung said they could approach, but there was no need to rush. Each of them would get what was coming to them anyway. Yang Chun told Ling Mei to provide support with her magic. He pointed at Yoon Sol and told Zhang Jianwen to bring that girl to him. However, Yoon Sol did not seem like a carefree traveler. She was a well-trained sniper. Shin Hyun, dodging the attack, told the warrior to aim better, since he had eyes in his head. He was already trying to move more slowly. The protagonist declared that he was having a great time. It would be worth sparing a few of the attacking warriors to keep the fun going. He activated Shin Hyun's first martial arts style. The attacker was destroyed, and our hero said the next one could come closer. Yang Shen ordered the iron wall to press the enemy. Lin Mei ordered them to open fire on the opponent. Shin Hyun looked at the enemies and thought there weren't that many left. Did they really think that was enough? Kang Chang-sik told Shin Hyun to stay alert. Yoon Sol asked her brother to calm down and not let the situation get out of control. She added that her brother was currently savoring the moment. These moments are very important to him. Lin Mei thought that many high-level attacks had been launched by hunters skilled in martial arts. However, they hadn't even touched a hair on this guy's head. She decided she had to strike unexpectedly after the next attack. Her blow had to reach its target. Lin Mei's attack did not go unnoticed. Shin Hyun turned to face her and prepared to fight. Lin Mei didn't understand what was happening to her. Her body went limp, and she sank to her knees. The girl realized this guy was impossible to defeat. Yang Chen cursed harshly and told Lin Mei to cast aside all her preconceptions and attack with all her might. Yang Cheng was surprised, but his opponent had managed to disrupt his inner balance. Zhang Jianwen armed himself and rushed to carry out the commander's order. The villain reached out, intending to capture Yoon Sol. The girl screamed loudly. Yang Chan realized that this order was a mistake. Shin Hyung would not allow his sister to be kidnapped. Jian Wen's hand almost touched the girl's face. Shin Hyun declared that it was pointless to act recklessly against someone who had mastered Murim. The protagonist shielded his sister with his body and said that this guy was thinking too narrowly. Jianwen was puzzled. Why had his body stopped moving? Jianwen's body was pierced through by the blade, and he began to bleed out. As he lost consciousness, the villain never understood how it had all happened. Kang Chang-sik and Yoon Sol also thought it was impossible. Yang Cheng wondered, could it be that this was the sword spirit? He immediately dismissed the thought, saying that such a thing was fundamentally impossible. After all, it was something even he had not achieved. The head of the Cheonjo Guild activated a powerful energy blast and said that now his opponent would surely be destroyed. Shin Hyun said that this guy was trying to appear superior right up until the very end. But why all this effort? He'd have to teach him a lesson. The energy sphere exploded in Young Chan's hands. The protagonist asked if this guy was satisfied now. Shin Hyun told his opponent, if it hurt, he'd just have to put up with it. After all, he wasn't a child. He pointed his finger downward and asked, how long does his opponent plan to look down on him? After a while, the protagonist walked over to his opponent, who was lying on the ground, and said that since he'd knocked the arrogant guy down from his high horse, he needed to teach him a lesson in public. Our hero grabbed Yang Chen by the hair and asked if the scoundrel now understood just how different they both were. Yang Chen smiled and asked, could it be that the Ascended One already existed? So Shin Hyun was the one the Heavenly Warrior had been talking about. Yang Chen remarked that Shin Hyun wasn't ready yet. The protagonist didn't understand what he was talking about. The head of the Cheonjo Guild said that Shin Hyun would come to hate the Heavenly Warrior. He himself had been that way at first. Yang Chan asked if Shin Hyun was sure that the Heavenly Warrior was his true enemy. Yang Chan added that the Heavenly Warrior had told him the truth. Soon this world would be destroyed, and only those who had come from Murim and reached the peak of mastery would be able to prevent it. Will Shin Hyun be able to handle this catastrophe? The young man himself must have already sensed the approaching disaster. Shin Hyun stated that he did not yet know everything about this. Yang Chan would die if he lied even a little. Yang Chan admitted that perhaps he was simply a sacrifice to complement Shin Hyun. He explained that spirit magic is an ability acquired through countless experiments and lives sacrificed. Yang Chan added that Shin Hyun had given him too much time. He should have destroyed him immediately before looking him in the eyes. He noted that Shin Hyun was now under his complete control. What does it feel like to be controlled? Yang Chan laughed. Shin Hyun had lost just before victory. Now it was time to test him thoroughly. Shin Hyun, without raising his head, delivered a resounding slap to his opponent. He asked what this guy was up to now. Lin Mei opened her eyes and raised her head. She didn't understand what had happened. Lin Mei saw her master being beaten by his sworn enemy. Yang Chan continued to suffer. Shin Hyun demanded that the guy lift his head. A few bruises and bumps wouldn't stop his heart. Yang Chan didn't understand why his magic hadn't worked. What had he done wrong? He declared that he did not recognize Shin Hyun. How could he have ended up in such a situation, since he was the true successor of the Heavenly Warrior? Yang Chan shouted about his right to be the successor and immediately received another punch to the jaw. The blow was so strong that the head of the Cheonjo Guild couldn't stay on his feet. Shin Hyun said he was already sick of this guy. It was time to shut up. Yang Chan kept repeating that he was the successor. Shin Hyun was surprised. Did he really have to listen to this again? Our hero said it was his turn now. He activated his unique subjugation skill and began asking questions. The protagonist demanded that Yang Chan tell him everything the Heavenly Warrior had told him. Yang Chan revealed that a terrible catastrophe would soon befall this world. To prevent it, they had been sent to Murim. Shin Hyun was recognized as the true Ascended One who would save everyone. The young man heard the same strange sound he had heard earlier in the cave. He asked how Yang Chen had achieved such mastery in magic. Yang Chen explained that in China and the northern region, there are quite a few people who don't care about others. Therefore, someone's disappearance goes unnoticed. Shin Hyun brought up the topic of human sacrifices again and asked how many people Yang Chung had killed. The head of the Cheonjo Guild replied, several tens of thousands. The protagonist was disheartened and asked if Yang Chung had anything he wanted to say before he died. Yang Chan laughed and declared that he would like to slaughter everyone close to Shin Hyun. He didn't have time to finish his sentence. He was immediately destroyed, cut to pieces. Lin Mei couldn't utter a word as she watched what had happened to her boss. Shin Hyun, with a sense of duty fulfilled, stood in a pool of blood. The bloodthirsty villain was finished. Lin Mei knelt before the protagonist and swore her loyalty. She begged Shin Hyun for mercy. The girl also begged for help, tears streaming down her cheeks. Shin Hyun raised his head and said there was too much blood around. It was dirty and dangerous here. A month later, a briefing was held. Chunho-jeon announced that the exchange of hunters between the northern and southern regions had been completed, a significant milestone in North-South relations. He added that there was more good news. Several more high-level adventurers had emerged. Jae-won Woo and Han Song, both at level 50. Ju Yeon-seuk and Go Min-hyuk are now level 50. Chunho-jeon said that the most amazing thing was the achievement of just one person. The leader introduced the hunter Shin Hyun. The assistant gestured that this wasn't necessary. The assistant approached Chunho-jeon and whispered that Shin Hyun had suddenly disappeared. Lee Ji-hae pointed out that this was an official event. How could he just leave like that? The young people were in the forest. Shin Hyun replied that she was his accomplice. Ji-hae asked, "Did she really kidnap Mr. Shin Hyun himself?" Lee Ji-hae declared that she deserved a little rest too. There was no shortage of work. The girl noted that Shin Hyun had been gone for a long time. He left in winter and returned in spring. The young man replied that he had a lot on his plate and many people had been getting in the way. Our hero noted that he had now entrusted everything to his new subordinate, Lin Mei. The decision to leave Chongzhou had been a good one. Now they could freely use the guild's connections, power, and money. Lee Ji-hae agreed. Since the hunters' infrastructure in the northern region was still developing, they would benefit from the help of China and Chongzhou. Lee Ji-hae noted that the weather was very nice right now. The girl noticed that this time, Shin Hyun hadn't found out anything about the Heavenly Warrior. Shin Hyun recalled Yang Chen's words. He had asked, "Is the Heavenly Warrior truly the enemy?" He said that the world was nearing catastrophe. We must open the door to ascension and transcend human limitations. Otherwise, he would lose everything. Shin Hyun said he had more and more questions with no answers. What did the collapse of the world and ascension mean? However, such questions didn't interest him, since there really were no answers to them. The monster was attacked and destroyed. Its body was riddled with arrows. The hunters said that this was the last monster for today. One of the hunters declared that in that case, he would collect the loot. The young man said he was constantly running out of breath at this stage. He asked the leader, did he have a skill that allowed him to collect all the loot at once? The squad leader replied that he didn't have such a skill. The leader added that such a useful skill couldn't be found anywhere in the world. The commander heard a roar, turned around, and saw a monster behind him. Could there really be another one left? The hunter was surprised, since this monster had been destroyed just a short while ago. Plus, its entire body was covered in blood. The commander thought that no magic stone had dropped from this monster. He should report this to the appropriate authorities upon arrival. The hunter told Leader Kang that he had received a call from the Kyaxin dungeon. They said a monster's body had been discovered there as well. After the death of Park Tae-hoon, the leader of the Twilight Guild, the Dawn Guild quickly proposed a peace agreement. This laid the foundation for the merger of the two guilds. With the arrival of new high-level hunters, it became clear who had helped them. They were all members of the Martial Arts Guild. People rejoiced at Shin Hyun's arrival. This served as a catalyst for active hunter exchanges with China and the northern region. Shin Hyun became famous as a rising star in the world of hunters. One day, while they were eating, the phone rang, and Shin Hyun said that something urgent had come up. He would leave first, and his sister could stay and enjoy the delicious meal. Before Yoon Sol could even react, her brother had teleported away. The girl was upset because Shin Hyun had promised to buy her anything she wanted, yet he had vanished. How dare he call himself her brother after that? Lee Ji-hae asked, Shin Hyun hasn't seen the lab yet, has he? The answer was no. The young man added that Ji-hae didn't want to show it to outsiders just yet. Ji-hae, making excuses, noted that magical research was usually strictly classified, and not everyone had clearance. The girl clarified that wasn't the point. The reason she called was something else. Lee Ji-hae opened the freezers, and the young man saw the frozen body of a monster. Ji-hae explained that it was a wolf monster from one of the dungeons in Gyeonggi-do. Shin Hyun asked how the monster had escaped from the dungeon. Lee Ji-hae said that wasn't the question they were interested in. This monster hadn't dropped a magic stone. It seemed Mr. Shin Hyun didn't know about this either. She showed it to him just in case. Shin Hyun was surprised. Why was Ji-hae so worried? Did he know the coordinates of the dungeon where this monster had been captured? They also needed to temporarily restrict access to that dungeon. Lee Ji-hae asked if Shin Hyun wanted to see it for himself. Shin Hyun replied that things might become clearer once he saw it with his own eyes. For now, it's best not to go near that place. USA, New York. The secretary said that with the growing number of monsters that don't drop stones, their country might face a shortage of mana stones. This would lead to serious economic problems. The boss asked, "What is the situation in Northeast Asia right now?" The secretary replied that they were also experiencing similar difficulties. Nevertheless, there is close cooperation between the guilds of the various countries. The man wondered if he should visit them in person. China is a vast territory. Perhaps he would find the talent he needed there. Shin Hyun watched from the cliff as a pack of wolf monsters rested below. He wondered if he should destroy them all at once. The protagonist stopped hesitating and plunged headfirst from the cliff straight toward the monsters. In midair, Shin Hyun drew his blade from its sheath, and the monsters were cut to pieces. After their destruction, a crystal dropped from each monster. As he collected the crystals, the protagonist wondered how many more he would have to kill to find the one he needed. Shin Hyun looked up at the sky and saw cracks. The young man wondered if this wasn't the same phenomenon he'd encountered in the Misty Dungeon, though the color and aura were slightly different from last time. The young man recalled Yang Chen's words again. Is the heavenly warrior truly his true enemy? The world is approaching catastrophe. Shin Hyun wondered. Was this the catastrophe he was talking about? Shin Hyun, peering into the crack, decided that something was emerging from it. A huge monster wolf emerged from the crack in the sky and roared loudly. Shin Hyun swung his blade and the monster was once again cut to pieces. The protagonist said that this was a monster unlike any ordinary monster. However, he had found it because no crystal had fallen from it. The protagonist looked up at the sky and realized the monster had been there. But what lies behind this? Does the heavenly warrior know about this? Our hero heard the voice of the heavenly warrior again, saying that they would meet soon. Shin Hyun wondered what lay beyond this rift. The young man began to speculate. Perhaps there were gods there. The protagonist noted that, in any case, these monsters were appearing from exactly that place. Shin Hyun analyzed the situation and realized that it resembled a misty dungeon. He needed to make sure they didn't touch it. So these special monsters came pouring out from there. Does that mean they can pass through the cracks? A crack is the same as an entrance to a dungeon. The young man wondered, in that case, what's the point of ordinary monsters? Maybe the current dungeons were some kind of training ground? Shin Hyun decided he'd have to put in some work, since this still wasn't enough to prove anything. So he'd need to observe a little longer. Besides, maybe someone else would discover a crack. In that case, it would be worth heading to Jeju Island. Using his teleportation skill, the protagonist found himself near a portal that served as the entrance to the dungeon. Shin Hyun looked back and saw hunters rushing toward him. Members of the Tamra Guild, led by their leader. The leader, Kim Ha-gyun, greeted him and said it had been a long time since they'd seen Mr. Shin Hyun. He asked how the young man was doing. Shin Hyun replied that he was doing well and suggested that Kim Ha-gyun must be having a hard time right now. The head of the Tamra Guild admitted that times were tough. Kim Ha-gyun dropped to his knees, grabbed our hero by the leg and cried out. He asked if Shin Hyun remembered that there used to be 6 high-level dungeons on Jeju Island. Since then, another dungeon has appeared, so he's asking for help. The protagonist thought that anomalies were appearing too frequently on the island. Head Kim continued to ask for help. During her latest report, Lin Mei briefed everyone on the current situation. Anomalies in dungeons have been occurring in China since the second half of last year. Lin Mei had been faithfully fulfilling her duties as head of the Cheonjo Guild. She added that the public assumes these are merely the results of mutations. They aren't particularly concerned about it. Lin Mei told her boss that she would keep him informed of any new developments. Shin Hyun replied that he understood everything and thanked her for her diligent work. Shin Hyun asked Mr. Kim if he had brought in reliable people this time. The answer was yes. Kim Ha-gyun added that this time he had indeed assembled a team consisting only of those he trusted the most. He also apologized for what happened last time. The protagonist walked up to the portal and said he would go in first. The hunters had no objections. Shin Hyun decided he would take everything he could with him and keep fighting until the bodies of the defeated monsters appeared. In the dungeon, our hero acted decisively. The monsters attacking him had a tough time. The result of the reconnaissance was a large number of defeated monsters. Their bodies were scattered everywhere. The protagonist showed the hunters how to handle such situations. On top of that, crystals that had dropped from the monsters were now scattered everywhere. Kim Ha-gyun and his team were of course surprised. Kim Ha-gyun said, Even if Shin Hyun is a high-level hunter, how is it possible to destroy so many monsters at once? The protagonist said they needed to act faster. Shin Hyun looked at the changed crack and said that it had grown significantly. What could the consequences be? The head of the Tamra Guild pointed at the crack and asked what was happening here. The protagonist was surprised. Could it be that Mr. Kim could see it too? Kim Hagun and the others said they could see the crack. It seemed to be growing in size, and fissures were appearing everywhere. Shin Hyun realized that he wasn't the only one seeing these cracks now. Others could see them too. In that case, our hero decided to act more decisively. Shin Hyun directed a magical impulse into the crack. Kim Hagun cried out in surprise and said that the magic had passed right through. The Chiaxin training dungeon. In the break room, the hunters are chatting among themselves. One of them said he was hungry. A colleague asked Hunter Yu if he wanted some jerky. The answer was no. The hunter added that guarding the dungeon isn't prestigious. He just needs to hold out for another month. Otherwise, he might completely lose his skills. Another hunter said that Mr. Yu would be fine, especially if he just lazed around somewhere else. Suddenly, the image on the surveillance screen disappeared. The hunters grew wary. A colleague asked, "Why did Mr. Yu turn it off?" The hunter replied that he hadn't done anything. Suddenly, an image of the saint appeared on the screen. She said that people shouldn't consider this blessing in vain, even though they don't take it seriously. Many people across the country saw the image of the saint. It appeared on every screen. Lee Ji-hae, sitting near the laptop, also had the opportunity to listen to the saint's revelations. What has happened so far is also the destiny of humanity. The only thing she could do was put everything on hold. People holding their breath continued to watch the image on the monitors in unison. The saint expressed hope that people would manage to avoid this nightmare. The hunters in the break room stood frozen in place. After a while, someone said that it was the voice of the goddess. It was this very voice they had heard during classes at the Hunters Academy. The hunters heard a strange sound from outside and ran out of the break room. Monster rabbits appeared in the clearing, and everyone saw them. But how did these rabbits manage to break through the dungeon? What is going on here? A huge monster wolf leaped out at the hunters from a crack. The hunters were surprised. What on earth was going on here? What was that monster doing there? Shin Hyun thought that this strange monster had come out of the cracks. The dungeon structure is collapsing. The protagonist decided he needed to grab one of these monsters and capture it alive. Shin Hyun grabbed the monster by the throat and began to choke it. Kim Ha-gyun was surprised. Where did this wolf come from? Isn't this a misty dungeon? Shin Hyun confirmed that it was indeed the misty dungeon. However, something had gone wrong here. The wolf monster began to choke, losing consciousness. Shin Hyun threw the unconscious monster to the ground and told the hunters to keep this valuable material for research in the lab. There was no need to be afraid. It wouldn't bite anymore. Shin Hyun activated the soul sword skill. Energy swords appeared everywhere, all directed toward the crack. Shin Hyun received a message that he must not cross the final line. Humanity wasn't ready yet. The young man thought, so these are the targets against which the soul sword is useless. The protagonist understood that he still had room to grow. He decided that his current actions were sufficient. Chunho Jaeon and Lee Ji-hae spoke at the press conference. The press and journalists were also present. Chunho Jaeon greeted everyone present and introduced himself to those who did not yet know him. He is the leader of the Dawn Guild. Before moving on to the main topic, the guild leader offered his sincere apologies. Due to the recently discovered phenomenon of dungeon breaches, monsters had escaped and caused massive damage across the country. In addition, mutants had been discovered among the monsters, which do not leave mana stones behind after being killed. With the growing population of such creatures, a major economic crisis is expected. The whole world's attention is focused on this issue. The country is rapidly striving to establish ties with external guilds. Together, they will actively work to resolve these issues. After a brief statement, Chief Chunho Jong said that he would like to conclude the press conference at this point. He also thanked everyone for their attention. The press had many questions. What did Dawn agree upon with Twilight? Hadn't they planned to act alone? Would they hold the hunters accountable for refusing to protect citizens? The journalists wanted answers to their questions. Chunho Jeon and Lee Ji-hae left the conference room. Shin Hyun was standing outside. The young man thanked the guild leader for his work. Lee Ji-hae was surprised. Hadn't Shin Hyun said he wouldn't be able to attend the conference today? Shin Hyun said that was indeed the case. However, he had received an interesting offer, so he decided to meet with them and tell them about it. The young man added that he had been invited to a meeting in China. Shin Hyun arrived at the meeting. Lin Mei, the head of the Cheonjo Guild, was already there. Without standing up, the girl greeted Mr. Shin Hyun. Shin Hyun silently sat down next to her and noticed that she had ordered only a cup of coffee. That meant the conversation wouldn't last long. He asked why Lin Mei had invited him. Was it something urgent? Lin Mei gathered her courage and said she wanted to ask him for a favor. She stated that she wanted Mr. Shin Hyun to represent China in negotiations with the United States of America. Shin Hyun asked why she needed him to do this. Lin Mei explained that they currently had no hunter who could represent the country. She noted that these negotiations were unofficial. Also, the hunter who would be coming had to be the strongest hunter in the world at the moment. His name was Alex Winchester. Our hero replied that it was none of his business. Shin Hyun turned around and said that there was no point in continuing this conversation. So he was leaving. Lin Mei laid her cards on the table and said that in that case, they would grant Korea the right to the advantage. Shin Hyun stopped and asked over his shoulder what kind of advantage she was talking about. The girl replied that whether it was information exchange during negotiations or benefits from cooperation, whatever it was, they would share the benefits that China would receive. The protagonist thought it was a decent offer. He should take full advantage of this opportunity. Shin Hyun agreed and said he would do it. Lin Mei thanked him wholeheartedly. Finishing his story, our hero added that this was precisely why he would have to leave for China for a short while. Chun Ho Jeon and Lee Ji-hae listened to him with interest. Lin Mei warned Shin Hyun that Alex Winchester had requested a private meeting. The American wants to meet with a hunter as famous as himself, accompanied only by a secretary or deputy. Shin Hyun asked the girl, "Am I really going to be your secretary at this meeting?" Lin Mei, flustered, replied that it was quite the opposite. The protagonist suggested that in that case, it would be fun. Our hero added that Lin Mei would understand everything herself when she saw him in person. A young man entered the office accompanied by a young woman. He said he was pleased to meet her. The young man announced that his name was Alex Winchester. Mr. Winchester pointed to the girl and said that she was his assistant. Barbara Allen, our hero, without standing up, gave his name and added that his temporary secretary was named Lin Mei. Winchester was surprised. Wasn't Shin Hyun a Korean hunter? Why was he here? The protagonist replied that he had some business here. Mr. Winchester told Lin Mei that he wanted to speak with the Chinese representative. Didn't they object to having someone from another country speak on their behalf? Lin Mei replied that it didn't matter. Shin Hyun added that if he hadn't wanted to, he wouldn't have come here at all. Mr. Winchester agreed and said that they probably shouldn't worry about dungeon breaches right now. There might be differences depending on the country. However, in the future, when the eco-friendly fuel in the form of monsters runs out, serious economic problems will follow. Alex Winchester stated bluntly they had found ways to solve this problem. Lin Mei was very surprised. Winchester added that he was merely putting forward a hypothesis, but the probability of this was quite high. Recent research results would make things clearer. Lin Mei noted that one couldn't claim this was a definitive solution. The young woman asked what the real reason for Mr. Winchester's visit actually was. The American stated that he believed China's strength lay precisely in turning theory into reality. There were very few such hunters. Winchester reminded her that he wanted to meet a hunter as skilled as himself. He assumed that such people could be found in China. Winchester suggested that his interlocutor was a graduate of the same place. Lin Mei thought the American was talking about the Marim. Shin Hyun remarked that since the conversation had turned to that, he should join in as well. The protagonist added that, judging by the American's words, he was looking for those who had returned from there. Shin Hyun said that in that case they shouldn't leave him out, so he wouldn't feel left out later. Winchester was surprised. Shin Hyun said that such a reaction had already worn him out. Hiding one's power was simple enough, but there was no need to ask stupid questions. After all, it was a difference in power levels. The American admitted that he had met a few people with resonating power. However, the phrase difference in power levels sounded a bit unpleasant. Winchester asked where they could see Shin Hyun's skills in action. If the young man was a good enough hunter, it didn't matter where he came from. Shin Hyun asked Lin Mei to prepare the nearest dungeon for him. The girl replied that everything would be done. It was decided to begin the assessment immediately. The protagonist said he was ready for anything. However, he didn't think the American had the right to judge him. The American bowed and said he wanted to introduce himself again. His name is Alex Winchester. The young man added that in Murim, he was called the Heavenly Demon. Shin Hyun replied that he thought Americans didn't end up in worlds like this. Why then had this demon left the Murim? Winchester replied that it just happened that way. It was the only place where there was no racial discrimination. He added that this was exactly how he rose from the bottom, destroying everyone weaker than him. In his words, this is a manifestation of a demonic cult. Shin Hyun remarked that those scoundrels usually attack him first in an attempt to destroy him, so beating them is twice as satisfying. The young man said that his opponent could attack and that he was willing to give him 3 whole attempts. Winchester replied through gritted teeth that this was very kind of the Korean. The American approached his opponent, swung his arm, and landed a punch. However, Shin Hyun intercepted the blow and the attack was neutralized. Alex Winchester continued to attack, but he couldn't achieve his goal. Shin Hyun was far more skilled in hand-to-hand combat. Our hero said that wasn't bad, but the American wasn't following through. Shin Hyun counterattacked, and Winchester was forced to fly far backward. The American regained his balance and landed on his feet. He said he still had more to surprise his opponent with. So far, it had only been a feel-out. Winchester noted that he now understood the basis of Shin Hyun's self-confidence. He hadn't even thought he'd meet someone this strong. Shin Hyun asked if the American was satisfied with the results of the test. Winchester replied that, from a negotiation standpoint, he was satisfied. The American added that, as a gentleman, he would be sorry to end the fight now. What did Mr. Shin Hyun think about that? Had he ever heard of the Heart Index? As he spoke, the American waved his blade in front of the young man's face. Winchester noted that he had done this on purpose. It was just a show to demonstrate the seriousness of his intentions. Shin Hyun replied that, in his opinion, the demon didn't understand the very essence of the matter. The protagonist said that his opponent shouldn't boast about his swordsmanship in front of him. He activated his energy blade skill and said that this was what true sword mastery looked like. Alex Winchester dropped to his knees and asked, "Executioner, may I be executed here?" Shin Hyun replied that this was the end of the Invincible One. Shin Hyun shook his opponent's hand and said that the demon had come to his senses, so the executioner should show mercy. Our hero said that now he was ready to hear what ideas the American had for solving the monster problem. Winchester suggested using mana stones. He speculates that there is an inner sanctuary of the monsters. Shin Hyun was surprised. Could the inner sanctuary really exist? The young man asked, "Isn't the inner circle simply the crystallization of energy accumulated by the spirit over hundreds of years?" The American showed him a crystal and said that, by Murim standards, his interlocutor was right. However, while the formation process and nature differed, the essence was the same. They contained the energy of monsters. Winchester added that an inner circle could be created using the lifeless bodies of mutants. Shin Hyun remarked that it sounded as if the American was suggesting extracting the soul from a slain monster. Winchester noted that there was nothing wrong with that. Some martial arts are similar to those of the green-blooded, who absorb spirits. In that case, shouldn't there be a suction technique or something similar? Shin Hyun said that everything was clear to him now. Who else but a demon would come up with such an idea? Winchester pointed out that not all demons are evil. The protagonist patted his companion on the shoulder in a friendly manner and said it was time for them to head back. He added that he was ready to make a deal. As the negotiations continued, our hero said he was now getting to the point. He personally agreed to cooperate with the United States on this matter. Lin Mei breathed a sigh of relief. Shin Hyun looked at the girl and told her not to worry so much. Everything would be fine. Alex Winchester suggested summarizing what had been said earlier. The American proposed splitting the profits equally between the two parties. He also guaranteed exclusive development rights to China and Korea. Lin Mei remarked, "Does that mean Mr. Shin Hyun can stop supplying the products whenever he wants?" The young man confirmed this. Shin Hyun laughed and said that he had to keep China on a leash. After all, that was reasonable. Winchester promised to fulfill all of Shin Hyun's demands to the best of his ability. The American extended his hand and said that this condition depended on the success of their deal. Our hero shook his hand and said he agreed completely. San Francisco, United States of America. The plane landed at the airport. Shin Hyun, accompanied by Winchester, proceeded to an underground bunker. The young man remarked that it didn't look like a typical laboratory. The American noted that it was the largest laboratory in the western United States. Winchester said he didn't like the word fragile in the production process, so he built a reliable laboratory. The lab's owner showed them a machine and said it was a mana stone extractor. Shin Hyun noted that it looked ordinary. Winchester explained that first you have to place your hand on the machine, then absorb that energy. The result is an artificial insert made by your own efforts. A glowing sphere appears at the output. Alex Winchester noted that so far, everything was going well. Shin Hyun was surprised. The young man pointed out that a dead monster cannot feed on energy. Besides, it wouldn't have done so if it were alive. Winchester said that was precisely the problem. That's why he's asking for help. Shin Hyun asked the demon if he had ever been to Shaolin. Winchester replied that heavenly demons don't go there. Shin Hyun remarked that in that case, the American was like a bird in a cage. It was like forming a Shaolin Taoist group. Our hero declared that he thought he had figured it out. The young man asked about an artificial Naiden. After all, this technique already exists in Murim. The most famous of these is the Temple of the Great Shaolin. The American asked, is that how Tawanden came to be? He hadn't known about it because he had almost no interest in political factions. Shin Hyun said that it wasn't a bad idea. The American was surprised how had that occurred to the young man. Winchester suggested calling someone over for a few minutes. The American wanted to invite the creator of the prototype. He was a level 70 artisan who had also returned, the only one in America. The creator of the prototype said his name was Tyler Wilson. He was a craftsman. Wilson reported that he had brought what he had been asked for. The young man looked into the cage and said he was ready to get to work. A monster burst out of the cage. The protagonist used magic to immobilize it. The young man noted that he had slightly modified the suction. Now our hero held a small, dark-colored sphere in his hands. The boy said that maybe it was because it was a monster, but its energy felt rather unpleasant to the touch. Shin Hyun channeled the energy into the device and added that he still felt a little uncomfortable. After a while, the result was ready. The young man invited those present to take a look. The craftsman and Winchester were surprised. Tyler Wilson suggested taking a closer look. The craftsman scanned the sample for impurities and to determine the true formula. Tyler Wilson asked our hero how this could be. Shin Hyun asked, is that a bad thing? The artisan said he liked everything about it. He was just surprised because it looked very much like a mana stone. He even wondered if it was real. Shin Hyun asked if the success of this endeavor wasn't obvious, especially since he had made it himself. Wilson said he now had a question. Would he be able to use this technique? To use this device, you need a master who possesses magic. To do so, he would have to learn a modified absorption technique, if that were even possible. Shin Hyun said he didn't care. However, there were some caveats to learn this from him. One would have to endure many unpleasant hardships. Was Mr. Wilson willing to grit his teeth for the sake of learning? A week later, the exhausted craftsman said he was ready to do it. Mr. Wilson repeated all the procedures and channeled the energy he received into the unit. All that was left was to wait. The result turned out to be positive. Winchester said it was a success. The craftsman was also elated. Alex Winchester declared that it was a crazy technique. He couldn't believe he had learned it in a week. Shin Hyun remarked that force was the best way to learn something quickly. Our hero turned around, waved his hand, and said that was all. It was time for him to go home. The protagonist explained that he also had a lot to do at home, and besides, he needed to oversee many production processes. Shin Hyun turned around and said that if those two decided to take his share, he would be ruthless. Alex Winchester replied that there was no need to worry about that. Lee Ji-hae said that Shin Hyun had returned very quickly. Yoon Sol remarked that they hadn't seen each other since their brother had left them. Shin Hyun replied that he had been busy, work takes up a lot of time. The young man promised that it wouldn't happen again. Lee Ji-hae said they needed to resolve everything right now. They had to tell Mr. Shin Hyun everything. Lee Ji-hae showed him the poster and said it was the new symbol of the martial arts guild. What did he think of it? The young man replied that it looked pretty good. Lee Ji-hae remarked that she had spent several days on this masterpiece. Shin Hyun remarked that the girl looked surprisingly healthy for someone who hadn't slept in days. Lee Ji-hae replied that she tries to take care of herself. Yoon Sol said that the two of them were being way too familiar with each other. Yoon Sol asked Ji-hae, aren't you even going to call your boss by his name? It's as if you aren't friends at all. Lee Ji-hae asked if she could call the young man Shin Hyun. The protagonist replied that he didn't mind. In fact, he was more used to it that way. There was a knock at the door, and a voice from outside said it was an urgent matter. An assistant entered the room and reported that more than 3 types of monsters had been discovered in the Taebaek dungeon. Lee Ji-hae asked, has something else happened besides the dungeon breach? Shin Hyun asked, could new monsters be emerging from the fissure? The assistant said he wasn't sure yet, but if there was anything unusual, it was that there had been a strong vibration in the dungeon. The assistant added that the vibration had spread throughout the entire area. The hunters who had emerged from the dungeon felt sick. They even threw up and had severe headaches. Lee Ji-hae noted that this had never happened before, so she would go there too. Shin Hyun told her not to go, saying he would go instead. The protagonist looked Lee Ji-hae in the eyes and said that something was amiss here. Our hero suspected that a goddess was involved in this matter, or perhaps even a heavenly warrior. The young man entered the dungeon and, as expected, destroyed the monsters he encountered along the way. In addition, he noticed that chaos already reigned in the dungeon. Shin Hyun noted that these monsters were constantly trying to break out. Shin Hyun speculated that this was precisely what the goddess might have meant when she mentioned her second revelation. After the dungeon was ransacked, monsters began appearing randomly. Is this a sign of the goddess's favor or a harbinger of misfortune? Shin Hyun encountered a group of hunters along the way. The young people recognized Shin Hyun and asked when he had managed to arrive on Jeju Island. Hana Song asked, did Chief Shin Hyung also come out of the Misty Dungeon? Shin Hyung thought that these weren't just monsters that had gathered together. Could these be dungeons as well? Why are these hunters talking about Jeju Island? Jeju Island, the foggy dungeon. Shin Hyun said he had gone to investigate an anomaly in the dungeon, but it turned out he had entered the Taebuk dungeon. The hunters were surprised. Isn't that in Gangwon province? Did the leader really meet them this far away? What's going on here? Hunter Javan said it was all a mess. Shin Hyun asked the guys what had happened to the dungeon. The hunter said the dungeon seemed larger than before. Before setting out, they had planted a flag at the gate. However, neither the gate nor the flag is visible now. Instead, there is some kind of crack. Shin Hyung was surprised. Could the gate really be gone? The hunter said that was exactly why they couldn't get back. Shin Hyung thought there was only one gate in the dungeon. The protagonist suggested that the dungeons had merged. The gate he had entered through was still intact, so they just needed to get out of there. Safety first. The hunters supported this decision since Chief Shin Hyung is never wrong. Hana Song looked back and asked what Mr. Shin Hyung was going to do. Shin Hyung replied that he would try to investigate the crack. There must be something else besides the merging of the dungeons. Our hero stared intently at the crack, trying to find any inconsistencies in it. Mutants were coming out of here. It looks like a passage, but where does it lead? At that moment, the young man saw something emerge from the crack. They turned out to be monsters. They poured out at the young man one after another. The protagonist identified them. They were giant clothed lizards. An armed monster told the man to get out of the way if he wanted to prolong his life by even a second. Shin Hyun was surprised. This monster can talk. He had never seen a lizard speak before. Alex Winchester destroyed yet another monster and headed in the opposite direction. After that, the American analyzed the situation while sitting at his computer and realized that the dungeons had merged into one. He hurried to Hawaii after receiving the report. This came as a surprise to the American as he had encountered a new type of monster. The monster said he didn't even know there were higher beings here. The American was surprised. Had the monster just spoken to him? The monster said that no matter what, these people were just as much beasts. The man understood what he was talking about. Winchester said he hadn't expected monsters to be able to speak. They communicated in the language of the Hyeogwanshim. The monster was also surprised when he realized that humans understood them. Winchester noted that these beings were different from ordinary monsters. The creature asked what that meant. The American said that they were monsters, like the ones that had crawled out of the crack from which these creatures themselves had emerged. The creature was surprised. How dare a human compare them to those monsters? Winchester remarked that this creature had certain features, and moreover, it possessed the ability to speak. The creature said that the man seemed intelligent to him, and he had tried to talk to him. However, it was in vain. He shouldn't have listened to inferior beings at all. Winchester said that this was exactly what a monster should be like. He drew his blade and prepared for battle. The winged creature asked if the man really intended to attack it with that toothpick. Winchester remarked that he had once pierced someone's forehead with chopsticks. The hunter added that after that, not even the dogs dared to disturb his meal. The creature told its companions to stop and step back. It would deal with this man itself. The rivals clashed in a fierce battle. Their crossed swords sent sparks flying. Winchester noted that his opponent was very strong. The green creature was indeed a master of bladed weapons. Winchester realized that he would never be able to defeat his opponent using only physical strength. The creature told the man that if this was his maximum level, then the end was near. However, the American hunter activated his sword skill. The opponent was surprised. What is the man doing? He shouldn't be fighting. It makes no sense. But Winchester attacked the creature and won the fight. He managed to cut off the opponent's head. The creature's decapitated body fell to the ground. Its comrades were disheartened. The American hunter didn't stop there and dealt with the other opponents. Alex Winchester stuck his blade into the ground and decided he could take a breather now. The hunter thought he needed to leave at least one of them alive to uncover all the secrets. He also noted that it would be impossible to repair this creature without a sword. Even for him, that was too much. But what would happen if other hunters encounter these creatures? Winchester realized that in that case, it would be a disaster. The American thought that first and foremost, he had to inform the executioner. At the same time, similar events were unfolding in the Misty Dungeon. The lizard in human clothing asked his opponent why they shouldn't resolve all their problems peacefully through conversation. Shin Hyun asked, "Isn't that exactly what the scoundrel who decided to run ahead would have said?" The creature admitted that it was their fault. Shin Hyun remarked that this was how it should have been from the very beginning. He asked, "Who are they?" The rival said they were creatures who had inherited the blood of the very first and great dragon. They called themselves Dragonwing. Shin Hyun noted that this was not remarkable at all. The Dragonwings said they had been driven from their home and were seeking a new refuge. They hadn't expected to encounter such a powerful human. Hostility toward humans would only cause greater harm. The Dragonwing suggested that, instead of engaging in unnecessary conflict, why not speak with his lordship directly? He added that a man like this deserved a personal meeting. Shin Hyun was surprised. Had this guy really barged in here just to cause trouble and then beg for mercy? Does that even happen? Dragonwing had nothing to say. The young man thought that dealing with him right now would be far too easy. But if he kept him alive, there would be a chance to extract all the necessary information. Shin Hyun said he needed to check something first. The protagonist activated his personal lie detector and asked if everything the Dragonwing had just told him was true. Alex Winchester thought about the executioner. Of course he understood everything, but it wasn't wise to meet a girl at a time and place like this. Shin Hyun replied that the American didn't understand anything. Standing before him was the deputy head of the Dawn Guild. The American said he knew that, and that she was also aware that they had a rather close relationship. Lee Ji-hae thought that unfortunately, that wasn't the case. The video call continued. Alex said he had a serious conversation to have. Yesterday, in a Hawaiian dungeon, he encountered a monster that was quite powerful, and there were many such monsters. The conversation continued along the same lines. However, our hero began to piece together the facts he had. Shin Hyun said that he had sent the Dragonwing back alive, so all they could do was wait and see. Shin Hyun informed everyone present that this Dragonwing might come after him. The news surprised everyone. Lee Ji-hae remarked that this didn't sound too good. Moreover, if we recall the lord the Dragonwing mentioned, it means they have something like their own cult. The Americans suggested that they might be stronger than humans. But what would happen if they tried to sneak onto Earth? That would be a disaster. Shin Hyun said that was exactly why he had spared their lives. Now there was an opportunity to negotiate with them. They had to use this against them. Everyone present agreed that this was a good idea. The American announced that he would stay in Hawaii for a while. The Dragonwingers had already appeared there. However, he was counting on help. Shin Hyun said they needed to proceed with caution. Our hero suggested that Lee Ji-hae temporarily revise the rules for hunters. Shin Hyun noted that fewer monsters were appearing these days. Therefore, instead of sending high-level hunters to destroy monsters, it would be better to send them to high-level dungeons to improve their skills. Ji-hae agreed that it would be good if the hunters became stronger. But what about the island? What if something happened to them after Shin Hyun took all the high-level hunters? The young man replied that there was no need to worry about that, since he would be with them. Ji-hae was surprised. Were they going too? Shin Hyun suggested they try to stay close to each other at all times. Lee Ji-hae was surprised. Why so suddenly was he suggesting they live together? Shin Hyun pointed out that wasn't what he meant, though that was certainly a possibility. Lee Ji-hae kept pressing him. So, were they going to live together after all? Shin Hyun told her to calm down. He wasn't interested in that. Shin Hyun suggested they help each other until they dealt with the Dragonwing creatures. After all, they didn't know what to expect, so it was better to stick together for now. Ji-hae said she agreed, of course. The young man was certain that Lee Ji-hae would surely come to understand him soon. The girl had a bad feeling. A few days later in the Misty Dungeon, the hunters, led by our hero, follow the set route. Lee Ji-hae said that this was her first time in this dungeon and she couldn't make out any details. Yoon Sol asked her brother what had happened here. Shin Hyun said he brought them here so they could see everything for themselves. Yang Shen from China, Alex from America. Dragon Wingers have recently appeared. The strongest ones continue to advance. The young man added that this is exactly why they need to become stronger so they don't fall behind. Lee Ji-hae said she agreed. Yoon Sol asked what they should do in that case. Shin Hyun told the girls to both attack him at the same time. If their attack hits him even once, he would acknowledge their strength. The protagonist noted that even with their combined strength, it would be quite difficult. Our hero asked the girls to attack him properly. After that, he activated his unique abilities. The girls felt uneasy. They exchanged glances and decided they absolutely had to act together. To confuse their opponent, Ji-hae and Yoon Sol scattered in different directions. Lee Ji-hae was the first to approach her opponent and pressed her blade against his chest. However, the young man blocked her weapon with 2 fingers of his right hand and said she was moving too slowly. Lee Ji-hae was annoyed since she had attacked him with all her strength. Shin Hyun detected his sister's attack from a completely different angle. The spiritual sword skill was activated. His sister's arrows were destroyed before they reached their target. Yoon Sol shouted that it wasn't fair since her brother hadn't even used his hands. Shin Hyung remarked that injustice makes people stronger. His sister said she still remembered how her brother had abandoned her, and it had been only recently. She hadn't even received an apology from him yet. Yoon Sol shouted loudly that she had to slap this guy. Lee Ji-hae chuckled quietly. During the break, the girls felt exhausted. Yoon Sol didn't understand why her brother hadn't even broken a sweat. Lee Ji-hae admitted that it had been a great opportunity. She never thought her skill level would improve so much in such a short period of time. Yoon Sol noted that she too had improved a lot. Lee Ji-hae remarked that she enjoyed spending time with Yoon Sol like this. Yoon Sol replied that she rarely saw Lee Ji-hae since she almost never came to their house. Ji-hae asked, "Is it really okay to come over?" Shin Hyun was glad that the girls had gotten along and had already had a good rest. The protagonist said it was time to get back to training. The girls replied that those were harsh words. A week later, Lee Ji-hae couldn't understand how they had managed to last so long. Shin Hyun remarked that it had been worth it. An assistant met the young men and told them he had important news. An hour ago, a distress call had come in from the Hawaiian Islands. American hunter Alex Winchester was surrounded by monsters in human form. The young man realized that the executioner wouldn't be arriving anytime soon. Winchester asked his rivals if they were up for a fair duel. Dragonwing said he had one question. His kin who had come here recently hadn't returned. Did the man know anything about them? Dragonwing remarked that he already knew everything, but in that case at least his conscience wouldn't bother him. To some extent they were connected. The monsters approached the American and said he must pay for his sins. Winchester declared that the lizards had no right to treat him that way. The American hunter activated his unique abilities, and the dragons were thrown aside. One of them said that it was laughable. However, he ordered his kin not to touch this man. He must catch him himself. The tension mounted. The hunter realized he couldn't handle all the dragon-winged creatures on his own. The lizard soared upward and said he wanted to see what this man was capable of. Winchester was surprised. Did this lizard really dare to threaten him? Was a branch really more dangerous than a tree? Winchester drew his blade and said he didn't care for long conversations. Now they would see which race was stronger. The hunter swung his blade and said that now he had the chance to cut off this lizard's head. The dragonwing assumed a fighting stance and prepared to parry the attack. He wasn't afraid of the man. Winchester surmised that this dragonwing was a mage. The opponent turned out to be much stronger than the previous one. The hunter wondered why these lizards looked down on him. The American decided it was time to put his skills to the test. He had to catch them off guard and attack. The attack proved effective, and one of the dragonwings was seriously wounded. Bleeding profusely, he screamed loudly, "How dare this man treat him this way?" The dragonwing ordered the man to immediately cease his antics and stop. Winchester was surprised to hear that voice. What was this unbearable pressure? A powerful explosion occurred nearby. The shockwave blew everything in the vicinity to pieces. The hunter found himself on the ground, his blade lying nearby. Dragonwing approached the man and said that he had forced him to use his dragon powers on a worthless and insignificant creature. The only thing left was to pay with his life. Alex Winchester closed his eyes and braced himself for the worst. However, the young man noticed that he felt nothing. When the American opened his eyes, he saw Shin Hyun in front of him, holding the dragonwing back. Our hero asked what they were doing there. Shin Hyun asked, "Is it even allowed to cause such a commotion here? They've completely lost their minds." The dragon wings screamed for them to leave him alone. However, our hero kicked the lizard far back with his foot. The other lizards watched as their comrade flew far off to the side and landed near the rocks. The other dragon wings rushed to help the injured one. Shin Hyun asked the American what had happened to this demon. Why was he being so polite? Winchester asked how the executioner had managed to get here. He hadn't expected reinforcements to arrive so quickly. Shin Hyun explained that he had teleported here. Winchester was surprised. Is it even possible to teleport such a long distance? Alex told our hero that he had an ability similar to the punishing blade. He also mentioned that it was a dragon's tongue. The American added that they needed to be careful. Winchester added that if the dragon wing turned out to be stronger, it meant he was an 80th level character. Winchester noticed that he had just injured the dragon wing's arm, but now it had grown a new one. The hunter asked if the dragons standing before him were the elite of the dragon-winged. The lizard noted that, judging by what people know about them, they are indeed the ones Mardel spoke of. Then he suggested speaking with his master. The lizard man said he had no intention of listening to a beaten man. If it were up to him, he would have dealt with these people long ago. Shin Hyun surmised that, judging by the way he spoke, the man before him was not one of Mardel's lords. It was unlikely they would be able to continue this conversation. Shin Hyun clenched his fists and prepared to continue the confrontation. The attack was lightning fast. The lizards were torn to pieces. None of those around him understood how it had happened. Shin Hyun declared that one lizard was enough for him to talk to. One lizard had survived. Dragonwing shouted at the man, demanding that he stop. Shin Hyun told his opponent that his barking had no effect on him. Dragonwing truly began to fear. Shin Hyun suggested that his opponent start with physical dialogue. The young man clenched his fists. The lizard said that he had responded positively to the man's proposal, so he begged for mercy. Shin Hyun said that if it weren't for that reaction, he would have destroyed the lizard in the blink of an eye long ago. He still wants to do it now, but he can't. The lizard was deactivated. Shin Hyun said that was all. Alex Winchester admitted that it had been hard for him, but he couldn't die without saying goodbye to the executioner. The American asked what level the executioner's martial arts were at. Level 100 at least? Shin Hyun stated that there is no end or limit to the improvement of martial arts. Shin Hyun thought that he kept running into guys like this. Our hero expressed hope that next time, there would at least be someone smarter. The boss asked, "Did he really not come back this time?" The assistant confirmed it. The boss said that in that case, he needed to speak with a man named Shin Hyun. The American said he would stay here for a while and observe what was happening. Until the rift closed, various creatures would continue to emerge from it. Shin Hyun remarked that this time the dragon Mardil had served might actually appear. The American expressed hope that the dragon would appear as soon as the executioner said. It was the only dragon he could talk to. Shin Hyun told the demon to set up a temporary camp in the dungeon for observation. They should rest there. Shin Hyun pointed to the dragon wing and told them to wrap it up properly. The dragon wing needs a little processing. To do this, it will be sent to Taeguk's headquarters. The executioner allowed the demon to keep the two dismembered bodies. Alex Winchester was delighted. Could he really take them for himself? They would be perfect for research? Winchester thanked him and said they would make excellent material. Right now, dragon scales and bones are valuable materials and also among the highest quality. Perhaps something useful could be made from them. Shin Hyun wished the American hunter good luck. The protagonist was glad that the dragon had turned out to be strong enough. It would make a good shield against monsters. While resting at the campsite, our hero didn't waste any time and relaxed. Winchester was preparing a report for his superiors. Suddenly, a strange sound came from outside. The young people grew anxious. Shin Hyun asked the American if he had felt it too. Winchester said he felt something a little different, heavy and strange. Shin Hyun suggested they go outside and added that they had an uninvited guest. A huge crack appeared in the sky above their heads. It stood out starkly against the night sky. Shin Hyun suggested that they were witnessing teleportation magic. A dragon emerged from the crack. The dragon landed on a rock near the young people. Winchester said that this dragon was different from the previous three. Shin Hyun agreed. The dragon said that judging by their reaction, they must be people familiar with his kind. He wants to talk to them. The dragon remarked that he never thought they would actually be able to talk. He was here to meet a man named Shin Hyun. The protagonist was surprised. Could this dragon really know him? The dragon asked, "Is this man's name Shin Hyun?" Our hero confirmed it. The dragon thought that considering Mardel couldn't even use them, he didn't seem very strong. The protagonist asked, "Is this Elter, the ruler of Mardil?" The dragon was surprised. Did the man actually know his name? Shin Hyun said that he too had been waiting for this dragon. He had never before had a dragon with whom he could talk. The dragon said that if this man was indeed Shin Hyun, then he knew the whereabouts of his people. Shin Hyun declared that he had destroyed them all. They were extremely hostile toward humans. Dialogue with them was impossible. Elter replied that everything was clear to him now. Shin Hyun thought that this dragon was calmer than the previous ones, and he had suspected as much when they lost contact. Elter noted that he had ordered his people not to act rashly, yet they had behaved disgracefully. Therefore, he asked for forgiveness on their behalf. Dragons have a completely different will. Shin Hyun said that Elter was trying to be polite, but his friend had nearly died by charging at them alone. Winchester said he had stood aside. If anyone was in danger, it was the executioner. Elter asked if the humans were sure they had dealt with everyone. Shin Hyun was surprised. What would he gain by lying? Elter remarked that if this was the same Shin Hyun Mardil had spoken of, he wasn't lying. The protagonist asked, could it be that the dragon wasn't sure and had to prove and identify himself? After these words, our hero activated the soul sword skill. The dragon sensed the skill's aggression and activated a protective dome. The energy swords were directed at the protective dome, but they couldn't pierce it. Shin Hyun said there was no need to worry about it, but this proof should be enough. Elter replied that he now believed this man and saw in him the strength capable of defeating a dragon. Shin Hyun said he was impressed. The dragon asked, "Are all the people here really at this level?" The protagonist asked, "Isn't Elter the strongest among the dragons? In that case, the two of them could have a talk." Elter agreed and added something in an incomprehensible language. It was a spell. After that, the people witnessed the dragon taking on human form. Elter approached the people and said that their conversation would take some time. The protagonist was surprised. Could a dragon really turn into a human? Elter spoke again in an incomprehensible language. It was the language of dragons. Winchester and Shin Hyun felt the effect on a mental level. The people asked, what did the dragon do? At that moment, someone was watching the young people from a distance, standing on high ground. Elter said there was no need to be afraid. He cast a translation spell to facilitate their conversation. It was like Deepel, only developed by dragons. Shin Hyun noted that it was indeed much more convenient this way. But what did Mardil and his men say to Elter? Elter explained that Mardil had warned him to be careful because he had nearly been killed by a man named Shin Hyun. It was a useful report. Elter added that if they were to meet now, he would definitely die. The protagonist said he liked the dragon's honesty. Elter remarked that those who bear the name of a dragon never lie. For them, that would be deceiving themselves. Elter added that even if someone were to bluff, people still wouldn't fear them. Shin Hyun was surprised. How did the dragon know him so well? Shin Hyun said he had a rough idea of what the dragon might ask of him. He intended to ask for permission for the dragon people to live in this world. The protagonist noted that they had originally planned to invade, but realized nothing good would come of it and changed their strategy. Elter said he wouldn't deny it. Shin Hyun noted that the best approach was to pretend they didn't notice each other. Elter was delighted. Did that mean Shin Hyun would let them stay here? The answer was no. He explained that it only meant they shouldn't see each other. Shin Hyun remarked that even if he told them not to come to him, that didn't mean Elter wouldn't come. The protagonist declared that he would allow the dragons to live here. Elter thanked him and said, "A big dragon, thank you." Winchester, of course, was surprised. Our hero pointed out that even if he had given his permission, other people hadn't. The dragons won't be able to integrate into human society. Elter declared that they would be able to handle it. This is something they must endure. Shin Hyun warned that dragons could only live here, inside the dungeon. The protagonist added that he would allow them to move in and allocate land if they lived here, but in return they would have to destroy the monsters that came. Was this idea acceptable? Elter noted that the atmosphere in this place was a bit tense. Besides, they would have to face the monsters. Wouldn't people use them as a shield in that case? Shin Hyun smiled and said that, by all accounts, the dragons were ready for this. The dragon said he had a few requests. Shin Hyun promised to listen and make a decision. The people reported that there had been instances where cracks inside the dungeon had widened or connected. Since food supplies might be irregular, they asked if the humans could provide material support. A positive response was received. Winchester added that it wouldn't be difficult. Elter said there was one more request. Could people at least grant him access to the surface? In case there was no connection between the underground areas where they would be staying, they needed a way to contact people. Shin Hyun asked Winchester what he thought about this. The American replied that if they were to station troops for defensive purposes, they would need to establish communication. He agreed, provided it didn't get out of hand. Shin Hyun told the dragon that he agreed. Elter held out his hand and said that in that case, the negotiations were over. Elter asked Shin Hyun to relay everything to his people upon his return. Elter transformed back into a dragon and said they would see each other again later. Shin Hyun wished him a safe journey and added that the dragon should take care of himself. The dragon rose into the sky and headed toward the crack. After Elter returned to his world, the dungeons continued to open. However, migrating dragons had settled there. Thanks to their watch over the portals, there was no need to worry about the dungeons for a while. Our hero knew that even if monsters appeared, these guys would handle them. Everything was going perfectly. The young man waited at the agreed-upon spot, and Elter finally showed up. Elter said he'd been busy settling into the new lands lately, so he hadn't been able to discuss access to the surface. Shin Hyun noted that the unconnected dungeons were scattered all over the planet. How could they contact them all at once? Was Elter really going to fly back and forth like a carrier pigeon every time? Elter replied that he would use spatial teleportation for this purpose. It's not difficult at all. You just need to know the coordinates. Shin Hyun was surprised. Is it really possible to travel through space just by knowing the coordinates? It sounds like science fiction. Elter repeated what he had said and added that it really was simple. Teleportation is limited to the visible range. This annoyed our hero. He would have to use it several times to travel long distances. Shin Hyun thought that moving through space was indeed a useful skill. Our hero asked if he could use this skill. Elter asked why he needed it. The protagonist said once again that it was quite interesting. He was ready to study and test it. The young man didn't give up and asked the dragon once more to teach him. Elter didn't want to do that, since the skill was patented by dragons. Elter said that right now, that wasn't what he was thinking about at all. It was, of course, magic used only by dragons, but with Shin Hyun's skills, he might be able to master it. Elter added that in that case, if the number of invading monsters increased, Shin Hyun would have to help them. Was he willing to promise that? Shin Hyun replied that he agreed, because in any case, if the dragons fell, humans would be next. Elter said that in that case, he was ready to reveal what was most important about moving through space. Behind the dragon, there was a rustling sound in the bushes. The young people noticed it. An assistant emerged from the bushes and reported that he had finally found Shin Hyun, the guildmaster. Shin Hyun asked what had happened there. The assistant said that an urgent report had come from the Taeguk headquarters. Giant monsters had appeared in the center of Pushon. The city was under attack. The citizens were fleeing and asking for help. A squad of hunters from the Dawn Guild, led by Chunho Jeong, arrived to fight the monsters. Yoon Sol, using her unique sniper skill, fired precise shots from her bow, releasing 3 arrows at once. Every arrow hit its mark, and the monsters bled to death. However, their numbers did not decrease. New ones came to replace the fallen. Yoon Sol was baffled. Who would have thought that such extremely dangerous monsters would suddenly appear in such vast numbers? The girl sat down for a moment to rest. She realized there were simply too many monsters. On top of that, this had happened just as her brother and Lee Ji-hae had left town on business. Things were taking a turn for the worse. Many residents hadn't had time to evacuate yet. Yoon Sol doubted she would be able to hold out until help arrived. Suddenly, the girl was attacked by a huge monster. Yoon Sol decided she had to run. The archer sensed that her inner energy hadn't fully recovered yet. She wouldn't have time to hide. However, the monster's head suddenly fell to the ground. Shin Hyun appeared nearby and told his sister to be more careful from now on. Yoon Sol was surprised when had her brother arrived. The young man replied that he had just arrived. After all, it was obvious. Yoon Sol asked, wasn't Shin Hyung on Jeju Island? Shin Hyung replied that he had come here from there. The protagonist said he had been informed of this while training in spatial teleportation. Yoon Sol couldn't even imagine how much effort he had put into teleporting to get here. She was glad her brother had come, since the situation wasn't looking good. Shin Hyun thought that these monsters felt different from the ones he had seen before. Yoon Sol was surprised when she saw that her brother had learned to use fire. The young man said he was tired, so he decided to take the easy way out and destroy all the monsters at once. Our hero activated his unique skill and set all the monsters ablaze. After that, the young man said he had taken care of his urgent business and asked if his sister could handle finishing this mission. In other words, clean up the mess here. Shin Hyung said he would take the monster bird that his sister had caught. He needed to figure something out. Yoon Sol replied that she could handle it. Shin Hyung sometimes intimidated her with his strength, even though he was her brother. Grabbing the monster bird, our hero arrived at the meeting with the dragon Elter. Shin Hyung said he needed to learn how to move through space as soon as possible. He was very tired from using teleportation several times. Elter asked what kind of beast it was. Shin Hyun showed him his catch and explained that it was a monster bird that had been terrorizing Pushon. The protagonist added that for the first time, over 1,000 extremely dangerous monsters had been released. Something had definitely changed. Elter activated his unique abilities and scanned the monster bird's body. After that, the dragon said the situation had become more complicated. Shin Hyun said he was listening eagerly. Elter explained that they had been affected by demons. That was exactly why the young man had sensed something was wrong. Magic had been cast on these animals. This was an area in which demons were skilled. Shin Hyung asked why the demons were doing this. Elter thought for a long time about how to answer. First of all, they needed to check whether this was an isolated incident. Perhaps it was just someone's prank. Demons have a mindset where they simply need to have fun. The extent of their fun can vary so much that it sometimes goes beyond comprehension. After hearing this, Shin Hyun called the demons crazy scoundrels. The dragon said that was exactly why they avoided demons. Elter noted that these creatures aren't stupid. If this happens again, it means they're up to something. However, there is no doubt that they have come into contact with beasts from other dimensions. They even know of this place's existence. In other words, they can pass through dimensions at any moment. This means they might not come to the dungeon but instead infiltrate the surface. Shin Hyung realized that in that case, they would have to run around looking for clues. The young man asked that the dragons at least protect the dungeons. It's necessary to periodically check existing portals and capture extremely dangerous monsters. We need to find a way to detect new portals. Now we'll have to spend a lot of time on this. Elter acknowledged that the man had a lot on his mind. Shin Hyun was surprised. Why would a dragon show sympathy? The dragon said that the skills of those considered mid-level hunters were very pitiful. Ordinary people were even worse. Shin Hyun declared that he was strong, but even without him, dealing with the rest won't be easy. It will take a long time to take care of everyone. Elter acknowledged that the man was strong. It was as if he were under the protection of a divine being. The young man wondered, was it divine protection to lock a 20-year-old guy in a cave and throw him nothing but a book? Shin Hyun noted that he had reached this level solely through his own efforts. Our hero added that, in fact, he himself didn't know much. The hunter was attacked and his body was pierced through from the back by a hand. The villain turned out to be a demon who called this hunter a weakling. The demon destroyed the hunters and headed back to the dungeon. The evil demon licked his bloodied palm and said it had been easy. It was reported on television that the people who went missing during the recent incident in Pushon have still not been found. The government and the Martial Arts Guild are quickly compensating for the damage. They are also making every effort to defeat the remaining monsters and restore order to the country. Viewers were frightened. However, thank God, things are gradually getting back on track. Calm is returning to the city. The news reported that the United States and Russia, which have level 70 hunters, suffered massive losses. Thanks to the hunter Shin Hyun, the damage in the country was minimized. By a twist of fate, the protagonist found himself at Pulkovo, Russia's international airport. A girl called out to him and waved. The protagonist was surprised. Why is she calling him Shin Hyun? If anyone sees them, they'll think they're friends. The girl said there was nothing wrong with that. They were comrades after all. After all, it's nice when there's a friendly atmosphere. The girl turned out to be a Russian hunter named Elena Smirnova. She reminded him that Shin Hyun had asked her to guide him to the dungeon with the dragons. She was ready to leave right away. Shin Hyun agreed that this wasn't a bad idea. Elena Smirnova said she had left the car running. She asked why the young man wanted to go there. Shin Hyun replied that the dragons guard the portals to the dungeon, so he wants to establish a way for them to communicate. Smirnova asked how. Elena Smirnova thought she had come here at Alex's request. But what was so remarkable about this guy? He looked like an ordinary person. Shin Hyun asked how long Elena was going to stare at him like that. Smirnova said that it was very surprising. Could he really be stronger than Alex Winchester? Smirnova noted that, judging by the young man's appearance, she couldn't draw any conclusions. Elena suggested they fight when they arrived at the location. Shin Hyun asked why that was necessary. Elena said she had heard about Shin Hyun's victory over the previous heavenly demon. In that case, it was only natural to want to fight him. Upon arriving at the location, Smirnova said that, in Marim, she had been the Empress of Ice and Water. Shin Hyun surmised that she was from the Ice Palace. Elena confirmed his guess. The protagonist suggested that Elena attack him. Smirnova activated her unique abilities and attacked the young man with a wall of ice. Our hero unexpectedly appeared behind the girl and placed his frozen hand on her shoulder. Elena admitted that Shin Hyun was worthy of Alex's praise. Shin Hyun said that this girl's desire to defeat him was also impressive. Smirnova said she hadn't expected such power from a man who had defeated a dragon and made a pact with it. She couldn't even imagine how strong the young man was. Shin Hyun pointed out that he hadn't defeated the dragon. They had simply had a peaceful conversation. Shin Hyun pointed at the portal and asked if the dungeons with dragons were located there. He received an affirmative answer. Shin Hyun used his unique abilities to scan the area around the portal. Elena Smirnova was at a loss. She didn't understand where the young man had disappeared to. Smirnova asked a rhetorical question. What was that? The young man behind her said he was there. Moreover, he was no longer alone, but with Elter. The girl asked how he had done it. After all, he had just vanished. The protagonist noted that he had to establish a connection between the dragons through all the gates. The young man pointed at Elter and said that this was his method. Elder asked Smirnova if she was the one in charge of this place. The girl gave a vague answer. Elter handed her a business card and told her to give it to the person in charge. If he needed help, he could call the number listed there. Elter said he would now go and tell his compatriots what was happening here. Shin Hyun wished him a safe journey. Elter thanked Smirnova for her cooperation. The girl said goodbye. Smirnova asked if they could go back now. Shin Hyun replied that the dragon delivery was complete. Now they could rest. The protagonist received a phone call with information about the situation in Pushan and said he would go first. Smirnova asked what had happened. The young man replied that something important had happened in his country. Elena Smirnova was surprised again when she realized that the young man had disappeared once more. The driver informed Smirnova, the hunter, that trouble had struck. The driver handed the girl a tablet, and she saw a terrifying scene. Bloodthirsty monsters were running rampant. Smirnova asked where this was happening. The driver explained that the disaster had occurred in western Yakutia, not far from the dungeon they had discovered earlier. Smirnova said they had to head straight there and that they needed to notify the others immediately. Elena added that even if they set out right now, they would face heavy casualties. Our hero, using spatial teleportation, arrived at the dangerous location just in time. Lee Ji-hae was battling the fire golems. Shin Hyun activated his unique abilities and froze the fire golem, encasing it in a block of ice. Lee Ji-hae asked how Shin Hyun had managed to get there so quickly. The young man noted that the situation had been extremely urgent. But how were things now? Lee Ji-hae replied, "It couldn't be worse. She was holding back the monsters trying to escape from the dungeon. The other hunters had been sent to the city center. At first glance, there were more than 1,000 monsters." Shin Hyun said he understood the situation and added that her presence here would be enough. Ji-hae would be able to hold back the monsters while he would head to the city center to provide the hunters with strong support. The young man added that they would meet soon and set off to drive the monsters away. Chaos and destruction reigned in the city center. Monsters were harassing the hunters and terrifying the townspeople. Shin Hyun found himself right in the thick of the action and prepared to attack. Our hero saw the hunters selflessly fending off the monsters' attacks. However, the odds were clearly stacked against them. The protagonist activated the spiritual word skill and ordered all the hunters to gather and step up their efforts. The hunters' spirits lifted, and they began to give it their all. But it didn't help much. Shin Hyun noticed that not far from him, a demon was watching the monster's actions, most likely involved in these events. The demon saw the man and immediately lunged at him. The young man realized that battle was inevitable. The demon approached close enough and asked, "Could it be that someone has dared to stand in his way?" The demon's eyes turned red and he asked, "Who is this man?" The protagonist ignored the question and asked in return, "Is this one of those demons?" In response, the demon said that the man knew what he was doing. Suddenly, Shin Hyun and the demon found themselves below, surrounded by the demon's minions. The demon said that this man must be connected in some way to those scoundrels. The senior demon asked, "Is this the guy who tried to control them?" There was no answer. Shin Hyung remained silent again. The demon raised his voice and ordered the scoundrel to answer immediately and not waste his time with trivialities. Shin Hyun said indifferently that he didn't want to answer. The demons were outraged. How dare this man act this way? Our hero activated his unique skill with energy swords and said that if he was facing a demon, this would be the right course of action. Some of the demons were attacked and destroyed, while the survivors froze in fear. The demons grew anxious and asked how this guy dared to treat them this way. Shin Hyun asked the senior demon why he was so weak. The villain ordered his minions to destroy the man so they wouldn't have to hear those humiliating words. The demons hurled spears at Shin Hyun, but the weapons struck an insurmountable barrier. There was a powerful explosion, and thick smoke engulfed everything around them. When the smoke cleared, Shin Hyun said he felt as if he were in a regular archery lesson. The young man activated his spiritual defense. The demon ordered his minions to attack the man again. The demons rushed at Shin Hyun, but our hero wasn't the least bit afraid. With his bare hands, the young man stopped the attack of the armed demons, using his skill and physical strength. After that, Shin Hyun activated his magic sword. The most interesting part was just beginning. Swinging his sword, Shin Hyun began to cut the demons to pieces. Just then, the phone rang. Shin Hyun couldn't ignore it. The protagonist asked the caller to tell Alter to come out of the dungeon, since they were waiting for him there. The surviving demons closed in and pressed the tips of their spears against the protagonist. Shin Hyun asked them to wait a moment and not to act rashly. The next moment, everything around them shook, and a strange glow appeared. Suddenly, Alter appeared next to our hero and asked what had happened and why the rush. Alter saw the demons nearby, was outraged, and asked why they were there. Shin Hyun asked the dragon if they were indeed demons. Alter confirmed it. Shin Hyun said, "Is Alter really asking for an explanation? After all, he was supposed to deal with the demons himself. Otherwise, the agreement looks like it's been broken." Alter asked him to calm down and let him handle the situation. He would speak with them himself right now. Alter extended his hand toward the demons and activated his unique dragon abilities, directing a high-powered energy blast at them. When the tension subsided, it became clear that the demons had been neutralized. Shin Hyun asked what that was. Alter replied that, judging by the fact that this demon barely withstood his magic, it wasn't a high-level one. It was the weakest of the demons mentioned. Alter added that the demons that had been killed were generally low-level. They could only shoot. They posed no other threat. The protagonist asked why they had appeared here in that case. Alter stated that demons weren't the only threat to them. He himself hadn't expected that higher and lower demons could cross paths. The demon raised its head, saw the man above it, and asked what they were going to do. Shin Hyun said he was going to conduct an interrogation. He would activate the mind control skill, though he could try the opposite approach as well. Lee Ji-hae appeared in the square. She greeted our hero again and noted that Mr. Alter was also present. Shin Hyun said he had called her because he wanted to ask her something. The protagonist pointed at the demon and asked, "Is this a squad made up of weak demons? Are they really at the lowest level and know nothing?" The young man believed their information might be useful. He asked if the only way to reach them was through these mysterious gates. Lee Ji-hae suggested that they had most likely come from there. The girl added that it was all very complicated. Shin Hyun placed his hand on her shoulder and told Ji-hae not to worry too much. There was only one such dungeon in the country, Chungcheon. They just needed to take better care of it. Shin Hyun noted that Alex and Elena could handle the situation in America and Russia. He added that they needed to focus on their own country. The phone rang. Shin Hyun wondered who could it be. It was Kang Chang-sik, a hunter from the northern region. Our hero realized that there was also an influx of monsters in the northern region. It had been a long time since Shin Hyun finished clearing out the northern region by dealing with Yang Qian. After Kang Chang-sik took control of the northern region, the conflicts between the north and south ceased, and relations became fairly peaceful. Shin Hyun stepped aside to continue the conversation and avoid unnecessary eavesdropping. After exchanging pleasantries, the protagonist asked what had happened. Chang-sik reported that new monsters in human form had emerged from Mount Kyunggang. The hunter added that they had urgently mobilized all nearby units for defense. However, the demons had destroyed the bridges and ravaged several villages. Shin Hyun suggested that these demons had also come from the same direction. He asked if the hunters Lin Mei and Tian Zhao really still couldn't handle the demons. Kang Chang-sik replied that this was exactly why he was calling. He wanted to ask for help, even though it was inappropriate of him to do so. Shin Hyun said he needed time to think it over. Lee Ji-hae admitted that she had been eavesdropping on the conversation and asked if Shin Hyun was going to help them. Shin Hyun said he would gladly help, but he was too busy. Lee Ji-hae suggested sending the dragons there, but without telling anyone. A few days later, the best dragon riders, Deltide, Oron, and their subordinates were sent north. Using their own methods, they exterminated all the demons. It seemed that everything was going smoothly. However, at some point, an unexpected event occurred. The demons vanished. At the same time, half of the Dragonwing riders who had been sent were missing. The search yielded no results. Shin Hyun added that the Dragonwing Deltide was among the missing. Elter said that was simply impossible. Couldn't they have just lost contact? Shin Hyun noted that it wasn't humans who reported him missing, but another dragon of higher rank who had been sent with him. However, there must be some reason for it. Our hero declared that he was going to head to the northern region to find out for himself. Shin Hyun mounted the Dragon Elter and headed in the specified direction. The young man said he wanted to try flying. He didn't know the exact coordinates, though he had been there before he mastered the skill of teleportation. Elter flew over the dragon camp. The landing was successful, and Elter took on human form again. The guard asked if they had really arrived here. Elter asked where his people were. The guard invited the guests into a large tent. Inside the tent were dragons, including those who had transformed into humans. They greeted my lord. Elter asked if Deltide had truly disappeared. Dragonwing Oron stepped forward and confirmed that this was indeed the case. Oron added that the others had not returned from the place where the demons had vanished, so he had decided to go look for them. Oron showed a broken necklace and said it was the only thing he had found. Elter said it was a protective artifact. The fact that the artifact was broken meant that Deltide had most likely perished. Elter said he needed to see the scene of the incident. Oron had to take him there. Shin Hyun asked if he could join them too. Elter replied that he didn't mind. The protagonists thought things would get rough here, but they handled everything as quietly as they could. Elter explained that the enemies had stopped Deltide before he could use his power. Shin Hyun noted that this was only possible if there was a significant difference in class or if they had been ambushed. Elter noted that Deltide was very cautious and experienced. If it had been an ambush, his 5 men would have been attacked one by one, not all at once. Shin Hyun concluded there was only one possibility left. The attackers were stronger than high-ranking Dragonwing members. Elter added that, as far as he could tell, it was a demon spirit. The young man thought he was hearing those words again. Demon spirit? What could be behind this? Elter explained that it was the highest ruling class of demons, possessing abilities similar to his own. The protagonist wondered what this was all about. He had just dealt with one group, and now another was appearing. It was quite annoying. Shin Hyun said that no matter who the enemies were, he suggested continuing the search and finding Elter's subordinate. First, they needed to search the surrounding area. The demon looked at the wounded man and asked, had he really lost consciousness? So he couldn't take it anymore. This weakling was supposed to hold out for at least a day. A man lay face down in a pool of blood before the demon. The demon, holding a red orb in his hand, ordered the others to stop loafing around. An image of Elter and Shin Hyun appeared in the red orb. The demon added that they were already here. The demon ordered his subordinates to deal with them before these people could cause any trouble. One of the demons asked if he could handle Shin Hyun. The boss asked if he was sure, since this man was the one who had defeated Elter. The demon said it was natural to want to fight someone stronger. The boss remarked that they shouldn't interfere with the grand plan. The assistant objected, saying those were just excuses, and said he would mind his own business. The boss said they needed to be ready by evening. However, in just a week, they're heading to Russia. A patrol boat with police officers on board is chasing the vessel. The inspector was surprised. Isn't that a Chinese fishing boat? Information was received that a Chinese fishing vessel had entered the northern region's exclusive economic zone. The vessel must be turned back immediately. The inspectors wondered why the boat wasn't stopping. Suddenly, a demon appeared on the deck. The inspectors were frightened. Who is this? The demon said he was going to have some fun with these little people. After a while, the patrol boat pulled up to the shore. The boat was covered in blood. The inspectors were dead, and the demon was unharmed. The demon saw the coastal buildings and said that he had finally arrived, and it was time to act. The demon appeared in the city and caused panic. People were terrified. Where did these monsters come from? The demon began catching people and destroying them. People screamed and called for help. The demon licked the blood from his face and said he was interested in a man named Shin Hyun, who must appear immediately. He added that until this man came forward, he would destroy everyone he caught. In the vicinity of Mount Gumgangsan, the protagonist never imagined that the one who had kidnapped Deltide could be so close. The phone rang. The young man answered. The caller asked, "Is this Mr. Shin Hyun?" It was Park Jeong-soo, the president of the southern region. He said the matter was very urgent, so he had to call directly without the agency's permission. Shin Hyun was surprised. Could it be another dungeon breach? And where is it this time? Park Jeong-soo explained that this time it wasn't a dungeon. The president added that this time, a monster unlike any he had ever seen before was searching for Mr. Shin Hyun in downtown Incheon and killing the townspeople. Shin Hyun was surprised. Could this monster really be looking for him specifically? In that case, he needed the coordinates, and he set off. Elter asked if something serious had happened and where Shin Hyun was headed. The young man said that a monster was looking for him. He assumed it was a demon. Elter was terribly surprised. The demon said it was infuriating. Why destroy people if that person hadn't shown up yet? The frightened people begged for help. Suddenly, the protagonist appeared in the square. Hope lit up in the people's eyes. The demon asked who this man was. Shin Hyun turned around and told the people to run away immediately. The people thanked him. Our hero looked around and said that this monster had already destroyed many. Shin Hyun asked the monster, "Is he a demon or something like that?" The demon asked, "Is this man's name really Shin Hyun?" The protagonist was surprised. Was his name really that well known? The demon stated that he had learned it from a dragon wing named Deltide. The demon asked if it was true that this man had defeated Elter. The demon added that a powerful mutation had been discovered among these dung beetles, which interested him greatly. Shin Hyun remarked that if this monster had come specifically to him, it could have been a bit more polite. The demon said he hadn't been looking for this man for nothing. He wanted to settle the score. The young man was surprised. What is this monster talking about? Such a scoundrel couldn't even be called a guest. The protagonist said that standing before him was a scoundrel who needed to be gutted. The young man threw a right hook and sent the demon flying. Our hero didn't stop there and rushed after the demon. The demon was surprised. When did this man manage to catch up to him? Why is he so fast? The protagonist didn't want to waste time talking and knocked out his opponent with a kick to the jaw. The demon fell to the ground and asked indignantly how the man dared to treat him that way. The young man told the scoundrel to shut up and slapped him across the face. Shin Hyun asked, why was this monster looking for him if he turned out to be so weak? Shin Hyun activated the coercion skill and ordered the demon to tell him everything he knew. Elter saw that Shin Ha-young had appeared beside him again. The dragon asked, "Is this the one the young man was looking for?" Shin Hyun replied that he had trapped this demon and brought him here. He had crawled out of the mountains nearby. The demon confessed that he was one of those who had dealt with Deltide on Mount Gyeonggasan. The young man noted that if Elter had any remaining questions, he could resolve them himself, to take revenge or to show mercy. He also mentioned that he was heading to Mount Kiryon. Elter thanked him and said he would deal with that scoundrel. The dungeon of Mount Kiryon, China. The protagonist asked if everything was all right here. The girl asked what had brought the young man here. Shin Hyun replied that the demons had come here from an unknown dungeon. The young man added that demons are powerful creatures that are practically impossible to defeat. The protagonist ordered people to be stationed to guard the area. If Lin Mei sees a demon, she shouldn't fight. It's better to run away. The residents must also be evacuated. After that, she should contact him directly. Lin Mei agreed and said that everything would be done. Shin Hyun looked up and thought that the rift had grown much larger. Now it was possible to reach the spirits and demons. However, this was a major problem, since it was unknown where else rifts might appear. Shin Hyun pointed to the portal and told Lin Mei that they needed to get inside. A dungeon in St. Petersburg, Russia. The hunters were stationed at the entrance to the dungeon. A security guard approached the arriving car and said he hadn't heard of anyone coming today. Who is this man, and what did he bring? Suddenly, the man in the car was attacked and bled to death. The guard was terrified. What was happening here? Someone from the car reached out and grabbed the guard by the head. The head cracked and blood spurted out. The other guard shouted, "What kind of ambush is this?" One of the demons said he hadn't expected the car to be searched. However, they shouldn't make any more noise. The man sent to capture Kalpin didn't notice them right away. One of the demons asked, "Is all this really for him?" Another declared that he was ready to do anything for his master. A rift in St. Petersburg. The demons dealt with the humans and the dragon-winged ones. One of the humans survived and hid. Who would have thought that 4 demonic spirits could pass through the barrier so easily? The news must be reported immediately. However, that person was discovered and destroyed. The demon hovering in the air continued to monitor the situation in the area. The squad commander said that now that they had finished off the last lizard, he would go and bring the Lord with him. The rest must wait here. The commander left the location and headed for the rift. At the exit of the portal, the demon army had set up a military camp. The commander of the demon squad passed by, accepting the soldiers' salutes. The demon knelt and reported to the Lord that he had carried out all orders. The Lord ordered his assistant to rise. The 11th demon king of the demon realm, named Vilate, said they would invade immediately. The next morning arrived. The northern dungeon. Shin Hyung asked Elter what was so urgent that he was in such a hurry. Elter apologized and said they had let the demon slip away. Shin Hyung was outraged. After all, he had practically handed the demon to them on a silver platter and had him all tied up. How could they have let him slip away? Did that even make sense? Shin Hyung said he wanted to hear first how it all happened. The demon told Elter that his subordinate was like a sheet of paper. He didn't last long and tore to pieces. Elter grabbed the demon by the throat and lifted him off the ground. The demon asked what the dragon was going to do to him. The demon continued to provoke and taunt Elter. The dragon, enraged, squeezed the demon's head with all his might, gouged out his eye, and said that now he would never see properly again. The demon, bleeding profusely, clutched his eye and screamed loudly. The demon kept screaming and insisting that his eye was badly injured. Elter stepped on the demon's foot and ordered him to be quiet. He was too noisy. Elter struck the demon, threw him aside, and said that those who had died at his hands had suffered even more. Elter launched an energy attack at the demon and said he wouldn't let this scoundrel off so easily. The dragon directed a fireball at the demon. However, the demon managed to slip away. Elter, finishing his story, said that was how he had let the demon get away. Shin Hyun added that there was nothing to be done about it now. Meanwhile, the demon was hiding behind a tree. Shin Hyun thought the demon was too close for someone who had just escaped. In any case, he could be caught. The protagonist decided to leave things as they were and watch the demon. It was interesting to see what he was up to. The conference room of the bunker in Moscow. The Russian Prime Minister thanked everyone for gathering there. The Chinese head of government asked what the current situation was. The Prime Minister said that the situation could be described as extremely dire. In less than half a day, they had seized the city and were using it as a staging ground for their troops. They were in such a situation that they didn't even know if the citizens were still alive. The President of the United States asked how the Prime Minister intended to respond to this. The President added that the longer they delay, the more powerful the demons will become. The Prime Minister noted that, to be honest, all measures had proven unsuccessful. The President of the United States was surprised. The hunters living in the city had also been wiped out, with the exception of a few fugitives. The armed forces and hunter squads were now in disarray. The American president asked what the purpose of the sudden invasion by the demonic beings was. The Prime Minister replied that they had barely managed to determine that these were demonic beings thanks to the survivors. How could they possibly know what they were planning? South Korean President Park Geun-soo stated that he had information on the matter. Incheon, South Korea, was attacked at roughly the same time as St. Petersburg. Fortunately, thanks to Shin Hyun, the demons were captured. According to the information received, the leader of the demons is called the Demon King. There are also 5 demonic spirits who serve under him. They command over 100 high-level demons. More than 10,000 soldiers are already approaching here. Park Geun-soo noted that low-level demons are equivalent to high-level hunters. The American hunter said he had heard that high-level demons are on the same level as high-level dragon descendants. There are over 100 such enemies. Do humans really stand a chance? The Russian Prime Minister stated that they speak so lightly because it isn't their country. Are they really suggesting we surrender? The American hunter asked if humans could defeat the demons using nuclear weapons. The American president was indignant. What nuclear weapons are we talking about? The American hunter explained that everyone here knows who the strongest hunter is, which is why he's asking Mr. Shin Hyun. Shin Hyun replied that he didn't know the answer regarding nuclear weapons. The demon who had hidden from Elter had secretly ended up here. The protagonist said that if the situation became so desperate that nuclear weapons were unavoidable, they could be used. Shin Hyun added that things aren't that bad yet. The Prime Minister was surprised. What is Shin Hyun talking about? The President of the United States asked, does the hunter really know of a way? Shin Hyun replied that before coming to this meeting, he had spoken with a dragon's descendant. It was his suggestion, and they had agreed. Therefore, he hoped that the people would follow his words as well. 2 days passed. The area near the dungeon in St. Petersburg. The people and the dragon-winged ones prepared to repel the attack. An army of demons emerged from the dungeon. The moment of confrontation was approaching. The hunters shouted that they needed to act as well. The Prime Minister asked what the hunter meant by his suggestion. Shin Hyun said that the Demon King's army would likely move south toward Moscow. Since it was the capital and there were many people there, the route was obvious. According to the information received, demons tend to be arrogant and lazy. A demon spy was nearby and heard everything. The young man added that this was why the demons would surely begin their march in at least 2 days. Shin Hyun noted that they had attacked humans, even though they were weaker than dragons, so they certainly wouldn't be in a hurry. The young man suggested evacuating the people living within a radius of hundreds of kilometers first. The Prime Minister agreed. He would immediately notify everyone via radio broadcasts and text messages about the natural disasters. The American president asked about the proposal regarding the descendants of the dragons. He couldn't believe such a suggestion had crossed his mind. How could everything have turned out this way in such a short period of time? They were even given weapons made from the bodies of dragons. It was hard to believe that the dragons would allow this. From that moment on, the operation began. Humans and dragon-winged beings fought against the demons. From the very beginning, the demons began to suffer defeat. The humans' resistance was too great. The demons didn't understand what was happening, since their attack was supposed to be a surprise. Elena Smirnova, attacking the demons, said there was nothing to expect from a guy who looked down on the ability to freeze. Smirnova asked how these demons dared to invade her country's territory. She wouldn't let this slide so easily. The demons were at a loss. American hunter Alex Winchester also demonstrated his mastery of the sword, slicing the demons to pieces. Lee Ji-hae, as always, was on top of her game, skillfully wielding her daggers. The demons had no chance of survival. The girl thought that everyone here was handling things even better than she had expected. Lee Ji-hae looked up and saw military aircraft coming to the rescue. Lee Ji-hae recalled their conversation. She had asked Mr. Shin Hyun if everything was all right, and the young man had asked what she was talking about. Lee Ji-hae clarified. While the combined forces were fighting the demon army, was Shin Hyung planning to attack the Demon King? The protagonist asked if Ji-hae really didn't trust him, and said there was no need to worry about him. There was no time to waste. They couldn't miss the opportunity to retreat. Shin Hyung took the girl's face in his hands, looked into her eyes, and said he would never die. Lee Ji-hae came to her senses upon hearing a scream. The girl saw the demon lying dead before her. An arrow had pierced its head. Ji-hae turned around and saw Yoon Sol behind her, a bow in her hand. Lee Ji-hae thought she needed to focus on what was happening right before her eyes. The helicopters continued their flight toward the landing zone. Shin Hyun and Elter were on board one of the helicopters. The protagonist said that judging by the fact that no one had contacted them, the others seemed to be doing quite well. Shin Hyun said that, as expected, the demonic spirits didn't seem to have been sent to the front lines. That was entirely to be expected. Elter remarked that someone of high status had no reason to be there, but they were in for a tough time. Shin Hyun thought that if the Demon King intervened personally, the nearest living beings wouldn't stand a chance. Our hero decided to cast those useless thoughts aside. Elter wondered, would they be able to win? Shin Hyun saw the wounded demon, who thought he was hiding, and said that they would, of course, win. Could it be that Elter didn't believe him? Elter said enthusiastically that, of course, he believed him. Shin Hyung looked at the demon, smiled, and thought that was exactly what he should have said from the start. The young men arrived at their destination. Shin Hyung opened the door and said it was time to go. He would be the one to fight the Demon King. Why did Elter look so scared? Elter replied that he was jumping into the center of the enemy ranks. Naturally, he would be nervous. Shin Hyung told the dragon to deal with the demonic spirits. Elter said they would do their very best. Shin Hyung could count on them. The landing party jumped out in the drop zone. A multitude of dragon-winged warriors also landed alongside their leader. Shin Hyun and Elter landed spectacularly. The protagonist said he was going to cut off that scoundrel's head. The dragon wingers took up battle formation, armed with spears. Elter took the form of a dragon once more. The demon army charged at their opponents in a single wave. Shin Hyun thought there were far more demonic spirits than previously anticipated. The young man added that he had counted as many as 8. The dragon cursed loudly. Our hero added that there seemed to be quite a few high-level demons gathered as well. Shin Hyung raised his hand and asked if they should start this battle with a greeting. Our hero gave the signal, and a wave of fire attacked the demons. The demons hadn't expected such an attack. They were engulfed in flames and screamed loudly. Elter told the dragon-winged ones that while the demons were in chaos, this was a good opportunity for them. The protagonist closely watched the flight of the dragon and his subordinates. The demon spy was surprised. Could Shin Hyung really have called him? Shin Hyung added that he was addressing him specifically, the stalker demon. Shin Hyun asked the demon if he'd been having fun all this time. The demon was surprised. Had he really been discovered? The protagonist added that the climax was about to begin, so it was worth watching closely. The demon realized that the man had known all along that he was nearby, but had been pretending not to know. The dragon Elter cast a spell in the dragon language. After that, each of the demons found themselves trapped in a sealed energy sphere. They began hurling demonic curses at these lizards. Elter attacked the demon, who said he still couldn't believe it. Had this dragon really lost to a human? The demon declared that he would defeat Elter as well. The dragon replied that this would never happen and tore the demon to pieces. Elter noted that even a dragon's endurance has its limits. He asked Shin Hyun to intervene in the battle and provide whatever support he could. Our hero faced the demon, armed with a sword, one-on-one. The demon said it was surprising to see this man in person. Shin Hyun asked what was so surprising about that. The demon replied that he was amazed that a human existed who was stronger than dragons. How diverse the human race is. Shin Hyun said that he and the demon weren't on such terms that they could have such a conversation. The young man added, "Can one truly understand anything just by seeing with one's own eyes? The demon will have to test his strength against me." The demon hadn't thought a human would dare to boast of his strength in front of him. Now he might regret what he'd said. The rivals closed in, and their blades clashed, sending sparks flying. The sound of grinding metal filled the air. The protagonist thought that this guy had no weak spots. It was going to be quite difficult. The soul sword skill was activated, and the energy swords, gaining momentum, were directed at the demon. The demon laughed and said that this man was using roughly the same power as the dragons. However, he had nothing to fear, because it wasn't enough to defeat him. The demon asked if the man knew why the dragons had been defeated, because they believed in their own insignificant power. Using his skills, the protagonist identified his opponent's weak points and thanked him for the tips. He would keep that in mind from now on. Our hero thought that the soul sword didn't work on fractures. It was then that he realized the soul sword had its own flaws. The young man declared that if this skill had flaws and didn't work, he would have to strike his opponent simply by using brute force. Shin Hyung physically attacked the demon, inflicting dangerous wounds on him. The demon screamed and began to bleed demonic blood. Shin Hyung asked if his opponent really still thought they were on the same level. The demon replied that he had let his guard down too much. The demon realized that if he wanted to win this fight, he would have to fight properly. Both opponents remained standing, but their strength was no longer what it had been at the start of the fight. The demon spy looked at his boss and thought that the demon king was releasing the king of the demonic spirits. Who exactly was this man? Shin Hyung asked his opponent what he was doing. The demon king replied that it meant he was willing to risk his life. Shin Hyung gripped his sword tighter and thought that his opponent's energy and spirit were now vastly different from what they had been before. The dragon also saw the demonic spirit. It was the demon king's final spell, one he had only ever seen in records. It became clear that the battle was coming to an end, for the demonic spirit was invincible. One of the demons said that the man who was their hope would soon turn to dust. They had wasted their inner energy on a mere human. The demons were certain that their master had a plan. The enemy would not be able to win. The demons decided to deal with the dragon-winged ones, as ordered earlier. The battle flared up with renewed intensity. The Demon King and Shin Hyun charged resolutely toward each other. The battle's conclusion was near. The protagonist activated his unique powers and drew upon his concentrated inner energy, channeling it into his sword. Our hero sensed that his opponent had corrupted the natural energy around him. What wouldn't a demon do for victory? The demon said that now even weapons were useless. After these words, his blade shattered into pieces. The demon attacked our hero with his bare hands. Shin Hyung blocked his opponent's attack by holding his sword in front of him. The Demon King continued to attack, using hand-to-hand combat techniques. Our hero managed to dodge these attacks, and the young man never let go of his blade. The Demon King, continuing his assault, said that the man was clearly afraid of him. He could sense it. Shin Hyun parried his opponent's attack and said that standing before him was a pathetic little dog that he kept hearing bark. The Demon King said that his opponent's attacks tickled him a little. Where was all his strength concentrated? At one point, Shin Hyung's sword broke, and that was regrettable. The Demon King added that this was very boring. It was a complete waste of his demonic spirit. The villain prepared for a decisive attack and said that now the man would be destroyed. The protagonist was attacked once again. Now he was wounded and began to bleed. Shin Hyun thought he might die. However, the young man didn't understand what had happened to him or where he was now. Shin Hyun didn't understand how he had ended up in this world. Memories from the past began to surface in our hero's mind. A message appeared in the system window. It's not too late. You must transcend your humanity. He must set out on the path laid out just for him. Shin Hyun thought that if he did this now, he would be able to defeat his opponent. But what would happen after he defeated him? Will he remain human, or will he cease to be one? The young man thought that he might end up no longer being with his loved ones. But he didn't want that. Our hero couldn't lose everything just to protect them. The soul sword skill was activated. Shin Hyun shouted that he didn't want to hear those words in his head anymore. The young man struck the system screen with all his might. The screen cracked and the image disappeared. The voice said that Shin Hyun would regret this. Shin Hyun continued to strike the screen and said he would definitely make sure of that. The Demon King sensed that the opponent behind him was still showing signs of life. The demon thought that this guy must be very persistent if he was still trying to resist. The Demon King looked at the man and was surprised by what had happened to him. Why wasn't there a single scratch on him? Shin Hyun was surprised. Could the Demon King actually be scared? He had merely recovered from a minor transformation. Shin Hyun announced that the second round would begin now. The demon sensed that the energy surrounding him had definitely changed. His opponent now looked different. Shin Hyun thought that the changes in appearance must be somehow related to this. The protagonist now possessed energy of a completely different order. The Demon King had never felt such pressure before. The Demon King, bleeding profusely, thought that enough time had passed since he had used the Demon King's spirit. His regeneration was slowing down. How could a human have become stronger? Shin Hyun said that for someone who was about to die, his opponent was asking too many questions. Our hero grabbed the demon by the shoulder and asked where this guy was planning to run off to. The demon took another crushing blow and screamed loudly, coughing up blood. The Demon King said that a human had no right to treat him this way, as it was an infringement on his rights and dignity. Shin Hyun struck the Demon King's hand and said that such rules did not apply to him. The Demon King screamed loudly in pain and began chanting a spell in the demonic language. The Demon King declared that this was the most powerful spell he could possibly cast. The demon explained that it was a spell of psychic destruction that shattered the soul. The villain, bleeding profusely, said that this man was annoying and it was time to destroy him. However, our hero was invincible. Shin Hyun swung the blade fragment once more, and the Demon King's head was severed. Surprise froze in the Demon King's eyes. He hadn't expected such an outcome. Shin Hyun said that his opponent's speech was very banal, so he couldn't help himself and asked for forgiveness. Our hero turned his back on his fallen opponent. The battle was over. The young man said that the Demon King was finished. A new system window appeared before our hero. The young man was surprised as he had never summoned anything like this before. A message appeared on the screen stating that it had been a spectacular sight, the likes of which hadn't been seen in a long time. Shin Hyun thought that the voice speaking to him now sounded just like that guy who had been crucified in chains. Shin Hyun asked who and what this was. A woman's voice replied that she was the one who had done the young man a favor, and the one who controlled the status window. Shin Hyun asked, "Are you a goddess?" The voice replied that some people call her that. The goddess asked if she could see him and invited him to come to her. Shin Hyun replied that it was impossible. Shin Hyun said he had a lot on his plate right now. He was willing to talk about it when he had time. Our hero said it was time for him to return and set off. On the battlefield, the battle raged on. The demon army was too numerous. Elter thought of the man and wondered what was happening there now. The demons noted that the Demon King's spirit had dissipated. Did that mean their master had won? Elter thought there was nothing he could do about it now. Suddenly, Shin Hyun appeared beside him and greeted the dragon. Elter was surprised. What had happened to the man? Why did he have hair like that now? Shin Hyun replied to the dragon that he would explain it later. Our hero attacked the demons, using his unique abilities and channeling magical energy. This energy proved so effective that all the demons it touched were destroyed. Shin Hyun told the dragon that it was time to put an end to this trash. The demons didn't understand what was happening on the battlefield. Could this man have destroyed their master? But that couldn't be possible. The commander of the demon squad waved his hand and ordered his army to retreat. The demons turned and ran toward the breach, trying to escape this man's wrath. Our hero didn't hesitate and gave chase, destroying everyone who crossed his path. Shin Hyun also used energy attacks to thwart their attempts to flee. The protagonist stopped the retreating demons using fire magic and asked who had given them permission to flee. Elter ran up to our hero, now in human form. The young man said the dragon was lucky, since he had practically dealt with these scoundrels already. Now there was no need to stop, they could move on. Elter told Shin Hyun to stop. The young man was surprised. Why such a request? Our hero asked, shouldn't they destroy every last demon? Elter replied that that would be wonderful, but right now their allies were taking heavy casualties. Beyond this dimension, there are demons that are far stronger. We need to reinforce security around the massive cracks through which they can infiltrate. Elter added that they needed to finish the job here. Shin Hyun looked at the demon spy and said that this stalker was left all alone. The young man said it was time for explanations. Why had the demon been following him? Elter shouted that the young man had no reason to listen to him. It would be better to destroy him. The demon dropped to his knees and said he was impressed by the man's skills and wanted to follow him. Shin Hyun told the dragon that the demon had gone mad. Elter agreed with this assumption. The demon declared that he knew the man wouldn't trust him just like that, but he swore on his heart. The demon added that he offered the man his absolute loyalty and wanted to be his servant. Elter shouted that this demon was a liar and promised to tear him to pieces. Shin Hyun told the dragon not to rush, since the demon had sworn on his heart. The protagonist declared that he could keep this guy as a slave. He might come in handy in the future, and besides, he's in great shape. Elter said that the man decides for himself what to do with this demon, so he'll have a slave. As soon as news of the Demon King's death spread, his troops quickly retreated. Thanks to the cooperation of the United States, South Korea, and China, Russia's recovery went smoothly. Under Elter's leadership, security at the rift in the dungeon was reinforced. Shin Hyun thought finally he could take a breather. The young man was brought a cup of tea. Our hero reminded himself that he had asked this guy not to stick his neck out. Had he really hidden his horns? The demon said they were camouflaged. It was like chameleon camouflage. Shin Hyun ordered the demon to leave. How long was he going to keep following him? The demon replied that he wanted to be with his master at all times. Shin Hyun was fed up with such persistence, so he kicked the demon out the door. The young man decided to get some real rest and flopped down on the bed. He activated the screen in front of him and thought, if he opened the status window, the goddess might contact him again. A voice did indeed say that the man had finally contacted her. She was inviting him right now. Shin Hyun found himself in another space in a temple with the goddess. The goddess invited the young man to sit down. Shin Hyun said that since he was here, he was ready to hear why he had been invited. The goddess replied that she found it hard to believe he was here, but even his mere presence filled her with admiration. The woman informed him that he was the second person to have crossed her threshold. The first human followed the same path of non-existence as Shin Hyun. The goddess said that the first man was called the Heavenly Warrior. Shin Hyun thought that this was the very one who had ruined everything for him. The young man assumed that the goddess was telling the truth. But what did that have to do with him? The goddess said that was precisely why she had invited him. Our hero said he was waiting for an explanation. The goddess explained that although he was human, he became the first to transcend human limits. He used the power he had gained to fulfill his own desires. The woman said that fortunately she had managed to isolate him from this dimension. However, the seal was not perfect, and the unexpected happened. The celestial warrior summoned the people of Earth into his world. He created a rift between the sealed dimension and the Earth's dimension. After that, he sent demons, monsters, and his minions there. He even managed to send them here. The goddess added that in this battle, the young man and his allies went beyond their limits and drove away the Demon King's army. But as long as he continues to exist, this will repeat itself over and over again. Only his destruction will put an end to this nonsense. Shin Hyun asked if the goddess knew how to do that. The woman declared that she would show the young man how to cross dimensions, to reach the place where the Heavenly Warrior is. Shin Hyun was surprised. Could he really go beyond the boundaries of dimensions? The answer was yes. However, having barely studied martial arts, the young man fell far short of her expectations. The goddess added that those who have reached this level and their peak can separate their physical body from their spiritual one, thereby crossing dimensions. Even if the young man had only his spiritual body, he would still be able to use his power. Shin Hyun asked why she didn't go there herself, since she had enough power. The goddess replied that that wasn't the issue. To enter the underworld, she must be possessed by a human who can sustain her power for a certain period of time. Usually, people can't withstand her power for long. However, there are currently 3 people capable of doing so. In any case, they will perish by the end of the coming. Shin Hyun said that couldn't be. The goddess added that she knew Shin Hyun wouldn't like this, which is why she wasn't suggesting it. Shin Hyun asked what he should do in that case. He said, "So be it, I'll go there myself." Alex Winchester emerged from the dungeon and asked what was going on. Did the executioner summon everyone here? Shin Hyun said that Winchester needed to hear something and invited him inside. The demon said that wouldn't do. A human dared not take his place to the right of the master. The American asked, "Is this really the demon who voluntarily became his slave?" The protagonist confirmed it. Winchester said the demon would have to put up with it, since they were both warriors and very close. The demon declared that this was unacceptable. It was blasphemy. Shin Hyun declared that if these two were going to keep fooling around, he would go there first. Winchester shouted for the executioner to wait for him. The demon also rushed after him. Elter was interrogating the captured demons when Shin Hyun visited him. Elter said he was going to call the young man anyway. These demons had made their way here. They needed to be dealt with properly. Shin Hyun replied that he didn't mind. One of the demons was surprised. How could that be? How could a demonic spirit be with a human? Shin Hyun told the demonic spirit to interrogate the demons and extract every possible piece of information from them. The assistant replied that he would do so. The demons asked why the demonic spirit was doing this. He had no right to betray them. However, our hero's assistant disagreed and proceeded with the interrogation with a vengeance. Shin Hyun said they had little time, and he would get straight to the point. The young man added that he intended to destroy the demon's seed right through the dimension. Those present were surprised. How is that possible? What does that even mean? Shin Hyun explained that they had already destroyed one demon king. The fugitives would spread the news throughout the demon world. The more the war rages, the greater the damage this place will suffer. It would be better if they went there themselves. Winchester said they couldn't cross the rift. The Dragon Wing had lost the battle for territory to them. Elter said that was indeed true. Even if they could cross the rift, they were from there anyway. Shin Hyun declared that he had a method he'd learned from the goddess herself. If a hunter has reached his peak as he has now, he must have an understanding of how to separate the physical body from the spiritual. Only the soul crosses the rift in that state. Winchester was surprised to hear this. Shin Hyun noted that this method isn't universal. As soon as the soul crosses the rift, the body becomes completely defenseless. If the body is damaged or destroyed during this time, the hunter perishes. Alex Winchester was upset upon receiving yet another piece of information. The protagonist stated that in that case, only he and the Dragon Wingers would be involved in this matter. He told the American this only because he wanted to know his opinion. Alex Winchester rose from his seat and solemnly declared that he would go with the executioner. They would stand as one, shoulder to shoulder. Our hero shook the American's hand and said, "Welcome." Shin Hyun asked the slave if he would be going too. The answer was yes. The demon spirit said that the demons were planning to attack on a much larger scale than expected. They had even contacted Lord Rodiak, the demon lord. This information had been obtained during the interrogation. Shin Hyun was surprised to hear that name. A week had passed, a laboratory in San Francisco, USA. Lee Ji-hae told Shin Hyun that they were ready. Yoon Sol, Winchester, and Smirnova were also present. Shin Hyun looked at his sister and saw that she was sad. The young man approached Yoon Sol and asked what was wrong. They hadn't seen each other in so long. Why was she leaving? The young man apologized and said that this time he would definitely return. He promised. Yoon Sol began to cry and said that Shin Hyun must return safe and sound. The protagonist turned to the guild's deputy head, Lee Ji-hae. The young man told her to take care of the team while he was away. Lee Ji-hae looked the young man in the eyes and said she would definitely carry out his order. Elena Smirnova noted that there were a lot of people here, but it seemed like these two didn't notice anyone. It even started to feel awkward. Alex Winchester replied that she'd have to get used to it. Shin Hyun told the squad that the demons might come back, so they needed to be careful and stay alert. Smirnova added that the commander should be careful too. Shin Hyun and Alex Winchester took their seats in the special units. The girls watched them with caution and undisguised interest. Winchester couldn't believe this was actually possible. Shin Hyun told the American hunter to relax and enjoy the moment. Lee Ji-hae pressed her hands to her chest and told Shin Hyun to take care of himself. After a while, Elter said that the two of them had finally arrived. The woman asked if she would be guaranteed success if she offered her support. The answer was yes. The demon added that he would engulf the entire world where this man was located in fire. Our hero felt a strange sensation from traveling through the dimension. For Elter and the dragon-winged ones, this was business as usual. The squad moved in the designated direction. Upon arriving at their destination, the protagonist asked, "Is this the world of demons?" Winchester remarked that this world was no different from Earth or Morum. Elter said that was indeed the case. They call this world Dreadville. Shin Hyun turned to the demon and said he had a question. The young man said he wanted to know everything about this place. The demon replied that this castle belonged to his former lord, the Light. This forest was the end of the world, so the dragon wing who lost the battle fled here. Most demons aren't interested in this forest, though they're no longer interested in the dragon-winged ones either. Villites sought to exterminate the lizard folk because of the proximity of their territory. Shin Hyun understood why. After Villite's death, the other demons wouldn't be concerned. The slave noted that now that Villite was dead, other demon lords would start taking an interest, especially his favorite, the demon Rodiak. Shin Hyun asked how many other demon lords were here. The slave replied that including the deceased Villite, there were 11. Elter remarked that 11 demons was quite a lot. Winchester noted that this battle would drag on even longer than he had thought. Shin Hyun said that, because of this, they would need shelter. Shin Hyun ordered the slave to take him to Villite's castle. They would stay there. The slave walked over to the guards standing at the castle entrance, waved at them, and said he was back. The guards were delighted and said they had been very worried when contact with Lord Kalpadin was lost. But where was the Demon King? While Kalpadin distracted the demons with conversation, Winchester crept up from behind with a sword in his hand. Winchester attacked the guards and destroyed them. Kalpadin told the surviving guards that the Demon King had been killed by his new lord. Shin Hyun appeared behind him. The commander of the demon squad was glad that this guy had survived. However, he had news. He reported on the reconnaissance mission to the Lizardmen village. They had barely found the demons he had sent on the reconnaissance mission. The foolish lizards had let their guard down after their very first victory. The squad commander asked if they had learned anything else. The demon said that Elter had returned to Dreadville along with the traitor and the humans. The demon commander was surprised. Had he really crawled back to Dreadville, and with a traitor no less? The demon said he also had good news. 2 of the strongest human spawn had crossed over to the other world, leaving their bodies behind. The squad commander asked why that was good news. Wasn't Dreadville in danger? If they could destroy those here in the flesh, they would have a chance. Shin Hyun captured the demons and thought that they now resembled evil more than these demons did. They came suddenly, destroyed them, and bound the survivors. Just like in the movies, Elter remarked that they deserved it. One of the captives said that Kalpadin had betrayed him. How dare he return with these people? Kalpadin replied that he was merely serving his new master. Shin Hyun told the captive that he was the one who had destroyed his master. Our hero declared that from now on, this would be his base, so all the demons present would have to get used to it. The captive bowed his head and admitted defeat. The demon told his comrades that everyone must support the new ruler. The demons exchanged puzzled glances. What were they to do? They had no choice, and all the demons, in a single burst of resolve, swore allegiance to their new master. Winchester asked if the executioner really thought the demons would follow him after all this. Shin Hyun replied that he didn't think so. Shin Hyun said that Kalpadin would deal with the demons. The slave replied that he would obey and carry out everything. Shin Hyun asked one of the demons what his name was. The captive replied that his name was Salshin. Shin Hyun ordered Salshin to lead him to a room. He needed to rest a little before getting down to business. Salshin rose from his knees and told his master to follow him. The protagonist stopped Salshin and asked what he was up to. The demon was surprised. What did the new master mean? Salshin fell to his knees and said he was simply trying to come up with a plan to help his master. Salshin noted that his position was deputy to the Demon King, or in other words, a butler. Salshin explained that his role was to carry out all of his master's orders. Wasn't his master planning to destroy other demons as well? Shin Hyun replied that he did indeed have such plans. Salshin declared that in that case, he would spread false information that Villite was alive. The protagonist said that sounded good. The guy could give it a try. Solchen thanked him for the opportunity. The commander of the demon squad, using the red orb, received information that the bodies of these people on Earth were still intact. That meant he had a good opportunity. The demon lord was satisfied with the information received. The demon lord added that in that case it was necessary to send armed troops there. Solchen told the new master that the current demon lord, Vilite, had disappeared. Many demons believe him to be dead. Therefore, he would advise who should be the human's first target. Solchen added that it should be the demon lord Rodiak. Shin Hyun said he had heard of her. She is Vilite's daughter. Solchen was surprised. Did the master already know about her? Solchen said that in that case, he would take the liberty of telling him more about her. She is not only a woman but also a demon lord who is in a romantic relationship with King Vilite. Thanks to her loyalty, Rodiak's power has greatly increased. Unlike other demons, she wasn't surprised by Vilite's disappearance. However, she worries about him more than anyone else. Solchen said that if his master would allow it, he would go to Rodiak and tell her that Vilite is alive and well. Solchen added that he would tell her that Vilite couldn't move because of his injuries. Rodiak would surely want to meet with him in person. All that would be left for the man to do is take her place. Shin Hyun said that was a good idea. Solchen could proceed. The demon added that he would be back soon and set off to carry out the order. The demon army marched in orderly ranks toward the breach. The commander of the demon squad said they needed to tear the enemy's flesh to shreds in the San Francisco lab. Crush them like bugs. Demon Rodiak's castle. Solchen arrived with a report. Rodiak said she hadn't seen Solchen in a long time. How was he doing? Solchen knelt and greeted Lady Rodiak. Rodiak's representative, Narissa, approached the visitor. Solchen stated that he wanted to tell Rodiak something in private. Narissa was indignant. How dare Solchen speak with her in private? Rodiak said that everything was fine and dismissed Narissa. The demoness left the room and expressed hope that Solchen wouldn't say anything foolish. Rodiak asked, "Didn't Solchen come here specifically for this matter?" The demon was surprised. What matter is the lady referring to? Rodiak clarified that she was referring to the burial of her lover, Vilite. Solchen realized that she knew everything. Rodiak asked angrily, if that wasn't the case, then what was he doing here? After all, he hadn't even been able to keep his master in check. Solchen bowed his head and asked for forgiveness. However, he had something to say, even if it cost him his life. He had come here specifically for that reason. Solchen declared that the villains who had destroyed his master had now also seized the castle. The butler added that there weren't many of them, but none of them should be underestimated, especially the man named Shin Hyun. Rodiak stated that all the demon lords knew what this man had done. Rodiak added that, according to Afras, they were currently in an unstable state and separated from their flesh and blood. Solchen was surprised. Could Afras really be alive? Rodiak clarified that his arm had been injured, but he was alive. Solchen said he was glad to hear that, since their physical bodies were defenseless. Solchen added that they just needed to buy time until Afras targeted their bodies. Then the two people would be taken care of, and they would only have to worry about the dragon Elter. Solchen explained that he had told these people what would convince Lady Rodiak to leave the castle. They needed to tie their hands until Afras made his move. Rodiak admitted that it was a pretty good plan. Solchen smiled and told her to leave it to him. He would take care of everything. Solchen noted that if they left so boldly, people would think the castle was now empty. The lady would lie in wait nearby, and when they entered the castle, he would give the signal. As for the soldiers hidden in the castle, they were like rat poison. Rodiak left the castle, hid in a secluded spot, and said that everything was ready. Solchen arrived to report to the group and said he had managed to convince Rodiak. Now that the castle is empty, they have a chance. They must hurry. Shin Hyun and his squad arrived at Rodiak's castle. Elter said that there really was no one there. Winchester acknowledged that it all looked plausible. Solchen said that Rodiak had withdrawn all the soldiers from there. Solchen asked where the main army was. Elter replied, nowhere. The dragon said he was going to look for Rodiak. As he did so, he cut off the traitor Solchen's head. Winchester said that demons were no better. How brazenly he had deceived them. The American hunter suggested they go and capture the castle. Shin Hyun and Kalpadin approached the demon warriors. Shin Hyun shouted, "Could Miss Rodiak take care of the dome?" Rodiak looked at the man and asked, "Is that Shin Hyun?" What an unexpected appearance. If Solchen was right, the young man must be heading for the castle. Shin Hyun was surprised. Did she really believe that? Shin Hyun declared that he was here to deal with the leader. He left the castle for others. Rodiak said it didn't matter. Rodiak laughed and said it was a joke. The demon queen told the young man that she had something prepared for him. Afras and his army were on standby waiting for orders. Afras received the signal and marched with his demons toward the laboratory in San Francisco. The physical bodies of Shin Hyun and Alex Winchester remained in special capsules. Yoon Sol said that these capsules looked perfectly fine, so everything was okay with these guys. Lee Ji-hae remarked that everything must be fine with them over there as well. Yoon Sol said that they both knew her brother. She was sure that those two were perfectly fine and full of energy. Lee Ji-hae said that Yoon Sol was right. The girl thought she was just worrying for no reason. The girls grew alarmed. Why had the siren suddenly gone off? The hunter at the lab entrance reported that a demon army was attacking them. Reinforcements must be requested immediately. Lee Ji-hae said they needed to contact the hunters and the dragon-winged ones who could help right now. Shin Hyun asked Rodiak why he had to guess. An energy sword appeared in the young man's hand. The protagonist told the demon lord that she didn't have much time left. Rodiak screamed for the man to stop immediately. Shin Hyun began swinging his sword, and the demoness started dodging his blows. Shin Hyun told Rodiak to fight him with all her might. She had to show him her demonic spirit. The protagonist understood that the demonic spirit was a power bestowed by the demon god. It was entirely different in nature, unlike that of the demon king. Rodiak glowed red-hot and declared that this man's doom had now arrived. The one who destroyed her beloved would not escape her retribution so easily. Shin Hyun noticed that it had become significantly hotter here. Shin Hyun said that this battle was like a clash between two of the mightiest titans. The one with a greater resolve would prevail. Shin Hyun wondered, had all the demons who had received the protection of the demon god learned something similar to this martial art? It annoyed him greatly. Rodiak shouted again, telling the man to shut up and prepare for his death. Shin Hyun began to close in on his opponent to use his battle sword. Rodiak was surprised. How could this guy resist her power? Wasn't he just an ordinary human? The demon fighting the dragon wing wondered why hadn't their reinforcements arrived yet. When he signed the contract, he had been promised something different. Yoon Sol climbed onto the fortress wall and shot at the demons, firing 3 arrows at a time from her bow. Every shot Yoon Sol fired hit its mark. The girl kept repeating that they had no right to come here. Elena Smirnova called the demons self-obsessed scoundrels. They don't understand that war is about connections and information. Afras shouted that they were acting for the common good of the demons. Therefore, their sacrifices were inevitable. Afras made his way into the laboratory and saw the capsules. He said, as expected, the bodies of these people were here. All that remained was to blow them up. The energy charge was in the demon's hand. Lee Ji-hae crept up behind the demon and swung her dagger. Afras suffered a penetrating wound to the neck and began to bleed out. Out of frustration and pain, the demon screamed loudly. Afras began to lament that he had let his guard down. Lee Ji-hae said it was inevitable. The demon couldn't have expected a sudden attack. The girl turned away and left the demon's motionless body lying on the floor in a pool of blood. Lee Ji-hae approached the capsule containing Shin Hyun's body and expressed satisfaction that nothing here had been damaged. The girl thought quite some time had passed since they had crossed into another dimension. Shin Hyun must return as soon as possible. Shin Hyun, with his magic blade at the ready, said that, according to rumors, Rodiak had received divine protection. Shin Hyun suggested that he could control this protection quite well. Rodiak was outraged. Rodiak shouted that she would no longer tolerate this man and activated her fiery power, directing it at her opponent. Shin Hyun thought that this was the very divine power of the demons. Our hero lunged forward and plunged his energy sword into his opponent's chest, piercing her right through. Rodiak asked in surprise, could this guy really have pierced her with just his strength? How could he have destroyed a fire demon? The protagonist told his opponent that she should have used her powers more sparingly. Shin Hyun noted that he didn't feel the slightest bit sorry for her, since she had destroyed so many souls. Our hero said goodbye, turned around, and walked away. He noticed that Rodiak had done everything for her beloved. The young man heard a sound behind him and turned around. He saw Rodiak get to her feet. Shin Hyun was certain she was dead. Could it be that she wasn't? Rodiak, in a voice that didn't sound like her own, said that before her stood her dear child, crushed by grief. She added that this boy was not a living person at all. Shin Hyun said that it wasn't Rodiak standing before him, but who was it? The voice said that this madman had destroyed the one she loved so dearly. The voice declared that he was the god of Dreadville. Shin Hyun remarked that gods exist only in the singular. The voice asked, did the man know that there were other gods? There is no single demon god. Shin Hyung thought that unlike on Earth, there were many gods in this place. The voice said that she was not meant to die this way. Shin Hyung stated that the first to attack his dimension was her fiancé, Vilite. The protagonist added that he had come here to protect his world. Rodiak asked, was that really the only reason he destroyed her fiancé? He had set a despicable trap. Shin Hyun suggested they ease up a bit in the fight. The young man remarked that he had witnessed the destruction with his own eyes, face to face. Why should he have to watch and lose? Rodiak said that it didn't matter now. In the end, he had already destroyed 2 demon lords. Shin Hyun swung his sword again and told the creature to get out of his way. Rodiak declared that all the demons would soon destroy this man. After that, her body was cut in 2. She added that her brothers and sisters would not sit idly by. Shin Hyun was surprised. What brothers and sisters was she talking about? What kind of family games were the gods playing? The demon army stared in astonishment at the surviving man. Rodiak couldn't boast of such a feat in her current state. The protagonist looked at the demons and said that he should have a little fun with them now. The demons were frightened and felt the urge to flee. Elter stated that while he and Alex were storming the castle, Shin Hyun had defeated Rodiak. It was simply amazing. The protagonist added that he wasn't afraid of her, even if she was the demon king with divine protection. Shin Hyun said that in any case it was still too early to relax. Alex was surprised since they had done quite well. Alex remarked that if they hadn't destroyed them all at once, they could take them down one by one. Shin Hyun pointed out that it wasn't that easy. Immediately after their leader's death, the demons would start seeking revenge. Winchester and the others asked, did Shin Hyung really know that? Elter stated that he had already encountered demons with dragon blood. They too had a blessing. Shin Hyung suggested that there was someone greater than just the demon god. It was this entity that would be guiding the demons. The protagonist told those present that he wanted to develop a strategy and called on them to cooperate. Shin Hyung told Kalpadin to gather everyone. He wanted to discuss something. The young man expressed hope that the slave would carry out the order quickly. Shin Hyung gathered all the captured demons before him and decided to give a speech. The young man asked one of the demons if he was the chief subordinate of the demon Rodiak. Kalpadin said that he was. This demon represented the demon lord himself. Nerissa said she had no intention of giving in easily to a man like him. Shin Hyun asked if in that case she would be able to resist a man like him. The young man decided to find out if Nerissa had already crossed the line. Shin Hyung activated his coercion skill and told Nerissa to swear her loyalty to him. He uttered the divine word. Nerissa screamed that this wasn't supposed to happen. Nerissa stopped resisting and continued to kneel quietly. After that, she bowed her head to the ground and said that she, Shin Nerissa, was pleased to welcome the new king. The demons were surprised, for they had served Nerissa for so long. She couldn't do this to them. The protagonist asked the other demons, did they want to be brainwashed or would they swear allegiance voluntarily? Shin Hyun remarked that he was a kind master, since he had given the demons a choice. All the demons, following Nerissa's lead, bowed their heads and acknowledged the new king. The leader of those present asked, were all the brothers and sisters present? 5 people were seated at the hexagonal table. One of those present told a colleague that he was a real weakling. His guardian demon had been destroyed. The accused told the speaker to be quiet. Keeping track of all this isn't so easy. The man who had vanquished his demon did not possess an eternal form, yet his soul was divine. A question arose, could this guy really have raised his soul's level with a body like that? Surely he originally came here as a human, and that seems strange. But if that is the case, then isn't he the king now? His soul must be completely eradicated for the sake of peace in their world. It's annoying, but there's nothing to be done. We simply need to give the demons power. The hooded figure placed a hand on the demon's chest and called him his child. The demon woke up, sat up in bed, and said he'd had that dream again. It was the second demon lord, Darius. The third demon lord, Foraden, said it looked ominous. The 5th demon lord, Ardia, said she needed to find Naznel. The first demon king, Naznel, looked terrifying and unshakable. He asked what was going on. Rodiak's last words were that all the demons would destroy this man. Shin Hyun, thinking back on Rodiak, decided that this woman was completely insane. Could it be that her brothers and sisters would try to destroy him? The protagonist asked Elter and Kalpadin how many demons had divine protection. Kalpadin noted that the lords and the king had received the protection of the demon god. Darius, Artia, Foraden, and even Rodiak, who had perished. Kalpadin added that he didn't know any more than that, because this information had always been kept secret. Shin Hyun said that was enough. Kalpadin noted that he was his master's strongest and most loyal servant. The protagonist said that even if the demon god himself descended upon them, it wouldn't make a difference, but they still needed to remain vigilant. Naznel was surprised. Is this really such an important matter? Why did they all end up in the same place at the same time? Maybe these three had decided to join forces and attack him? Foraden said that was a good suggestion, but that wasn't the case. Naznel asked what they wanted then. Ardia explained that this was exactly why they had come here. Naznel asked, has Rodiak had another fight with her fiancé? Darius announced that he had been having the same ominous dream for several nights in a row. In the dream, the god of madness fell at the hands of a king from another world. Naznel was surprised. Why had he started having this nightmare? Darius replied that perhaps it was a divine sign. If no one else had had this dream, then there was only one answer. Rodiak was the apostle of madness. Naznel thought that these four, including Rodiak, were special beings who had received divine protection. Naznel had no doubt that his abilities were recognized, even though his position as commander-in-chief and the strongest man was now precarious. Should he believe this? Could anyone really take his place? Naznel asked if this had ever happened before. Foraden replied that it had never happened before. Naznel said that this was the first time he'd heard of anyone being warned of danger through a dream. Ardia noted that Naznel was denying this danger. Naznel declared that he did not deny the existence of such a person, but that he was the demon king, protected by the demon god. But as mentioned in ancient records, powers are granted at random. He had never heard of two strongest beings existing in a single lifetime. Foraden asked, does Naznel really doubt them and the power of the demon god? Darius suggested that he was referring to the fact that this incident was abnormal, especially considering that the demon god himself was saying this. After all, they are blessed. Naznel asked in surprise, why then did they come to him if it wouldn't be difficult for them to contact Rodiak? Ardia replied that they had tried to contact her, but she hadn't responded. The connection with her had been lost earlier when she was in pursuit. Foraden noted that this was precisely why they had come here. Naznel was the closest to the leader of the demons. Did he not have the authority to send demonic spirits into the territories of Velite and Rodiak? Naznel asked, in other words, did they want to take advantage of his power? Darius replied that they would not abuse it. Later, they would definitely explain everything to those two demon lords. Naznel would not suffer any harm from this. Naznel told them to simply go to her and make contact as members of the royal family. He would help with that. Darius thanked him and added that they would report back on the results later. The demons approached the throne and knelt before Rodiak. The demon clearly thought Rodiak wouldn't be there today. Were they really going to be so direct? Rodiak told them to raise their heads. Rodiak remarked that his face looked very familiar. The demon thought, is she really the very same Rodiak? However, he felt awkward. Rodiak asked what had happened since the three of them had come to visit her. Demon reported that the king had asked him to convey a message. He wanted to meet with Lady Rodiak. Rodiak asked why he hadn't come here in person. The demon replied that the king would be busy until tomorrow. The demoness said that, in her opinion, these two demons were not the king's subordinates. Had she met them before? The demons bowed their heads and confirmed that this was exactly the case. Lady Rodiak was absolutely right. Rodiak laughed and asked why people from different places had come together and come to her. Surely they wouldn't have the foolish idea of trying to deceive her. The demons bowed their heads again and said that was absolutely not the case. One of the demons reported that just recently, the king had held a meeting in his castle, and by his decree they had been sent to check on the esteemed Rodiak's health. Rodiak was surprised. Did these three really think she was in danger? What did they want? The demon stated that this was exactly what they had meant to say. The demon felt an awkward sensation he had experienced before. What was this? Her appearance, her manner of speaking, everything was the same, yet he sensed no demonic aura. According to the rules, the demon king must demonstrate his might, strength, and power, even if he does not wish to. Rodiak rose from her throne and said she had heard this before. Demonic spirits led by demon lords with divine protection had come to visit. This would be useful to her master. The demons saw Rodiak transform into Kalpadin. The visitors were outraged, rose from their knees, and asked what Kalpadin was doing there. Kalpadin smiled and said that he didn't think he could hold out for long while pretending to be Rodiak. He was glad they hadn't exposed him. Kalpadin asked, are these three really still confused? Suddenly, a man appeared who said he had already given up looking for the other demon lords. The protagonist thanked the demons for coming to him on their own. He didn't even know how to express his gratitude now. The demon drew his blade and thought that this arrogant man didn't know his place. That meant he had to be destroyed. The demon lunged at Shin Hyun, thrusting his blade forward. Our hero didn't even flinch. The young man blocked the blade with 2 fingers of his left hand and said that the demon was very brave. Shin Hyun activated his flame blade and swung it sharply in front of the demon. He asked what the guests had to say to that. The protagonist said that the demon's sword would never touch him. Not in 100 years nor in 1,000. The demon was destroyed. Shin Hyun, with a bloodied blade in his hand, said that this guy knew the least about his abilities. The protagonist told the surviving demons that he wanted all the information about their master. The demons were terrified and willing to do anything to save their lives. Shin Hyun and his team stood before the surviving demons. Out of fear, they dropped to their knees again. After a candid confession, they added that this was all they knew. There was nothing more to add. Alex Winchester said they hadn't gotten much useful information, which was to be expected. Kalpadine added that nevertheless, the fact that several demon lords had gone to Naznel, the Demon King, was important information that could pose a threat to them. Elter asked, even though they were a team, how did the demons know that it was them who had dealt with Rodiak? Shin Hyun said she thought she knew the answer. When he destroyed Rodiak, his mind went foggy as if he were drunk. She said the demons would unite and destroy him. Winchester asked if Shin Hyun was okay now. Elter said it was just awful. Now all they could do was wait for the Demon King. Our hero told his friends not to be afraid, because he is Shin Hyun. The demons won't be able to do anything to him, and besides, they have a solid plan. The protagonist activated the Divine Word skill and addressed the demons. Ardia asked where these demons were headed and why they had come to her castle. The demons apologized for their audacity and knelt down. Ardia told them not to apologize, but to quickly explain the reason for their appearance. The demons said that Lady Rodiak had been too talkative and noisy. She was executed right there. Ardia asked in surprise, did they really destroy Rodiak? The demons said they couldn't do anything about it. They were very sorry. Before going to the master, they had come to the mistress to deliver this sad news. Ardia said she understood everything. Rodiak really was too talkative. There was no arguing with that. Ardia waved her hand and told them to go where they were headed. The demons thanked her. That night, while she slept, Ardia had a nightmare. She dreamed that the king was in the dark, and she had to tell him the truth. She couldn't let herself be deceived. The apostle of madness had fallen. She had to face the truth. Ardia woke up and jumped out of bed. The demoness clutched her head, not understanding what it all meant. In the morning, Ardia, Darius, and Foraden gathered together, as always. Foraden asked, did you hear that yesterday too? Darius replied that it was exactly as he said. It was said, do not deceive yourselves. Ardia said she was very sorry that the demonic spirit of Rodiak had not yet been laid to rest. Darius asked what had actually happened. His men and Foraden's men had returned safely from Rodiak's clutches. They were just as they always were. Darius thought, could his servants really be lying? And were their dreams truly a message from God himself? Ardia said that if the god of demons had granted enlightenment, he would have spoken more clearly. Darius agreed with this. Foraden declared that in that case they needed to do something. Darius asked what he meant. Foraden declared that he would go there himself. Darius was surprised. Was Foraden really serious? Ardia was surprised too. What had happened to him? After all, he was lazy, and now he was planning to go there himself. Foraden remarked that this was very annoying to him, since he'd been having unpleasant dreams for several nights now. Or did someone actually like them? Foraden said he would personally check to see if Rodiak was alive and return immediately. If they continued to have these dreams after that, then they would figure out what to do next. Darius asked if Foraden suspected there was an enemy he could easily handle. After all, he had a good instinct for such things. Ardia summed it up. Were they really suggesting that someone could have harmed Rodiak after all? Darius replied that if Rodiak had lost, then they might lose too. Foraden said that if he got into trouble, they should do their best to protect Naznel. Ardia declared that Foraden was speaking like a hero, ready to sacrifice himself for the greater good. Foraden replied that this wasn't true, since he had no intention of dying. Foraden and one of the demons reached Rodiak Castle. Shin Hyun suddenly appeared nearby. The young man asked, is this really the very lord who received God's protection? Our hero was accompanied by his companions. The protagonist asked, is this demon's name Foraden? Foraden was surprised. Could this man really know him? The demon Garand bowed to our hero, and Foraden realized he had been betrayed. Foraden said that Garand had mentioned Rodiak specifically to lure him here. Foraden was outraged and asked who they were. Shin Hyun replied that he was a man from another dimension. Demon was surprised. Were they really invaders from another world? Shin Hyun asked the demon if he had seen something like a dream or a nightmare. There was also something in it about avenging the destruction of Rodiak. Was he ready to do that? Shin Hyun asked if the demon found it unpleasant to be a puppet. After all, it was Vilite who attacked him first. If not for him, this encounter would never have happened. The demon thought that this man had a connection to Vilite and Rodiak. Foraden asked the man if he was the one who had harmed Rodiak. The protagonist answered in the affirmative. The demon demonstrated his unique abilities. The young man noticed that Foraden was using ice block magic. Shin Hyun added that it looked quite tempting. Now the demon could attack him with all its might. Our hero announced that he would also fight this demon. Foraden said that this group was definitely crazy. Shin Hyun stopped his comrades, saying he would handle it himself. Seeing the ice blocks forming behind him, the young man asked Foraden, "Is this really the full power of the demon lord?" Foraden, preparing for battle, said that this was his ice storm. The demon activated the skill Ice Prison, and the protagonist was sent flying backward under the pressure of the ice. Our hero activated his fire magic to melt the ice. Shin Hyun said that if it weren't for his powers, his body would have collapsed from such a blow. Foraden noted that this boy really knows how to bluff well. The protagonist replied to the demon that he was far more foolish than Vilite and Rodiak. After all, he could hardly possibly understand the intentions of such a person. Foraden was once again outraged. Was this insolent fool really claiming that he was worse than those who had lost to him? Shin Hyun noticed that he seemed to have hurt this demon's pride. Foraden advised the man to keep quiet, since he was going to die soon anyway. Shin Hyun, trapped inside the block of ice, thought that the last time he fought Rodiak, he had been focused solely on destruction. He hadn't been able to find the source of power. This time he would do everything right, and the demon would take his side. Vilite, Rodiak, and even this Foraden, they had all unleashed the spirit of the Demon King. Rodiak and Foraden were lords, defenders of the demons. How were they any different from ordinary kings? Foraden grabbed the protagonist by the neck and began to choke him. Shin Hyun said he understood everything. All he needed was to blend the demon's power with the power of a pure soul. The protagonist threw the demon aside and activated his unique skills related to power. Foraden was surprised. Wasn't this the power of Rodiak? The demon couldn't understand how a human could have received the Lord's blessing. Shin Hyun said that, judging by what he saw, the demon was using his own power mixed with divine protection. Our hero went on the offensive himself and used a fire skill to suppress Foraden's icy powers. The young man told his opponent that now they could talk. Foraden was frightened and declared that he agreed to everything and begged for mercy. The demon dropped to his knees and asked, "Does the man need reliable information? He is ready to tell everything in exchange for his life." Shin Hyun replied that he would think about it, depending on how interesting the information was. Shin Hyun asked why the Lord had come here alone. Foraden replied that he had decided to do so himself. The other demons had not yet earned his trust. He had personally decided to test Rodiak. Shin Hyun thought that Foraden was right. If someone were destroyed, the others wouldn't even understand. The demon said that he was still troubled by a dream. Only a king with a divine blessing can become an apostle of madness. In his dream, he saw that he would be destroyed by people from another world. That's why they thought of Rodiak. Foraden added that, of course, he hadn't even foreseen that everything could turn out this way. Shin Hyun thought that if they receive a revelation in a dream, then it must be something higher than God. The protagonist said that, in fact, he knew everything the demon had just told him. Why should he let him live? Foraden remarked that if he survived, he wouldn't let a single demon stand against this man, even if it meant hanging or exterminating such demons. The young man asked how he could trust him. Foraden swore by the most precious thing he had, his name. Shin Hyun said he would try to make a deal, but the demon must remain silent. Foraden was surprised to find himself behind bars. Hadn't the man promised him otherwise? Shin Hyun noted that before he could release this demon, he needed to hear his comrades' opinions. He would have to stay locked up for a while. Shin Hyun said he wanted to hear his followers' stance. What did they think about this? Nerissa thought that her mistress had failed to use her power correctly and had turned to dust. Foraden deserves to swear allegiance to them. Nerissa said that Shin Hyun shouldn't trust him. The young man asked why. Elter said that the war with them had been a long time ago. Back then, there were far more demon kings than there are now. They tried to destroy the dragon-winged ones even at the cost of their own lives. Kalpadine declared that if he were a demon, he would have revealed his master's abilities as soon as the opportunity arose. They would gather an army and go to war against them. Shin Hyun asked if Kalpadin was really considering that. The demon denied it. Since Shin Hyun was his master, it was just a supposition. Shin Hyun declared that the debate was over, and now he would go free Foradin. Everyone was surprised. Had Shin Hyun not heard their opinion? Why let him go? The young man repeated that he would release Foradin, but that did not mean he would remain alive. Foradin emerged from his confinement and looked around. Once free, the demon took to his heels. He thought this man was rather foolish. Soon he would regret letting him go. However, he didn't manage to get very far. The demon was attacked and received a through-and-through wound in the back. He screamed and began to bleed out. Shin Hyun appeared behind the demon. The young man asked what Foradin had to say about his strike. Foradin declared that the man had just started a war. Now he wouldn't be able to return home alive. The protagonist remarked that he'd heard that many times before, and such words no longer impressed him. He'd have to come up with something better. Darius, who had been in a state of prolonged anticipation, declared that Foradin was presumably already dead. But if he falls with his power, what can they do then? We need to gather all the lords. Naznel said that he was dealing with some very persistent fellows. They had come to ask for something else. Was his name not enough for them? Darius stated that this time they had received shocking news. Ardia added that this time it concerns Foradin's death. Naznel remarked that, come to think of it, Foradin had chosen that fate himself. Darius explained that the day before, Foradin had gone to Rodiak, and contact with him had been lost ever since. Darius added that Foradin was definitely dead. The other two demon kings had certainly been destroyed by invaders from another world. Dapius added that they had little information about other dimensions. He knew only that there was a barbarian race called humans. It might turn out that humans were stronger than demons. Perhaps they too were similar to the Dragonborn. Darius added that the situation is now much more serious than it seems. Ardia said that Naznel must use his authority to gather all the demon kings. They also need to find a place where they can discuss this in a calm setting. Naznel said he understood everything and would gather everyone. After a while, Naznel gathered everyone and apologized for the disturbance. However, something extremely important had happened. The seventh demon king, Terranil, asked, "Do we really need to do something urgent?" The ninth demon king, Silent, thought they might be offered something interesting here. Darius stated that he was the one who had asked everyone to gather. They needed to be understanding. The sixth demon king, Jericho, sighed with concern. The 10th demon king, Bardos, asked what Darius wanted from them. The 11th demon king, Malane, stated that it didn't really matter. Darius asked if everyone remembered that Vilite had chased after Dragonblood beyond the boundaries of the dimensions. Darius said that something terrible had happened to him. Vilite had been destroyed. Silent was surprised and said that was impossible. Darius added that that wasn't all. Rodiak had gone after him. Foradin had gone to investigate what was happening and was also out of contact. They believe this incident was caused by invaders from another world. Darius addressed those who possessed the ability to transform into other races. Jericho realized he was talking to him. Could Jericho disguise himself as one of the Dragonbloods and observe the Rodiak territories? It was necessary to scout the situation and assess the enemy's strength. Jericho said he understood everything. Behind the wall stood one of the recruited demons. In his hand was a red orb used to transmit information. The demon thought the situation had become quite dangerous. He needed to warn Shin Hyun about this as soon as possible. Suddenly, Darius placed his hand on the demon's shoulder and said that this guy had been brazenly eavesdropping on their conversation. The spy claimed that wasn't true. Darius said he was being lied to and that he was disappointed. Darius dealt with the demon spy in the most bloodthirsty way possible. Darius saw a red ball used for transmitting information. Darius stepped on the ball and crushed it, thereby destroying this means of communication. Darius declared that he was now absolutely certain there were no demons in the castle, only rats. Maybe things would be more fun later? Darius thought he couldn't wait to see the invaders from another world. Shin Hyun, recovering his strength in bed, thought that this time another demon king with divine protection had arrived. The young man wondered, what would they do next? What would the demon god himself come up with? Elter entered the room and said he needed to talk about something in private. Could Shin Hyung spare him some time? Elter led the young man to the edge of the forest and said that it was located here. Shin Hyung asked who he was. Elter asked if Shin Hyung had guessed from the very beginning. Elter said he had wanted to meet him ever since he heard about this person. A dragon appeared above Elter. Elter added that he was a god who would soon perish and a dragon who would soon be born. Shin Hyung was surprised. Does such a thing even exist in this dimension? Elter replied that few demons knew of his existence. He had taken this form temporarily so that he could speak with Shin Hyun in a calm setting. Shin Hyun was surprised. Why was he specifically needed? Why all the secrecy? Why stay alone? Elter replied that if the man went there, he would find out everything for himself. At the same time, Elter pointed to the cave. Elter headed there himself and told the young man to follow him. Inside the cave, the young man looked around and thought that the place seemed familiar to him. The young man stopped, and the protagonist saw a man sitting in the lotus position deep inside the cave. Shin Hyun told his companion that he had been there before. Our hero, looking at the man in the cave, said that he was the cursed heavenly warrior. The young man was angry and activated his energy sword. He was ready to destroy the heavenly warrior. Elter shouted that they should talk first. Shin Hyun replied that there was no need for that and rushed at the cave's master. The heavenly warrior was ready and raised his blade in defense. Shin Hyun, attacking, said that because of this scoundrel he had lost his family and left his younger sister alone. He had been abandoned in this place, completely alone. The heavenly warrior knocked the young man aside. Our hero noticed that the earth had descended into chaos. Mutant monsters and demons poured in from nowhere. The battle and the monologue continued. Shin Hyun struck his opponent and berated him incessantly. The heavenly warrior silently parried the young man's attacks. Shin Hyun was exhausted, stopped, and said he wanted answers to his questions. Why had the heavenly warrior done this to him? The heavenly warrior broke his silence and asked if Shin Hyun finally wanted to talk to him. Elter called on the combatants to calm down and suggested resolving everything through diplomatic means. Shin Hyun declared that he would cut the heavenly warrior into 1,000 pieces and charged again. The young man thrust his sword forward and suddenly froze. What was that? Suddenly, the young man realized that the heavenly warrior before him was crucified and chained. Shin Hyun was baffled. How could this have happened? The young man asked, "Why is this guy bound? What are these chains?" The heavenly warrior replied that it was a long story, but he asked the young man to give him a moment of his attention. The goddess learned of his existence when he transformed from an ordinary man into a deity. The goddess invited him into her divine realm, congratulating him on becoming a god as well. However, it was an insinuation and a dirty lie. From the very beginning, she didn't want to share her divine status with anyone. She wanted to be the only one. To achieve this, she broke her divine oath not to interfere with other dimensions. She made a deal with a demon named Dreadville. After that, they both became enemies of the dragon god. The heavenly warrior said that he had fallen for the goddess's trick, and she had sent him here, sealing him away. A god cannot manifest his powers outside his own dimension. Therefore, he had no choice but to endure all the suffering. As soon as she and the demon sealed him away, they immediately revealed their intentions. Once they had dealt with the dragon god, they would be able to take control of Earth, where the goddess would reign. To prevent the goddess's twisted monopolistic desire and the demon god's tyranny, the heavenly warrior gathered all his remaining strength and created a world in his imagination. There, he was able to master every martial art that exists. Those guys never knew each other because the world was parallel to this one. This world was safe from the goddess, as it was created in another dimension. The heavenly warrior added that while he was training, the goddess was gathering the faith of the people. Many misfortunes occurred during that time, because the more a person suffers, the more they believe in God. Shin Hyun said that was impossible. Could everything he knew be a lie? Elter told the young man that, unfortunately, all these words were true. Elter added that, moreover, this god was on the brink of destruction. They didn't have much time left to talk. Shin Hyun shouted that in that case he would help the heavenly warrior lose this life, and swung his fist to strike. Elter grabbed the young man by the arms and asked him to calm down. Elter added that he fully understood the reason for the young man's anger. However, he wanted Shin Hyun to hear the story through to the end. When the young man appeared in this dimension, he was watched with interest. Elter added that after he saw the two defeated demon kings, he finally believed the words of the heavenly warrior. He knew that the young man would be of great help to those on the brink of extinction. Shin Hyun calmed down and said he had a question. Why were they telling him these stories? The heavenly warrior asked, does Shin Hyung really know a way to stop the goddess? Or does he think he can save the human world without any plan? It's clear that he has no plan at all. The heavenly demon realized that Shin Hyun had defeated the demon king himself, and that this was no fairy tale, a man who could rival God without becoming God himself. How much stronger could he become if he honed his combat skills? Shin Hyung couldn't hold back and landed a punch on the heavenly warrior's jaw. Shin Hyung said he would spare him, but not because he had decided to forgive him. The protagonist added that he had made a pact to protect his family and the entire people. The heavenly warrior apparently knows a lot about demons and gods. The man in chains thanked the young man for noticing this. Shin Hyung grabbed the chains and tried to break them. The young man asked how they could be removed. Elter replied that there were only two ways. Either the heavenly warrior would destroy the one who had sealed him here, or the demon god himself would set him free. The heavenly warrior said he could no longer summon people into his world of imagination. It was the only place where he could be safe, but he would try to summon Shin Hyun there. The conversation ended, and the heavenly warrior vanished. The protagonist said there was nothing he could do about it. He had no choice but to destroy them all. After the young people left the cave, Elter said that he would now help Shin Hyun as well. Shin Hyun scratched the back of his head and said he thought so too. Elter followed the young man and asked him to repeat that again. Shin Hyun and Elter saw the dragon wing lying on the ground. Elter was surprised. Why was this dragon wing still here? The lizard said that his master might not remember him, since he was a low-ranking dragon wing. The lizard introduced himself. His name was Jerry. After being defeated while crossing the fissure, he couldn't join them because he was seriously injured. Jerry added that he was very happy because he had managed to meet his master again. Shin Hyun noted that this lizard was a subordinate of Elter who had been seriously wounded and had barely survived. The young man noted that, first of all, they needed to heal Jerry and get him back on his feet. Elter said that Shin Hyun was definitely right. He regretted that he hadn't been able to take care of Jerry in time. Jerry shook his master's hand in gratitude, but it turned out to be Jericho, who had managed to change his appearance. The dragon wingers saw Jerry and were surprised. How could such a young fighter have survived? Was he all right? First and foremost, Jerry needed to be healed. Jericho thought that if he used healing magic on him, his identity would be revealed. Jerry said he was feeling much better and there was no need to worry. Jerry asked for a place where he could rest a bit. Elter said they could arrange that. Elter told Callie to take Jerry to a room. Jerry was left alone in the room and told to rest and relax. If he felt any pain, he was to report it immediately. Jerry looked at Shin Hyun and thought that all the demons had perished at the hands of this man. Under his leadership, other demonic spirits were undergoing military training. Jerry overheard the demons talking about how Rodiak had died, but it wasn't all that sad. In any case, things had improved here. Jerry thought that Rodiak had undoubtedly perished. Could this man really be trying to build his own army? He'd have to dig a little to find out some useful information. Jericho thought it was necessary to attend their meetings. The next day arrived. Jerry called out to Winchester. The hunter asked if this low-ranking dragon wasn't the one who had returned alive yesterday. Jerry confirmed it. Alex said he had to go meet someone right now, so he'd be ready to talk later. Jerry said that was exactly why he'd come. The low-ranking dragon asked the man to let him participate in the upcoming meeting. Jerry said he had information he'd obtained while he was alone in Dreadville. Shin Hyun was passing by. The young man asked what the two of them were doing there. Alex thought it wasn't up to him alone to decide on the presence of outsiders. Perhaps this dragon has incredibly useful information for them. Shin Hyun pointed out that Jerry had promised to share the information he'd gathered after barely surviving in that territory. Elter asked what kind of ordeal Jerry had gone through. The dragon wing replied that when he was left completely alone, it felt like he was in hell. They captured him and tortured him. He miraculously managed to escape. The lizard added that he couldn't stand their hellish perversions and wanted a chance to take revenge. Kalpadin remarked that as soon as they took the bait, they would have to be dealt with immediately. Winchester asked if everyone was ready to study the map. The hunter added that this was a map of Dreadville, which he had received from Nerissa. In the center of the continent lies the castle of Naznel, the mightiest demon king. Demon kings possessing divine protection also live in the surrounding area. 2 of them have already been destroyed. They say there are 11 demon kings in total, including all the others. Starting from Rodiak Castle, the nearest is Billite Castle, followed by Silent Castle. Jericho thought that these people had studied them more thoroughly than expected. The situation is much more serious since 2 demon kings have indeed perished. Elter said that Naznel is a creature that cannot be defeated, even with high-grade dragon blood. Caution must be exercised. Shin Hyun asked Jerry which direction would be best to approach them from. Jerry suggested that they aim straight for Naznel's castle. Kalpadine was outraged. What did Jerry say? After all, Naznel is the strongest of them all. Jerry explained that the last place he had stopped before fleeing was not far from the castle. Then he noticed Naznel leading his legion to the southwest. If they attack Naznel's empty castle, they can capture the center. Shin Hyun said he agreed and suggested they follow Jerry's proposal as well. Shin Hyun explained, "After all, the castle is empty. Luck itself is falling into their hands. Isn't that so?" Jerry thanked them for listening to him. Shin Hyun remarked that he had only listened because it was useful to him. Jericho managed to escape and return to his comrades. The Demon Kings asked what was so important that Jericho wanted to tell them since he had gathered everyone together. Jericho stated that he had to humble himself greatly to gather the necessary information. Naznel told him to calm down. Jericho explained that the enemies had made up for their lack of military might by recruiting demonic spirits and numerous demons. The Demon Kings said that these people were completely insane. What did they, the demons, lack compared to humans and dragon blood? A proposal was made to destroy these treacherous scoundrels. Jericho added that he had also discovered their weaknesses. They had left loved ones behind on Earth. Between meetings, he had heard them worrying about those who had stayed at home. Darius suggested in that case sending a landing party of several demon kings to Earth. Only then would they be able to gradually bring them to heal, taking their loved ones hostage. Naznel asked if Jericho, Bardos, and Malpin would like to go on a mission to Earth. Upon hearing the truth, Elter was outraged. Could Jerry really be one of the demons? Shin Hyun covered his ears and said that those screams might deafen him, but it was the absolute truth. Elter said that in that case, the demon might escape. Winchester ran in and reported that Jerry's room was empty. He had definitely escaped. It was as if no one had ever been there. Elter noted that they looked like members of the same race, so it was easy to deceive him. He deeply regrets it. Shin Hyun said there was no need for apologies. If they weren't on the same level as demons, it was natural for them not to be able to tell them apart. Winchester was surprised in that case. Why did they even let him attend the meeting? Was it really necessary to reveal their goals and plans to the demons? Shin Hyun said it was all right, since false information had been spread, and they were going to move in the opposite direction. First, they would deal with the lowest-ranking demons. Now they needed to visit Silent Castle. Shin Hyun told his comrades that this would be a sure victory. The castle of the first demon king, Naznel. Jericho said he understood everything. Bardos asked, did he really have to go? Malpin regretted that they had been assigned such a boring task, but there was nothing to be done about it. Jericho said that in that case, he would go prepare. They were setting out tonight. Darius said that everyone must prepare 2 soldiers. They would meet here tomorrow morning. Ardia and the others agreed that it was a pretty good plan. The castle of the 9th Demon King, Seelan, Shin Hyun, and his companions approached the castle. Shin Hyun warned his comrades that they must do everything as they had agreed. The main thing was to act quickly and decisively. The protagonist urged everyone to move forward and, leading the army, ran toward the castle. The demons guarding the castle were caught off guard and destroyed. Kalpadine shouted that they had to be defeated before they had a chance to wake up. The attackers stormed the castle. It was quite unexpected. Seelan was surprised by this visit, since he had reinforced the guards in preparation for tomorrow's performance. How did they break through? Silence shouted, "Is anyone out there?" The enemies had broken in. Shin Hyun said that calling for help was useless. Everyone who had been outside had already been destroyed. Our hero approached the Demon King and wounded him. The young man said that this time he had only injured his left arm. However, if Seelan didn't want to suffer even more, he had to confess what Naznel had planned. Seelan declared that he refused to speak. The young man wounded the Demon King's right leg. The demon screamed loudly in pain. Shin Hyun asked, does he really still refuse to speak? Seelan groaned that he would tell everything. The man just had to stop. Tomorrow morning, all the mages of Dreadville will march out to destroy this squad led by Shin Hyun. Shin Hyun was surprised. Do they really know where he is? And are they coming anyway? Seelan remarked. Even if a man thinks he is strong, can he really stand up to all the mages and their armies? Seelan said that Elter had fled, and now he was crawling back to take revenge by using humans. Elter noted that from the demon's perspective, it might look exactly like that. Silent remarked that in that case, they should have finished him off for good back then. He had never liked how even dragons rejected by God dared to act. The Demon King added that apparently simply destroying them wasn't enough. Elter asked, or maybe the demon was just too lazy to finish him off after all those thousands. Shin Hyun told Elter to calm down. The protagonist told the dragon that he would give him the chance to finish it. Elter thanked him. Silent asked what difference it would make. Elter was filled with determination. In the end, Elter carried out his plan, and the Demon King was destroyed. All that remained of him was a wet spot. Alex Winchester asked Shin Hyun what they should do next. They had left only a small portion of their troops on their own territory. The rest were here. Kalpadine said he could lead the army back to Rodiak Castle. Shin Hyun replied that there was no need for that. The protagonist added that by morning, the other Demon Kings would learn of his disappearance. It couldn't be ruled out that they would head here. Kalpadine also asked what they would do in that case. Shin Hyun told Alter that there was one place where the two of them would go using teleportation. The dragon replied that he understood. Winchester and Kalpadine were surprised. Why wasn't Shin Hyun taking them with him? Under cover of darkness, Jericho, Bardos, and Malpin were striding resolutely toward their intended target. Jericho noted that the rift must be where they were headed. Bardos said that, just in case, Jericho should stay behind and keep an eye on Valeta Castle. Malpin and Bardos approached the rift itself. Suddenly, the image of a man began to appear before the Demon Kings. Shin Hyun said he knew it would happen exactly like this. Our hero remarked that he hadn't told Jerry about Earth for nothing. Malpin declared that there were only two of these people, and they simply needed to be destroyed. Ardia and her companions were at the appointed place at the appointed time. The demoness was confused. Why hadn't this guy shown up yet? Nanzel said with annoyance, could the man have really escaped? But he wasn't the type to let something like this slip by. Darius suggested that something unexpected might have happened. What if the information had leaked and these people had beaten them to it? Darius agreed that this was entirely possible. His spirit might also have tried to reveal the information after falling under the enemy's control. Naznel said that even if he wasn't there, it didn't mean he would lose. Darius noted that if Seelan was defeated, perhaps they should change course and head not to Rodiak Castle, but to Seelan Castle since they were not far from each other. Naznel thought that Darius was trying to control everything again. The leader declared that he would not allow it. They were heading to Rodiak Castle, just as they had planned earlier. Darius agreed, and added that he had no objection. After all, Naznel was the commander here. If the first Demon King had said so, then that was how they would proceed. Shin Hyun stood before the destroyed demon. Malpin watched this with fear. The two Demon Kings had been unable to stop them. Shin Hyun declared that they had prevented the attack on Earth. Elter transformed into a dragon and said that one demon remained. Jericho decided to run as far away from the trouble as possible. Shin Hyun cursed because he thought they had already dealt with everyone. The protagonist said that, judging by the energy the Demon King left behind, it looks like fake dragon blood. If we cross the rift and try to catch him, there's no telling how the others will react. So we can't go there. Elter took on a human form again and told Shin Hyun not to worry too much. He was prepared for a situation like this. Elter noted that after their grueling training, they wouldn't be so easy to defeat. Weren't they the ones who had endured Shin Hyun's grueling training? Shin Hyun said there was no need to comfort him. They had already taken out two of the three. The one who had left was unlikely to have escaped unscathed, so everything should be fine. Shin Hyun wondered where the rest would come from. Now, Elter pondered this as well. Elter noted that they currently had complete control over the westernmost territories. The forces heading toward Valeta Castle had already been neutralized. They had only one route left to take. Whether they were heading towards Seelan Castle or Rodiak Castle, they would have to pass through the Lastra mountain range. Shin Hyun suggested waiting for them right there, and the young men set off toward their destination. Jericho managed to escape and found himself in a safe place. He thought, could Bardos and Malpin have been caught so easily? The Demon King was furious. How dare these people shatter his mask? Jericho decided that first he would destroy the dragon's blood. Only then would he be able to find out where Shin Hyun's real body was. A laboratory in San Francisco, guards are at their posts patrolling the perimeter. The hunter on duty reported that everything was in order in Block A. In another sector, the hunter on duty reported that Block B looks secure. The hunter tapped his radio and was surprised. Could this device be broken? Why had the sound suddenly stopped working? Dragonwing grabbed his weapon and said he would go check the entire perimeter. The next moment, the lizard was attacked and torn to pieces. The hunter was frightened. What was going on here? The Demon King said he had found the place that the humans were trying to protect. Jericho thought that if he blew up the entire place, it would be a stroke of luck. After all, everything would end quickly and easily. Shin Hyun was meditating in the lotus position in a forest clearing. The young man opened his eyes and said they were here. He told his companion it was time to go. Shin Hyun mounted the dragon and rushed toward their intended target. However, armed troops of the demon army appeared before them. Naznel was surprised. Could humans really be such reckless creatures? Shin Hyun and the dragon carefully assessed the current situation. Darius suggested that humans must have some confidence. Since they were behaving this way, they needed to put them to the test. Darius added that they needed to send out a vanguard. The squad commander replied that they were moving out. The first squad received orders to attack. Shin Hyun looked at the opponents and identified Naznel as the commander-in-chief. However, the demon vanguard was approaching. Our hero activated the coercion skill and ordered the demons to retreat. He didn't want to destroy them. The demons felt pressure bearing down on them. It was similar to the pressure exerted by a demon king. So this guy wasn't just an ordinary person. Shin Hyun raised his hand and said this was his final warning. If they didn't want to die, they had to stop and not advance any further. The commander of the demon vanguard shouted for his subordinates to ignore this order. Shin Hyun drew his magic blade and said that this demon didn't understand a word he was saying. The young man swung his blade and unleashed fire magic at the approaching enemies. The demons were engulfed in flames, panicked, and scattered in all directions. After the flames died down, the charred bodies of the demons lay scattered everywhere. Shin Hyun turned to the leaders and asked why they didn't come to him themselves instead of sending these weaklings. Naznel and his minions showed no desire to approach this man. Shin Hyun was surprised. What were they waiting for? In that case, he would go to them himself. The protagonist moved toward the Demon Kings. Terranil called the man a scoundrel and decided to confront him. The Demon King approached the man and said he would deal with him personally. The dragon shouted for Shin Hyun to be careful. He would immediately call for reinforcements. Ardia approached the dragon and asked if Elter had really managed to survive. The demoness suggested that the dragon play with her. Darius suggested watching from the sidelines in that case. Alex Winchester looked at the fortress and thought it was strong. But so far, everything had been quiet. It seemed the enemies had headed toward where Shin Hyun and Elter were. Winchester approached the demon and told Kalpedin to wake up already. The demon was surprised. Why were they already here? Alex suggested that Shin Hyun and Elter were facing those scoundrels together. They needed to hurry to their aid. Kalpedin was indignant. Why was the hunter only mentioning this now? Winchester was confident that Shin Hyun could handle it on his own. But they still needed to hurry. Ardia said that Elter had already weakened from a short rest. It was hard to deny that. However, Damon's attack had been blocked. Ardia was even surprised. Ardia declared that in that case, she would use her unique method. Would the dragon be able to block that? Elter asked what Ardia would do if he blocked everything. Ardia said she had simply missed and hadn't hit properly. But that was by no means a block. The demoness repeated the throw and said that this time, everything would go as planned. At that moment, Elter cast the dragon's spell. A burst of energy left his body. Ardia was surprised, but she was wounded and began to bleed. Ardia said that this was simply madness. How could Elter have cast such a powerful spell in such a short time? The Demon Queen said that no matter how hard her opponent tried, he was nothing but a pathetic lizard. Elter was attacked by ordinary demons. Ardia said that these demons would not die until their bodies completely disintegrated. Terranil continued to attack his opponent, but he couldn't achieve any results. The Demon King was indignant. Why won't this guy go down? Shin Hyun suggested that this was because Terranil wasn't skilled enough in combat. Naznel suggested that Terranil was completely losing ground. Shin Hyun went on the offensive. Naznel said he would have to handle it himself. Darius took the king by the hand and said he shouldn't go. Naznel must maintain his dignity as commander-in-chief. He must be the last line of defense. Naznel agreed, but warned that if there was even the slightest suspicious movement, he would intervene immediately. Darius rushed into battle and told Naznel to stay put and watch. Darius pointed out that this was a rare opportunity to become stronger, so Naznel shouldn't interfere or get in his way. Naznel decided to see how well Darius was doing. At the last moment, the protagonist's blade was stopped by his opponent right at Terranil's throat. Darius, having thwarted our hero's attack, said he had made it in time. Terranil asked in surprise, Why did it take Darius so long to come to his aid? Darius gathered his strength, concentrated, and prepared to fight Shin Hyun. Our hero noticed that his shapeless sword was beginning to disintegrate. Darius told his opponent that this guy clearly knew nothing about his blessing. Darius lashed out with his whip, hoping to catch the young man by the leg. However, the protagonist asked, "Does the Demon King really think he can catch him with such pathetic tricks?" Darius said that if the man knew, he would do everything in his power to avoid the blow of his whip. Shin Hyun was surprised. What is this Demon King talking about? Darius was surprised. Had Shin Hyun really not noticed anything suspicious yet? The Demon King asked the man if he knew what his power consisted of. Shin Hyun surmised that his opponent had the ability to absorb life force. That was problematic. Darius said he would take that as a compliment. Shin Hyun noted that in that case, he must not let his opponent's whip touch him. The young man added that in any case, his opponent wouldn't be able to absorb the energy of his sword. A powerful explosion, initiated by our hero, rang out. When the smoke cleared, Taranil asked if Darius was okay. Darius noted that this man turned out to be stronger than he seemed at first glance. Darius attacked Taranil and pierced his body right through. Taranil hadn't expected such a betrayal and asked, why did Darius do that? Darius replied that if this guy couldn't be an ally and fight alongside him, he would at least become an addition to his power. Darius declared that now that he had absorbed Taranil's power, the game would play out differently. The Demon King told the man that things would be much more fun now. Naznel understood why Darius didn't want him to interfere. Naznel grew angry and said he would personally destroy that scoundrel. The dragon Elter, fending off the demon's attack, thought this would never end. Ardia asked where all of this dragon's recent confidence had gone. The Demon Queen added, that is precisely why the lizard cannot stand up to them. Ardia shouted for Elter to fight back even harder. The number of demons was only increasing. Shin Hyun assessed the situation and thought that Elter was at a disadvantage and under threat of being overwhelmed. His magical power also has its limits. The dragon must be helped as soon as possible. Darius was surprised. Where is the man looking? Darius attacked his rival with a whip and said that, for the moment, he was his opponent. Shin Hyun noted that Darius possessed a rather annoying ability. He couldn't recover instantly. The Demon King said that this man's life force truly impressed him. The young man could simultaneously stand up to several Demon Kings thanks to his pure life energy. Darius replied that their compatibility left much to be desired. Thanks to this, he definitely had the upper hand over the man. Our hero understood. The longer he stalled, the less advantageous it would be for him. Shin Hyun lunged at his opponent and said that in that case, he would finish off this annoying scoundrel in a matter of seconds. Our hero said he was ready to see what his current opponent was capable of, even if it would be nothing more than a pitiful death throw. The commander of the Dragon Wing squad told everyone not to panic. They must continue the battle and remain calm. The human squad was also fighting the demons selflessly. Lee Ji-hae and Yoon Sol, as always, were on the front lines. Suddenly, someone appeared in the sky. Elena Smirnova said it looked like Gojo. When she was in the martial arts world, she had only heard of them, but never thought she would see one in person. Jericho, riding atop this beast, said he was surprised that someone recognized this spiritual beast. Jericho declared that he would dispose of Shin Hyun's body without leaving a trace. The girls, in a united burst of determination, prepared to attack the Demon King so that he would never speak like that again. Lee Ji-hae mentally informed her comrades, if they tied up this summoned creature's legs and distracted it, she would use the shadow play to attack the Demon King from behind. The girls understood the plan and silently agreed to it. Smirnova swung her icy blade at her opponent and said that whoever he was, he wouldn't get past this spot. Jericho laughed. Did they really intend to use mere chunks of ice against him? Were they actually trying to stop him that way? Jericho blocked the ice sword and asked what the girl intended to do with such a stick. Lee Ji-hae, using her unique abilities, crept up behind her opponent and swung her dagger. He activated the Shadow Dagger skill and prepared to attack. She knew she had to defeat her opponent with a single strike. However, Jericho activated the binding skill, and the girl found herself trapped. Lee Ji-hae realized she couldn't move. Jericho asked, did she really think she could catch him off guard with such a pathetic trick? Jericho shouted at the girl to get out of the way and struck her. Lee Ji-hae, bleeding profusely, fell to the ground. Shin Hyun realized that the whip was faster than he had previously thought. It was truly worthy of the Demon King. Darius wondered how long a human could keep dodging his whip. Ducking the blow once more, Shin Hyun avoided the whip again. Darius thought, If the wounds keep piling up like this, the man won't last long. Naznel, watching the fight, thought that Darius's blood clouds were growing denser. But why did he have an ominous feeling? Shin Hyun asked his opponent if he knew what the weakness of his blood clouds was. The Demon King said there was no weakness in his clouds, but he was still willing to hear the young man's opinion. Shin Hyun remarked that if he followed the blood clouds, he would be able to find this Demon King, no matter where he hid. Darius was surprised. Can that really be called a weakness? Besides, it's his whip, which he controls. Shin Hyun approached his opponent, struck him, and said that this demon was a vessel. No matter how much energy he absorbed, he wouldn't be able to hold on to it. The demon was wounded and screamed in pain. However, he saw Naznel approaching. Darius declared that this was their chance. Naznel must approach as quickly as possible and destroy this man. Naznel asked about honor. Darius was surprised. What is Naznel doing? Why isn't he reacting? Shin Hyun stated that the Demon King's loyalty was extremely superficial. Darius begged for mercy. Shin Hyun said it was time to put an end to this and destroyed the Demon King Darius. Naznel said that this man was indeed stronger than a dragon or an ordinary Demon King. It will be a pleasure to deal with such an opponent, he added. The protagonist thought that if he hesitated any longer, Elter might run out of steam completely. He needed to hurry to his aid. The young man asked, why did the commander-in-chief, who had been merely watching until now, suddenly decide to intervene? In any case, he was ready to fight. Yun Sol ran up to the bloody Jiha and asked how she was feeling. At that moment, fiery winged beasts were approaching the girls from the sky. Yun Sol warned them. Smirnova looked back and prepared to fend off the beast's attack. Yun Sol told Lee Ji-hae to pull herself together quickly. A new danger was approaching. Smirnova thought that she hadn't noticed it before, but there was something strange about this girl's behavior. This was clearly her weak spot. Smirnova asked them to support her one more time. Yun Sol knocked arrows onto her bow and said they would draw their attention, while Elena should do her best. The Ice Soul Barrier skill was activated. The approaching beasts crashed into the wall of ice. Jericho told the beasts not to hide and to show what they were capable of. Elter thought no matter how much you fight back, the number of enemies doesn't decrease. As long as Ardia controls them, this will never end. The dragon looked at his opponent and thought that, by all appearances, she wasn't even tired. This couldn't go on any longer. Elter thought that Shin Hyun might be left alone against Ardia and Naznel. Even if Shin Hyun lost, everything would go back to the way it was. Elter said that wouldn't do even if he had to die. He had to protect Shin Hyun and deal with Ardia. Alex Winchester and Calpaden suddenly appeared. They decided to attack Ardia. Calpaden announced that reinforcements had arrived. Winchester added that they couldn't just sit idly by, so they came themselves to look for Shin Hyun and Elter. Ardia was outraged. Does the demon actually dare to serve such lowly creatures? It's disgusting. Calpaden replied that he saw nothing wrong with it. Power isn't the most important thing, he said. Calpaden added that the dragon could step aside. Now he was ready to join the fight. Winchester was surprised. Where did this demon get such confidence? Winchester joined the fight, began swinging his blade, and said he would take care of the rest. Elter can now focus on the Demon King, he added. Elter told Calpaden that for the first time, the demons seemed so reliable. Ardia saw the number of opponents and was surprised. Where did they come from? Elter flapped his wings, flew closer, and told Ardia that it was time to put an end to this. The battle continued in an aggressive mode. Lee Ji-hae continued her fight with Jericho, freeing herself from his threads. The Demon King was surprised. When did she manage to do that? Jericho added that her tricks were useless and activated the binding skill. Lee Ji-hae found herself bound once again. However, it didn't last long. A second later, the girl vanished. Jericho was furious. How does she do that? The Demon King activated the binding skill again and again to no avail. Yun Sol fired 3 arrows at the Demon King. Jericho was wounded and cried out, how could they do this to him? Lee Ji-hae didn't lose hope of victory and, gripping her daggers tighter, rushed at the Demon King once more. Lee Ji-hae realized that her opponent had been hiding one hand and casting spells the whole time. He had been waiting for her to leave herself open to an attack. The girl landed a perfect strike, and the Demon King screamed that his hand had been injured by this insignificant human. Lee Ji-hae, continuing her attack, said that these demons should have understood humans can join forces. Ji-hae said it was time to end this and stabbed Jericho again with her dagger. The Demon King was finished. The girls landed on the ground and declared that they had done it. Li Jihei remarked that if it had been Shin Hyun, he wouldn't have let the Demon King break through to the surface. The young man must be fine by now. Naznel repeated that this man was definitely stronger than dragons, and even ordinary demon kings. That's intriguing and certainly interesting, he added. Shin Hyun asked why the Demon King had only appeared now. Naznel said that the young man had correctly observed, since he was, after all, the chief. Wasn't it up to him to put an end to this battle? Did Shin Hyun agree with him? A voice said that Naznel should now be able to hear it. The Demon King was surprised. Who's speaking? The voice continued. Naznel is so weak that he had no choice but to summon me in this way so we could speak properly. Naznel asked in surprise, Who stands before me? The man hiding his face was surprised. Can Naznel really not recognize me? The Demon King felt an overwhelming presence and an incomprehensible way of communicating. Naznel felt an instinctive sense of awe. Could this be the god of demons, he thought? The voice said that his descendant had guessed correctly. This is incredible, child who rejects the gods. It seems you are the only one capable of hearing my true voice and remaining sane. That is quite ironic. Naznel declared that all the other demon kings had perished except for him, and now the god of demons has decided to intervene. But where has he been all this time? The demon god asked, Do you really believe that the gods should interfere in this world? The demon god added that he should not interfere in the fate of those like Naznel. Did the dragon god intervene when Naznel was exterminating them? Naznel asked, Then why is the demon god intervening now? The demon god said that someone who had crossed dimensions had broken the rules first. Therefore, we have no reason to abide by the rules. Naznel was surprised. Are you talking about a human? Is he close to a god? The demon god said that this person was an imperfect god. This is a being who refuses to become a god. Even if he is weakened now, he is still extremely dangerous. If Naznel meets him face to face, his destruction is guaranteed. The demon god added that he needed time, so Naznel had to do something. Elter told Ardia that it was time to put an end to this. Ardia replied that she would decide for herself what to do and how to do it. Elter transformed back into a human and attacked the demon queen. Ardia was surprised. Is Elter really going to fight me with a spear? But that's nonsense. The demon queen knocked Elter far back and said she wanted to see what he was capable of now. Elter attacked his opponent again, and once more the demon queen parried the attack, blocking his spear. Ardia said she wanted to see a real attack like the ones dragons use. Elter declared that this was just a warm-up. Ardia will see what I'm capable of right now. Elter raised his spear and said he had been thinking of the most agonizing way to finish off Ardia. Elter struck again. This time effectively, Ardia was wounded, and her weapon was broken. The demon queen's hands trembled. She said her face was inviolable. How could an enemy dare to damage my face? Ardia was furious and said she would tear that lizard to shreds. Elter said he had already memorized all of Artia's attacks and had nothing to fear. Ardia said in alarm that she didn't believe it. Elter added that he had been studying her spear techniques for much longer than just a day or two. Ardia swung her spear and declared that her opponent wouldn't be able to dodge this strike. Elter was faster and managed to pierce his opponent's body with his spear. Elter was also wounded in the shoulder, but his opponent was defeated. Ardia asked in surprise, why didn't Elter dodge this time? Elter replied that it didn't matter whether he lived or died, as long as he could avenge his kin who had fallen by her spear. Elter looked up at the sky and said, perhaps now they will finally be able to find some peace. Alex Winchester continued to fight his opponent. However, the odds were stacked against him, and the demon was forced to lose. Winchester turned and saw that all the enemies had been defeated. Justice prevailed. Elter, bleeding profusely, also surveyed the battlefield. The enemy had not gotten through. Kalpadine finally realized that they had won. Elter had done well. Elter declared that they had succeeded. This was a true victory. The dragon remembered and asked, what about Shin Hyun? The protagonist continued his confrontation with the demon king Naznel. Naznel told the demon god that he would obey. Shin Hyun heard these words and said that he knew Naznel had not received the demon god's blessing. The young man added that in any case there would be no more demon king in Dreadville today. Naznel turned around and ordered everyone to listen to his command. The vanguard units are to remain. Everyone else must retreat. Anyone who disobeys will be executed on the spot. Shin Hyun said, has the demon king really decided to retreat? Even if Naznel uses the silence technique, he can still hear him. Naznel thought that this was the will of the demon god. Even if they die, glory awaits them. The rank-and-file demons thought that at least they would not die in vain. Kalpadin declared that they could easily handle these demons on their own. Winchester noted that things had become much simpler now. The demons rushed to attack the humans with the intention of destroying their enemies. Shinhyun said they would handle it themselves. He just needs to take out the leader. Our hero charged at Naznel. Shinhyun attacked his opponent with fire magic, trying to deal maximum damage. Using the Rodiak skill caused a powerful explosion, and a pillar of fire threw the young man far to the side. Shinhyun didn't understand what was happening. However, taking advantage of the confusion, Naznel tried to leave the battlefield. Shinhyun saw another demon in front of him and asked, "Who is that?" The demoness said they hadn't seen each other in a long time. The young man asked, "Who are you, stalker, or something?" The demoness replied that she would not tolerate such insolence. Shinhyun asked, "Lord of demons, capable of wielding the fire of terror, couldn't you have picked a worse time? Or are you that very god of madness?" The demoness laughed and said, "Finally, a human has recognized me." Shinhyun thought their emotions were the same. It seemed he had possessed the demon lord's body. Has he truly descended into this world? The young man wondered. Then the goddess said that there were 3 ways a god could intervene in the lower world. They can bestow a portion of their power as a blessing, temporarily inhabit a body through divine descent, and finally create an avatar resembling their true form through manifestation. The demoness asked if that meant he knew about divine descent. But hadn't he been a little late? Shinhyun asked why he hadn't done it sooner, before all the demon kings had perished. The demoness replied that the affairs of the lower world belonged to the lower world. However, he could not simply allow an upstart like this man to run amok and destroy all the demon kings. Those were the domains of the demon god, said the demoness. She wants to show the young man the difference between a demon king and a demon god. She expressed her hope that the man would also show her his full strength. After exchanging blows, the young man said that this already seemed true. He did not come down just to talk to me. The demoness said she would tear this man into 1,000 pieces. He would not die painlessly. The demon god declared that a single blow would be enough to completely destroy the man's body. The young man replied that he didn't see much of a difference. Demon king or demon god, they were all the same. Our hero kicked his opponent in the face and she flew off to the side. Shinhyun said that the demon god was weaker than Darius. Judging by his feigned swagger, he had expected more. We need to finish this quickly, there's not much time left. The demoness asked, does the human really think everything will go according to his plan? Shinhyun pierced his opponent with his shapeless blade and said that the demon god's accuracy was better than Rodiak's, but it still wasn't enough. The demoness's body was set ablaze, and our hero said, "That's all." The young man noticed that another creature had infiltrated the domain of the Lord of Demons, that is, the demon god. This had never happened before. Another demon said that he had finally met this man. The demon called himself Nightmare. Shinhyun thought that he didn't yet have any information about this creature's abilities. He asked, are these scoundrels really going to keep showing up one after another now? The demon said he couldn't say for sure, but given his abilities, the man was partly right. The protagonist, with a shapeless sword in his hand, found himself surrounded by newly appeared demons who embodied the demon god in a single form. Shinhyun did not back down from the battle and began attacking the demons using the fire skill Rodiak. He decided that if he destroyed the main villain's physical body, his minions would also cease to move. One of the attacks was successful, and Shinhyun struck the demon on the head. Our hero was surprised, but the headless body continued moving and stood firmly on its feet. The headless demon said that his divine descent was slightly different. As long as his power existed, he could not perish. Shinhyun thought that this was a truly vile ability. The headless demon said that the man had mentioned Darius earlier. He lent his power, allowing the embodiment of slaughter to descend into Darius's body. Darius's body was resurrected, and the demon god said that the power of slaughter was not something just anyone could handle, but he had found the perfect vessel. The headless body said that now was the time to enjoy watching the man's torment. Shinhyun found himself completely surrounded. Our hero thought this was the worst possible scenario. Darius said that this man was from another world, and his soul had already reached its peak. But why does he refuse to shed his shell? Shinhyun replied that it was none of his business. The protagonist asked, Why are they appearing one after another, like mushrooms after rain? It's not worth claiming that he's facing some kind of mid-boss. Those two who came before, they were just weaklings. If there are several demon kings who have received the blessing of the gods, then there must be several gods as well. I'm facing brothers and sisters right now. How many more will come? Shin Hyun wondered. Darius said that a human wouldn't even get past him, so there was no point wasting time on pointless chatter. Shin Hyun was indignant. This demon speaks as if he has already won. The demon god said that was only natural. Is that not why I descended here? The demon god added, did the human really think I sent those two first for no reason? Thanks to them, I was able to gauge the human strength. The demon god noted that now that the human strength was at its limit, everything would be different. Shin Hyun told his opponent to shut up and finally fight him. All this talk is really getting tiresome. The demon god activated his sword and said he didn't mind. The villain, swinging his weapon, charged at Shin Hyun. The young man braced himself for battle. During the fight, Shin Hyun felt that a single touch of his opponent's sword was draining his chi. Everything was completely different from his battle with Darius. His opponent asked, "Human, have you finally felt the difference between the demon king and the god?" Elter also continued to fight the demons. Shin Hyun noticed that even Darius's wounded body moved naturally, as if it weren't weakened. The young man understood that Darius was absorbing power through his wounds. But exactly how did his ability work? The demon god reminded him that he had already told the man about this, and that he would show him the difference between the demon king and the demon god. The true nature of the bloody aura is to absorb all the energy of any living creature it touches. So it doesn't matter how strong the opponent is, for him it's still a race to the death. Doesn't he think so? Shin Hyun was forced to retreat under the onslaught of the pressing enemy. He could feel his strength gradually draining away. The protagonist thought that not only was the demon god's art perfectly honed, but his technique was flawless as well. The longer he remained in close combat, the more serious the consequences would be. Shin Hyun decided to fight as before, focusing on the energy of the ball. This immediately yielded results. The demon god noticed that the man was trying to increase the distance between them. However, no matter how hard he fought, he was still within the demon god's domain, nothing more than a mouse in a trap. Shin Hyun temporarily retreated. The demoness screamed at the man not to show cowardice. The young man continued to retreat, choosing a favorable position and gathering his strength. The demon god, continuing his attack, spared no one, including his own followers who happened to cross his path. Shin Hyun thought they were his brothers, but the demon god easily dealt with them. The demon god asked, did the man really think he would perish simply by losing his physical form? That is quite foolish. Darius told Shin Hyun to stop running away and fight him as the chosen one. Shin Hyun said that ordinary attacks on his opponent were ineffective. Then he would put all his strength into smashing this vessel to pieces. The young man gathered himself and lunged at his opponent. Our hero put all his power into the strike and shouted that Darius's body would be destroyed. Darius was unharmed. The demon god laughed. Did you really think you could defeat me at the limit of your strength? Darius declared that he would take all of the man's life force. Shin Hyun's body was pierced by his opponent's sword. The young man was bleeding profusely and began to cough. The demon god told the man to stop fighting, for it was useless. There's nothing to regret here. Darius raised his sword high. Shin Hyun, losing his strength, hung from the blade like a hunter's trophy. On the battlefield, the battle with the demons continued. Alex Winchester sensed something was wrong. What happened to Shin Hyun? Elter saw the young man and said that couldn't be true. Shin Hyun couldn't have died like that. The demons saw the wounded Shin Hyun and shouted that they had won. The gods had not abandoned them. Darius declared that it was all over. However, Shin Hyun grabbed the blade with his hands and began to pull himself up. Shin Hyun said that this was only the beginning. Even the demon god was surprised. The demon god felt his grip weakening. He was terrified. Could a human really be taking my power? Darius's blade snapped in two and Shin Hyun collapsed to the ground. The demon god was astonished. I pierced his heart. How is this possible? Shin Hyun pulled the blade out of his chest, threw it to the ground and asked, what will the demon god say now? The demon god realized that the man had copied his blood aura technique. But that's not fair, he thought. Shin Hyun said that the demon god had hit the nail on the head. The demon god was outraged. How dare this wretch steal my power? Darius activated the blood whip and attacked Shin Hyun. This time, Shin Hyun was determined and prepared to counterattack. "What can the demon god do now?" he asked. Darius said that the man had tried to absorb his power in order to counterattack. The demon god added that it was a foolish endeavor. "Did he really think my blood aura would be so easy to deal with?" Shin Hyun replied that it wasn't actually difficult. He activated the skill Mastery of the Demon God. Darius was outraged. "Absurd. A human is still a being with a physical form." The demon god added that in doing so, Shin Hyung had damaged his very essence. Shin Hyung stepped closer, swung his fist, and said that this guy, as always, loved to talk too much. He threw a right hook. The punch landed squarely on Darius's jaw. The demon god lost his balance and fell backward. Shin Hyung said he was ready to hear something new from his opponent. The young man added that he hadn't used it right away because he knew it wasn't safe. The demon god replied that then he shouldn't have used it at all. The protagonist smiled. "I changed my mind. Better this way than dying for nothing." Darius said the man was bluffing pitifully. He could feel Shin Hyun's powers clashing within him. The protagonist admitted he was in an unstable state. "There's no other way," Shin Hyun replied. Darius attacked the young man again with his bloody whip. The attack proved unsuccessful. The demon god was surprised. Could it be that the man is absorbing this power as well? Shin Hyun replied, "This is what they call the student surpassing the teacher." Or rather, he had surpassed the original. In any case, this meant he had proven himself stronger than the demon god. The demon god said he didn't mind. A person can consume as much as they want. This man's vessel also has its limits. Darius himself lunged at his opponent with his fists. Shin Hyun activated his skill, and his opponent's hand struck an insurmountable barrier. In response, the young man counterattacked and knocked his opponent off balance with a knee strike to the chest. A series of powerful blows sent Darius flying far backward. Darius managed to stay on his feet, but he couldn't understand why the man was still alive. Shin Hyun reiterated that he had used this technique while being mindful of the risks. But now his power had changed slightly. He added that his power needed a new name and believed that demonic soul power would be perfect. There is a reason why Murim banned the Great Absorption technique. It indiscriminately sucks in the opponent's chi. Shin Hyun grabbed his opponent by the throat and began to choke him. Darius asked, "Is this still not enough for him?" The demon god noticed that the man's body had already healed. Does he really plan to continue until he has completely drained all the power from him? Shin Hyun replied, "Exactly." Darius declared that Shin Hyung's soul was defiled. Now he was closer to the demon god than to humans. Our hero, continuing to choke him, expressed regret that this was not the demon god's true form. If he could destroy him now, it would be perfect. The demon king called him a ruthless scoundrel. Shin Hyun replied that he took it as a compliment, hearing those words from his mouth. Shin Hyun continued to exert a powerful influence on Darius's body and eventually destroyed him. Our hero expressed his hope that they would never meet again. However, the demon god managed to escape. Kalpadine ran up to the protagonist and asked, "Did you win, sir?" Shin Hyun noticed that a lull had fallen over the battlefield. The enemy had been destroyed. Kalpadine reported that, unfortunately, the losses were heavy. However, far more demons had been destroyed. Shin Hyun praised Kalpadine, noting that they had done an excellent job, and that had been enough. At one point, all the wounded were surprised, for their injuries began to heal much faster than expected. All the survivors thanked the master in unison. Shin Hyun approached the dragon and said that Elter had done an excellent job. Thanks to his holding back Ardia, they had managed to avoid massive losses. Elter wanted to say something, but the young man interrupted him and said it wasn't necessary. He already knew what Elter had wanted to tell him. Shin Hyun remarked that his power was now truly closer to that of a demon. Was that what Elter had meant? The young man added that it didn't matter. The main thing now was to return. They needed to rest before thinking about what to do next. After the Great War came to an end, Dreadville briefly sank into a state resembling peace. Shin Hyun, meditating in the lotus position, asked himself, was he still human? The young man recalled that he had long rejected Zenith, but no one had ever been able to answer his question. Who was he? Really? He was on the brink of life and death. He had no choice but to ascend and become a god. However, now that his power had merged with that of the demon gods, he had become invincible and closer to the demons. Shin Hyun clearly understood that no matter what, he would remain human, come what may. Kalpadin appeared behind the hero. The young man reminded him that he had asked not to be disturbed. Kalpadin was surprised. Did the master really know I was approaching? Kalpadin noted that 5 days had already passed since the meditation began. Everyone is waiting for you. They say there is something important that needs to be discussed by everyone together. Alex Winchester greeted the young man. Shin Hyun has finally arrived. Elter added that they had been waiting for him. Narissa noted that while Shin Hyun was stabilizing his condition, she had visited Earth as a representative of her people. The protagonist asked what was happening on Earth. Narissa replied that everything there was just as Shin Hyun had predicted. Jerry had made his way to Earth alone and attacked the research laboratory where the bodies were stored. His sudden attack led to the deaths of dozens of dragons and hunters. Many were seriously injured. However, the high-ranking hunters joined forces and managed to defeat the enemy. Elter noted that Shin Hyun's training hadn't been in vain. The young man replied that there was at least one piece of good news. Narissa added that there was something else. Her eyes were downcast. One of the high-ranking hunters, Lee Ji-hae, had been wounded. She had suffered a serious injury to one side of her face and lost sight in her left eye. But her life was no longer in danger. Shin Hyun said he shouldn't have let that scoundrel escape. Kalpadin noted that the master was very angry right now. Winchester remarked that his energy wasn't what it used to be. Someone suggested stopping Shin Hyun. Elter suggested waiting and watching. Shin Hyun said that Ji-hae had been seriously injured. However, she had asked him to return safe and sound. The young man admitted that in the end, he had put her in danger. The protagonist recalled the girl's words that she would always wait for him. He decided he had to pull himself together if he didn't want to disgrace himself in front of her and lose face. Shin Hyun calmed down and thanked Narissa for sharing the latest news. He informed his comrades that everything was calm on Earth now. Kalpadin asked what they would do next. Winchester noted that ever since the enemy had retreated, it had been suspiciously quiet here. Just in case, a reconnaissance party had been sent to Naznel Castle, but not a single soul was found there. Considering that even the lowest-ranking demons had completely vanished, there was a high probability that this scoundrel was hiding somewhere and preparing to rebuild his army. Kalpadin suggested that Naznel had simply accepted his losses and fled. Perhaps he had simply asked Elter if that was impossible. Elter objected that it was impossible, after all. As he vanished, Naznel had mentioned the demon god. Shin Hyun said that, in any case, they needed to strengthen the defenses around the rift between dimensions. They couldn't let the enemy get through. Winchester promised to take care of that first. He suggested finishing this as soon as possible so they could return home. The protagonist suggested combing through the entire continent and putting an end to this once and for all. The surviving demons gathered to discuss their situation. After all, many days had already passed. Even if this was the will of the demon god, it was too much. Why should they just sit here? Couldn't they just get up and leave? Naznel declared that this was forbidden. He asked one of the demons, "Do you really take me, the last demon king, for a fool? Don't forget your place." The demon apologized to his majesty for his inappropriate words. Naznel looked at those present. Everyone was silent, their eyes cast down. He claimed that he had ordered a retreat in the middle of the battle and locked everyone up in this god-forsaken hole. On top of that, they don't even know what's going on outside. He realizes that many of those present are dissatisfied. Naznel added that they had nothing to worry about, because he would take care of everything. The Demon King headed for the exit and told everyone to stay where they were until he gave the appropriate order. Naznel declared that this place would soon become Shin Hyun's final resting place. The demon following the king thought, "What exactly does he want to show me? Why did he summon only me here?" Naznel said he would tell an interesting story. "Do you remember the time before the Great War, when we fought the dragons? Back then, each of us led a campaign in our own part of the continent." The demon replied that he remembered everything. Naznel noted that back then they had been divided into east and west. They had driven the dragons to the westernmost edge and won the victory. The demon asked, wasn't it because those lizards had been abandoned by their god and had grown weak? Naznel replied that the truth was quite different. The Demon King said he would explain why they had come to this dungeon in the north, why he had left his castle in the center of the continent, even though it had the best strategic advantage. Naznel pointed to a massive door and said that behind it lay the will of the gods. He opened the gate and told the demon to go inside. The demon crossed the threshold and thought, "Why does it smell so strongly of blood in here?" The next moment, Naznel pierced the demon's body with his hand and ripped its heart from its chest. He said that the demon had obeyed him, for it was he who had told it to go inside more boldly. The Demon King pulled his hand out of his subordinate's body, and the demon collapsed to the ground. A whirlwind appeared in the center of the large room. Naznel threw the bloody heart into it. He raised his hands upward and summoned the demon god. The demon god said he had been eagerly awaiting this day when he would meet him in his true form, Ville Castle. A few days later, after a brief period of training Shin Hyun, the group searched every corner of Dreadville. However, they could find no trace of Naznel or his warriors. Shin Hyun asked his comrades if there were even the slightest clues. The answer was no. The protagonist said they couldn't have just vanished into thin air. Where could they have gone? Suddenly, an unfamiliar demon appeared in the square in front of the castle. Those present were surprised. Shin Hyun asked the demon where his master was, why he had come alone and where the others were. The demon replied that he had been sent to deliver a message. The messenger lunged at Shin Hyun, but his path was immediately blocked. How dare he act this way? The demon delivered the message and shouted that a grand finale awaited Shin Hyun. He must come to the ruined mountains. After that, the demon burst into pieces. Shin Hyun said that Naznel had destroyed his servant as soon as he had fulfilled his role as a messenger. Elter remarked that he treated his subordinates' lives as if they were worthless. Elter asked what Shin Hyun was going to do. Was he really going to head straight for the ruined mountains? Kalpaden declared that his master wasn't afraid of such challenges, so they would set out immediately. Winchester pointed out that it was a trap. They needed to discuss everything to develop a strategy. Kalpaden and Winchester exchanged a fierce glance. Each understood everything without words. Shin Hyun said he had been invited, so he wasn't going to delay. They had to put an end to this once and for all. Once they were in the mountains, Kalpaden expressed his surprise. Why had they been invited to such a remote place? Shin Hyun reasonably surmised that their opponent had something planned. What could they expect from him? Everyone looked up at the cracks in the sky and noticed falling debris. Shin Hyun said that this served as a barrier. The young man declared there was no need to check everything manually. He could scan the area with his senses, using the detection skill. Shin Hyun decided that all he needed to do was find that unpleasant and repulsive energy. At some point, our hero found what he was looking for. The energy was in an open space and was not concealed. Shin Hyun pointed in the direction and reported that the enemy was there. Without waiting for the others, he rushed off in that direction. Upon arriving at the location, Shin Hyun looked around. No one was in sight. The team ran up behind him. Kalpaden said they shouldn't leave them behind, but the young man pointed out that everyone was already assembled. Shin Hyun ordered Naznel to come out on his own before they forced him to do so. Naznel and his minions did indeed appear. The Demon King said that this man had come like a dog obeying his master's command. Shin Hyun asked where the Demon King's army was. Naznel stated that he had sent them elsewhere. Everyone he had brought with him was here, so the man had nothing to worry about. Shin Hyun asked where the Demon King had sent his army. Naznel replied that the man didn't need to know. Shin Hyun said that the Demon King's true nature had changed. In fact, the one standing before him was not Naznel. The demon was surprised. Could a single glance really have been enough to figure that out? Shin Hyun explained that standing before him was Fear, the forbidden god of demons, who had not appeared last time. The demon confirmed this. He had intended to descend then, but the man had suddenly resurrected, so he had wisely decided to wait. Shin Hyun declared that he was forced to disappoint his opponent. He had become much stronger than he was back then. At the same time, a shapeless sword appeared in the hero's hand, along with a blood-stained whip. Our hero declared that this time he would definitely emerge victorious. The young man prepared for battle. Shin Hyun asked why the god of fear had descended into this body. He thought the possessed host's body was only good for a single use. Was this just another pawn he was ready to sacrifice? The demon replied that this was not the case. It was precisely because of his descent that Naznel did not perish from that attack. Shin Hyun and his team prepared for a fierce battle. They formed a circular defense, taking into account their opponent's numerical superiority. Winchester declared that something was wrong here. The enemies were definitely up to something. Shin Hyun and his men ran to the edge of the pit that had suddenly appeared there. At the bottom of the pit lay the mangled bodies. The unfamiliar demon said it was simply delightful to taste the air of the world of ordinary people. Shin Hyun asked the demon who he was. The stranger replied that the man should figure it out for himself. The demon added that if one looked at the ancient records, they stated that there were not 4, but 5 demon gods. Elter suggested that this was the god of destruction. The demon confirmed that this was the correct answer. The protagonist thought that this scoundrel posed a real threat in terms of skill and strength. Shin Hyun said that this battle seemed destined only for him. He warned everyone to step aside. Elter noted that they needed to give the commander some space. This enemy was his prey. They shouldn't interfere. Kalpadine and Winchester agreed. Shin Hyun watched his comrades walk away. They had heeded his words. Shin Hyun told his opponent that he was ready for the fight. The young man asked if they would attack together. Shin Hyun added that he wouldn't mind fighting the god of destruction one-on-one. The god of destruction agreed to settle it one-on-one. A fight to the death. The demon added that this was precisely why he had descended in his true form. Shin Hyun was surprised. Was his opponent really claiming that this was his true body? The god of destruction confirmed it. Thanks to this, he didn't have to worry about the destruction of his body or limited power. The demon agreed that this body was not eternal either. Shin Hyun asked why he had finally decided to reveal his true form right now. The god of destruction replied that the sacrifices and side effects of this were enormous. The demon pointed to the pit and said that the bodies in this abyss had been sacrificed to summon him. The god of destruction asked, "Doesn't the human feel sorry for them?" Shin Hyun was outraged. The question was misdirected. After all, it was he who had destroyed those unfortunate souls. The god of destruction said that Shin Hyun was the root cause of all this. Did the man not understand that if a divine being crossed dimensions, the entire world could collapse? He declared that he had descended to uphold order. In his pride and foolishness, Shin Hyun had nearly destroyed the entire world. The demon added that although they call each other brothers and sisters, in the end, he alone decides everything. The god of destruction noted that Shin Hyun is an outsider, rejected by this dimension. He alone is the one true god. Shin Hyun was surprised. Doesn't every dimension have its own gods? The god of destruction recalled that the young man was speaking of a deity from his own world. His opponent added that the goddess also coveted the title of true god. However, since the human was the first to break the rules, he now had the perfect excuse to invade that world. Shin Hyun thought that the god of destruction was actually telling the truth. The young man told the god of destruction not to make a mockery of him. Did he really need an excuse? Shin Hyun grew tired of this dialogue and lunged at his opponent. The god of destruction activated the skill Mastery of the Demon God's Supremacy. The demon asked why the human wouldn't take the chance to demonstrate his skills within his domain. Shin Hyun had better try to entertain him properly. The opponents, swinging their weapons, closed the distance to within striking range. The opponent's blades clashed and sparks flew in all directions. After exchanging blows, the god of destruction was forced to retreat. However, he continued to hold his ground confidently. Shin Hyun noted that at this pace, the fight would never end, and that was a problem. The protagonist didn't want to use the power he'd acquired from the demons because it made him feel extremely unsatisfied. Shin Hyun said he was currently experiencing feelings that were both unpleasant and unsettling. However, he couldn't stand still. Progress was necessary. Shin Hyun, increasing the amount of energy he released, charged at his opponent with renewed strength. As before the right hook was activated, the hero's fist made contact with his opponent's jaw. The god of destruction lost his balance and fell. Our hero noticed that he had gotten used to this power very quickly. Is that normal? The god of destruction noted that the man had finally begun to use the power stolen from the slaughter. He added that he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Another punch was blocked by the god of destruction. In response, the protagonist took a blow to the chest and was forced to fly far backward. Shin Hyun managed to stay on his feet, but the spot where he was struck hurt badly. The young man clutched his chest. The protagonist looked at his hands and realized that his spiritual powers had ceased to respond. Shin Hyun asked the obvious question. What had the god of destruction done to him? His opponent replied that the source of the power the young man had so confidently tried to master was evil itself, the very essence of this world. The god of destruction added that this was precisely what he had told the man at the very beginning. The god of fear reminded him that this world rejects Shin Hyun's existence. Such is the will of the world. The demon added that this man was nothing more than an anomaly that must disappear. The demon, with renewed strength, clenched his fists and lunged at his opponent. The number of the demon's strikes exceeded the maximum allowable limit, and our hero stopped resisting. His body went limp and he flew off to the side. Shin Hyun managed to stay on his feet and immediately pulled himself together, mustering his last reserves of strength. The protagonist decided to seize the opportunity to create the necessary distance. The demon delivered another crushing blow and knocked Shin Hyun to the ground. The god of destruction continued to strike, pressing his opponent into the depression that had formed in the ground. Shin Hyun stopped resisting for a moment and just coughed. spitting blood from his mouth. The god of destruction decided that victory was near since the man had stopped fighting back. At some point, the young man realized he was in an unfamiliar place. Above his head was a starry sky. Where was he? Shin Hyun was surprised, for he had just been in the midst of a battle, yet now he felt nothing. The young man thought that perhaps it wasn't a lack of feeling, but simply numbness from the pain. Our hero wondered what he was like right now. Could he even determine his own condition? Shin Hyun saw from the sidelines as the god of destruction struck him. What was going on here? The protagonist assumed he was hallucinating. The young man thought that if he had known it would turn out this way, he wouldn't have made promises he couldn't keep. Shin Hyun decided that since he wasn't dead yet, there was no point in despairing. He had to try to find even the slightest chance. To calm himself, Shin Hyun assumed the lotus position and began to meditate. Our hero felt that the two forces within him were beginning to merge. What was happening there? The god of destruction decided that his opponent was defeated. All that was needed was one finishing blow. However, unexpectedly, Shin Hyun grabbed the demon's arm and blocked his strike. Shin Hyun said he wasn't done with this scoundrel yet. Shin Hyun got up from the ground and noted that thanks to a good beating from his opponent, he had realized something important. Our hero shoved his opponent aside and said that he hadn't been using his power properly until now. Instead of combining them, he had been trying to separate the two forces. Shin Hyun clutched his head and surmised that he had overthought things. Thinking wasn't his strong suit. The young man realized there was no need to limit himself with notions of whether he was a god or a human. Shin Hyun declared that, as a token of gratitude, he would finish off his opponent painlessly with a single blow. After saying this, the protagonist delivered that very blow. The god of destruction said that couldn't be. However, his words were meaningless. Shin Hyun noted that his opponent had been destroyed. Only dust remained. Naznel was forced to admit that the demon god's domain was being destroyed. But this was unbelievable. The god of destruction could not lose. The protagonist was attacked again by the bloody whip. However, this attack posed no danger to him. Shin Hyun knocked the demon aside and turned his gaze toward Naznel. The demon was outraged. After all, this man was merely a demigod. How dare he act so recklessly? Shin Hyun found himself face to face with a massive serpent created by the god of demons. The young man struck with his shapeless sword and split the serpent's head in two. Shin Hyun told his opponent that he kept calling him that. But in reality, what difference did it make who he was? The protagonist asked if he was merely a demigod, then who was standing before him? It didn't matter who they were or what they thought of him. Our hero attacked and cut another demon god to pieces. The young man declared that he had accepted himself as he was, and now that was all that mattered. Naznel shouted, demanding that the man stop. He couldn't act so recklessly. An icy wall rose between the opponents. Shin Hyun leaped forward with a shapeless sword in his hand and said that all he faced was fear. The protagonist declared that he was bidding farewell to the last demon god and severed his head with his sword. Shin Hyun laughed like a child, feeling a sense of duty fulfilled. He could hardly wait to leave this world. Kalpadine was the first to notice Shin Hyun approaching and alerted the others. Our hero's comrades were overjoyed to see him safe and sound. Shin Hyun said that the most important thing was that everyone had survived, which meant they had done the right thing. Silence fell. Everyone waited to see what decision the leader would make. Shin Hyun announced that the war was now officially over. A few days passed after the war's end was declared. Shin Hyun and his group headed to Naznel Castle, located in the center of Dreadville. When all the gods and demon kings had vanished, a new era began. Shin Hyun and his team set about redistributing the territories of Dreadville. Daimon and Elter argued fiercely over which of them should get the land. The debate continued. The protagonist declared that they had been arguing for several hours and it was time to at least take a break. Shin Hyun left the room and said he wanted to get some fresh air. It had been a long time since he'd had any free time. Left alone, the young man activated his status window. The information didn't surprise him. The goddess had informed him that they needed to talk urgently. Shin Hyun remarked that as soon as he tried to rest, she wouldn't leave him alone. Suddenly, our hero found himself in his own home. But why was he here? The little lizard explained that he had recreated the place that, according to the young man's memories, seemed the most comfortable. Shin Hyun realized that this was the dragon god from the past. Had he really become so small? The dragon god said he had looked into some of the young man's memories and apologized for doing so. Shin Hyun replied that he was pleased to be in a place that, even if only vaguely, resembled home. and that he wasn't offended. Shin Hyung asked why those two wanted to see him. The dragon god said that when the god of destruction was destroyed, certain restrictions were lifted from both of them. However, they hadn't fully returned to their divine states, which was why he was in this form now. The god of destruction was the only god who ruled Dreadville. They, however, found themselves on the brink of destruction. With the god of destruction's disappearance, the world was left without a god. The dragon god said that he was here to temporarily act on behalf of this world's will, and that this should be taken seriously. The dragon god said that the will of this world had chosen Shin Hyun to become its god. The young man was surprised. Was this dragon really saying that he was to become the god of Dreadville? The boy declared that this was unbelievable. Hadn't this place previously called him some kind of alien creature? And now they were choosing him as a god. The dragon god explained that much had happened. But if someone stronger than the god of destruction became a god, the world would be more stable, for no god in the future would want to destroy his own world. Shin Hyun said he refused. The dragon god should do it instead of him. It was too much trouble. The young man asked if the title of god could simply be passed on like a baton, since he didn't want to be one anyway. The dragon god confirmed that if Shin Hyun refused, he would indeed be next in line. The little dragon transformed into a huge one and thanked Shin Hyun for everything. Shin Hyun asked the celestial warrior what he planned to do now that he was free from his chains. The heavenly warrior replied that he needed to return to Earth, but the goddess would be a major problem. Shin Hyun declared that they should only worry about her after their return. The protagonist smiled and said he had a score to settle with her as well. Shin Hyun moved toward the crack. The time had come to travel. A small sparrow sat on Shin Hyun's shoulder. The young man asked, was that really all he was capable of? Shin Hyun told Narissa that while they were away, she should do only what she was told and not get into any trouble. Narissa replied that she would obey. Shin Hyun eagerly awaited his return to the ground. Our hero found himself in a place that seemed painfully familiar to him. The goddess said she had hoped Shin Hyun would never return. However, not only had this man returned, but he had also brought back the trash she had long since gotten rid of. Shin Hyun drew his shapeless sword. The goddess told the young man not to be so tense. There was no need for it. The sword vanished from the young man's hands. The goddess added that it had indeed been a long time since they'd seen each other. Couldn't they at least have a quiet chat over a cup of tea? Why was Shin Hyun acting like a stranger? Shin Hyun declared that he had no time for idle chatter. At that moment, the sparrow was saying something in the dragon's language. The goddess remarked that it was indeed uncomfortable to drink tea with a dragon in this form. She promised to loosen the restraining bonds for a short while. The heavenly warrior appeared in the room. He was determined in his attitude toward the goddess. The woman said there was no need to worry about time. It flows very slowly here, unlike in the real world. The heavenly warrior noted that this was exactly what they needed to discuss sooner or later. Shin Hyun said that they always wanted some kind of discussion or conversation, and they really were very talkative. The goddess admitted that if you live as long as she has, you inevitably become a bit chatty. She added that she gets bored and lonely. The heavenly warrior declared that she shouldn't say such things. The heavenly warrior glared at the goddess with hatred, and she smiled sweetly in response. Shin Hyun told the two of them to stop their pointless bickering and get to the point. The woman noticed that the two of them didn't know when or why she had become a goddess. Shin Hyun replied that he truly had no way of knowing. The celestial warrior added that he too did not possess such information. The goddess said she wanted to tell them a story that no one else knew. This story was from ancient times when the gods did not yet exist. The dimension gave birth to all that exists and then did nothing else. It simply observed. Back then, in order to survive, people naturally banded together in groups and formed small societies. However, due to a lack of food and resources, they destroyed one another time and again. Eventually, they created religion as a unifying force. And although religion sometimes helped, it also accused innocent people of sins. This was done to unite everyone for a single purpose. The goddess added that she was the daughter of a farmer in a small village. Her parents struggled every day to earn enough to feed their child, so the girl often wandered through the forest alone to pass the time. That day was just like any other. That day, the girl encountered a hungry monster. They found themselves face to face. The girl was frightened and screamed loudly. A golden glow appeared above her head. She didn't know what she had done, but when she came to her senses, the monster had been destroyed. Hunters ran into the clearing. After that encounter, people began to call the power she had used divine. Before she realized it, people stopped using her name and simply called her the Saint. The goddess said that she had been taken from her parents and placed in a temple. Instead of being a person, she became a symbol. People began to worship her. The girl behaved exactly as the people wanted her to. Showing compassion toward people was easy, and it reflected well on her image. That is why she did not hesitate to offer them all the help she could. Even at the moment of her death, she felt not a shred of resentment. It happened when enemies attacked the settlement. Perhaps that was the cause of the events that followed. The next time she opened her eyes, she found herself in a void. The world had chosen her to become a god. At some point, the goddess noticed that people were once again in danger. So she decided to bestow a blessing upon them. This was done so that people could defend themselves on their own. Over time, people grew stronger and the situation began to improve. The goddess realized that she enjoyed watching people grow. However, people became arrogant, stopped honoring her, and began to erase her from their memory. When faith disappears, her existence begins to fade as well. Then in a region on another continent, a man awoke as a god. He achieved this through his own efforts, which was truly impressive. This man became famous for his martial prowess. Therefore, the goddess realized she had to act quickly before he became even stronger. She temporarily recognized him as a god and invited him to observe humanity together as fellow deities. The goddess added that they knew what happened next. The celestial warrior asked why she wasn't telling the other part of the story. He was referring to the part where the goddess plunged the entire world into chaos. The goddess admitted that this had indeed happened as well. The heavenly warrior said that she had taken all the power and reset everything under the pretext of purification. The woman declared that thanks to this, people had rushed to her again. The heavenly warrior asked, "Is that really the only reason?" The goddess replied that ruling the world is a role permitted only to God. It is incredibly important. The goddess said that this role belongs only to her. She would not give up everything she had spent so long building to someone like the heavenly warrior. Shin Hyun said that the goddess could make as many excuses as she wanted, but in the end, it was simply a selfish attempt to protect her precious throne. Shin Hyun added, "Does she really think he's wrong? In that case, she can attack him if she wants." The goddess admitted that it really had been a waste of time. It had been too generous of her to try to explain things to someone who would soon cease to exist. She should have simply wiped him out from the very beginning. The heavenly warrior acknowledged that the goddess had protected and cared for this world for a long time. He also couldn't deny how deeply she loved humanity in this world. So why couldn't she admit that she herself had become increasingly broken over this long period? The goddess was outraged. Was the heavenly warrior implying that she had gone mad? The celestial warrior said that she had destroyed the entire world because she feared that someone like him might appear again. The goddess replied that the sky warrior was overreacting. Sometimes the world needs a reset to purge itself of evil. As a result of her actions, humanity is thriving once more. There's no denying that. The goddess added that she had given people the calamity of dungeons. People also received a blessing in the form of an awakening. It was the perfect way to bring them together. Thanks to this, they continue to worship her rather than forgetting she even exists. Shin Hyun asked what she would say about the people who died because of her. None of them were supposed to die. The goddess recalled a human saying, "You can't make an omelet without breaking eggs. Humans exist because of her. They should be grateful that they were chosen for the sake of saving the world." Shin Hyun remarked that perhaps she had once been a goddess, but she was no longer one. The woman was outraged. Who was he to decide whether she was a goddess or not? The goddess told the heavenly warrior not to interfere. This was none of his business now. The heavenly warrior found himself locked behind bars, unable to break free. The goddess told the heavenly warrior to be a good boy and wait his turn. She would speak with him later. The goddess added that first she had to destroy this insolent fool. Shin Hyun realized that a fight was inevitable and activated his shapeless sword. The young man told the goddess that right now he would make her regret her words. The goddess smiled and said that the young man was on her territory. Did he really think his attack on her would work? The woman added that the sword Shin Hyun had forged with sheer willpower could not fight against the entire world. Shin Hyun asked why the goddess was so sure of that. Fighting against the whole world, he had literally just done that. The protagonist declared that he could definitely do it again. The goddess replied that he had simply been lucky last time. Our hero insisted that the goddess was wrong, and now he would prove it to her by setting everything right. The goddess activated her unique ability, directing sub-zero snow energy at her opponent. She said that the divine warrior was the only one who had managed to attain divinity. So she decided to ignore his little trick with this mental world. However, for some reason, Shin Hyun was able to achieve eternity on his own before returning to her world. He had been a thorn in her side from the very beginning. The goddess added that now Shin Hyun should do her a favor and disappear forever. The attack on the man continued. Suddenly, the young man appeared behind his opponent and said that at least this time, she had finally been honest. The goddess managed to turn around and raise an icy shield in front of her. Our hero, without pausing, attacked the barrier. The shield shattered, the goddess screamed and ran back. The protagonist, without losing his offensive momentum, prepared for a new attack. Shin Hyun asked, "Doesn't this seem suspicious to the goddess? Even though this is her domain and her power reigns here, for some reason he is completely calm. Why aren't her attacks landing properly?" The woman replied that this wasn't true. Shin Hyun is mistaken and there's no point in making senseless guesses anymore. The goddess attacked her opponent again. Our hero once again swung his shapeless sword and deflected the woman's energy attack. Shin Hyun, using the Rodiac skill, unleashed fiery power upon the goddess's protective barrier. The opponents closed in to the closest possible distance. The battle raged on with frenzied intensity. Shin Hyun said that he was constantly transforming and learning, even during this fight. What the goddess had just demonstrated, he could also perform. The woman, of course, was frightened. Could such a thing really be possible? The goddess was attacked, and blood-red arrows pierced her body right through. The woman began to lose strength and sank to her knees. Her head was bowed. Shin Hyun asked if she was in pain. The goddess said that this wouldn't kill her. Shin Hyun agreed and suggested she get up, since they weren't finished yet, or had she decided to abandon her pride. The goddess stood up and said, "Does Shin Hyun really think she'll lose because of this?" The arrows in her body had strangely vanished. The woman activated an energy sphere and prepared to attack her opponent. The young man stood in the center of the protective circle. Suddenly, the floor beneath the young man's feet vanished, and he began to fall into the airless void. The goddess threw an icy spear at the falling young man and reminded him that this was her dimension. An explosion occurred below. Suddenly, a flash appeared and our hero leaped out of it. The young man approached his opponent and said that this was not the end. Shin Hyun wounded the woman with his shapeless blade and said that today she would die, not him. The goddess asked the obvious question, "Why is this guy still alive?" The aggressive woman screamed that it was time for him to die, and once again directed a surge of her negative energy at him. Shin Hyun was completely unharmed by the attack and said that now he understood what her power was like. The goddess was surprised. Had he just absorbed her power? The young man confirmed it. The only reason he was able to return here was that he had already gone through all of this in another dimension. The protagonist activated a symmetrical response, directing a dense burst of energy at the goddess that sent her flying far backward. The goddess realized that this resembled her divine power. Most likely it really was her. Our hero pointed a shapeless sword at his opponent and said he would make sure she couldn't even exist as a speck of dust and would personally count how many times she would die. The goddess was attacked by magical swords. The protagonist had opened the scoring. The bloodied goddess asked who this young man was anyway. Who gave this man permission to speak to her in such a manner? Shin Hyun replied that he was there to dethrone her from her divine throne. The goddess declared that this was impossible. The woman trembled with tension and said that the world had chosen her to become a god. The protagonist said that, unfortunately, she had abused that power. The goddess saw that her rival was using her own power against her. Our hero said that he does not recognize her as a god and wants to wipe her off the face of the earth. The heavenly warrior, still behind bars, said that Shin Hyun had finally put an end to this. The cage began to disappear. The heavenly warrior said he had been waiting for this for a very long time. The heavenly warrior was now free, and the first thing he asked was whether Shin Hyun was sure the goddess was dead. Our hero confirmed this and asked how the heavenly warrior, another god, felt about her destruction. The heavenly warrior said that she had been arrogant and self-assured, but had still been responsible for humanity. So it was hard to believe that she was truly gone. Shin Hyun declared that from this moment on, the heavenly warrior would become the god of the earth. The heavenly warrior said, "But it was Shin Hyun who defeated the former god. Shouldn't he take her place?" Our hero replied that he had no intention of becoming a god. He needed to return home for his own reasons. Besides, the heavenly warrior had experience handling such matters. The heavenly warrior remarked that if he performed his duties poorly, he too could be expelled. So he must try his best. The protagonist agreed that this guy had better try his best. The heavenly warrior said that he might not look like it, but at the level of a grand master, that sounded a bit harsh. Shin Hyun smiled and said that from now on, he would treat this god with great respect. Our hero said that in any case, he now had a question for the new god of Earth. How was he supposed to get home now? The god replied that there was no special way. It was just like leaving the mental world. Shin Hyun said it was time for him to go and added that the Grand Master should take care of himself. The heavenly warrior thanked the young man, bowed and said goodbye. After a while, Shin Hyun stepped out of the vessel in which his body had been all this time. Elter, Calpaden, and Winchester rushed to meet our hero. Shin Hyun told his companions that he had no intention of dying so easily. There was no need to worry so much. Yun Sol ran up and threw herself into her brother's arms. The girl said she had missed him terribly and all that sort of thing. Shin Hyun pointed out that he had returned safe and sound, just as he had promised, so there was no need to cry. Yun Sol said she never doubted her brother would come back. Shin Hyun replied that in that case, she should wipe away her tears. Shin Hyun saw Lee Ji-hae and called out to her. The girl had her back turned and told Shin Hyun not to come near her. She didn't want him to see her face right now. Shin Hyun walked up to Ji-hae, took her hand and said he'd heard what had happened to her. Everything's okay. Lee Ji-hae turned her head. Shin Hyun looked at her and said it didn't matter. He loved her anyway. The protagonist said that was the first thing he wanted to say as soon as he got back. Shin Young stroked Ji-hae's head and apologized for the pain he had caused her. The girl gasped in surprise and said her eyes had healed. Now she could see Shin Hyung's face clearly. The young man told her not to tell him that she had forgotten what he looked like. Lee Ji-hae replied that she hadn't forgotten, but had simply been very worried about him. It all seemed unreal. It was good that everything had ended well. Shin Hyun announced to everyone that he wasn't going anywhere. The protagonist repeated to the girl that he loved her. What doubt could there be? Lee Ji-hae gathered her courage, overcame her natural shyness, and said that she loved Shin Hyun too. Yun Sol smiled and said it had taken these two a very long time to make such a confession. Winchester was surprised. Had they really not been dating until now? Ji-hae blushed again. Shin Hyun told them to stop joking around like that. A serious relationship was beginning to form. In the end, everyone returned safely to the surface. After that, the divine warrior took the form of a goddess and delivered the third revelation. He announced the disappearance of the dungeons and monsters. He also declared that the blessings once bestowed upon humanity would be taken away. Since the goddess's first revelation, the dungeons had been constantly updated. Monsters appeared, leaving behind an endless resource, monostones. This turned into a promising global industry. The third revelation, which was supposed to erase all of this, plunged the entire world into chaos. Hunters who had become superhumans thanks to the goddess's blessing, lost their powers and became ordinary people once again. Waves of anger and protest swept across the world. The heavenly warrior thought how fortunate it was that he had taken the form of a goddess. If he had been in his true form, he would have been cursed the very second he became a god. Fortunately, Shin Hyun already knew all of this in advance. So he shared the information with the governments of various countries, including the US, China, and Korea. Laws were revised. Support systems were quickly established to help former hunters who had lost their powers adapt to the sudden changes. In addition, Shin Hyun systematized all the martial arts he knew. He personally trained the best fighters in martial arts. He helped both former hunters and ordinary people master combat skills. Shin Hyun couldn't resolve all the grievances at once, but gradually humanity regained stability, returning to a time without monsters and hunters. After all this, the long-awaited wedding took place. The newlyweds accepted congratulations. Kalpadin, dressed in a festive tuxedo, congratulated the newlyweds on their marriage. Yun Sol congratulated her brother and her sister-in-law. Yun Sol said she still couldn't believe her brother was actually married. Shin Hyun replied that it was time to accept it. Winchester remarked that the two looked wonderful together and wished them happiness. Elena Smirnova asked Ji-hae to toss her the bouquet. A family friend added that now they must celebrate this event properly, a sign of their eternal bond. The priest announced that the bride and groom could kiss. The young couple kissed immediately, without hesitation, and not just once. Elter, sitting in his office, was sorting through a large pile of paperwork. Suddenly, a young family consisting of Ji-hae, Shin Hyun, and two young children appeared at the door. The protagonists said they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Elter remarked that this was quite unexpected. Now there were many more of them, but who were these young people? Shin Hyun replied that they were his children. Ji-hae said she was also glad to see Elter. Kalpadin appeared in the dragon's lair along with the family. To be honest, he didn't look very well. The children began pestering Kalpadin and demanding that he play with them. Kalpadin could no longer pretend that he had died. Elter remarked that ever since the dungeons had disappeared, he'd thought it was no longer possible to cross over to this side. Shin Hyun replied that those rules didn't apply to him. He was an exception. He told his old friend that he only needed a small favor to watch over the children. Elter replied that this was quite unexpected, and he wasn't prepared for it. Shin Hyun pointed out that Kalpadin couldn't handle them on his own, since the children weren't ordinary. At that moment, Kalpadin tried to run away, but the children caught up with him. Shin Hyung told Elter that now he could imagine what it was like for them. These kids are quite energetic. Lee Ji-hae admitted that she was a little nervous about leaving the children here. Shin Hyun said that in any case they were in this together, and they had been able to see Elter. Shin Yong smiled and said that, in any case, he was counting on Elter. Elter, looking frightened, told Shin Hyung not to smile at him like that. If the young man was leaving the children with him, what did the two of them plan to do? Shin Young replied that they were going on a trip to celebrate their anniversary. It had already been 5 years since their wedding. He noted that they had gotten married, but because of all the chaos they'd had to deal with back home, they'd only just now found the time to relax. They were finally taking a real vacation. Elter noted that it was indeed time for the two of them to take a break. Shin Hyun said he hadn't decided yet how long their vacation would last. Elter protested. Why hadn't anyone asked his opinion? Shin Hyun said that Elter was simply repaying a debt. Had he really forgotten how his world had been saved? Lee Ji-hae thanked the dragon in advance. Elter remarked that everything had been settled, and it had all gone quite smoothly. An agreement with the demons had been reached without conflict, and peace was preserved. Kalpadin said that was simply wonderful. The demon added that he welcomed the lizard into the hellish torments of parental responsibilities. Shin Hyun and Ji-hae looked at this idyllic scene and said that everything was fine here. The young people turned around, and Shin Hyun announced that they were leaving. Elter asked them to stop. He wanted to ask something. Elter asked if Shin Hyun hadn't refused to be a god. He didn't know all the details of how it had come to pass. The dragon remarked that, in any case, the young man was definitely happy now. Shin Hyun replied that it was obvious, and kissed his wife. Ji-hae, as always in such situations, blushed with embarrassment and asked her husband not to do that in front of witnesses. Shin Yong hugged Ji-hae and confirmed that he was indeed happy.